Chapter 1. Returning to the capital, acknowledging kin. In the 17th year of Xuanwu, just outside the capital city, a modest carriage came to a halt not far from the city gates. Inside, a young woman clad in white was engrossed in her reading. Her complexion was fair and flawless, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, naturally adorned without any makeup. Her eyes, clear and profound, exuded a purity that seemed to repel others from approaching. Yet, the contours of her face were soft and gentle, with a straight and delicate nose, and her lips bore a natural rosy hue. If she were to remain quietly seated, she would undoubtedly embody the grace and elegance of a refined young lady. However, at this moment, she reclined lazily against the soft cushions of the carriage, an air of impatience flickering in her gaze. "Milady, would you care for some tea?" The young woman set her book aside, accepting the cup and taking a small sip. "Have we arrived?" "Yes, we're just at the city gates. There is quite a queue to enter, so we must wait a little longer." She nodded slightly, her mood seemingly less than cheerful. Her maid, Bansha, cautiously inquired, "Milady, do you truly wish to acknowledge your kin? Will we be residing in the capital from now on?" The young woman's beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly. She was now known as Shun Jinyuan, 17 years old. In her former life, she was an orphan, raised by the leader of an underground organization and trained as an assassin. Within a mere 20 years, she had become a most feared killer in both the dark and light realms, known as the Cold Moon. Her final assignment had been to infiltrate M country and steal a scientific marvel, a chip heralded as a miracle in medicine. To her dismay, after successfully completing the mission, she was betrayed by her comrades and perished in a fiery inferno, leaving no trace behind. When she next awoke, she found herself transformed into a 3-year-old girl, lost in the wilderness as Shun Jinyuan. Yet, astonishingly, the red mark on her wrist, a remnant of the chip, had accompanied her into this new world. "For now, we must remain in the capital, otherwise the old man will be displeased." The old man she referred to was her master, the leader of the carefree palace, known as the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. "Then, what, they do not treat you well?" Bansha asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Not treat me well?" A playful smile danced upon Shun Jinyuan's lips. "That would conveniently grant me the reason to sever ties with them." I doubt the old man could object. Seeing her mistress silent, Bansha continued, "Sister Inua has inquired, and your grandfather is a cabinet scholar of the Great Zhou, a veteran of 3 reigns. Your father, though merely a vice minister of rights now, is bolstered by your grandfather's standing. Such an aristocratic family must undoubtedly adhere to numerous rules." Shun Jinyuan affectionately ruffled Bansha's hair. "What? Are you afraid?" Bansha beamed. "With you by my side, milady, I fear nothing." "Then what troubles you?" Bansha's expression faltered. "You prefer tranquility and dislike constraints. I worry it might distress you." Shun Jinyuan gently rotated her somewhat stiff neck. "Fear not. There is no one in this world capable of causing your mistress distress." Before long, the carriage entered the city. The residence of the cabinet scholar was not difficult to locate. A couple of inquiries led them directly there. "Milady, we have arrived." The gentle voice of the coachman, Inu, resonated as she gazed upon a magnificent estate, her eyes betraying no emotion. Shun Jinyuan lifted the curtain of the carriage, casting a fleeting glance at the plaque of the estate before averting her gaze. "From now on, address me as Mississippi." "Yes, Mississippi." Shun Jinyuan presented a jade token. "Go ahead." "Understood." Dressed in dark attire, with her long hair elegantly styled and a sword in hand, Inu appeared as a typical figure from the martial world. She approached and knocked on the grand door, which was soon opened by a young servant. The servant of the Grand Secretary's residence exhibited a commendable demeanor despite the shocking nature of Inu's revelations. He remained courteous, indicating the efficient management within the household. Receiving the jade token, the servant cautiously glanced at the carriage. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the master." Inu nodded. "Thank you." The Lotus Courtyard belonged to Lin, the matriarch of the Grand Secretary's household. She was Shun Jinyuan's mother, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Grand Secretary. After the passing of the Grand Secretary's first wife years ago, Lin had taken sole charge of the household affairs. A sudden clattering sound echoed as a cup fell, breaking the silence. Within the room, aside from the attending maidservants, there was only Lin and a girl of around 15 or 16 years, evidently another young lady of the household. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling up as she stared at the young servant brought forth by the steward. You. Say that again? Startled by Lin's reaction, the servant presented the jade token. The person claims to be the lost young lady who went missing 14 years ago. Here too. To reunite. Lin, with her tear-filled eyes, fixated on the jade token held high by the servant, while the elderly matron beside her promptly took the token and presented it to Lin. Madam, look, this truly is the young lady's jade pendant. The matron, a trusted confidant of Lin since her youth, had watched over her even before her marriage. Lin snatched the pendant, examining it closely, tears streaming down her face. Yes, this is indeed the warm jade pendant. My Wan has truly returned. Matron, my Wan is back. Lin rose to rush out, but was halted by the matron beside her. Madam, please slow down. The person outside cannot escape. Matron, this must be true. Look at this jade pendant. It is just as Wan wore it closely. The matron nodded in response. Yet after years of hopeful reunions that ended in disappointment, she harbored little optimism this time, thinking perhaps there were similar pendants. But seeing her mistress so moved, she sighed. At that moment, a timid voice interjected, Mother, is that my elder sister? Lin's face lit up with excitement. Yes, it is your elder sister. Shuero, go, see if your father and elder brother are in the study. If they are, call them to the front courtyard. With that, Lin, supported by the matron, departed. Shun Shuer rose stood in a daze, watching her mother's retreating figure, pondering the significance of her elder sister. Shun Shuero was not the biological daughter of the Lin family, but rather an adopted child. At that time, Shun Jinyuan had just gone missing, leaving Lin devastated and momentarily devoid of the will to live. Shun Jinyuan's father, the esteemed Grandmaster of the Cabinet, Minister of Rights Shun Qingshan, was consumed by anxiety. Eventually, upon the counsel of others, he adopted a child from a collateral branch of the family, and this child was Shun Shuero. Initially, Lin could not accept Shun Shuero at all. After all, her own daughter was lost, and her husband sought to replace her with a girl from a distant branch of the family. Lin simply could not reconcile herself to this. However, Shun Shuero was indeed a child deserving of affection. Previously, in her own home, she had been overshadowed by her favored elder brother and younger siblings, feeling like an outsider, constantly subjected to abuse and mistreatment. As a result, when she arrived at this new household at the age of 5, she appeared to be merely 3. Yet, Lin possessed a kind heart and gradually came to accept this new reality, choosing to keep Shun Shuero by her side. Nevertheless, it was not as outsiders presumed. She had not truly forgotten her biological daughter. A daughter born after 10 months of pregnancy is irreplaceable. Shun Shuero, however, held a different perspective. Her purpose in coming to the Shun family was to help Lin forget her own daughter and to live well. Now that her elder sister had returned, did that not mean it was time for her to depart? The mere thought of such a possibility filled her with immense dread. Chapter 2. This face is unmistakable. The Shun family is not particularly large, especially when compared to other prominent families, as their numbers are undeniably few. The cabinet minister Shun Wei lost his wife many years ago and has only 2 sons. The elder, Shun Qingshan, who is the biological father of Shun Jinyuan and currently serves as the deputy minister of rights, and the younger, Shun Anian, who is without an official position and engages in commerce. The matriarch, Lin, known as Lin Ruanji, is the legitimate wife of Shun Qingshan and the biological mother of Shun Jinyuan. She has borne 1 son and 1 daughter. The elder son, Shun Yan, is a man of both literary and martial prowess at the age of 23, yet has not taken office due to the current instability in the court. The younger daughter, Shun Jinyuan, went missing in her childhood and is now 17 years old. Shun Shuero, a child adopted from a collateral branch of the family, is currently 16. Shun Yan married at 17, but tragically, his wife Lu died from excessive bleeding during childbirth, leaving behind a son, Shun Huayan, who is now 5 and has been unable to speak since birth. The Shun family sought numerous renowned physicians and even implored the emperor to summon court doctors. Yet all efforts proved fruitless. Shun Anian, the younger son, is married to Li, known as Li Yunyang, the daughter of a merchant. Together, they have 1 daughter, Shun Ying, who is now 15. The Shun family is relatively uncomplicated, adhering to ancestral teachings that allow men to take concubines only after turning 40 without having sons. Thus far, the master of the household has no concubines or secondary wives. At this moment, in the banquet hall of the Shun residence, all are gathered except for the head of the family, Shun Wei, who is away. Shun Jin Yuan, wearing a bamboo hat and supported by Ban Xia, enters the room. Dressed in simple attire and possessing a delicate figure, she gives the impression of someone fragile in need of protection. Lin, overcome with emotion, rises with tears in her eyes, assisted by Granny Li, and takes a few steps forward. However, her emotions overwhelm her, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Shun Jin Yuan remains composed, recognizing that this woman must indeed be her mother. Slowly, she removes her bamboo hat, locking her serene gaze onto Lin. "Are you my mother?" Upon seeing her daughter's visage, Lin is momentarily taken aback before rushing forward to embrace her tightly. "Mine Wan, it's truly you. Mine Wan has come back. Mother's Wan has truly returned." Shun Jin Yuan is startled by this sudden embrace, feeling unaccustomed to such intimacy and wishing to push away. Yet, despite Lin's delicate appearance, her grip is unexpectedly strong. A faint scent of sandalwood emanates from Lin, which inexplicably does not repel Shun Jin Yuan. With a soft sigh, she concedes that a reunion between mother and daughter indeed warrants such emotion. Ban Xia, wishing to assist, understands her master's temperament well, even with intimate friends like Yin Yu. Her master cannot tolerate such physical closeness. However, this lady appears so pitiable. Meanwhile, the rest of the Shun family, aside from the younger generation, have largely confirmed Shun Jin Yuan's identity, not for any other reason, but due to her striking resemblance to the late matriarch of the Shun family. Lin weeps profusely, holding her daughter tightly and continuously calling her Wan, causing the eyes of those present to brim with tears. Shun Qingshan rises and approaches the two, saying, "All right, my lady, please do not be overly agitated. Let us take a moment to understand one another, shall we?" Although Shun Qingshan felt a considerable degree of certainty within, he could not afford to be reckless given the multitude of impostors in recent years. Lin Shi suddenly brushed Shun Qingshan's hand aside, her demeanor transforming into one of fierce indignation. "What do you mean, sir? Are you doubting Wan?" She produced a jade pendant, insisting, "Take a good look. This is our Wan's pendant, crafted by the artisan at your own request. Examine it closely." Shun Qingshan took the pendant, casting a resigned glance at his wife. I believe, he conceded. But what? Lin Shi, fearing they sought to claim Shun Jin Yuan as their own, swiftly pulled her daughter behind her. "She is mine Wan, my daughter. I need no further proof. I know she is mine." With tears brimming in her eyes, Lin Shi gazed at Shun Jin Yuan, their maternal bond palpable. "The moment I see her, I know she is my daughter." Observing his father's predicament, Shun Yin interjected, "Mother, you are misunderstanding father. He longs for his daughter, too. However, as you know, there have been numerous impostors over the years. A measure of caution from father is always prudent." He then turned to Shun Jin Yuan, who had remained silent. "My lady, I apologize for alarming you. My sister went missing when she was nearly 3. Besides this pendant, do you possess any other items that could substantiate your identity?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi was about to speak, but Shun Jin Yuan's gentle voice interrupted, soothing to the ears. "I have no memories prior to the age of 3. My adoptive parents informed me that I was found alone in a desolate mountain. I only remember my name, Shun Jin Yuan. As for the rest," she lowered her gaze, "you may draw your own conclusions, as I do not recall." "A desolate mountain? Which one?" Shun Yin pressed further. Shun Jin Yuan met his gaze, declaring, "In Lingnan, a place called Weifeng." The expressions of Shun Qingshan and his son immediately darkened. Lingnan lay over 1,000 miles from the capital. If this young woman were indeed Shun Jin Yuan, how had she traversed such a distance? Lin Shi's lips trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. How much suffering has my Wan endured, to be found in a desolate mountain? Shun Jin Yuan felt her head begin to throb from her mother's weeping. "If you seek further evidence, I do possess one other item, though I am unsure if it qualifies." Shun Yin, intrigued, inquired, "What is it?" Amidst the expectant gazes, Shun Jin Yuan produced a delicate hairpin adorned with a few modest pearls, a seemingly ordinary trinket for a young girl. "I recall this pin. It has always felt significant to me, hence I have kept it close." At this, a nearby nanny, Li Mama, gasped, her brow furrowed as if in deep thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Madam, I remember this. This is the hairpin the young lady wore on the day she went missing. There were 2. One was retrieved by the master from the location where the young lady disappeared, and the other must have remained with her." Shun Qingshan immediately commanded, Is the other still with us? Fetch it. Li Mama, brimming with excitement, replied, Yes, yes. The young lady's belongings have been well preserved by the madam. I shall retrieve it at once. Soon, the matching hairpin was presented, and upon comparison, it was indeed identical to the one in Shun Jin Yuan's possession. Shin's second son, Shin Anian, spoke up, elder brother and sister-in-law. Disregarding the jade pendant and hairpin, the girl's appearance undoubtedly marks her as a member of the Shin family. Ha ha ha. Li followed her husband's words, adding, Indeed, this girl bears a striking resemblance to her grandmother. There can be no mistake. Chapter 3. By nature, cold and detached, the family was filled with joy, seemingly accepting Shun Jinyuan's identity. However, Shun Yin harbored some doubts, not for any other reason, but in previous years, he had dealt with numerous women claiming kinship, employing various deceitful tactics. Thus, his caution was understandable. Nonetheless, he did not wish to spoil his parents' happiness. Deciding to take things one step at a time, Shin Qingshan gazed at Shun Jinyuan with affection. My daughter, you are named Shin Jinyuan, with the nickname Nuan Nuan. You are our daughter, born 14 years ago. At this moment, Shun Jinyuan interjected, I apologize, Lord Shun and Madam Shun. I understand your emotions are quite heightened. However, I have another question for you both. Lin gently grasped Shun Jinyuan's hand, fearful of startling her. Ask whatever you wish. I shall tell you all that I know. Shun Jinyuan sighed inwardly, recognizing her mother's doting nature. Since childhood, I have had a birthmark. Do you know of it? Shin Yin raised an eyebrow, questioning if this indicated disbelief in their claims. This sister of mine is intriguing. However, if she truly possesses such a birthmark, then there should be no further doubts. Exchanging glances, Shin Qingshan and his wife shared a moment of silence. Shin Qingshan cleared his throat and turned away, while Lin, brimming with excitement, looked towards Shin Jinyuan. She has a birthmark, she whispered, leaning close to Shin Jinyuan, a red birthmark in the shape of a butterfly on her lower back, about the size of a fingernail. Shin Jinyuan requested Lin to confirm this to ensure they had not made a mistake. Unable to resist her daughter's entreaty, Lin went to the inner chamber for verification and soon returned with reddened eyes. Overwhelmed by the family's scrutinizing gazes, she rushed into Shun Qingshan's embrace, exclaiming, My lord, she is our daughter. It is truly our Nuan Nuan. At this revelation, the family collectively exhaled in relief. A birthmark is a private matter. Aside from Shin Qingshan and his wife, even Shun Yin was unaware, thus eliminating any doubts. Shin Qingshan looked at Shun Jinyuan with a gaze full of remorse, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Good, you have returned. That is all that matters. Our family is finally reunited. Shin Jinyuan, however, did not share their exuberance. She believed the old man's findings would not be erroneous. Yet, her calm demeanor seemed overly composed, so she feigned excitement, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Shun Yan's own eyes glistened with tears as he recalled the day his sister went missing. He had been old enough then, and his greatest joy had been to tease her. After returning from school, he would always bring her treats, sometimes candied hawthorn from the roadside, other times pastries, or even delicate little toys. He seldom visited her empty-handed. Yet, he never anticipated that his adorable and obedient sister would disappear during an outing with their mother. The sorrow he felt at that time was profound, and he vowed to find her again. Yet, years passed, 1, 2, 3, and even over a decade, until he truly believed that his sister would never return. To his astonishment, fate proved kind to the Shin family, as his sister unexpectedly came back. Shin Qingshan wiped his eyes with his sleeve and instructed Shun Yin. Your grandfather should still be at the residence of Master Qin. Go find him and inform him that your sister has been located. Understood, I shall depart at once. Shun Yin replied, his face alight with excitement. He awkwardly reached out to pat Shin Jinyuan's head, saying, Eldest brother will seek out grandfather first. We shall reminisce later. Shin Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture. This individual had touched her head, and she fixed her gaze upon the very hand that had just made contact with her. Next time, she thought, I shall render his right hand useless. Beside them, Banksia widened her eyes, holding her breath in astonishment. The elder brother of their master had just patted the master's head. Shin Yin, oblivious to the tension, offered Shin Jinyuan a gentle smile before departing. Shun Anian cheerfully approached Shin Jinyuan. Warmth, I am your second uncle. He presented her with a substantial stack of silver notes, adding, This is a token from me to you. Feel free to purchase whatever your heart desires. Shun Jinyuan gazed at the thick wad of silver notes in her hand, momentarily dazed. In all her years, this was the first time someone had gifted her silver. Though these notes held little significance in her eyes, she couldn't help but think. The old man only ever demanded silver from her, never giving any in return, while her senior brother had presented her with various rare treasures. It seemed he had never gifted her money. The rest of them, well, they were all younger generations, and she was expected to give to them. Seeing her in a daze, Li's voice broke through. What kind of second uncle are you, who presents gifts in the form of silver notes? She then took Shin Jinyuan's hand. Warmth. There are several exquisite hair accessories at Second Aunt's place. You should go choose a couple that you like. Look at you, dressed so plainly. Meanwhile, Shen Yingying, the only daughter of the second household, could hardly contain her excitement. She approached Shun Jinyuan, grasping her arm. Big sister, I am Shun Yingying. You're. She glanced at Shun Shuero before breaking into a playful smile. I am your third sister, Shun Yingying. Shun Jinyuan attempted to withdraw her arm. But after 2 futile attempts, she could only respond awkwardly. Third sister, greetings. What was wrong with the Shin family? Was everyone so familiar as to embrace or hold one another so freely? Shun Yingying was exceptionally warm, continuing to hold on to Shun Jinyuan while waving at Shin Shuero. I am the third sister, and this is your second sister, Shin Shuero. Shin Shuero lowered her head slightly. Greetings, big sister. In truth, Shun Jinyuan had noticed this young girl long before. Her gaze held a mixture of guilt and envy, yet there was no hint of malice. However, with such timidity, how had the Shin family raised this child? Shin Jinyuan nodded slightly. Second sister, greetings. Lin and Shun Qingshan observed the two conversing and exchanged a nervous glance. Lin stepped forward, taking Shun Jinyuan's hand. Warmth. Shuero was a child adopted by your parents, but we have always treated her as our own. She is naturally timid, yet obedient and well-mannered. She will not contest anything with you. You need not worry. Lin had just been overwhelmed with joy, completely forgetting about Shuero's existence. Although this was a muddled affair orchestrated by the family patriarch in years past, resulting in the adoption of a girl from the sidelines, this young lady is indeed endearing, and the bonds formed over the years are genuine. It remains uncertain whether Nuan will accept this sister. At this moment, Shen Shuero gazes anxiously at Shin Jinyuan, while Shin Qingshan and everyone from the second household look towards her, seemingly awaiting her response. Shin Jinyuan scoffs inwardly. Do they take her for some formidable force? It is merely her first day back home. How could she possibly determine the fate of this innocent flower? Since she is a child adopted by her parents, she shall be my second sister. Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, fearing that Shun Shuero's presence might wound the heart of this newly acknowledged child. However, Shun Jinyuan harbors a different sentiment. Her nature is inherently aloof. As long as this sister does not provoke her, she remains indifferent. Yet, should she dare to entertain ulterior motives, she cannot be held accountable for her actions. The tales of genuine and false daughters are too numerous for her to ignore from her life in the modern world. Chapter 4. What reason does she have to leave? Shen Wei returned promptly, deeply pained by the loss of this legitimate granddaughter. Upon finding his eldest grandson, he did not linger even for a moment, but directly expressed his apologies to Master Qin and departed. He understands his eldest grandson well. He is cautious and prudent. If he were not certain, he would not have rushed to summon him back so hastily. In recent years, the many impostors who came to the residence claiming kinship were all dealt with by his eldest grandson. Presently, Shun Wei sits in the main seat, his countenance benevolent as he observes Shun Jinyuan kneeling before him. Shin Qingshan and his spouse, along with Shun Yin, stand by his side, setting aside all else. Simply by her appearance, Shun Wei recognizes her authenticity. His eyes glisten with emotion as he remarks on her resemblance to her grandmother in her youth. Shun Jinyuan performs a deep bow, addressing her grandfather, acknowledging her failings for not being able to fulfill her filial duties in the years spent apart. Shin Wei hastily assists her to rise, nodding in satisfaction. Good, very good. While Shin Wei scrutinizes Shun Jinyuan, she too observes him. Shin Wei, a grand scholar of the state, surpasses 60 yet exhibits no sign of decline. His stature stands tall like an ancient pine against the mountains. His angular visage is etched with the lines of time, with high cheekbones that appear as if sculpted by a chisel. His long, frosty eyebrows arch gracefully into his temples, resembling two unsheathed blades of snow. His eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, seem to harbor twilight's shadow, Yet when he raises his gaze, they sparkle with intensity, sending a chill down the spine of those who meet him. His nose is pronounced, lips thin and tightly pressed, and a wisp of silver beard cascades to his chest, its tips slightly curled, adding to his imposing presence. He is a man of profound wisdom, with a gaze that is clear and righteous, which greatly pleases Shen Jinyuan. As the investigation revealed, he is a good official and an upright man, yet alas, he is bound to such a vacillating master. Come, tell your grandfather how you have fared all these years. Shen Qingshan and the others have yet to comprehend the life their daughter has led, their faces filled with curiosity as they look upon her. Shen Jinyuan gently curves her lips, her voice soft. In truth, there is nothing particularly extraordinary. My adoptive father is a herbal merchant, and it was during his business travels that he found me, lost and alone. My adoptive mother, unfortunately, was in poor health and unable to bear children. Upon seeing me, one cannot help but desire to keep me close, especially upon learning of my lost memories. Unaware of my true home, after several fruitless days of searching nearby, I was taken back to my ancestral home in Jiangnan. Thus, from a young age, I became aware of my adoptive status. Throughout the years, I have not endured much hardship. Aside from occasional headaches, I have been free of ailments. My life has been one of abundance, filled with parental affection. However, when Shen Jinyuan paused, a palpable tension filled the room. Indeed, after so many years, the reuniting of kin raises concerns of unforeseen troubles. In their joy, they neglected to show concern. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the others. His adoptive father had encountered a conflict over business matters, resulting in an unfortunate incident. Shen Jinyuan's gaze lowered slightly, and to the others. This displayed profound sorrow and emotional instability, while Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. The bond between my adoptive parents was strong, yet shortly after my father's departure, my mother fell gravely ill and passed away within months. Before her departure, she entrusted me with a missing person notice, one that my father had obtained years prior during a business trip to Kyoto. They had known my true identity for years, but chose to keep it from me out of love. With no other relatives remaining, I resolved to travel to Kyoto only after fulfilling my mother's funeral rites. Lin approached and embraced Shen Jinyuan, exclaiming, "My poor child, my dear Nuan. Shen Wei sighed, "It is getting late. Let us arrange for Nuan to rest for now. We have ample time to bond in the days to come." Shen Jinyuan could not refuse Lin's embrace, fearing that a firm grip might cause her harm. She merely nodded toward Shen Wei, "Yes, grandfather." Upon hearing the term grandfather, Shen Wei's heart warmed instantly, his smile growing ever more tender. "Eldest daughter-in-law, please make the necessary arrangements. If there is anything lacking, procure it swiftly." And about Nuan's courtyard, Lin immediately wiped her tears, assuring him, "Do not worry, father. I have made all the arrangements. Nuan's courtyard has been well maintained and is ready for her at any moment." Turning gently to Shen Jinyuan, she added, "Though you have been absent all these years, I have always prepared for your return. It is late now, let us return and rest. Tomorrow, we shall see if everything suits you, and we will replace what is not." Shen Jinyuan smiled and nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, mother." Hearing her address her, as mother brought forth Lin's tears once more, "Ah, my good daughter." Shen Qingshan, feeling anxious, interjected, "Daughter, I am your father. I have also prepared many things for you. Tomorrow, I shall have your elder brother move them all into your courtyard." Shen Jinyuan felt a tad helpless, realizing her parents were vying for her affection. "Thank you, father." "Ah, my good daughter." At that moment, Shen Yin, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Sister, I too have gathered many little trinkets for you over the years, things you adored as a child. Tomorrow, no, I shall bring them to your courtyard shortly." Shen Jinyuan reflected on her childhood favorites and pondered whether she would still cherish them now. "Thank you, elder brother." Everyone in the room was filled with joy. Shen Wei stroked his beard. "All right, let us hasten to send Nuan back to rest." "Yes, father." "Indeed, father." "Yes, grandfather." Lin grasped Shen Jinyuan's hand and glanced at the girl following them. "Is this the girl you brought along? I've heard there's another one, who seems to possess some skill." "Yes, this is Banksia, who has been by my side since childhood. She is not merely a servant, but rather a sister who has grown up with me." Banksia immediately knelt, greeting the master, madam, and young master. Lin gently helped her to her feet. "Thank you for taking care of Nuan over the years. From now on, consider this your home. Do not feel constrained." "Thank you, madam," Shen Jinyuan continued, The other one is Inwe. My adoptive father often has to go out and is concerned for my safety with my adoptive mother. So he found someone skilled in martial arts to accompany us for our protection. Shin Qingshan nodded. Your adoptive father is a good man. When the opportunity arises, we shall visit Jiangnan to pay our respects and thank him for raising you so well. Shin Jinyuan slightly inclined her head in acknowledgement. Her courtyard was not far from Shin Qingshan and his wife's, and it was evident that considerable effort had been invested in it. It was said that this courtyard had been her residence during her childhood, and its meticulous upkeep suggested that the family truly cared. However, at that moment, Shin Jinyuan felt more troubled than delighted. She had begun to discern the dynamics at play. The Shin family treated her, a person lost for over a decade, with genuine kindness, which she could perceive. Yet, given such warmth, what excuse could she find to leave? To depart forcefully? That would be untenable. The old man would certainly object. Sigh, one step at a time, I suppose. Chapter 5. What reckless words are you uttering? Do you wish for death? In the bamboo grove courtyard, Shin Jinyuan stood at the entrance, contemplating the 3 characters inscribed above. Throughout the entire encounter, Lin had not released Shin Jinyuan's hand. And since Shin Jinyuan found it impossible to break free, she acquiesced. Wan, what troubles you? Oh, nothing much. I was merely hoping to recall some childhood memories. Shun Yin looked at her with eager anticipation. Have you remembered anything? With a resigned shake of her head, Shun Jinyuan replied, not yet. Shin Qingshan, with a smile, said, if you cannot recall, then do not force it. You only stayed here for a few nights before the age of 3. It is quite normal not to remember. Shin Jinyuan turned to Lin with curiosity. Did they not say this was my former courtyard? With a loving expression, Lin replied, when you were little, you were quite timid and refused to stay alone. You would cry for a long time after just one night. Thus, after several attempts, we did not insist. You primarily resided in your parents' courtyard. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shin Jinyuan nodded but refrained from speaking further. Noticing her discomfort, Shun Yin suggested, let us not linger at the entrance. Let us go inside. Sister, this courtyard boasts a grove of bamboo, hence its name. See if you like it. If not, I shall have someone rearrange it to incorporate flowers and plants you prefer. Shin Jinyuan, being someone who abhorred trouble, thought of the commotion involved in replacing an entire grove of bamboo. She cherished tranquility and preferred not to disturb the serenity. Thank you, brother. I like it as it is. There is no need for a rearrangement. Shin Yin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. By day, the verdant bamboo swayed in the sunlight, resembling an azure sea, offering a unique charm of its own. At that moment, Banksia and Inwe began to carry the items they had brought into the courtyard. Banksia was manageable, holding 3 cloth bags in her hands. However, Inyu was indeed formidable. A woman, effortlessly carrying 2 large boxes with a single hand, passed through a crowd, leaving the members of the Shun family momentarily stunned. After a pause, Shin Qingshan remarked, this girl possesses tremendous strength. Shun Jinyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Inyu, being a martial artist with considerable inner strength, naturally exhibited greater power than the average person. Lin Shi was taken aback for a moment before she smiled and said, this is splendid. With her by your side, we feel reassured. She then expressed her thoughts. Your adoptive father has certainly been thoughtful, but alas, such a wonderful family. Hesitating as the mention of the daughter's past could stir painful memories. Sister, you mentioned you occasionally suffer from headaches. Are you feeling better now? Tomorrow, brother will invite Dr. Li from Sanxing Hall to examine you. Upon hearing Shin Yan's inquiry, both Shin father and Shun mother looked at Shun Jinyuan with concern. No need, brother. I haven't had a headache in half a year. Besides, I have some knowledge of medicine myself. If there's a necessity, I will certainly let you know. Lin mother, still apprehensive, insisted, it's better to have a checkup. After suffering for so many years, we must ensure there are no hidden injuries. Warm, don't worry your mother. Shin Qingshan gently patted his wife's shoulder. Well then, we can discuss this tomorrow. The day is drawing to a close. Let warm rest for now. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Lin mother nodded, holding Shun Jinyuan's hand, and instructed, your father and I are in the Lotus Flower Courtyard, which is nearby. If you need anything, do not hesitate to summon someone. Let us leave it at that for today. Tomorrow, we shall arrange for a few maids and nannies for your courtyard. Thank you, mother. Shin Yin felt elated to see his obedient and amiable sister. Sister, I reside in the Qingfeng courtyard. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Understood? Understood. Thank you, brother. After the 3 departed, Shun Jinyuan sighed. pondering that interpersonal relationships were indeed the most troublesome. It was quite exhausting. She hoped that such occurrences would not be a daily affair. After Shen Qingshan and his son left the Zhu Lin courtyard, they did not return to their own quarters immediately, but instead headed to the main courtyard, where Shen Wei was waiting for them, sipping tea. Father, grandfather. Shen Wei nodded. Please, take a seat. The two sat down, both wearing solemn expressions. Shen Wei sighed. Warm returning at this time. One wonders if it is a blessing or... Shen Qingshan frowned slightly. Father, what do you mean? Warm's return is undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Is it your concern regarding her identity? Shen Wei shook his head. With her jade pendant and birthmark, coupled with her striking resemblance to your mother, her identity should certainly pose no issue. However, he turned his gaze to Shun Yin. For the sake of caution, Yinner, send someone to investigate the ancestral home of Warm's adoptive parents. Shen Qingshan was puzzled. What worries you, father? Shen Wei stroked his beard thoughtfully. Currently, the crown prince and the third prince are in fierce contention, causing instability within the court. I fear that Warm's return at this time could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Shen Yin furrowed his brow. Grandfather, Warm has been lost for over a decade. No matter how formidable the opposing party may be, they surely would not have begun their schemes so long ago. Moreover, judging by my sister's conduct today, I believe the likelihood is minimal. Shen Wei smiled and nodded. You are correct. However, for prudence's sake, it would be wise to have someone look into it, merely as a means to understand Warm's life over the years. Shun Yin nodded, indicating that his grandson understood. Shen Wei then turned to Shen Qingshan, cautioning him to proceed with utmost care in recent undertakings, ensuring that the third prince's associates do not find any fault. Shen Qingshan sighed, affirming, Yes, father. Observing his eldest son's demeanor, Shun Wei felt a twinge of helplessness, recognizing that his son resented his involvement in political matters. But my son, he continued, you will come to understand in due course. Ultimately, the crown prince is the master of our Shen family. Henceforth, our family's honor and disgrace will rest solely upon him. You must grasp the stakes involved. Shen Qingshan clenched his teeth, acknowledging, my son understands. Very well. It has been a long day. Let us retire for the night, Shun Wei concluded. Yes, I take my leave, father. I bid farewell, Shun Yin echoed. As he watched his elder son and grandson depart, Shun Wei let out a deep sigh. Gazing at the moon outside, he lamented, O Emperor, you truly present me with a formidable challenge. Once they exited the main courtyard, Shun Yin inquired of his father, Father, why do you consistently oppose grandfather's support for the crown prince? Do you believe the third prince is more suited for the position? Shen Qingshan's expression darkened immediately as he cautiously surveyed their surroundings and whispered sharply, What reckless words are you uttering? Are you courting disaster? Come with me to the study. The two then made their way to the study, where Shun Yin continued, His Highness the Crown Prince is composed and reserved, possessing a heart for the people. Is he not preferable to that bloodthirsty third prince? Shen Qingshan replied, I have not spoken ill of the Crown Prince. I merely disapprove of your grandfather's involvement in politics. I desire our Shun family to remain pure in purpose. Is that too much to ask? Shun Yin disagreed, asserting that his grandfather was a man of great wisdom and integrity. Grandfather's decision to openly support the Crown Prince surely carries weighty reasons. Father, times have changed. I understand your perspective. In the past, being a loyal minister posed no issues. Yet now, with external threats from Dongyan and Shishu, and the emperor's health in decline amidst such political instability, your desire to remain aloof may not afford you such an opportunity. Shen Qingshan fell silent. Having served in office for many years, he understood well the truth in his son's words. However, his ideals were rooted in a desire to remain a loyal minister, serving the nation and its people. Alas, let it be. Chapter 6. Who is worthy of my elder sister's grace? Time passed swiftly, and before long, Shen Jinyuan had spent a month at the cabinet minister's residence. Aside from the excessive warmth of her relatives, she found herself adapting rather well. The Shen family was aware of her preference for tranquility and refrained from pressing her to attend gatherings, thus alleviating much of her burden. If there was any discomfort, it stemmed from the initial recognition banquet, which she found quite intolerable. The Shen family seemed intent on broadcasting to all of Kyoto that they had reclaimed their lost legitimate daughter, hosting a grand feast that attracted numerous prominent figures from the city. Regardless of her aversion, she could not avoid making an appearance, for she was the centerpiece of the occasion. That day, she learned the true meaning of a stiff face. her forced smile nearly causing her facial muscles to cramp. Since then, she had largely confined herself indoors. Lin Shi, Shun Shuero, and Shun Yingying, even Shun Yan, had extended several invitations, all of which she graciously declined. From that point onward, her family fully grasped her preference for solitude. While Lin Shi indulged her daughter, allowing her to follow her whims, she also harbored concerns. At this moment, within the small garden of the Shun residence, Shun Shuero was accompanying Lin Shi for a stroll when she noticed the deep lines of worry etched across Lin Shi's face. Gently guiding her mother to a small pavilion, she inquired, "Mother, do you have something on your mind? Why the troubled expression?" Lin Shi gazed at her obedient and gentle daughter, exhaling a sigh. "I am concerned about your elder sister." "Elder sister?" Shun Shuero asked, puzzled. "What is the matter? Isn't she doing well?" Through their recent interactions, Shun Shuero had come to view Shun Jinyuan as a commendable person. Aside from her slightly aloof demeanor, everything else about her was quite agreeable. Initially, Shun Shuero had harbored fears that upon Shun Jinyuan's return, she would be sent back to her previous home. However, to her surprise, Shun Jinyuan had readily accepted her, even showing no disapproval of having her as a younger sister, which filled Shun Shuero with both gratitude and admiration. As a result, she frequently visited the Bamboo Grove residence, relishing the moments even though Shun Jinyuan rarely engaged in conversation with her. She often brought along homemade pastries and embroidered sachets and handkerchiefs. Each time Shun Jinyuan received her gifts, she reciprocated with thoughtful presents, which made Shun Shuero smile when she recalled them. The gifts from Shun Jinyuan consisted solely of books, an array of diverse literature. The subjects varied widely, encompassing the latest popular illustrated volumes, chess and musical scores, poetry collections, and even cookbooks and carpentry manuals. Upon receiving the first batch of books, Shun Shuero had been perplexed, assuming her elder sister merely wished for her to read more. However, after receiving subsequent volumes, her confusion deepened. It was only by chance that she learned from Banksia that these books were those recently read by Shun Jinyuan. "Your elder sister is remarkable. She possesses a great love for reading and does not confine herself to any single genre. She explores all types of literature." Understanding that these books were previously enjoyed by Shun Jinyuan made Shun Shuero treasure them even more. Even the chess manuals, which initially held little interest for her, were read diligently twice over. Her admiration for Shun Jinyuan grew, as this elder sister truly possessed a breadth of knowledge that far surpassed that of the so-called distinguished young ladies of the capital. "Your elder sister," Lin Shi continued, "is rather solitary, lacking friends. I worry for her. Young ladies of 17 or 18 typically have a few close companions with whom they can dine or enjoy leisurely outings. Yet here is my own daughter." Shun Shuero smiled reassuringly at her mother. "Mother, you are overthinking it. Elder sister is wonderful. She simply prefers tranquility. Besides, what does it matter if she has no friends? She has me and Yingying as her sisters. Is that not sufficient?" Lin Shi acknowledged this, but added, "Yet remaining within the confines of the estate is not ideal. Your elder sister is 17. She should be thinking about marriage. She hardly ventures outside, which worries me." "Mother, elder sister is only 17. In our Dezhou, women do not marry so young. Many wed at 20. This means elder sister can remain here for another 3 years. You are worrying too soon. Even if marriage is at 20, one must still meet potential suitors beforehand. One cannot wait until 20 to begin introductions, or the better candidates will be taken." Shun Shuero, however, was unfazed. "With an elder sister as exceptional as mine, what sort of man would be unworthy of her?" "Mother, you need not fret." Lin Shi, feeling resigned, replied, "What am I discussing such matters with a young girl like you for? And why do you refer to her as your elder sister so frequently? I have heard that you visit the Bamboo Grove almost daily, sometimes even spending more time there than in my lotus courtyard." Shun Shuero chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Mother, you are even envious of my elder sister. And I am 16 now, not a little girl anymore." "Ah, indeed. Our Shuero is already 16. You and your elder sister's future suitor. Mother must take a good look," she teased. "Mother." Shun Shuero's face turned crimson. "What nonsense are you speaking? I am still young. I do not wish to marry. I want to stay by your side forever." Lin was amused, her face beaming with joy. "Very well, my dear, no marriage. You shall remain an old maid in the Shun residence." Shun Shuero shot a reproachful glance at her mother. "I will be an old maid." Lin shook her head in exasperation, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. All right, it will be as you wish." Unbeknownst to them, Two figures stealthily departed from behind a nearby rockery. Banksia, filled with concern, observed her mistress. Miss, Madame Shun intends to introduce you to someone. What shall we do? Shin Jinyuan appeared unfazed, pouting slightly, seemingly displeased. She instinctively caressed the bracelet on her left wrist, murmuring, "Who says I have no friends? I have had friends for quite some time." Banksia paused, then replied, "Indeed, miss, you have friends. Young Master Yu is your closest companion." Shin Jinyuan raised her noble head. Little Yu's 20th birthday is approaching. I must ponder what gift to present him, or he shall surely be displeased with me. Did you not find a long-lost martial arts manual previously? Would that not be an excellent gift for young Master Yu? Shin Jinyuan sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. That manual was taken by Xiao Tian. It is my fault for not storing it properly. Upon hearing this, Banksia involuntarily swallowed hard. Miss, do you realize that Xiao Tian is the head of the illustrious Shangwan family? He is already 47 years old, older than your father. The Shangwan family is not affiliated with any nation. The status of its head is rivaled only by that of the emperor of the Great Zhou. It is indeed astonishing that a young lady like you is connected to such a lineage. Chapter 7. A non-fatal affliction, no cure. As Shin Jinyuan contemplated a birthday gift for her dear friend, she strolled toward her bamboo grove. Suddenly, she collided with something and looked down to find a pair of round, sparkling eyes. It was a child, around 4 or 5 years old, somewhat frail. Yet those eyes were particularly large and dark. He had fallen, seated on the ground, gazing up at Shin Jinyuan. Where did this child come from? Banksia stepped forward, lifting the child and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Little one, who are you? The child glanced at Banksia, then at Shin Jinyuan, but remained silent before turning and running away. Hey, why is this child running? Shin Jinyuan paid it little mind as the duo returned to the bamboo grove. Miss, someone has offered 1,000 taels of gold to consult the ghost doctor. Inoue presented a black envelope to Shin Jinyuan. Without raising her gaze from the poison manual in her hands, Shin Jinyuan asked, Who? Why Yuan Marquis Xiaozhen? In the residence of the Wei Yuan Marquis. Banksia entered with tea and pastries, her expression brimming with curiosity. The second son of the Wei Yuan Marquis, Xiao Qiubai, had suffered a mishap while hunting on Mount Baihu months ago, resulting in the crippling of both his legs. It was said that numerous renowned physicians had been consulted, including several visits from the imperial doctors. All had declared his condition hopeless, leaving him unable to stand again. Miss, you have ventured to the ghost market outside the city twice recently, so it seems the Wei Yuan Marquis has set his sights on you. Banksia remarked as she offered a cup of steaming tea to Shin Jinyuan, her face alight with anticipation for praise. Shin Jinyuan smirked slightly. You seem to know quite a lot. Banksia scratched her head. Is what I said about the Wei Yuan Marquis' household not common knowledge? Why? Everyone in the capital knows of it. Her penchant for gossip remained undiminished even in the capital, and within a mere month, she had integrated seamlessly with the Shun household, often sneaking out to tea houses to listen to tales. Most of the gossip she was privy to stemmed from these outings. It was then that Shin Jinyuan accepted a letter from Inoue, contemplating for a moment before informing her, I shall personally pay a visit in 3 days. Understood. Inoue replied promptly before taking her leave. Banksia, with a cautious demeanor, inquired, Miss, why would you be inclined to assist that young marquis? Shin Jinyuan set down her cup, reflecting, the Wei Yuan Marquis' family has long defended the northern borders, loyal to the country. The men of the Qiao family have historically met their fates upon the battlefield. The current Wei Yuan Marquis remains in the capital due to the war 3 years ago against the Eastern Yin Kingdom. Outnumbered, Xiaozhen valiantly defended the borders with 50,000 troops against 100,000 of the enemy, enduring near-fatal wounds, yet ultimately achieving victory, though he lost an arm in the process. His eldest son was granted leave to govern the northern frontier in his stead to recuperate. The second son, Xiao Qiubai, possesses talents that rival his brothers, and was celebrated at a young age, with his father placing great expectations upon him. Yet, during a hunt, he fell from the mountains. Do you truly believe this was mere misfortune? Banksia furrowed her brow. Miss, do you imply that it was an assassination attempt? Shin Jinyuan shook her head. The information has been tightly sealed. Not a whisper has escaped. Banksia blinked in surprise. Not even you know, miss? Shin Jinyuan playfully flicked her forehead. Do you think your mistress is omniscient? Banksia chuckled foolishly. But my mistress knows everything. Slowly rising from her chaise, Shin Jinyuan placed a tome on the stone table. Banksia glanced at the book. Have you finished reading it, miss? Is this to be sent to the second young lady? Just then, Shun Shuuro entered the bamboo grove, her eyes bright with a smile. Shin Jinyuan acknowledged her with a slight nod. Shun Shuuro, seemingly accustomed to her elder sister's aloof demeanor, paid it no mind. She reached for the book on the stone table, the Book of Poisons. Her expression faltered. Elder sister, this seems beyond my comprehension, but, she added with a smile, I shall strive to learn. Though Shin Jinyuan had not intended to give her the tome, believing it too complex for one untrained in medicine, she conceded, thinking it would do no harm for her to peruse it. Very well, study it diligently. Shun Shuuro beamed with delight as she held the book. Though she was unable to understand it, it was a gift from her elder sister. Anything her elder sister offered, she vowed to learn with dedication. She directly seated herself beside the stone table. Elder sister, Huayan has returned. Let me take you to see him. Although the child could not speak, he was obedient, and you would surely take a liking to him. Shun Jinyuan paused for a moment, then recalled who Shun Huayan was, the legitimate son of her elder brother, Shin Yin, who was naturally unable to articulate speech. She thought of the child who had collided with her in the garden. It must have been him. No need. I have already met him. Shun Shuuro was taken aback, then smiled, surprised that her elder sister had encountered Huayan so soon. He had just returned from his maternal grandfather's house today. Shin Jinyuan nodded. Indeed, I have seen him. All right, Shun Shuuro replied obediently, and then genuinely focused on the incomprehensible book of poison scriptures before her. Banksia remained puzzled as to why this second young lady had become so attached to her master. Clearly, her master had seldom exchanged more than a few words with her. Was it merely because of the books she had gifted? Those had been sent first. Her master was merely returning the favor. However, Banksia glanced at her master, who had once again reclined to rest with her eyes closed, seemingly unbothered by the presence of the second young lady. In the Wei Yuan Marquise, Shun Jinyuan donned a dark robe, its hem billowing like the wings of a night raven, fluttering in the wind. Half her face was concealed by a gilded mask, obscuring her brows and eyes, revealing only her pale jaw and a smile that danced between amusement and mystery. The moonlight cast a slanted glow upon the mask, creating an enchanting light that rendered her akin to an ethereal visitor from the netherworld, both captivating and frigid. The silver bells hanging at her waist chimed lightly with her movements, each sound resonating perfectly with the rhythm of a heartbeat. At present, her identity was that of the ghostly physician, feared across nations, capable of reviving the dead and mending flesh and bone. The ghostly physician offered her services solely based on her mood. When she felt benevolent, she charged nothing. When in a foul temper, even mountains of gold could not compel her to act. Furthermore, the ghostly physician possessed a peculiar proclivity. She would not treat ailments that were not on the brink of death. It was rumored that there was no individual in this world whom the ghostly physician could not save. Wei Yuan Marquis Xiao Zhen and his wife, Lady Wang, hastily arrived at the hall. The steward reported that this ghostly physician had appeared suddenly within the estate. At this hour, the gates had been firmly shut, and yet not a single guard had detected her presence. Xiao Zhen felt a wave of trepidation. He truly could not fathom the nature of this formidable being he had summoned. Gazing at her slender silhouette, he was initially taken aback. But as a seasoned commander familiar with grand occasions, he quickly regained his composure. Might I presume you are the ghostly physician? Shin Jinyuan stood still, her gaze lightly resting upon the plaque in the hall, which bore the inscription, Loyalty and Honor Through the Ages. She seemed to murmur to herself, loyalty and honor, indeed, bear their weight. Xiao Zhen naturally heard her words, but refrained from interrupting. Such extraordinary individuals often possessed peculiar temperaments. Given that it was the Wei Yuan Marquis seeking assistance, it was only fitting for him to adopt a more humble demeanor. Shin Jinyuan slowly turned. My lord, you must understand my principle. I do not treat ailments unless they are fatal. Chapter 8. No life to save. Only a crippled existence, ghostly physician. Xiao Zhen had yet to respond when Lady Wang urgently interjected, her voice tinged with despair as she rushed to Shun Jinyuan's side, only to be halted by the similarly attired Yue, whose face was obscured by black iron. Lady Wang met Yue's icy gaze, momentarily taken aback, then, with a quivering voice, implored, Ghostly physician, my son's legs are crippled. He is a martial artist. I beseech you, show mercy and save my son just this once. His lifelong aspiration was to charge into battle and fight valiantly. Yet, in his current state, he finds existence more tormenting than death. Xiao Zhen, pulling Mrs. Wang close, appeared equally despondent, slightly bowing his body in a gesture of profound humility. I am acutely aware of the esteemed physician's rigorous standards for healing, but in my son's case, there appears to be no one capable of offering assistance. I have sought out every available healer, from the Imperial Court to renowned practitioners in the realm, but to no avail, which is why I have turned to the ghostly physician. I sincerely hope that the ghostly physician can understand the depths of a parent's love for their child. Xiao Zhen will surely repay this great kindness in due time. Shun Jinyuan met Xiao Zhen's gaze with an expression of indifference, stating, "My consultation fee is rather steep." Xiao Zhen nodded slightly, urging, "Please do not hesitate to speak. Esteemed physician, even if it means depleting my wealth, I shall have no regrets." Shun Jinyuan smiled faintly. "Wealth is not something I lack." Xiao Zhen stepped forward eagerly. "Whatever your request may be, esteemed physician, please voice it. If it means saving my son, I would willingly sacrifice my life." Mrs. Wang clutched Xiao Zhen's arm. Her face streaked with tears. "My lord." Shun Jinyuan's demeanor remained unchanged as he spoke the most frigid words with his beautifully shaped red lips. "The life of the Marquis is of no use to me." Xiao Zhen, with utmost seriousness, implored, "Please, esteemed physician, speak candidly. I shall do everything in my power to repay you." Shun Jinyuan chuckled lightly. "How about this? I have yet to determine my fee. If I am able to treat the second young master, will the Marquis agree to one request of mine?" Xiao Zhen furrowed his brow at the mention of a request. If it pertained to wealth or other treasures, he would find a way to procure it, but the notion of a mere request left him hesitant. Shun Jinyuan, with an expression of calm, reassured, "You need not worry, Marquis. I shall not ask for anything that would be detrimental to the Zhou or its people." Xiao Zhen hesitated, still reluctant to agree. Shun Jinyuan smiled. "There is no need for such apprehension, as I shall not demand anything that violates moral principles." Mrs. Wang, anxious, tugged at Xiao Zhen's sleeve. "My lord, the esteemed physician has spoken thus. Please agree." Xiao Zhen gently patted the back of Mrs. Wang's hand in a gesture of comfort. Meeting Shun Jinyuan's eyes, he sighed after a moment. "Very well. As long as it does not contravene morality and poses no threat to the Zhou or its citizens, I shall acquiesce." Shun Jinyuan nodded. "Then I would appreciate it if you could lead the way. Let us go see the second young master." With the objective achieved, Shun Jinyuan deemed his visit worthwhile. The couple guided him to the courtyard where Qiao Qiubai resided, the lights within still aglow. A young servant rushed out. "My lord." "My lady," Mrs. Wang inquired anxiously, "has the second young master managed to rest?" The servant, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Not at all. The second young master has been lying on the couch, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought for months now." The couple exchanged glances, each reading the shared pain and helplessness in the other's eyes. "Please tidy up and inform the second young master that the esteemed physician has arrived." "Esteemed physician?" The servant looked at Shun Jinyuan with excitement. "Yes, I shall go at once." Upon entering, Shun Jinyuan finally laid eyes on the young prodigy, Qiao Qiubai. His first impression was that of frailty. Surprisingly, Qiao Qiubai exhibited no reaction to Shun Jinyuan's arrival. Her gaze was vacant. Even though she leaned against the bed with assistance, she appeared utterly soulless and devoid of life. Shun Jinyuan spoke, pulling down the long trousers to reveal the injured area. The young servant cast a hesitant glance at Xiao Zhen, who nodded in agreement, instructing him to heed the words of the ghostly physician. The couple, witnessing their lifeless son, felt an unbearable ache in their hearts. The servant swiftly removed Qiao Qiubai's trousers, exposing his legs marred by numerous wounds. Qiao Qiubai seemed accustomed to such scenes, his expression unchanged, resembling a lifeless puppet. Shun Jinyuan took a seat by the bedside and began to meticulously examine the injuries. Although his thighs and calves were covered in ghastly scars, they were not severe. The true impediment to his standing was in his knee, shattered by internal force. The assailant had been truly cruel, aiming not for his life, but for his incapacitation. Yet, to ensure there were no hidden ailments, Shin gently brushed her fingers over the crimson mark on his wrist. Instantly, her eyes radiated like beams of light, scanning Qiao Qiubai from head to toe. The entire structure of his body, every bone, every meridian lay bare before her. This was perhaps her extraordinary ability since traversing into this realm. After a moment, she retracted her gaze. Indeed, as she had diagnosed, the key issue lay in the knee, which was not difficult to treat. Meeting Qiao Qiubai's unperturbed gaze, she pondered whether the second young master of the Qiao family had truly resigned himself to his fate. Xiao Qiubai's previously impassive expression flickered for a moment, but soon returned to its prior state. Shun Jinyuan refrained from hastily revealing her diagnosis. She felt a twinge of compassion for such a loyal descendant. She recounted the tale of a person of some repute in the martial world. A master swordsman with few rivals. 5 years ago, he was ambushed, his right hand severed and cast down a cliff. Though she saved his life, his severed hand was lost forever, beyond her reach. The world believed that after this incident, he could no longer find a place in the martial realm. However, a year ago, a master appeared in Lingnan, gaining fame with his left-handed swordsmanship. There was also another individual in the martial world, known as Bai Shaoxing, who, despite being born with crippled legs, wielded hidden weapons with unmatched skill. Shun Jinyuan's gaze was steady, her expression unchanged as she recounted these stories. Only then did Xiao Qiubai meet her eyes, devoid of sympathy, pity, mockery, or regret. Nothing at all. To him, it was the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen. Despite her mask, he found her eyes enchanting, stirring something within his previously hollow heart. He parted his lips as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Xiao Zhen, standing nearby, was surprised by Shun Jinyuan's words. Wang Shi's eyes glistened with tears as she implored, "Ghostly physician, my son." Shun Jinyuan rose slowly, casting a glance at the couple. "He can be cured." Both were taken aback. Wang Shi covered her mouth, softly weeping, while Xiao Zhen's eyes reddened. "Is that truly so? When will it be?" Shun Jinyuan glanced at the equally expectant Xiao Qiubai. "Today, I lack the necessary tools. I shall return in 3 days." Chapter 9. Am I more formidable than her? Would you like to learn? Upon exiting the Weiyuan Marquis' residence, Shun Jinyuan did not head directly back to the Shun Manor, but instead instructed Yin Yue to navigate the carriage around the city. Seated within the carriage, Shun Jinyuan was indulging in a moment of tranquility, while Yin Yu vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, her expression sharpened. "My lord, there are intruders." Shun Jinyuan kept her eyes closed, her voice calm and unperturbed. "No matter, just shake them off." "Understood." In the study of the Weiyuan Marquis residence, a shadow emerged. "My lord." Xiao Zhen lifted his gaze, inquiring, "What news?" The subordinate, bearing a look of shame, replied, "I lost track of them." Xiao Zhen sighed softly. "It is my oversight. Such a formidable individual cannot simply be dismissed. You may leave now." "Yes." At this moment, Xiao Zhen regretted his impulsiveness, uncertain whether he had offended the enigmatic physician. If it were to jeopardize his youngest son's treatment, he would indeed be filled with remorse. In the Bamboo Grove courtyard, today Shinshuero accompanied Lin to attend a banquet, thus she was absent. Observing the fine weather, neither too hot nor too cold, Shun Jinyuan instructed Banksia to set up a grill in the courtyard, where the 3 of them could enjoy barbecued meat. Banksia had been honed by Shun Jinyuan's discerning palate, her culinary skills rivaling even those of the Imperial kitchen. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted far beyond the Bamboo Grove, enticing the passing maids and servants, their mouths watering. "What delectable fare is being prepared in the young lady's courtyard? It smells exquisite. It must be meat. Only meat could possess such a fragrance. It is far superior to what is prepared in the kitchen. I wish to sneak a glance." The young lady cherishes her solitude. The master and mistress have repeatedly instructed us not to disturb her. Do you dare intrude? I do not, but the scent is irresistible. Having finished her meal, Shun Jinyuan was sipping on hot tea when her ears perked up, her gaze drawn to a flowering crabapple tree in the courtyard. Yin, sensing something amiss, approached the tree. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." Banksia, busy with preparations, looked at Yin in confusion. "Sister Yin, what is the matter?" When no response came, Yin tone grew colder. "If you do not reveal yourself, do not blame me." At that moment, a small figure timidly emerged from behind the crabapple tree. It was Shun Huayan. Although Yin had never seen Shun Huayan, she was aware of the child's existence in the Shun household. She glanced at her mistress, who was equally surprised by the child's presence. "Come here," Shun Jinyuan beckoned. Shun Huayan, with his round, curious eyes, gazed at Shun Jinyuan, seemingly assessing something. He took small steps toward her, but halted a few paces away. "Come closer." Shun Jinyuan's voice was gentle, devoid of discernible emotion. The child examined her for a moment, then stepped forward. Shun Jinyuan regarded the frail boy, finding him rather endearing. Perhaps due to their blood connection, she reached out to stroke his small head. "Are you lost?" Shun Huayan shook his head. "Then why are you here?" Shun Huayan blinked his large eyes, offering no reply. "Did you come to find me?" He blinked again, slowly extending his right hand, revealing a candied hawthorn wrapped in a handkerchief. Shun Jinyuan smiled, recalling how her elder brother frequently sent her candied hawthorns, claiming they were her favorite as a child. "Oh, so you truly came to seek me out, this pair of father and son," she mused. "Is this for me?" Shun Huayan nodded. Shun Jinyuan lifted her delicate hand and picked up the glistening candied hawthorn, taking a bite. The taste was tart, yet for some inexplicable reason, upon meeting the child's round, bright eyes, she finished it in 2 more bites. She then pinched his slightly chubby cheeks, noting that despite his frail appearance, he still had a bit of flesh on his face. "Delicious," she remarked. Shun Huayan shyly smiled, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. His dark, glistening eyes caught sight of the pastries on the stone table, and they sparkled with excitement. "Would you like some?" Shun Jinyuan inquired. Shun Huayan pressed his lips together, neither nodding nor shaking his head. However, as a child, he couldn't hide his emotions. She noticed him swallow slightly, prompting a smile from her. She handed him a piece of lotus flower pastry. "Here, eat." Bansha stood beside Inyue, holding a skewer of roasted meat. "Sister, look, the young lady is smiling. She seems to quite like this little master." "Indeed," Shun Jinyuan replied, observing that he was merely watching without eating. "What is the matter?" Shun Huayan lowered his head slightly, his expression seemingly forlorn. Shun Jinyuan studied him, frowning slightly. It was quite a challenge to decipher a child's thoughts. The inability to articulate made the situation rather inconvenient. She directly took the child's hand, her fingers probing for his pulse. Shun Huayan stood still, his eyes fixated on Shun Jinyuan's hand. Inyue and Bansha exchanged surprised glances. Their mistress rarely offered her medical expertise to others. "Ah, but this child is not just anyone. He is family," they mused. Moments later, Shun Jinyuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Everything seemed normal. She then tilted Shun Huayan's chin, prompting him to open his mouth. His dark pupils locked onto hers, and after a few moments, he slowly parted his lips. Upon careful examination, Shun Jinyuan found nothing amiss. Even his vocal cords appeared undamaged. She gradually released him, her left hand unconsciously brushing the red mark on her right wrist, her gaze sweeping over the child from head to toe. Other than his frailty, he showed no signs of any issues. Why then, can he not speak? Is it a psychological matter? Given the Shun family's concern for him, it shouldn't be the case. She met Shun Huayan's eyes. "Do you know who I am?" He nodded. "Call me Aunt." Shun Huayan gazed at her in silence. Bansha and Inyue exchanged puzzled looks. Even they knew this young master was born mute. How could their mistress be unaware? Shun Jinyuan maintained a neutral expression, continuing to look at him. "Call me Aunt, and I can have Bansha prepare many pastries you've never tried before." Shun Huayan remained wide-eyed, showing no reaction. "I can also teach you to read and write." Bansha's lips twitched. She thought, which 4- or 5-year-old child would enjoy studying and writing? This is not how one entertains a child. "I could teach you chess, medicine, martial arts." At this, a flicker of interest finally crossed Shun Huayan's expression. Shun Jinyuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Do you wish to learn martial arts?" Shun Huayan blinked his large, round eyes, his gaze reflecting curiosity at that moment. "Inyue, fly for a bit." Upon hearing her command, Inyue's lips twitched, yet without hesitation, she executed the action, lightly leaping to the rooftop and even soaring back and forth several times. The interest in Shun Huayan's eyes became increasingly evident, even as her small fists clenched in anticipation. Shun Jinyuan raised her head proudly, exuding an air of superiority, as if to say, "I am far more capable than you. Do you wish to learn?" Her demeanor evoked barely suppressed laughter from Bansha and Inyue, though Inyue maintained her composure, a subtle smile glimmering in her eyes. Bansha, however, could no longer contain herself and let out a light chuckle. A sharp glance from Shun Jinyuan silenced her immediately, prompting Bansha to cover her mouth in restraint. Shun Huayan observed them, casting curious glances at both Bansha and Inyue, perplexed by their amusement. Shun Jinyuan gently tapped Shun Huayan's forehead, declaring, "There is but one chance. Call me Aunt, and I shall teach you." Time passed, long enough for Bansha to finish her skewer and begin tidying up. Suddenly, a hoarse, childlike voice broke the silence, calling out Aunt. The sound of something heavy thudding to the ground echoed as both Shun Jinyuan and Shun Huayan turned simultaneously to the source of the noise. Shun Yin appeared, visibly excited, with tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed intently at Shun Huayan. Once he regained his composure, he rushed over, scooping her into his arms, exclaiming, "Ain, you can speak. You can speak." Shun Huayan, enveloped in her father's embrace, furrowed her brow slightly. His grip was too tight, making it difficult for her to breathe. Shun Jinyuan, witnessing her brother's uncharacteristic display of emotion, promptly rescued Shun Huayan from his grasp, admonishing, "Brother, you are holding too tightly." Only then did Shun Yin notice Shun Huayan's flushed cheeks and the rapid rise and fall of her little chest. He quickly tempered his excitement, saying, "Inin, it is my fault. I was too overjoyed. Will you call me father?" At that moment, cradled in Shun Jinyuan's arms, Shun Huayan remained silent. Her gaze fixed on Shun Yin for a long while. Shun Yin grew anxious, imploring, "I just heard you call your aunt. I am your father. Won't you say it?" Shun Huayan, feeling the urgency in Shun Yin's tone, instinctively wrapped her small arms around Shun Jinyuan's neck, retreating further into her embrace. For some reason, this reaction filled Shun Jinyuan with delight. "Humph, this child has good taste. She clearly favors me." After much coaxing, Shun Huayan still did not utter the word father, leaving Shun Yin despondent. He even began to doubt whether he had truly heard her call out to her aunt. Shun Jinyuan gently lifted Shun Huayan's chin, encouraging, "Call me aunt." Shun Huayan raised her eyes to meet hers and replied, "Aunt," her voice clearer and more resolute than before. Shun Jinyuan's pride swelled. Casting a triumphant glance at Shun Yin, who now felt increasingly unsettled, even harboring jealousy towards his sister. Why did their child seem closer to her than to him? This news rapidly spread throughout the Shun residence, reaching even Shen Wei, who arrived post-haste. Yet, Shun Huayan continued to refrain from addressing anyone else, save for Shun Jinyuan. Despite the disappointment, everyone remained elated that Shun Huayan was not mute. She could speak. "Brother," which doctor claimed that Nin was born unable to speak. Shun Yin had come to terms with the reality that his son was closer to his sister, only calling her by name. He cast a wistful glance at Shun Jinyuan, reflecting, "Nin has not cried since birth." Later, we consulted numerous physicians, even the royal court's esteemed doctors, yet none could discern the cause of the ailment. We even sought the services of a specialist in incantations, pondering whether it might yield results, but to no avail. "So, you have concluded that he is mute?" Shun Jinyuan furrowed his brows, deeming this rather imprudent. Lin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, after years of concern for her little grandson. To learn today that he is capable of speech filled her with overwhelming emotion. "We have exhausted every possible remedy, even many folk remedies, all without success." Shun Yin sighed, his expression one of despondency, lamenting his inadequacy as a father. Ultimately, Shun Wei spoke. "In light of this, it appears Nin's health is sound. He can indeed speak. Regardless of the reasons, this is fortuitous news for us. As for encouraging him to express himself," he glanced at Shun Jinyuan, "Wan. This child seems to be fond of you. Perhaps you could spend more time with him?" Shun Jinyuan did not immediately acquiesce, asking if Nin had received any early education. Shun Yin was taken aback, but shook his head, stating that he had not. Shun Jinyuan nodded. "Very well, let him move to my courtyard. I shall provide him with that education." Shen Wei glanced at his silent eldest son, stroked his beard, and remained silent. Shen Qingshan interjected at the opportune moment. Wan. Nin is a boy. Is it necessary to segregate by gender at such a tender age?" Shun Yin turned to Shen Qingshan. "Father, let Nin move to Wan's courtyard. He is quite fond of her, and perhaps she might find a way to help him gradually learn to speak. Living in the same courtyard would also allow for better care. As for his education," he looked towards Shen Jinyuan. "Should we wait until Nin shows some improvement before seeking a dedicated tutor?" Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a lack of trust in her. However, it mattered little. Within her courtyard, she would teach as she pleased, and no one had the authority to dictate otherwise. "I shall heed my elder brother's counsel." Shen Wei smiled at Shen Jinyuan. "I recall Wan mentioned her knowledge of medicine, and I have heard from your father that you are quite fond of reading. What sorts of books do you usually read?" Shen Jinyuan replied nonchalantly, "Just some casual reading to pass the time." "Ah," Shen Wei nodded. "That is a commendable habit. There are many books in grandfather's collection. Should you be interested, you may peruse them." Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. "Your study?" Noticing his granddaughter's interest, Shen Wei beamed with paternal affection. "Indeed. May I go freely?" Shen Qingshan furrowed his brows. Wan. But Shen Wei swiftly gestured to silence him. Meeting Shen Jinyuan's inquiring gaze, "While grandfather is present, you may." Shen Jinyuan nodded, rising at once. "Very well, let us go now." She had already finished the books she brought, and those sent for retrieval would not return promptly. The ones purchased by Bansha were uninteresting. Shenwei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You truly do love your reading. In the depths of night, at the Wei Yuan Marquis's residence, Xiao Zhan paced restlessly within his chamber. Having waited 3 days, if the ghostly physician were to honor his word, he should arrive today. Yet, recalling the events of that fateful day, he was beset with worry. Would the ghostly physician withhold his services as a result? At this moment, he regretted his impulsive actions more than ever. If such a misstep truly severed the sole possibility for his youngest son to stand again, he would find it utterly unforgivable. Wang was equally anxious. My lord, he said, the esteemed ghost doctor. Xiao Zhan sighed and was about to speak when the butler hurried in, wearing a look of delight. My lord, madam, the esteemed ghost doctor has arrived and is currently in the second young master's courtyard. Xiao Zhan's face brightened. Really? How could I dare deceive you? The esteemed doctor is indeed in the young master's courtyard, the butler replied. The couple exchanged a glance and swiftly made their way to their son's quarters. Today, Xiao Qiubai appeared much more spirited than he had 3 days prior when Shen Jinyuan had visited. Leaning against the bed, he offered a slight bow to Shen Jinyuan. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed ghost doctor. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow, noting, you certainly look more like a living person today. Xiao Qiubai chuckled wryly. It was my own narrow-mindedness. I owe a great deal to your guidance, esteemed ghost doctor. Xiao Qiubai, the legitimate second son of the Wei Yuan Marquis, was styled Ziheng. Shen Jinyuan nodded. It was worth my words. Xiao Qiubai was taken aback and then smiled, this time with a hint of sincerity. Chapter 11. She possesses the capital for arrogance. The couple soon arrived. Thank you, esteemed ghost doctor, for putting aside past grievances to treat my son. Xiao Zhan's attitude was profoundly respectful, devoid of any arrogance befitting a superior. He cast a glance at the butler, who promptly presented a black silk box. Shen Jinyuan frowned slightly. What does the Marquis mean by this? The agreed fee for consultation was not. She cast a light laugh at the box in the butler's hands, making no move to accept it. Xiao Zhan quickly clarified. Esteemed ghost doctor, please do not misunderstand. I, Xiao Zhan, am not someone who fails to honor his promises. This is a millennium-old Tianshan snow lotus. A token of apology for my earlier rashness. I hope you can forgive me. A millennium-old Tianshan snow lotus. Shen Jinyuan opened the box and took a glance. Ah, splendid. Now I have a gift for Xiao Yu's birthday. She exchanged a glance with Yin, who immediately understood and accepted the box. Xiao Zhan then sighed in relief. Glad she was willing to accept. Such a remarkable figure must not be offended, especially one of such medical prowess. I appreciate the Marquis's concern for the second young master, she stated, her demeanor shifting abruptly, each word deliberate, but this will be the only occasion. Xiao Zhan was taken aback by the ghost doctor's transformation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yes, esteemed ghost doctor, rest assured. Good. Shen Jinyuan turned her attention to Xiao Qiubai. Before we proceed with treatment, I must first explain my plan. Xiao Qiubai's gaze was resolute. Esteemed ghost doctor, please proceed. The reason your legs can no longer support you is that your knees have been shattered by internal force and cannot be restored. Over the past few months, although the shattered bones cannot heal, they have improperly fused. Thus, Shen Jinyuan glanced at Xiao Zhan and his wife. We must re-break the bones using internal force to reset them, and I will then mend them for proper restoration. The parties involved remained silent, but Wang was the first to panic. Re-break the bones? She looked at Xiao Qiubai with reddened eyes. Esteemed ghost doctor, how can this be? Shen Jinyuan's expression remained unchanged. This is the only method. To restore the misaligned bones to their rightful place is imperative. Xiao Zhan's demeanor turned serious. Then, esteemed ghost doctor, what is your level of confidence? Shen Jinyuan turned to face the Wei Yuan Marquis, a charming smile gracing her lips. I have complete confidence. In the room, everyone except Yin was taken aback. No physician in the world would ever claim to have absolute certainty regarding a patient's recovery. Such an audacious tone, yet this individual is a legendary healer. She possesses the audacity to be so. Xiao Qiubai spoke first. In that case, esteemed healer, please commence. Wang Shi wore a worried expression, while Ziheng. Xiao Qiubai turned to his mother with a radiant smile. Mother, do not fret. I have endured enough as a mere shadow of my former self these past few months. I yearn to rise again, and I am prepared to endure any hardship. You need not worry for me. Wang Shi's eyes glistened with tears, knowing she could not dissuade her son. She turned to Shun Jinyuan, esteemed healer. Is there no other way to alleviate his suffering? Shun Jinyuan began to unpack her medical kit, displaying sharp instruments that startled Wang Shi even more. Without lifting her gaze, Shun Jinyuan replied, there are alternatives, but I do not recommend them, as they may hinder the recovery of the wounds. Then we shall forego them, Qiao Qiubai declared resolutely. He looked towards his parents. Father, mother, I do not fear this pain. Wang Shi wished to argue further, but was restrained by Qiao Zhen's comforting embrace. Enough. As a martial artist, one must endure what others cannot. Wang Shi pushed Qiao Zhen away in frustration. He is my son, flesh of my flesh. You speak so lightly of it, but Zhong Yuan has already gone to the northern frontier. Now, even Ziheng. I ache for him. As a mother, am I not entitled to grieve for my own child? Does he not feel pain? Qiao Zhen's eldest son, Qiao Feihong, style Zhong Yuan, had been defending the border for 3 years. Qiao Zhen gritted his teeth, remaining silent. What could he say? The Wei Yuan Marquisate had long been tasked with safeguarding the northern territories, protecting the citizens of the Great Zhou from harm. This was their solemn duty. As the Marquis, every decision he made was deemed correct. Yet, as a father, he felt a pang of guilt. Qiao Qiubai's complexion was already pale. He gazed at Wang Shi. His eyes filled with reluctance. Mother, do not be sorrowful, nor should you blame father. This is my own choice. Wang Shi's lips trembled as she met Qiao Qiubai's steadfast gaze. Ultimately unable to contain her emotions, she collapsed into Qiao Zhen's embrace, weeping profusely. Shun Jinyuan turned to meet Qiao Zhen's eyes. My lord, it would be best for you and the lady to step outside. Your presence may hinder my treatment. Qiao Zhen nodded, using his remaining arm to carry Wang Shi out. Even Yingyue, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, the martial family so revered in the eyes of the world. Yet, Shun Jinyuan glanced at the young servant attending to Qiao Qiubai, commanding, remove your young master's trousers and prepare some hot water, strong liquor, and clean cloth strips. The servant swallowed hard upon seeing the gleaming instruments laid out by Shun Jinyuan. Yes, the efficiency of the Wei Yuan Marquisate was remarkable. Within a quarter of an hour, everything was assembled. Shun Jinyuan looked at Qiao Qiubai. Are you ready to begin? Qiao Qiubai took a deep breath. Yes. Shun Jinyuan exchanged a glance with Yingyue, who nodded. Then, without removing her shoes, she climbed onto Qiao Qiubai's bed, restraining half of his body. Qiao Qiubai was taken aback by this action, gazing at the masked woman before him, feeling somewhat uneasy. Seemingly understanding his thoughts, Shun Jinyuan reassured him. I fear you may not withstand the pain and move, thus affecting my treatment. Qiao Qiubai unconsciously swallowed and nodded slightly. Those of the martial world did not concern themselves with such formalities, and he understood. Shun Jinyuan gazed at him, and suddenly her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly struck Qiao Qiubai's knees. A nearby servant, completely startled, collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. In the courtyard, Qiao Zhen and Madame Wang both trembled. Madame Wang covered her mouth with a handkerchief, tears cascading down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiubai lay on the bed, his complexion resembling that of a ghost, his facial muscles twitching, and sweat pouring from him as if he had been doused with water. After a single anguished scream, he clenched his teeth and endured, his expression contorted in agony. As a healer, Shun Jinyuan seemed accustomed to such scenes, her demeanor remaining composed. I must set your bones now, a process that will be more excruciating than before. I possess a special elixir to alleviate the pain. No, I do not require it. Qiao Qiubai interrupted, his lips bloodied from biting down too hard. He had heard her mention that this substance could hinder the recovery of his legs, and he was resolute in his decision. Shun Jinyuan did not press further. She exchanged a glance with Yingyue and commenced her work. Time stretched interminably, and those waiting in the courtyard felt as though they were living through years. The occasional sounds of agonized groans aged the parents by a decade in mere moments. For the first time, Qiao Zhen wished fervently that he were an ordinary man. After 2 hours, Shun Jinyuan exhaled deeply, her hands smeared with blood, and even her face bore splatters, resembling a demonic figure from hell. She walked slowly to the side to cleanse her hands. Yingyue also rose from the bed. Qiao Qiubai had entirely lost consciousness, requiring no further control from her. She poured a cup of hot tea for Shun Jinyuan. Mistress, please drink. Shun Jinyuan accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp. She, too, felt fatigued and was disinclined to speak. The servant lay beside the bed, anxiously watching Qiao Qiubai. His legs were bound and secured with wooden planks, but the young master remained unconscious. Was this a success? Yet he dared not inquire of Shen Jinyuan, for this enigmatic healer was truly terrifying. Yin cast him a glance, slightly frowning. Please invite the Lord and Lady in. The servant stumbled out, and soon, the Wei Yuan Marquis and Madame Wang entered. The couple gazed at the unconscious Qiao Qiubai, then turned their expectant eyes toward Shen Jinyuan, who was diligently writing at the desk. Neither dared to interrupt her. Shen Jinyuan, weary and looking unwell, set down her brush. The treatment was quite successful. I have compiled a list of care instructions for you. Please tend to him diligently. Several porcelain vials of various sizes lay on the table, containing topical medications, the usage of which she had explicitly detailed. Seek a trusted physician to change the dressings daily. The internal medicine I have provided is sufficient for 5 days. I will arrange for more to be delivered thereafter. Madame Wang wept inconsolably at Qiao Qiubai's bedside, while Qiao Zhen's eyes glistened with fervor. Thank you, esteemed healer. There is no need for thanks. I am compensated for my services, Shen Jinyuan replied. Qiao Zhen felt considerably relieved, shaking his head with a smile. Indeed. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the unconscious Qiao Qiubai. He will awaken by noon at the latest tomorrow. It is entirely normal for him to experience pain at the wound site. However, the second young master, being the descendant of a martial general, will surely endure this remaining discomfort. My task is now complete. I shall not intrude further. Thank you, esteemed healer. Yin carefully stored away Shen Jinyuan's medicinal box, and Shen Jinyuan stood up and departed. Upon reaching the door, she turned back to gaze at Qiao Zhen. My lord, considering the long-standing service of the Wei Yuan Marquis to the people, I shall impart a piece of information to you. Qiao Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly. Please, go ahead. The one who harmed the second young master employs the white-bone eagle claw technique, a skill known only to one individual in the martial world. Qiao Zhen's eyes sharpened. Who? The leader of the Phantom Pavilion, Qin Tian. A fierce glint flashed in Qiao Zhen's gaze as he clenched his left fist tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Thank you, esteemed ghost physician, for the warning. This information is of great significance to me. Shen Jinyuan smiled with a hint of amusement, sensing that the Marquis had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Qiao Zhen was momentarily stunned, meeting Shen Jinyuan's inscrutable gaze from beneath her mask. I beseech you, esteemed ghost physician, to elucidate further. Shen Jinyuan crossed her arms and spoke with a trace of nonchalance. Though the Phantom Pavilion is a faction of the martial world, Qin Tian's wife hails from the Eastern Yan Kingdom. Her precise identity remains unknown. Qiao Zhen stiffened, recalling that 3 years prior, he had lost an arm, yet had managed to repel the Eastern Yan forces. In the ensuing years, General Qiao had maintained peace at the northern borders, with only minor skirmishes. Now, with an attack on the second young master, what do you believe their intentions might be? A terrifying light flickered in Qiao Zhen's eyes, realizing he had been careless. Do the Eastern Yan forces seek to return? Where do they find their audacity? If this information holds true, it is imperative to discuss this with the emperor and prepare accordingly. Before Qiao Zhen could react, Shen Jinyuan threw a porcelain vial towards him. He caught it, his expression filled with confusion as he regarded this elusive ghost physician. This is a revitalizing pill I concocted. It can save a life at a critical moment. You may send this pill to the northern borders for General Qiao. Qiao Zhen was taken aback. Are you implying that they will? As for that, I cannot say. It would be prudent for you to investigate further. I have a fondness for your millennium-old Tianshan Snow Lotus. Consider this revitalizing pill a gift from me to you. After Shen Jinyuan departed from the Wei Yuan Marquis, she was no longer concerned with subsequent events. Today, she had shown a rare moment of compassion, feeling quite satisfied as she gazed at the Tianshan Snow Lotus in its ornate box. Miss, is this Snow Lotus truly so precious? You even gifted the Wei Yuan Marquis a revitalizing pill. Shen Jinyuan shook her head. No matter how valuable, the Tianshan Snow Lotus cannot compare to my revitalizing pill. However, I intend to prepare some healing salves for Xiao Yu. This Snow Lotus will prove quite useful. Is it a birthday gift for young Master Yu? Indeed. Over the past 2 years, he has requested healing salves the most. If I utilize this Snow Lotus in my concoction, the results will far surpass previous remedies, and he will surely appreciate it. Inu nodded. Strangely enough, with young Master Yu's skills, how many in the martial world could rival him? Why does he require so many healing salves? Shen Jinyuan sighed softly. Xiao Yu is my only friend. although he has never openly stated it. He has never concealed anything from me either. For the past 2 years, he has been stationed at Pingyang Pass, seemingly assisting the National Guardian General's household. I wonder what connection he has there. He should have received the letter I sent him last time, shouldn't he? At Pingyang Pass, within the military camp, young general. The healing salves have been exhausted. Should I? Xiao Qian, a concerned personal guard, looked anxiously at the young general. The young general, whose visage radiated gentleness, gazed at the letter with an expression of calm. He was bare-chested, revealing his healthy honey-toned skin, marred by a long, gruesome wound on his back, bloodied and alarming. His striking features were remarkable, his brows like strokes of ink, and his eyes, akin to polished ebony, held irises of a pale amber hue. Well, let us first apply the medicine prescribed by the military physician. He spoke in a clear voice, devoid of the usual chill, suggesting his spirits were quite elevated at that moment. Upon finishing the letter, he let out a soft sigh. Yuan has unexpectedly ventured to the capital to acknowledge her kin? Who could it be? The contents of the letter were rather simplistic. He needed further clarification. The young general, Qi Mufeng, was the sole progeny of Princess Xianyuan Nanxing of the Great Zhou and General Qi Han, the valiant protector of the nation. The Emperor of Great Zhou was his maternal uncle. Emperor Xianyuan Che and Princess Xianyuan Nanxing were siblings, sharing the same mother. During their youth, they were both overlooked. Yet they supported each other until Xianyuan Che ascended the throne. The emperor placed immense trust in his sister, allowing her to marry the general without retracting the military powers of her household, a testament to his unwavering confidence. Qi Mufeng, the princess's only son, was the recipient of boundless affection, a figure of audacity in the capital, unperturbed even by the emperor's other sons. This was hardly surprising, given the doting nature of his imperial uncle, who was ever willing to fulfill his requests. At the tender age of 3, he was taken as a disciple by the esteemed hermit, Master Yisun, and spent his days in study, wandering the world, resulting in his limited time spent in the capital. Nonetheless, during his brief sojourns, he often turned the city upside down, instilling fear in those who heard his name. With great haste, Qi Mufeng penned a reply, which was to be expedited to the Sansheng Hall in the capital. Yes, General. Chapter 13. Is our master preparing to take on disciples? In the Shun residence. Within the Bamboo Grove courtyard, Shun Jinyuan sat in the corridor, engrossed in a book, while Shun Huayan practiced calligraphy beside her. Having recently moved to the Bamboo Grove, Shun Huayan appeared to have gained a bit of roundness, a transformation attributed entirely to Banksia, who tirelessly concocted various delicacies favored by children, successfully coaxing the previously picky eater to gain some weight. Even the garments worn by Shun Huayan were newly tailored, not crafted by the household seamstress, but commissioned by Shin Jinyuan from an external artisan. The fabric, though seemingly unremarkable, was of a quality that those with discerning taste would recognize as unattainable by mere wealth. Additionally, the writing instruments and materials he utilized were all provided by Shin Jinyuan, not belonging to the Shin household. Banksia, brewing tea nearby, observed the affectionate dynamic between the aunt and nephew. Her young mistress treated the young master of the Shun family exceptionally well, providing him with the finest provisions, all funded from her own purse. Although the Shun family was a prominent household, not lacking in silver, such exquisite items were seldom used. For instance, the inkstone employed by the young master was said to be identical to one used by the emperor himself, as whispered by Sister Yinhua. Furthermore, his attire was crafted from cloud-patterned brocade, which was produced in limited quantities each year, mostly reserved for the palace. Yet, the colors chosen by the young mistress were deliberately understated, making it unlikely for anyone to discern their true value. Occasionally, Shin Jinyuan cast a glance at Shin Huayan, gently correcting his posture. Most of the time, they hardly spoke, as if a tacit understanding existed between them, allowing for an atmosphere of harmony without disturbance. When Shun Shuoro arrived, this was the scene that greeted her, stirring a hint of envy within her. Not long ago, she had been the one seated beside the elder sister. The elder sister, Shun Jinyuan, donned a delicate pink dress, exuding an air of grace. Behind her, the maid Xiao Tao held a food box and bowed respectfully to Shin Jinyuan. Shin Jinyuan set down the book in her hands, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she invited Shun Shuoro to sit. Bansha promptly placed her belongings aside and brought over a chair for Shin Shuoro. Miss Second, please take a seat. With a smile, Shin Shuoro sat down and gestured for Xiao Tao to unveil the contents of the food box. Today, I attempted to make some pastries using the methods Bansha taught me, for you to taste, sister. Shin Jinyuan poured a cup of tea for Shin Shuero and then turned to Shun Huayan. Take a moment to rest and enjoy some pastries. Shun Huayan, with wide, innocent eyes, set down his brush and stood beside Shin Jinyuan, gazing at the neatly arranged pastries on the stone table. However, he merely observed without reaching out for any. Shin Shuero offered him a piece of osmanthus cake. Here, try the osmanthus cake made by your aunt. Shun Huan glanced at Shun Jinyuan before accepting it and immediately passed it to her, eliciting a wave of envy in Shin Shuero. He truly knows how to be considerate, offering the first piece of osmanthus cake to his elder sister. Shun Jinyuan chuckled softly, glancing at the osmanthus cake in her palm. She playfully pinched Shun Huayan's chubby little face. Ah, you are quite picky. She then took a small bite of the cake, noting it could use a touch less sugar. Shun Shuero's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, Inyu entered, slightly bowing toward Shin Jinyuan. Miss, the items have been delivered. Shin Jinyuan nodded, offering no further comment. Meanwhile, Shun Huan noticed Inyu's arrival and scampered over, standing before her with his round, curious eyes fixed upon her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, Inyu allowed him to observe her. Shin Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you writing anymore? Shun Huan nodded. Would you like Inyu to teach you? Initially shaking his head, he then nodded, his gaze toward Shin Jinyuan tinged with a hint of grievance. He wished for Shun Jinyuan to teach him, but alas, she was too lazy, so he had to learn from Inyu first. Huh, she said, glancing at Inyu. Take him to practice stances. Inyu's lips twitched as she led the little one aside for training. In recent days, she had taken on the additional responsibility of teaching the young master martial arts. Such a small fellow, so frail, had managed to endure squatting for a quarter of an hour on his first attempt, only to end up trembling at the end. Yet, he returned the next day, and the day after that. Shun Shuero watched Shun Huayan with a sense of admiration. Because of his poor health, everyone in the household is quite anxious about him. His food and supplies are extremely meticulous, yet he remains so frail and falls ill at the slightest provocation. It's only been a few days since he came to stay with his elder sister, and he already seems so different. Shin Jinyuan observed the small figure before her, her mood brightening. What brings you here today? I see Xiao Tao still has 2 books in hand, suggesting you must have some questions. Shin Shuero had grown accustomed to Shin Jinyuan's demeanor, feeling a sense of understanding from her older sister. It was regarding the toxicology book from that day. There were 2 items whose origins eluded her, and she wished to inquire about them from her sister. What are they? Shin Shuero opened the book, revealing the names of 2 plants, soul spirit grass and snakebone flower. She had noticed these 2 ingredients listed in the formula for the red flame poison. Yet despite her extensive research, she had found no information on them. Instead of directly answering her query, Shin Jinyuan asked, "Are you interested in poisons?" Shin Shuero's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "It's not so much about poisons. I found that medical book quite intriguing. Would you like to learn?" Shin Shuero's eyes widened in astonishment. Can I? She was aware that her older sister possessed medical skills, though the extent of her expertise remained a mystery to her. Nevertheless, after spending time together, she had developed a profound respect for Shun Jinyuan, who, despite her modest nature and tendency to remain indoors, exuded an air of knowledge and capability that Shun Shuero admired. Studying medicine is arduous, Shin Jinyuan cautioned. Shun Shuero, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, responded, "I am not afraid of hard work." Nearby, Banksia and Inue observed the exchange, whispering to one another, first the young master, and now the second young lady. Is our master contemplating taking on apprentices? Shun Jinyuan nodded, explaining, soul spirit grass typically thrives in damp, shady locales. Its leaves resemble a fan, exhibiting a purplish-red hue and a sour taste. While it is not inherently toxic, it often appears in highly poisonous formulas due to its excellent harmonizing properties, stabilizing the toxicity at its peak. As for the snakebone flower, it is actually not a flower but a rhizomatous plant, hidden beneath the soil when fully extracted. Its roots resemble the body of a snake, adorned with a striking crimson fibrous material, resembling a flower, hence its name. It is inherently poisonous and can induce hallucinations. Shin Shuero was momentarily taken aback by the depth of Shun Jinyuan's knowledge, marveling at her sister's expertise. Noticing her silence, Shin Jinyuan inquired, "Have you remembered all this?" "Ah," Shun Shuero finally responded, her face slightly flushed. I remember. Shin Jinyuan let out a soft sigh and, turning to enter her room, re-emerged with 2 additional books in hand, saying, "Take these to study." Chapter 14. Only young master, you can bring such joy to the young lady. Shinshiro beamed with happiness as she clutched the 2 books, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, big sister." Shin Jinyuan maintained her composure, reminding her, learning medicine is not a simple endeavor. "I will first gather some foundational texts for you. We shall proceed gradually." Shinshiro's gaze was filled with admiration for her elder, leading one to believe that Shin Jinyuan was indeed a revered elder in her eyes. As night fell, Shin Jinyuan busied herself in her small apothecary, concocting her medicinal salves. In her brief 2 months at the Shun residence, the apothecary had become well-stocked, thanks to Banksia and Inue's discreet efforts. Consequently, the rest of the household remained unaware of the existence of this little sanctuary, and Shun Jinyuan could only find solace here during the quiet hours of the night. After a considerable time had elapsed, she gazed contentedly at the array of porcelain vials on her table, pleased to have completed her work. On the 9th day of August, it is Xiaoyu's birthday, and with less than 20 days remaining, sending something to Pingyang Pass would be more than sufficient. At this moment, Inue entered. "Miss, a letter from young Master Yu." A glimmer of joy flashed in Shun Jinyuan's eyes. "A letter from Xiaoyu? Hand it to me." Inue exchanged a knowing glance with the waiting Banksia, both of them sharing a smile. "For only young master you could bring such happiness to the Mississippi." Shin Jinyuan read the letter with great eagerness, quickly finishing it. "Perfect. I can send my reply alongside the birthday gift." She revealed her familial identity without reservation, clearly stating everything in the letter, including her intention not to stay here for long. She also mentioned recent events, concluding with a simple wish for a happy birthday. As soon as she finished writing, Shin Jinyuan furrowed her brow and gazed out of the window. Inue immediately sensed something amiss. "Miss, allow me to investigate." Shin Jinyuan nodded. "Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal yourself." "Understood." Inue took her sword and departed. Banksia, feeling anxious, leaned closer to Shin Jinyuan. "Miss, what is troubling you?" Shin Jinyuan calmly folded the letter, placed it in an envelope, and sealed it with wax. "Just a minor thief." Before long, Inue returned, her expression somewhat grim. Shin Jinyuan was taken aback. Inue was not easily swayed by emotions. "What happened?" Inue handed a stack of letters to Shin Jinyuan. The individual just now was quite skilled. Even the guards and the few hidden guards by Lord Shun did not notice. They concealed these letters in Lord Shin's study. I deemed the situation serious and retrieved them after they left. Shin Jinyuan opened the letters one by one, her expression growing colder. "Oh, the 3rd prince and the crown prince are locked in a deadly struggle. My grandfather is aligned with the crown prince, so it is only natural that he becomes embroiled in this. But the 3rd prince employs foul tactics, treason and collusion. He aims to plunge the entire Shin family into despair." Inue's eyes turned icy. "I shall head to the 3rd prince's residence and eliminate him at once." Shin Jinyuan slowly curved her lips into a smile. "This is a matter of the Dezhou court. Let us refrain from involving ourselves if we can." "But the Shin family is your home," Inue protested. Shin Jinyuan sighed softly. "Deliver these letters to my grandfather, but be discreet. Do not let him discover that it was you who delivered them." "Understood." The next day, the Emperor of Dezhou was furious, and unease spread among the officials in the court. The 3rd prince's faction had implicated the Grand Secretary Shin Wei, accusing him of forming cliques for personal gain, condoning bribery among relatives, and abducting common women. This was not the gravest charge. There were even accusations of treason against him. The emperor dispatched the Imperial Guard to surround the Shun residence and search for evidence. Shin Qingshan and his father Shin Wei were immediately taken into custody, awaiting their fate. At this moment, only the 2nd branch's master Shun Anian and the 1st branch's eldest son Shun Yin remained in the household, while the rest were women. Madame Lin, her face pale, clutched Shun Jinyuan's hand, trembling with fear, yet trying to reassure her. "Do not be afraid, my dear. Everything will be all right. Your grandfather and father will surely find a solution." As the Imperial Guard ransacked the residence, fierce and menacing, Shun Shuoro and Shun Yinging wept quietly. Madame Li sheltered Shin Yinging behind her, while Madame Lin drew Shin Shuoro close, staying together with Shin Jinyuan. At this moment, the situation remained unclear, leaving them to wait within the residence. Shun Huayan, cradled in Shun Yan's arms, appeared unafraid, her eyes observing the bustling soldiers, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the circumstances. Shun Shuoro, trembling, grasped Shin Jinyuan's hand. "Elder sister, do you think there will be trouble with grandfather and father?" Shen Jinyuan gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Being sheltered within the confines of her home, she had never encountered such turmoil, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cautiously inquired. Really? Shen Jinyuan affirmed with a nod. Indeed. The Imperial Guard had scoured the garden, yet found nothing of significance. The commander in charge of the search, affiliated with the third prince, cast a sinister glance over the Shen family, spitting in disdain. His gaze fell upon Shun Yan, the family's eldest grandson, who had yet to embark on an official career. A mere glance exchanged with a junior officer prompted immediate action. The officer drew his sword, advancing menacingly towards Shen Yan. In a sudden surge of panic, Lin rushed in front of Shun Yan, using her frail form to shield her eldest son. Shen Anian, though momentarily slow to react, quickly positioned himself before his sister-in-law, forcing a smile. Esteemed official, you are merely tasked with gathering evidence. If you find none, should you not return to the palace to report? The young officer sneered. If nothing is found here, it could very well be hidden on your person. Having navigated the business world for years, Shen Anian felt a surge of anger, yet maintained a facade of joviality. Surely, you jest. In this weather, our clothing is quite thin. Where could we conceal anything? The officer's expression darkened. Who said I was joking? You, and all of you. His gaze swept over the Shen family. Strip them of their garments, or I shall deem this an obstruction of justice. Should anyone be harmed or perish, well, we cannot be held accountable. Sweat trickled down Shen Anian's forehead, realizing these men intended to exploit the situation. Their target was clearly Shun Yan, aiming to sever the bloodline of the Shen family. Clenching his fists, his body trembled, yet he understood he must protect Shun Yan, the family's heir. The assailants disregarded Shen Anian entirely, seizing him by the collar and dragging him aside. Immediately, 2 Imperial Guards restrained him. Li gasped in horror. My lord, what are your intentions? My lord. Shen Anian found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move, but he comforted his wife. Do not worry, I am fine. Shen Ying burst into tears. Father, be good. Ying, I am all right. Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brow, signaling to the hidden Yue beside her. The latter nodded, stepping back to conceal herself, her right hand discreetly rotating, revealing several concealed darts. Shen Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he placed Shun Huayan beside Shen Jinyuan. What do you intend? You have found no evidence. Do you seek to silence us? Evidence. The leading officer grinned malevolently. Is that not what we are currently searching for? Several Imperial Guards encircled Shen Yan. This was no mere search for evidence, but a blatant act of aggression. Though Shun Yan was a grown man, as a scholar, he was ill-prepared to withstand the brutal tactics of these soldiers. In the hidden recesses beneath the garments, he had endured several blows. With his arm hanging at an unnatural angle, as if dislocated, Lin, her eyes reddened, could only watch helplessly as her son suffered humiliation, unable to intervene for fear of her 2 daughters who still required her protection. Enduring the brutal assault, was aware that at this moment, they could do nothing. With their grandfather and father imprisoned, patience was their only recourse. Stop! A soft, effeminate voice pierced through the tension. All eyes turned to see several figures in court attire hastily approaching, led by a young eunuch. Vice Commander Chen, have you found the evidence? The young eunuch, known as Xiao Zhua, exuded arrogance, his demeanor reflecting his status as a servant of the crown prince, having served him since childhood and possessing the ability to speak in his presence. Vice Commander Chun Xian silently cursed under his breath, then forced a sycophantic smile. Ah. Eunuch Zhua, what brings you here today? With a cold snort, Xiao Zhua replied, as a servant of the crown prince, my presence here is, of course, by his command. Vice Commander, Scholar Shun is a pillar of our dynasty, and once the truth is uncovered, he will return. His gaze swept over the chaotic Shun residence, where the elder Shun and the eldest grandson were being restrained, leaving the scene looking exceedingly unfavorable for Vice Commander Chun to explain later. A blatant threat hung in the air, darkening Chun Xian's countenance, yet he understood the necessity of restraint today. Any misstep could bring calamity upon his superiors, leaving him to bear the brunt of the fallout. However, the failure to retrieve the desired item would undoubtedly result in punishment upon his return. You are correct, Eunuch Zhua. We have searched and investigated as required. I shall return to the palace to report, the young eunuch said, displaying a disdainful smile, lacking even the pretense of courtesy. Gritting his teeth, Chun Xian bellowed, fall back. The group departed hastily, leaving only the Shin family and those brought by eunuch Shua behind. Yet, the residence remained heavily guarded, preventing the Shin family from moving freely. Once Qin Xian was gone, Xiao Zhuo transformed completely, the arrogance dissipating from his visage. He approached Shun Yan, offering assistance. "Young Master Shin, are you unhurt?" Li also helped Shin Anian to his feet. Compared to Shin Yan, he had emerged unscathed. Shin Yan's face was pale, the pain causing him to grit his teeth, and after a moment, he managed to utter, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, eunuch." Seeing his condition, Xiao Zhuo regretted not hastening his pace earlier. These wretches truly dared to resort to such brutality. However, he hesitated, aware that the situation remained unclear, and seeking a royal physician may no longer be feasible. Shun Yan offered a faint smile. "It is nothing. Such minor injuries I can endure. A bit of medicine will suffice. Eunuch, may I inquire about my grandfather and father? Do you have any news?" With a sigh, Xiao Zhuo replied, "I am unfortunately unaware of the specifics, but rest assured, young Master Shun, the Crown Prince will not abandon them. He is currently maneuvering within the palace and will ensure their safe return." Shun Yan clenched his jaw, realizing further inquiries would yield no answers. "Thank you, eunuch. It is of no consequence." Observing the disarray within the Shun residence, the household has recently been compelled to remain indoors, awaiting the Emperor's affirmation of Master Shin's innocence, after which normalcy shall be restored. The servant cannot linger. Should any needs arise, a lad named Eru, stationed at the entrance, is my confidant, through whom Master Shin may relay messages. Shin Yan understands that this is the utmost assistance the Crown Prince can extend to them. Such immense gratitude requires no words. Once the Shun residence is vindicated, a grand gesture of thanks shall be prepared for the esteemed gentleman's aid. "Alas, Master Shun, you flatter me. I am merely acting under orders." After a few polite exchanges, the young attendant departed. Madame Lin promptly moved to support her son. "Ah Yan, are you all right?" Shin Yan, wishing to alleviate his mother's concerns, offered a faint smile. "Mother, I am fine." Yet his pallid visage and the beads of sweat upon his forehead brought tears to Madame Lin's eyes, and she wept silently. Even Shun Huayan struggled to break free from Shun Jinyuan's embrace, hastening to wrap his small arms around Shun Yan's leg, his large eyes brimming with worry. Shun Yan gently patted Shun Huayan's little head, reassuring him, "Father is fine. Do not be afraid, Huayan. Children may be easily soothed." Yet Shin Huayan was not so easily deceived. His tiny hand grasped Shun Yan's arm, which was evidently injured. Shin Yan winced, prompting the child to immediately retract his hand. Shin Jinyuan exchanged a glance with Yingwe, who nodded and approached. "Young master, I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I examine your arm?" Shun Yan met Yingwe's gaze and, amidst the worried stares of those around him, nodded slightly, offering a serene smile. "I appreciate your assistance, Miss Yingwe." Bansha and Yingwe, both in Shun Jinyuan's service. Though they referred to themselves as servants, Shun Yan held them in high regard. Yingwe nodded slightly. "Forgive my presumption." She carefully examined Shun Yan's immobile arm and, as anticipated, found it merely dislocated. With utmost caution, she supported the arm and gently rotated it, not applying much force. Shun Yan did not experience pain. Suddenly, with a decisive motion, Shun Yan let out a muffled groan, startling everyone to rush forward in concern. Yingwe remained composed. Just a moment. Shun Yan looked at Yingwe and, without hesitation, moved his arm. A glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes as he slightly bowed to Yingwe. "Thank you, Miss Yingwe." Madame Lin, still anxious, inquired, "Is it better?" Shun Yan smiled and nodded. "Yes, mother, it is much better. I can move my arm now." Yet Madame Lin remained unconvinced. "What of your body? Surely, there are other hidden injuries. Come, let us check in your room." Shun Yan quickly grasped Madame Lin's hand. "It's nothing serious, merely minor injuries. I will apply some medicine shortly." Shun Jinyuan stepped forward. "Elder brother, I have some effective ointments for bruises. I shall send Bansha to retrieve them." Shun Yan met Shun Jinyuan's calm eyes, furrowing his brow slightly. His sister's demeanor seemed overly composed. Nevertheless, he expressed concern. "Is Warman frightened?" Shun Jinyuan shook her head. Shun Yan then turned to Shun Shuero, whose eyes were red-rimmed from tears. "And you, Shuero?" Having never witnessed such a scene, she was indeed frightened. Yet to spare her elder brother further worry, she quickly replied, "I am fine, brother." Shun Anian sighed. "Ah Yan, let us return to your chamber to apply the medicine." Shun Yan met Shun Anian's worried gaze and, without uttering a word, was assisted by the young servant back to his quarters. Lin was not at ease and decided to follow. Li observed the chaotic state of the residence and instructed the steward to have the servants tidy up. The future remained uncertain. Chapter 16. The young Mrs. Presence is terrifying. As night fell, the household members returned to their quarters early. The events of the day had left the entire Shen family in a state of anxiety. Even the youngest, Shen Huayan, wore a worried expression. The only one seemingly untroubled was Shen Jinyuan, who was presently engaged in her small apothecary, meticulously arranging herbs. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. But Shen Jinyuan did not lift her head. It was Banksia who opened the door and entered. Having served together for many years, Banksia was well acquainted with Shen Jinyuan's temperament and did not adhere strictly to formalities. Miss, the young master refuses to sleep, and the nurse attending him is at her wit's end. Thus she sent me here, Banksia reported. Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brow slightly, setting down the porcelain vial. Has he had dinner? Not much, Banksia replied. Prepare something easily digestible and take it to him. I shall go and check. Understood. As Shen Jinyuan approached Shen Huayan's room, she found him standing at the door in his undergarments, a nurse holding his hand and earnestly speaking to him. Upon seeing Shen Jinyuan, Shen Huayan released the nurse's hand and rushed to her, wrapping his arms around her leg, his large, dark eyes filled with expectation. Shen Jinyuan playfully pinched his cheek. What mischief are you up to, dear child? Shen Huayan pressed his lips together, remaining silent, but the grip of his arms around her leg tightened slightly. Shen Jinyuan sighed, picking him up and enveloping him in her cloak. You must eat properly and sleep well. I do not favor disobedient children. Shen Huayan's lips pouted in a semblance of grievance as he nestled his head against her shoulder. Amused, Shen Jinyuan gave his bottom a gentle pat. Pouting won't he work with me? Seemingly intent on solidifying his act of endearment, he nuzzled his head into her neck. The nurse watched the tender interaction between the aunt and nephew with a sense of nostalgia, having cared for young master since his birth. She had never witnessed such closeness before. She leaned slightly towards Shen Jinyuan and said, Miss, young master must be yearning to see the elder brother, which is why he refuses to sleep. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the nurse, then back at Shen Huayan. Do you miss your father? Shen Huayan looked up at her, nodding, then shaking his head. Are you worried about him? This time, he nodded vigorously, prompting Shen Jinyuan to chuckle softly. She turned to the nurse. You may rest now. I will take care of him tonight. The nurse hesitated, concerned about whether the young lady could manage a child. Noticing her reluctance, Shen Jinyuan's demeanor shifted, her aura transforming abruptly. What? Do my words hold no weight? Terrified, the nurse immediately knelt, pleading, I dare not. I shall take my leave. With a cold snort, Shen Jinyuan carried the child away, leaving the nurse trembling on the ground, thinking to herself, the young lady's presence is truly formidable. Feeling even more intimidated than by the usually stern elder Shen, Shen Jinyuan returned to her room, just as Banksia arrived carrying a tray. Upon seeing the food, Shen Huayan's brow furrowed, his lips pouting in discontent. Shen Jinyuan gently poked his forehead, remarking that Banksia had specially prepared this for him, yet he remained ungrateful. Shen Huayan shifted his little bottom, turning away. Shen Jinyuan instructed Banksia to place the small bowl of chicken soup wontons on the table, seating Shen Huayan on the stool. She then picked up the wontons, ready to feed him. To her surprise, the child resolutely covered his mouth with his hand, silently protesting. Banksia stifled a laugh, fearing the repercussions from her master. Shen Jinyuan frowned, staring at the obstinate child, urging him to eat. Shen Huayan shook his head, his hand stubbornly in place. You hardly touched your dinner. If you wish to practice martial arts, good health is paramount. Will you at least eat half a bowl? If not, I shall be quite displeased. Whose temper do you inherit? The two exchanged fierce glares, neither yielding an inch. Banksia looked heavenward, pondering the source of such temperament. It was unmistakably akin to her aunt's. Such is the wonder of bloodlines. Ultimately, Shen Jinyuan succumbed to Shen Huayan's innocent and aggrieved gaze. With a resigned sigh, she relented. Eat half a bowl, and I will take you to find your father. Shen Huayan's eyes lit up, and he immediately released his grip, fixating intently on Shen Jinyuan. She let out a soft huff and began to feed him spoonful by spoonful. Familiar with Banksia's culinary skills, Shen Huayan relished the first bite, and without further persuasion, he eagerly consumed the wontons, quickly finishing most of the bowl. When it became evident that he was truly done, Shen Jinyuan ceased her efforts. Honoring her promise, she cradled Shen Huayan and made her way to Shen Yan's Qingfeng courtyard. The light in Shen Yan's study remained on, indicating he had not yet retired. Given the recent upheaval in the household, it would be astonishing for the eldest legitimate son of the Shun family to find rest. The servant, upon noticing Shun Jinyuan's arrival, promptly informed Xinyan. Clad in a white inner garment and draped in a dark cloak, Xinyan stepped out swiftly, his complexion still somewhat pale. Wan, he began, noticing the child in her arms. Why are you here so late? Why hasn't Tian'in gone to bed yet? Shun Jinyuan placed Shun Huayan into Shun Yan's embrace, explaining. He missed you and refused to sleep. Shun Yan's expression softened into a paternal smile, his gaze filled with tenderness. Doesn't In wish to sleep with his father tonight? Shun Huayan nodded, extending a small finger. Shun Yan paused, glancing at Shun Jinyuan with a smile. What does this mean? Shun Jinyuan chuckled lightly. It means he wants to share a night with his elder brother. Shun Yan chuckled. Very well, just for one night. He then regarded Shun Jinyuan with a hint of exasperation. Wan has only just returned, and now In is already so attached to you. Shun Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I am simply more likable. Shun Yan was momentarily taken aback. Is that to imply I am not likable? He affectionately ruffled Shun Huayan's hair and turned to Shun Jinyuan. It's getting late. Wan, you should also return to your room and rest. It has been a tiring day for you. Observing the weariness etched on Shun Yan's face, Shun Jinyuan replied, I am well enough, but you, elder brother, ought to rest more. The faint scent of medicine on you indicates that proper rest will hasten your recovery. Understood, dear brother, he replied. Shun Jinyuan nodded lightly and turned to leave. Suddenly recalling something, she glanced back at Shun Yan, assuring him that their grandfather and father would not be imprisoned for long, and that there was no need for her elder brother to worry. Shun Yan furrowed his brow, wanting to inquire how she knew this, but he only saw Shun Jinyuan swiftly turn away and depart. He sighed softly, feeling he might be overthinking. Perhaps the girl merely wished to comfort him. How could he not be concerned? In his arms, Shun Huayan reached out his small hand to smooth the creases on Shun Yan's forehead, meeting his son's worried gaze. Shun Yan offered a tender smile. Are you worried about your father, In? Shun Huayan nodded. Shun Yan tightened his embrace around the child, reassuring him that there was no need for concern. He would protect In. Chapter 17. Grandfather is still too kind. Upon returning to her courtyard, Shun Jinyuan was met by Yue, who appeared in dark attire, evidently just returned from outside. Miss, the old master and the eldest master are imprisoned in the dungeon. Due to the crown prince's arrangements, they have not suffered much hardship thus far. Shun Jinyuan nodded slightly, remaining silent. This was within her expectations. However, Yue hesitated before continuing. During the morning court session today, the faction of the third prince accused old Master Shun of failing to manage his kin properly, claiming that relatives of the Shun family have been bullying the weak, causing fatalities, and even bribing officials. Is this true? Shun Jinyuan inquired. Indeed. It is common knowledge in the capital that old Master Shun has had little contact with the collateral branches in recent years. A few years ago, matters had become quite scandalous, nearly leading to his voluntary departure from the clan. Nonetheless, the faction of the third prince has seized upon this, making it inevitable for the Shun residents to be implicated. Shun Jinyuan's expression remained inscrutable as she remarked, Grandfather is still too kind. Miss, there are not many personnel from Qixing Pavilion in the capital, which is why we received the news late. After all, we had not paid much attention to matters in the Great Zhou before. Should we consider sending additional personnel? Yue's suggestion was somewhat audacious, yet given the circumstances, it was understandable. Observing the Miss's attitude toward her family, particularly toward young Master Shun, it seemed she would wish to protect them. Shun Jinyuan gazed into the flickering candlelight and eventually nodded in agreement. The Shun family endured 2 days of trepidation, and on the third day, Shun Wei and Shun Qingshan returned, both appearing utterly fatigued, especially Shun Wei. Upon their return, he summoned all the household members. Shun Wei seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Eldest daughter-in-law, prepare yourself. We will be leaving the capital soon. Shun Anian's eyes widened in shock. Father. Shun Wei waved him off. You too. Arrange your business in the capital promptly. Before Shun Anian could inquire further, he was restrained by Shun Qingshan. I have been dismissed, and father has been demoted to serve as the governor of Yong'an County. The emperor demands our immediate departure from the capital. The household was taken aback. Shun Yan, who managed to maintain his composure, looked toward Shun Wei and questioned, Grandfather, how could this be? Has the emperor not clarified the situation? Shun Wei remained silent, and Shun Qingshan continued, if there is no evidence of treason, the emperor will not hold us accountable. However, regarding the collateral branches, our Shun family cannot escape blame. The emperor is furious, believing that grandfather's leniency toward the collateral branches has led to the current predicament. If all else were manageable, the matter of purchasing officials, particularly the incident last year involving the Minister of Rights being exiled, should still linger in your memory. This is the one transgression the emperor cannot abide. Yet, my grandfather is a venerable elder of 3 reigns. At this point, Xinyan felt a profound chill. Among those present in the hall, perhaps only Xin Jinyuan found some solace, as she had grown weary of life in the capital. Shun Anian gritted his teeth, asking when the emperor expected their departure. Xin Qingshan sighed, stating it would be in 3 days. So soon? Shun Anian nearly cursed under his breath. Their family had resided in the capital for generations, and it was hardly feasible to arrange everything in such a brief span. Xin Wei interjected, suggesting they entrust reliable individuals to take over Xin Anian's business, and if that was not possible, to sell it outright. Father, Xin Anian protested, unwilling to part with what had been his labor of love over the years. Yet, he ultimately acquiesced, understanding well the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes. Eldest son's wife, Xin Wei, turned to Lin. She immediately bowed. Father, quickly gather our belongings from the residence. You must also oversee the servants. We cannot take so many with us this time. Furthermore, we must leave this estate empty, as it was granted by the court to the Grand Secretary, and he no longer holds that position. Lin understood, responding, Yes, father. Leave the eldest and second sons along with the yen here. The others should attend to their own preparations. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. Although Lin was shocked by the day's events, she swiftly set about making arrangements. Sister-in-law, you can manage your people as you see fit. I suggest releasing those without indentured contracts, providing them with an extra month's wages as a gesture of goodwill for their years of service. As for those bound by contracts, Lin frowned, ultimately sighing, let them decide for themselves. If they wish to accompany us to Yong'an County, we shall take them. If not, they can return their contracts and seek their own fortunes. Li, with reddened eyes, recognized the wisdom in Lin's plan. Understood, elder sister-in-law, but 3 days is rather rushed. Moreover, how can we transport all these belongings? Father just stated we must vacate this estate. We shall first pack the essentials we need to take. The remainder can be sent to the countryside estate. Li gritted her teeth, resigned to this course of action. The 2 women briefly conferred before hastening to their tasks. After Li departed with Shun Ying, Lin cast a worried glance at her 2 daughters, particularly her eldest, Xin Jinyuan. Having returned to the estate less than half a year ago, she had yet to make amends with her daughter or arrange for suitable matches. Warm. Your courtyard lacks sufficient help. Would it be acceptable if I sent 2 more maids to assist you? Initially, Xin Jinyuan had only accepted 2, expressing a preference for fewer distractions. Lin, eager for her daughter's well-being, was inclined to heed her wishes. However, with time pressing, there might not be a chance to allow her daughter to organize leisurely. Meeting Lin's concerned gaze, Xin Jinyuan replied, No need, mother. My courtyard does not contain much. It will suffice for Banxia and Inyu to manage. Lin nodded, contemplating that they could simply abandon any unnecessary items. They could always procure new ones in Yong'an County, as they still possessed funds. Then I shall arrange for 2 nannies to pack Huayan's belongings. Will he be accompanying you? Xin Jinyuan nodded, expressing no dissent. Lin glanced at Shun Shuero and inquired, Shuero, do you have any concerns on your end? Shun Shuero grasped Lin's arm and reassured, Mother, there is no need for you to worry. I am perfectly well. Lin, touched by the obedience of her daughters, said, Very well, then let us each return to our own courtyards to tidy up. Should any issues arise, come to me. Understood. Xin Jinyuan and Shun Shuero departed from the Lotus Courtyard. Unlike Xin Jinyuan's light and buoyant steps, Shun Shuero wore a troubled expression. Sensing her unease, Xin Jinyuan remained silent. Such matters, after all, required personal contemplation. The 2 first arrived at Shun Shuero's courtyard. The little maid, who usually adored following Xin Jinyuan, seemed devoid of spirit today. She slightly bowed and said, Elder sister, I shall return to my tasks now. Xin Jinyuan nodded. Should you need anything, come find me. With reddened eyes, Xin Shuero acknowledged her sister's words. Watching her retreat into the courtyard, Xin Jinyuan leisurely made her way to her own quarters. Banxia, who had served Xin Jinyuan for many years, understood her temperament somewhat. Miss, why do you appear so joyful? Xin Jinyuan smiled. We are leaving the capital. Do you not share in my delight? With the mention of departing the capital, Banxia's eyes sparkled with mirth. Indeed, we have lingered here for several months. I feel I might start to mold. The corners of Shun Jinyuan's eyes lifted, indicating her pleasant mood. In the entire household, it seemed they were the only ones rejoicing at the prospect of leaving the capital. At that moment, Ingyue interjected, while everyone else is filled with trepidation. It is only we few who find joy in this change. For the Shin family, departing from the capital was not necessarily a misfortune. The instability within the court of the Great Zhou, with the crown prince and the third prince vying for power, left her grandfather ensnared in turmoil. This escape could indeed prove beneficial. However, she anticipated that the journey would be fraught with challenges. Moreover, she remained uncertain about the extent of her grandfather's entanglement with the crown prince, hoping that greed would be the primary motive. She could accept actions driven by ambition, but she wished her grandfather would not truly pledge unwavering loyalty to the crown prince. Otherwise, complications would ensue. Ingyue, please make the necessary arrangements. Our journey to Yong'an County will undoubtedly not be smooth. The Shin family is comprised of neither powerful officials nor formidable warriors. The guards within the estate are hardly worth mentioning. Do you imply that someone might act out of restraint? Shun Jinyuan chuckled lightly. My grandfather holds a significant position, aligned with the crown prince's faction, and is reputed to be among his most trusted advisors. Regardless of the veracity of that trust, he certainly possesses substantial influence. And there are many who would wish for his downfall. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. That evening, after completing her ablutions, Shun Jinyuan reclined on a soft couch, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. She felt a twinge of conflict, uncertain how to regard the individuals of the Shun household. Though she had no desire to become embroiled in the affairs of the Great Zhou court, the Shin family was inextricably linked to such matters. Over the past days, she had sensed their genuine affection toward her. Despite her naturally aloof disposition, Shun Jinyuan adhered to a principle of not wanting to owe anyone, thus extending kindness where she could. As long as it was within her capacity, she was willing to assist, especially since, although the Shin family had not raised her, they had given her life. However, if one were to speak of familial ties, Shun Jinyuan felt that none truly existed. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never truly experienced the warmth of familial affection. Perhaps the old man felt something for her, but, alas, that wretched elder had caused her far more suffering. Then her thoughts drifted to Shun Wei, and Shun Jinyuan sighed again. Loyal yet lacking in ruthlessness, wise yet somewhat pedantic, how troublesome. Such individuals were the most difficult to deal with, and they were precisely what Shun Jinyuan dreaded. At that moment, Ingyue knocked and entered Mississippi. Shun Jinyuan did not open her eyes, replying, the old master has voluntarily left the clan. Now fully awake, Shun Jinyuan recognized the timing was indeed fortuitous. Yes, the old master had offended the third prince, angering the emperor, and was exiled from the capital. Those so-called clan members would be more than eager to sever ties. Quite splendid. Moreover, Ingyue pressed her lips together. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Shun Jinyuan raised an eyebrow, pondering the late-night visit, indicating that her grandfather still held some significance in the eyes of the Crown Prince. Ingyue hesitated. Do you not intend to meet him? After all, this Crown Prince Shun Jinyuan's gaze turned cold. I have no connection with him. There is nothing to discuss. Ingyue swallowed hard. The Crown Prince came late at night, and it seems the Crown Princess has also stealthily followed. Shun Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. You encountered her? No, I managed to avoid her. Just as well. I do not wish to see her at the moment. Her tone subtly tinged with resentment. Yes, Mississippi unbeknownst to the master and servant. The Crown Princess they spoke of was currently outside the bamboo forest courtyard. Shangguan Zian, clad in night attire, had been wandering around the Shun residence for a quarter of an hour. Where on earth was this? Why did every official residence in the capital seem so grand? Humph. It must be due to corruption. I believe I just passed this place, didn't I? Why does everything look the same? Woe is me. Where has the Crown Prince gone? Has he already become entangled with that little vixen? Which way should I go now? Should I grab a servant to inquire? No. Making a noise would surely alert the Crown Prince. Shangguan Zian, the legitimate daughter of the first family, the Shangguan clan, had met Crown Prince Xianyuan Jing in the martial world, thus forming a bond. 2 years prior, Xianyuan Jing had insisted on marrying Shangguan Zian as his primary consort, despite opposition from the emperor and courtiers, causing quite a stir in the capital. In her determination to wed Xianyuan Jing, Shangguan Zian had even been disowned by her father. A woman without kin from the martial world had become the primary consort to one who stood just beneath the emperor. With no backing, she found herself struggling in the capital. Her life revolved solely around the crown prince. Even the crown prince was unaware of Shanghuan Xian's true identity. For when she decided to marry Xianyuan Jing, the head of the Shanghuan family had laid down 3 rules. Upon leaving home, she must never disclose her identity, and her future actions would be entirely separate from the Shanghuan clan. Shanghuan Xian was straightforward. Upon hearing her father's decision, she was quite furious and readily agreed. Just as she was floundering in uncertainty, the crown prince's hidden guard appeared. Crown princess, His Highness the Crown Prince has sent me to escort you back to the residence. Shanghuan Xian, feeling guilty at being addressed as such, thought to herself, what crown princess? Who is this rogue? She hurriedly replied, leave me be, or I shall call for help. The hidden guard twitched the corner of his mouth, at a loss for words. Their mistress, despite her remarkable skills, often leaves her subordinates in a state of exasperation due to her lack of foresight. In the courtyard, Shen Jinyuan and Yin Yu were the first to sense the commotion outside. Upon investigation, Yin Yu felt her mind reel with disbelief at the sheer coincidence. The mistress did not wish to meet, yet the visitor had arrived nonetheless. What else could it be but fate? Shen Jinyuan, upon hearing Yin Yu's report, was momentarily taken aback. She pressed her lips together, deciding to take a look for herself. Your Highness, please do not make things difficult for your subordinate, came a voice. Who is this princess? You, rogue, are quite strange. If you do not leave, I shall really call for help. Clad in dark attire, it was evident the individual was not of virtuous intent. Were it not for the veil obscuring their face, Shanghuan Jian would certainly have noticed the telltale twitching of the hidden guard's facial muscles. Was she not shrouded in darkness herself? In the shadows, Shen Jinyuan couldn't help but smirk at the girl's lack of progress. The standoff between the master and servant did not last long, for Prince Xianyuan Jing soon arrived, accompanied by Shun Wei and Shin Qingshan. Xianyuan Jing's brow was furrowed, his face a portrait of concern. Yinner, cease your antics. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shanghuan Jian shrank back, lowering her dark mask with a pout. I am not causing trouble, she insisted, before darting forward to grasp Xianyuan Jing's arm, playfully murmuring, why did you leave the estate in the middle of the night without me? Xianyuan Jing sighed softly, turning to Shun Wei and his son. My wife is quite mischievous. I apologize for the disturbance she has caused. Shun Wei chuckled, stroking his beard. The personality of the princess is indeed refreshing, a rare treasure. Chapter 19. The one I trust most. When Shanghuan Jian heard Shun Wei praise her character, she was taken aback. Who are you? Xianyuan Jing quickly grasped her hand, admonishing, do not be foolish. This is Lord Shun, the one I trust above all others. Ah! Shanghuan Jian gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Is this the Lord Shun who was wronged because of you? Xianyuan Jing's gaze deepened with gravity. Indeed. With a look of guilt, Shanghuan Jian regarded the Shun father and son. Despite her spirited nature, she understood the bond of marriage. The Shun family was connected to her husband, and due to him, they had suffered injustice, now facing the threat of being driven from the capital. She approached slowly, nodding respectfully to the Shin family. Lord Shun, your assistance to my husband shall not be forgotten. Should you ever require my help, Shanghuan Jian will do all in her power to assist. The Shin father and son were taken aback. It seemed the princess was not entirely as the rumors suggested. They both bowed in return, with Shun Wei responding, Your Highness is too kind. It is merely the duty of an old minister. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Jing's advisor, Xin Ming, was already displeased with Shanghuan Jian. Seeing her follow the prince out at such an hour only intensified his anger. The rivalry between the crown prince and the third prince was fraught with challenges. The third prince's consort was the daughter of the prime minister, while the crown princess came from a background of no significance. How could those who had strategized for the crown prince for years not feel a pang of bitterness? Though he was the heir apparent, the crown prince currently found himself at a disadvantage in the court's power dynamics. Had it not been for the late empress's lingering influence in the emperor's heart, he might have lost his claim long ago. The third prince not only had the support of his maternal family, the Gao clan, but also the prime minister as his father-in-law, consistently overshadowing the crown prince in recent years. As for their crown prince, the royal family of the late empress has long departed from the capital, unable even to penetrate the circles of power. The third prince possesses influence, wealth, and resources, not only maintaining a multitude of retainers, but also nurturing shadowy assassins and amassing private troops. It's rather unfortunate for the crown prince, who finds it exceedingly difficult even to present a rare gift during the emperor's birthday celebrations. Who would believe such a tale? Fortunately, there exists a young general from the National Guardian's residence who has been close friends with the crown prince since childhood, and their fraternal bond often yields assistance. My lady, how can you venture out at this hour dressed as you are? It is quite improper. Shangguan Jian had a tumultuous relationship with Xianming. He held her in disdain, and she harbored numerous grievances against him. He incessantly monitored her actions, dictating what she could or could not do, which was utterly exasperating. If you can stealthily leave the estate at night, why can't I? Xianming, with a stern countenance, admonished her. The crown prince departs for legitimate matters, but you? I have cautioned you repeatedly. As the crown princess, your every word and deed must be executed with utmost caution to avoid bringing trouble upon the prince. Have you considered the consequences if others discover the crown princess wandering through the capital in the dead of night? Shangguan Jian scoffed. With my skills, how could anyone possibly discover me? What if? He retorted. Is the crown princess truly so confident? Shangguan Jian held her head high, brimming with self-assurance. Do you have any questions, sir? Xianming, irked, struggled to maintain his composure. A woman should adhere to propriety. Unmarried, she should follow her father, and once married, her husband. One must speak and act judiciously and uphold a virtuous character. The crown prince has not expected you to behave like other noble ladies of the capital, but at the very least, you should maintain appearances. Your behavior today is exceedingly imprudent. Shangguan Jian's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation. You. Enough, Xianyuan Jing interjected, rubbing his temples. Recent events had been overwhelming, and he was weary of the escalating dispute between the two. His expression soured. Return to the estate. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Xianming, trembling with frustration, pointed an accusing finger at Shangguan Jian, but ultimately chose silence and followed Xianyuan Jing's lead. Fuming, Shangguan Jian muttered, "Why am I always accused of being unreasonable?" She stamped her foot in frustration before also departing, but after just a few steps, she halted, inhaling deeply, her gaze fixed on the courtyard wall nearby, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. What is that scent? She turned back to the still-present Shen Weifu and his son, Lord Shen, who resides in this courtyard. The father and son exchanged glances, and Shen Qingshan stepped forward, bowing slightly. Your Highness, this bamboo grove courtyard belongs to my daughter, Miss Shen. Shangguan Jian pondered, her recollection vague. If I recall correctly, the Shen family has 2 daughters. Shen Qingshan lowered his head, continuing, it is my eldest daughter, who was lost in her youth and was only recently found a few months ago. The crown princess likely has not met her. Recently found? Shangguan Jian's curiosity piqued. How old is she? My daughter is 17. Oh, she nodded, a charming smile gracing her lips. Her eyes filled with significance as she cast a lingering glance at the courtyard before departing. Shen Wei and Shen Qingshan exchanged puzzled looks. After a moment, Shen Wei said, Father, let us return. There is much to attend to tomorrow. Shen Wei nodded slightly, meeting the weary gaze of his eldest son. Huaijin, do you blame your father? Shen Qingshan styled Huaijin. Shen Qingshan shook his head, responding, I do not hold any grievance against my father's decision. Shen Wei sighed, silently patting his eldest son's shoulder before turning to leave. Meanwhile, only a wall separated them from Shen Jinyuan and her servant, who remained rooted in place until the figures outside had departed. Finally, Inues spoke. Miss, it seems Miss Shangguan has discovered something. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the fragrance pouch at her waist and remarked, Ah, I almost forgot that her nose is sharper than that of a bloodhound. The bloodhound was a massive and highly perceptive dog that Shen Jinyuan kept. However, the demeanor of the prince's subordinate towards Miss Shangguan caused Inue to frown slightly. It was not at all reflective of a servant's respect towards their master. At this thought, Shen Jinyuan's expression turned cold. The esteemed daughter of the Shangguan family, whose status was no less than that of a national princess, was indeed reprimanded by a mere servant. How absurd. Come, let us pay a visit to that insolent girl. If we delay today, she will undoubtedly come knocking tomorrow. She is not one to act cautiously, Shen Jinyuan stated, not wishing to reveal too much at this juncture. Understood. At the prince's residence, Xianyuan Jing returned home and immediately retreated to his study, while Shangguan Jian, pouting, made her way back to their courtyard alone. Though she was already 19 years old, 2 years older than Shen Jinyuan, her temperament remained rather immature. Upon entering her courtyard, Shangguan Jian sensed something was amiss. Despite the lights being on inside, not a single servant was present. Normally, the moment she stepped into the courtyard, her attendants would rush to greet her. Unconsciously, her hand moved to the soft whip at her waist, her eyes sharpening with intensity. She pushed the door open, only to be greeted by the sight of a figure seated at the head of the hall, partially obscured by a gilded mask, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Soon, tears filled her eyes as she rushed toward the figure, kneeling before her. Master Ancestor. Chapter 20. A considered lowly marriage. Shen Jinyuan looked disdainfully at the person clinging to her leg, kneeling on the ground. She tugged at her leg, but the individual only grasped tighter. With a sigh of resignation, she said, "Let go." Shangguan Jiyan, sobbing, refused to release her grip. Shen Jinyuan was the junior disciple of Shangguan Zheng, the former head of the Shangguan family, and both were disciples of the enigmatic elder Tianqiu. The elder had only accepted these two apprentices, leading Shangguan Zheng to dote on his junior sister, indulging her every whim. The Shangguan family held sway in Yunhai City, existing outside the jurisdiction of any nation, possessing their own laws and military. Shen Jinyuan would visit the Shangguan residence annually, staying for no less than 10 days or as long as 3 to 5 months, forming deep bonds with the family, especially with the two daughters of the current head. Shangguan Yuntian. The elder daughter, Shangguan Jiyan, was now the crown princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, while the younger daughter, Shangguan Yue, was the same age as Shen Jinyuan. They had practically grown up together, leading to an intimate understanding of Shen Jinyuan's various identities, including that of the legendary ghost doctor. Despite her youth, Shen Jinyuan's lineage commanded great respect. Aside from the retired elder Shangguan Zheng, every member of the family treated her with utmost reverence, never daring to show any disrespect. Shangguan Jiyan, her eyes glistening with tears, looked up at Shen Jinyuan with a sense of grievance. "Uncle Master, you are being too harsh. It has been several months since I arrived in the capital, yet you have shown no compassion to visit me." Shen Jinyuan scoffed. "What do you expect me to do? I fear your demeanor, reminiscent of a heartbroken maiden, might infuriate me." With her head bowed, Shangguan Jiyan muttered softly, "Uncle Master, do you mock me as well? Have you, like my father, chosen to disown me?" Shen Jinyuan found amusement in her words. "Is it not you who wishes to disown us? How could I dare?" she retorted. Grasping her chin, Shen Jinyuan searched her evasive gaze. "Have you discussed your marriage with me?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Shangguan Jiyan stammered. "I was merely concerned that you would disapprove. Indeed, your concerns are justified. Your father and grandfather oppose it, and so do I. See, I knew it." Shangguan Jiyan, heartbroken, sank to her knees at Shen Jinyuan's feet, disregarding her dignity. "Knowing that we all oppose it, you still wish to marry? What is so exceptional about that Xianyuan Jing?" Her spouse's name brought a sparkle to her eyes. "He treats me exceptionally well." Shen Jinyuan felt a headache coming on at her naive enthusiasm. "He treats you well, yet you endure grievances?" Shangguan Jiyan averted her gaze, her fingers instinctively tightening. "There are no grievances." With a sigh, Shen Jinyuan recognized the futility of further discussion. "Since he treats you well, and you are wed, then embrace your life together." She then cast a puzzled glance at her flat abdomen. "It has been 2 years since your marriage. What is the matter? There is not a single sign of life." Shangguan Jiyan's cheeks flushed under Shen Jinyuan's scrutinizing gaze. "Uncle Master, you still feel bashful?" Shen Jinyuan gestured toward a nearby chair. "Get up, sit there, and cease this pathetic display." With a pout, Shangguan Jiyan briskly wiped her tearless cheeks and took her seat. "It has been 2 years, and you have yet to reveal your identity to Xianyuan Jing?" She huffed in indignation. "My father forbade me from telling anyone I am a member of the Shangguan family. If I do not speak of it, who would be so eager to share?" Shen Jinyuan rolled her eyes, her slender fingers twirling a trinket that flew towards Shangguan Jiyan's forehead. "Ah," Shangguan Jiyan protested, covering her head. "Uncle Master, what have I said wrong? It is my father's rejection that troubles me. Even capriciousness must have its limits. Since you are married, seize an opportunity to return home. Your father would not truly disown you." Shangguan Jiyan disagreed vehemently. "You do not understand my father. He is, HMPF, an old fossil." A sharp sound echoed as Shen Jinyuan struck her again. "Ah." Shangguan Jiyan rubbed her forehead, 2 distinct red marks visible. "Uncle Master, you are quite unrestrained. After raising a daughter for so long, should not your father be angry about her being courted?" Shangguan Jiyan was displeased. "Your words are rather harsh, Uncle Master. What do you mean by pig? That is my husband. My husband is handsome, cultured, and treats me well. He is certainly not a mere pig." Shen Jinyuan narrowed her eyes slightly, choosing not to comment further. Very well, I understand your husband is admirable. However, I urge you to consider my words seriously, she said, her gaze laden with meaning as she looked at Shangguan Jiyan. The current situation regarding Xianyuan Jing is not as favorable as you might imagine. If there were a princess consort with a comparable family background, perhaps it would ease his burden. Do you not wish to assist him? Shangguan Jiyan's expression softened slightly. Master Uncle, the Shangguan family has long distanced itself from the disputes of various nations. I do not wish to entangle them in the conflicts of the Great Zhou. Is it not too late to speak of such matters now? When you decided to marry Xianyuan Jing, you should have anticipated these complications. Shangguan Jiyan's eyes reddened. I am aware, yet she truly loves Xianyuan Jing deeply and wholeheartedly. You are the legitimate daughter of the Shangguan family, a fact that cannot be altered. From the moment you wed Xianyuan Jing, it was destined that the Shangguan family would be intertwined with the crown prince of the Great Zhou. You may conceal your identity and perhaps delay the inevitable for a few years, but this is merely a temporary solution. Jiyan, you know well how your father feels about you and Yuyo. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, he will not forsake you. Shangguan Jiyan lowered her head. I understand. It is precisely because she understands that she feels even more reluctant. Choosing Xianyuan Jing was her selfishness. She did not want to burden her father and the entire Shangguan family. A person who has always been carefree and radiant can, after 2 years of absence, become so fearful and hesitant due to matters of the heart. Shen Jinyuan sighed and reached out her hand. Shangguan Jiyan pouted, rushed into her embrace, and began to cry softly. Master Uncle, it is my selfishness. I alone have dragged down the entire Shangguan family. It is all my fault. Seeing Shangguan Jiyan in such distress tugged at Shen Jinyuan's heart. They had grown up together, and this girl had always treated her well. She was willing to reciprocate that kindness. What are you crying for? Does the Shangguan family truly fear the imperial family of the Great Zhou? You are a daughter of the Shangguan family. Marrying a prince whose future is uncertain and who faces numerous adversaries is, in fact, a step down. Helping him is not a grand undertaking. You need not dwell on it. If it comes to that, you still have me. With tears still on her face, Shangguan Jiyan cautiously looked at Shen Jinyuan. Master Uncle, are you willing to assist my husband? Shen Jinyuan tidied the disarrayed hair of Shangguan Jiyan. I am not assisting him. I am assisting you. Besides, my grandfather. She genuinely wished to avoid these troubles, feeling exhausted. However, she found it difficult to completely disregard the Shen family. Upon mentioning this, Shangguan Jiyan appeared curious. Master Uncle, are you truly a child of the Shen family? Indeed, my master would not be mistaken, Shen Jinyuan affirmed. Shangguan Jiyan nodded, believing her ancestors' words to be true. Are the Shen family good to you? Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brow slightly. Quite well. Quite well? Then why do you sigh, Master Uncle? Shangguan Jiyan asked, puzzled. Shen Jinyuan lowered her gaze slightly. What could she say? Should she admit that she had always wished to leave? That her family was a burden? What about you? Why does this concern me? Your health has always been excellent. It has been 2 years since your marriage, yet there is not a hint of movement on that front. As she spoke, Shen Jinyuan reached out to check her pulse, silencing the questions that Shangguan Jiyan had intended to ask. In truth, she too found it odd that, despite being in good health, she had not yet conceived a child with Xianyuan Jing. She desired a child with him. Shortly, Shen Jinyuan withdrew her hand. As before, your health is robust enough to fell a bull with a single punch. How about you, Master Uncle? Could it be that I truly have a problem? Shangguan Jiyan expressed her concern, though simultaneously she felt it was impossible. After all, you are well aware of my robust health since childhood. Shen Jinyuan cast her a sidelong glance, remarking, once a daughter is married, she is like water that has been spilled. Your health is fine, she added, seemingly teasingly, but what? Shangguan Jiyan asked, her anxiety palpable. Shen Jinyuan poked her forehead, feeling a bit vexed. Shangguan Jiyan glared at her, puffing up in indignation. Master, you are intentionally scaring me. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying the moment. Then why is it that after 2 years, I still have not conceived? She touched her abdomen despondently, wishing for a child to accompany Xianyuan Jing, alleviating his loneliness. Childbearing is not solely a woman's affair. What good does your urgency do? Shangguan Jiyan widened her eyes, but before she could respond, all 3 of them shifted their gazes towards the tightly shut door. Who dares to intrude upon the prince's residence? The courtyard was swiftly surrounded by heavily armed guards, and Xianyuan Jing approached with a serious demeanor. Shen Jinyuan sneered, glancing at Yingyue, who immediately nodded and exited. Shang Wanjian attempted to stop her, but was deterred by a single look from Shun Jinyuan. Master, that is my husband. Please do not harm him. I merely wish to test your husband's capabilities. Is that too much to ask? Shang Wanjian's cheeks flushed. Jing's skills are impressive. He has skilled bodyguards, so he does not require excessive prowess. Shun Jinyuan, uninterested in further discussion, stated, then I shall assess the capabilities of those around him. Shang Wanjian hesitated, ultimately refraining from saying more, her expression filled with worry as she gazed towards the door. Through the gap created when Inoue opened the door, Xianyuan Jing saw Shang Wanjian kneeling on the ground, her face as dark as a stormy sky. How could his beloved be subjected to such humiliation? Moreover, she was quite capable. How could she have been overpowered? A flicker of concern crossed Xianyuan Jing's eyes. Soon, a fierce battle erupted in the courtyard. Inoue faced dozens of skilled combatants effortlessly. Xianyuan Jing exchanged a grave glance with Xianming. However, Inoue was careful, her strikes not lethal but sufficient to incapacitate. Even the hidden guards around Xianyuan Jing fell one by one, yet she remained unscathed. Her skills were truly astonishing. Xuanming's eyes gleamed with excitement. If the Crown Prince had such a formidable ally, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. Inoue, donning a dark iron mask, frowned slightly. Is this the caliber of the prince's residence? Truly weak. Xianyuan Jing's gaze turned icy as he confronted Inoue. I am unaware of any grievances between you and the heroine. Yet you dare to invade my residence and take the Crown Princess hostage. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. I hope you will clarify. As the Crown Princess is but a woman, I urge you to show mercy, and any demands may be discussed. Inside, upon hearing Xianyuan Jing's words, Shang Wanjian revealed a sweet, albeit somewhat unappreciated smile. Though her husband might be a tad rigid and dull, he always held her in high regard. Shun Jinyuan appeared satisfied with his reaction and coldly commanded, come in. At the sound of Shun Jinyuan's voice, Inoue glanced at Xianyuan Jing before stepping aside, clearing the path. Xianyuan Jing, filled with concern for Shang Wanjian, stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. Beside him, Xianming, worried for his master, swiftly positioned himself in front of Xianyuan Jing, urging, Your Highness, you must not approach. The identity of the intruder is unknown. The fallen leader of the hidden guards, Jia Yi, struggled to rise, placing himself protectively in front of Xianyuan Jing, insisting, My lord, Xian is correct. You cannot take such risks. Inu sneered. If I desire his life, you shall not impede me. Jia Yi gritted his teeth, his hand trembling slightly around his sword, declaring, Even if I must perish, I will ensure my lord's safety. Suddenly, a silver needle shot forth from within the room, striking Jia Yi, who trembled and fell. Predecessor, please spare my subordinate. Xianyuan Jing's eyes glowed crimson. Jia Yi had been by his side since childhood, and their bond had deepened over the years. Shinjin Yuan remained silent. While Inu reassured, rest assured, we shall not take any lives today. Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan Jing strode into the room. Xianming, unwilling to leave the prince alone, followed closely behind, prepared to shield him in a critical moment. Inu cast a sidelong glance at him. As long as the lady did not intervene, she would not obstruct either. Upon entering, Xianyuan Jing was met with Shang Wanjian rushing towards him. Her voice laced with tears, a Jing. He enveloped her in his embrace, softly patting her back to soothe her. It is all right. I am here. Inu entered the room, observing the fragile Shang Wanjian, her lips twitching slightly before she resolutely took her place beside Shinjin Yuan. Shinjin Yuan closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the couple's tender display. Xianyuan Jing meticulously examined Shang Wanjian from head to toe, only releasing a sigh of relief once he confirmed she was unscathed. He positioned her behind him, his gaze scrutinizing Shun Jinyuan. Predecessor, your late-night visit must bear significance. Might I inquire as to your purpose? He discerned that the other party seemed genuinely disinclined to cause harm. Yet, what could be the reason? Shun Jinyuan finally opened his eyes, his expression icy as he regarded Xianyuan Jing. The prince's stature was commendable, and his physique appeared satisfactory. Yet, his appearance. How curious that this impudent girl favored such a pretty boy. Nevertheless, considering his protective demeanor towards Jiyan, she would not voice her objections, knowing it would be futile. A daughter married is like water spilled. This is the sentiment she now felt, completely forgetting that she herself was a young maiden, 2 years younger than Shang Wanjian, and had assumed the role of an elder. Of course, the truth remained. Her seniority was undeniable. Her luscious red lips parted to utter 4 words. His looks are commendable. Xian Yuanjing frowned slightly, while Xianming seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "What is this? Is it mockery? Insult? How can my master, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty and future emperor, be subjected to such humiliation?" Shen Yuan did not grant him a glance, instead turning her attention to Shangwan Jiyin behind Xian Yuanjing. "Are you so easily entranced by beauty?" Shangwan Jiyin nearly faltered at her uncle's words, feeling a pang of guilt, stammering, "Am I really that superficial?" Chapter 22. You do have grit. Shen Yuan chuckled lightly, the implication of her words unmistakable. Astute as Xian Yuanjing was, he immediately sensed the peculiar tension between the two. He cast a serious look towards his future consort, causing Shangwan Jiyin to feel a wave of guilt wash over her. She charmingly tugged at Xian Yuanjing's sleeve, promising to explain later, and then took his hand to stand before Shen Yuan. "Master Ancestor, this is my husband, the crown prince of the great Zhou, Xian Yuanjing." Turning back to Xian Yuanjing, she added, "Ah Jing, this is my master ancestor, known in the martial world as the Ghost Doctor." Regarding her unusual attire, it was evident that she wished to present herself in this particular identity. As for other matters, she would not dare to speak without her consent. Although Xian Yuanjing was not well versed in the affairs of the martial world, he was familiar with the reputation of the Ghost Doctor, especially since it was common knowledge that this esteemed figure was a disciple of the master of the Celestial Palace, the Elder of Destiny, and the former head of the Shangwan family from Yunhai City, both originating from the same sect. Given that a Yan's surname was Shangwan, and she referred to the Ghost Doctor as Master Ancestor, could she possibly be a distant branch of the Shangwan family? Xian Yuanjing cast a complex glance at his wife, realizing how little he truly understood her. Nevertheless, as a husband, he could only nod slightly in acknowledgement to Shen Yuan, affirming that he had met the Master Ancestor. Shen Yuan was rather surprised by his perceptiveness. There are countless men in the world. If you desire to marry into royalty and become a revered empress, I could easily find you a suitable prince or even an emperor from the northern Qi, southern Zhao, eastern Jing, or even western Shu. Yet, you have chosen the crown prince of the great Zhou, who possesses neither wealth nor power, merely a title. You have indeed selected the least favorable option, Shen Yuan lamented. Impudent. Although Xianming was astonished by the identity of the Ghost Doctor and knew that this person was not to be trifled with, he could no longer tolerate the repeated insults towards his master. "You, how dare you insult the crown prince?" Though he could not utter threats of annihilation against her clan, he was clearly enraged. Shen Yuan frowned slightly, raising her finger, directing a silver needle towards Xianming, who subsequently collapsed, losing consciousness. "How noisy!" Xian Yuanjing glanced nervously at Xianming, while Shangwan Jiyin promptly reassured him, "Do not worry, she merely fainted. My master ancestor would never kill without reason." Xian Yuanjing sighed in relief. He had few capable aides, and Xianming was one of them. Shangwan Jiyin cast a discontented look at Shen Yuan. "Master ancestor, I have no desire to marry into royalty or become an empress. Power and influence are of no concern to me." Then recalling her husband's status, she quickly clarified, "What I mean is, I only wish to marry the one I love. I like Ah Jing, and that is all that matters, regardless of his lowly status. If he were a beggar, I would join him in begging. If he were a chivalrous figure in the martial world, I would share in his adventures. Ultimately, as long as it is him, I am content. Master Ancestor, please do not think of separating us." Xian Yuanjing swallowed hard, tightening his grip on Shangwan Jiyin's hand. His beloved Yen. Shen Yuan felt a sense of exasperation. She was indeed a hopeless romantic. However, now that they were married, could she truly act as a villain to break them apart? She had never intended to take on such a role. "Did I say I would separate you? What did this impudent girl take her for?" Shangwan Jiyin's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" Shen Yuan glanced at Xian Yuanjing, acknowledging that while he may not be of the highest caliber, he still held genuine feelings for her. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jiyin's face lit up with joy. "Ah Jing treats me so well. He cares for me deeply." Even when the emperor of the great Zhou and many others offered him numerous women, he dismissed them all. "Master Ancestor, he truly is wonderful." Upon hearing her words, Shen Yuan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Was this truly a good thing? It was foolish, to say the least. As the crown prince of a nation, how could he possibly command authority over his own household? Nevertheless, it was indeed a considerable feat for this young lady to have achieved such a level of influence. Shen Jinyuan turned his gaze towards Xianyuan Jing, who had been named crown prince at the tender age of 12, and now, at 24, still found himself overshadowed by the third prince. 12 years had passed, ample time for strategizing, yet he remained under the thumb of the third prince. If she were in his position, she might as well relinquish her claim. That title was hardly befitting him. A chill settled in Xianyuan Jing's heart as he pressed his lips together in silence. What could he say? The reality was harsh. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. The position of crown prince had been orchestrated by his late mother for him. Even in her absence, he could not forsake it. Meanwhile, Shangguan Jian felt a pang of sympathy for her husband and wished to speak, but upon meeting the gaze of her master's uncle, she fell silent, choosing instead to clasp Xianyuan Jing's hand in a wordless gesture of comfort. The third prince, the son of the noble consort from the illustrious Gao family, hailed from a merchant background, yet wealth was not a concern. In recent years, several of the Gao family's kin had entered the court. The third prince's consort was the legitimate daughter of the prime minister, and who could doubt the prime minister's favoritism? With wealth and influence on their side, how could the crown prince hope to contend with them? How long could he possibly retain his position? Xianyuan Jing's complexion paled slightly, causing Shangguan Jian great distress. Master uncle, Shen Jinyuan continued, disregarding Shangguan Jian's concern, his expression indifferent. Furthermore, regarding military power, the Marquis of Weiyuan has long defended the northern borders, commanding a third of the Great Zhou's military strength, yet he remains a loyal subject, devoted only to the current emperor. The general of the state's guard protects Pingyang Pass and possesses nearly half of the Great Zhou's forces. However, given the relationship between Princess Xianyuan Nanxing and the emperor, it is unlikely she would openly support anyone. Yet, a faint smile graced his lips. I hear you share a good rapport with the young general of the state's guard. Perhaps you could draw him into your alliance. Meeting Shen Jinyuan's gaze, Xianyuan Jing thought of Mu Feng, who had always treated him with sincerity. He had vowed never to place Mu Feng in a difficult position. Shen Jinyuan scoffed, wondering how the crown prince had managed to survive in such a treacherous royal court for so long. Master uncle, please stop, Shangguan Jian interjected, her voice tinged with sorrow. It pains me to see this. With a wave of his hand, Shen Jinyuan dismissed the topic, knowing that words would do little to change the current predicament. The obstinate girl had set her sights on Xianyuan Jing. What more could she do? Turning to Shangguan Jian, he urged, you are aware of his struggles. If you cannot assist in other matters, cannot you lend a hand financially? Surely you understand that money can provide for people? Pouting, Shangguan Jian retorted. Where would I acquire such funds? Your father has withheld the dowry. Has he even reclaimed the token from the Four Seas Bank? The Four Seas Bank was the largest financial institution on the continent, a property of the Shangguan family. Both Shangguan Jian and Shangguan Yuyo, along with her, possessed a black iron token from the Four Seas Bank, allowing them to withdraw unlimited amounts of silver. Shangguan Jian lifted her chin defiantly. He may have taken it, but he declared his intention to sever our father-daughter relationship. Why would I want his money? I even returned some to him. Oh, Shen Jinyuan was truly at his wits' end with this foolish girl. You certainly possess a backbone. Shangguan Jian appeared oblivious to the mockery in Shen Jinyuan's tone, responding with pride, of course. If he disowns me, why would I want his money? Humph. On the side, Inu could no longer bear to watch. This young lady had indeed been overly sheltered. The greatest hardship she had endured throughout her life was likely the rigors of martial training from a young age. In Chapter 23, it became apparent that someone had unclean hands. Shen Jinyuan felt that continuing to converse with this fool would only diminish her own intelligence. Since Xianyuan Jing was considered somewhat of an ally, it would not hurt to lend a hand. After all, it required little effort. And there was still the Shun family to consider. There was no escaping that connection. Shen Jinyuan slightly raised her hand, prompting Inu to place 2 tokens into her palm. Shangguan Jian's eyes brightened. Is that for me from my esteemed grandmaster? One of the tokens was familiar to her. It was none other than the black iron token from the Four Seas Bank. The other, a golden token, was unfamiliar. Shen Jinyuan scoffed and tossed it directly at her. Shangguan Jian caught it with enthusiasm. Thank you, esteemed grandmaster. She then turned to Xianyuan Jing with excitement. Ah Jing, we will have plenty of silver now. I can assist you. Xianyuan Jing frowned, feeling a mix of emotions. His masculine pride made it difficult to accept such a situation. But when faced with his wife's smiling face, he could only gently pat her head. Looking at the golden token, which bore little more than the character for command, Shangguan Jian asked in confusion, Esteemed grandmaster, what is this for? The The ghost face will soon arrive in the capital, and he should possess numerous valuable items that can assist your husband. Even if he doesn't, he will find a way to uncover information. This token represents my identity and is temporarily bestowed upon you. Shangguan Jian was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Esteemed Grandmaster, do you mean I can freely utilize the power of the Seven Stars Pavilion? Shun Jinyuan, disinterested in further elaboration, replied, if I give it to you, use it. Also, I will have your dowry arranged for delivery by your father. What is rightfully yours shall be yours. Upon hearing mention of her father, Shangguan Jian's mood soured. Her father, who had doted on her excessively throughout her life, had severed ties with her simply because she was marrying Xianyuan Jing. She felt hurt and angry. I do not want the dowry he offers, she declared, yet her cunning gaze met Shun Jinyuan's. However, esteemed Grandmaster, if you wish to give me a dowry, I would be more than willing to accept. A sharp sound resounded as Shun Jinyuan tapped her forehead, and this time, she did not wince in pain, but merely stuck out her tongue sheepishly. One should not be overly greedy. The esteemed Grandmaster had already bestowed upon her many precious items. You have already married him, and many matters cannot simply be brushed aside by your reluctance. The third prince's influence is formidable. Should he ascend to power, there will be no escape for you two. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Shangguan Jian pouted defiantly. At worst, I will flee Kyoto without Jing and venture into the martial world. With my skills, escaping is no difficult feat, and would he agree? Shangguan Jian met Xianyuan Jing's complex gaze. Ah Jing, what do you say? Xianyuan Jing took a deep breath, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Yet he remained silent. Shun Jinyuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. In 2 or 3 hours, dawn would break, and she did not wish to squander time. As for your marital matters, discuss them privately. I will not interfere. You come here. Xianyuan Jing recognized that she was calling him and stepped forward. Esteemed Grandmaster, what guidance do you have? Shun Jinyuan cast a glance at the chair beside her and seated herself. Xianyuan Jing, perplexed, obediently took a seat on the adjacent chair. She extended her hand, prompting Xianyuan Jing to do likewise. Shun Jinyuan reached out to assess his pulse, much to Xianyuan Jing's astonishment. However, he was aware of the ghostly physician's capabilities and quietly allowed her to conduct her examination. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand, her expression remaining unchanged. I am hungry, she declared. Shangguan Jian paused, her innocent eyes blinking as she looked at her esteemed master. There are pastries. Would you care for some? Shun Jinyuan frowned. I desire something warm. Shangguan Jian was at a loss for words. At such a critical moment, what does it matter what you eat, master? Perhaps you could attend to Xianyuan Jing first? If I'm hungry, I cannot concentrate, Shun Jinyuan replied. Shangguan Jian furrowed her brow. You never had this issue before. Has it developed in these past 2 years? Shun Jinyuan gritted her teeth. Indeed, 2 years apart can change a person. How troublesome, already so finicky, and now this. Listening to her muttering, Shun Jinyuan took a deep breath, deciding not to quibble with this fool. Go and prepare me a bowl of noodles. Shangguan Jian glanced at Xianyuan Jing, then helplessly at Shun Jinyuan. Very well, wait for me a moment. As she departed, Shun Jinyuan signaled to Inyue, who promptly left, taking the unconscious Xianming with her. Xianyuan Jing's gaze flickered. Master, has something amiss occurred with my body? Shun Jinyuan did not conceal the truth. You have been poisoned by the blood crow toxin. The afflicted show no signs of discomfort. This toxin specifically targets men, first rendering them unable to procreate, and then, after 3 years, it causes their bodies to inexplicably deteriorate until death ensues, leaving even the most skilled physicians unable to discern the true cause of death. You have been afflicted for 2 years. Xianyuan Jing's complexion paled further with each of Shun Jinyuan's chilling words, his clenched fists trembling slightly. It was no wonder he and Jian had been married for 2 years without offspring. 2 years. This meant he had been subjected to such a cruel poison immediately after their union. His eyes reddened as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to Shun Jinyuan. I implore you, Master, save me. I cannot perish yet. Shun Jinyuan reclined lazily against the back of her chair. There is no antidote for this poison. A sinking feeling overwhelmed Xianyuan Jing, as if all strength had suddenly abandoned him. Yet, after a moment, he looked at Shun Jinyuan. So I still have a year then? Shun Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. In principle, yes. Xianyuan Jing seemed to have made a significant resolution, his gaze towards Shun Jinyuan unwaveringly resolute. I beseech you, Master, take Xian away. Shun Jinyuan regarded him, her expression concealed beneath a gilded mask. Xian Yuanjing continued, I have reasons to remain. Ji Yin is still young. I do not wish to rob her of the freedom she deserves. My marriage to her has already confined her. I cannot bear to see her suffer for a lifetime. You can only conceal the truth for a year. Eventually, she will learn it. Xian Yuanjing clenched his teeth. When she hears the news a year from now, perhaps it will not wound her as deeply. Shen Jinyuan scoffed. You underestimate her. Once Shangwan Jiyin sets her heart on someone or something, her resolve remains unyielding throughout her life. Such behavior will only exacerbate her suffering. Xian Yuanjing forced a bitter smile. Yet, what alternatives did he possess? Shen Jinyuan pressed her lips together, acknowledging that the blood crow poison indeed lacked an antidote, but that did not imply it would always remain so. Years ago, she had developed it, never anticipating it would be applied to one of her own. Xian Yuanjing was taken aback, realizing that this poison was crafted by his esteemed elder. Shen Jinyuan felt no remorse. After all, she had created the poison, yet had not inflicted it upon him. Due to its insidious nature, she had ceased its production, and the formula had been destroyed. However, she could not help but reveal a bloodthirsty smirk, surprised that someone had managed to disseminate this poison. It seemed that among her subordinates, there were those with unclean hands. Chapter 24. Shun Yin encounters trouble. You need not be overly concerned. Your life is beyond the grasp of the King of Hell. Shun Jinyuan's words, undeniably audacious, elicited no doubt from Xian Yuanjing, who silently breathed a sigh of relief. You should have deduced the identity of Ji Yin by now. Xian Yuanjing smiled wryly, having initially assumed that a Yin was merely a branch of the Shangwan family. However, which branch's daughter could choose a spouse from among the royal families of various nations? It turned out that his Yin bore such noble status, yet had endured immense hardship and disdain for her own sake. Xian Yuanjing, one must occupy a high position to possess the capability to protect those one wishes to safeguard. Your identity is established. Despite our reluctance, we can no longer alter the situation. Ji Yin has chosen you. From the moment Shangwan Ji Yin wed you, the Shangwan family could no longer sever ties with you. Therefore, the wealth, power, and connections of the Shangwan family can serve as resources for your endeavors. You need not feel your pride has been wounded, for you cannot change this reality. Since alteration is impossible, strive to ascend to that position and protect Ji Yin well. She is not as innocent and harmless as you perceive. She simply lacks defenses towards those close to her. If she desires, she can excel at anything, including becoming the empress of the Great Zhou. Her words were blunt but undeniably factual. Xian Yuanjing's eyes were tinged with bloodshot fatigue, indicating he had not rested well of late. As for the head of the Shangwan family, you need not worry. He will not oppose what I have promised. Xian Yuanjing bowed in gratitude towards Shen Jinyuan, thanking his esteemed elder. Shen Jinyuan nodded, assuring him that within 6 months, the antidote would be provided. At that time, let Ji Yin bear you 2 children. For the sake of the children, the head of the Shangwan family would not be overly harsh with you. Observing his rigid demeanor, Shen Jinyuan sighed softly. One must learn to be adaptable. Xian Yuanjing's handsome face flushed. Indeed, enough of this. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Xian Yuanjing hastily interjected. A Yin is still preparing noodles for you. Would you not wait a moment? Shen Jinyuan regarded him as though he were a fool. What she made was fit for consumption. After 2 years as her husband, do you not have any awareness? Xian Yuanjing was momentarily speechless, left to watch her vanish into the night. Just as she departed, Shangwan Ji Yin approached with a bowl of thick, dark noodle paste. Her small face smeared with black and white, making one wonder if she had just emerged from a battle. Oh, where is my esteemed elder? Xian Yuanjing smiled as he stepped forward, wiping her face with a handkerchief while saying, she has left. Shangwan Ji Yin, visibly upset, had a craving for noodles. After putting in considerable effort to prepare them, she found that the person she was making them for had left. How unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. Perhaps there was an urgent matter at hand. She admonished herself not to be angry. Yet, anger bubbled within her. She had burned her hands twice in the process. Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she turned to Xian Yuanjing and said, my dear husband, why don't you enjoy the noodles? They are the fruit of my labor. Xian Yuanjing gazed at the inky mass of noodles, his lips twitching in response. In the Ministry of Rites, Bamboo Grove, Lin Shi appeared weary, contemplating her impending departure the following day with a heavy heart. Reflecting on the past 2 days without the opportunity to check in on her daughter, she had come to share an evening meal with her. Wan, you've worked hard these past few days. Have you tidied up the courtyard? Shun Jinyuan observed Lin Shi's clearly fatigued face, feeling it would be disingenuous to say she felt nothing. She offered her a piece of fish, saying, "I've taken care of everything. Mother need not worry about me." Lin Shi's eyes welled with tears upon seeing the fish in the bowl. Throughout these days, she felt a growing distance from her daughter. She understood that since her child had not grown up by her side, she could not rush their bond. Yet it was undeniable that her heart ached. After all, this was her daughter, whom she had long yearned for over the years. Nuan is also concerned for her mother now. It brings me joy. Shun Jinyuan bit her lip in discomfort, choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, Shun Huayan blinked his large eyes, alternating his gaze between his grandmother and aunt, seemingly grasping something yet remaining perplexed. When Shun Jinyuan met his gaze, she playfully poked his forehead and declared, "Finish your rice. There must be no leftovers." Pouting, Shun Huayan continued to nibble at his meal. Lin Shi smiled, noting how, during his short stay, he had gained considerable weight, clearly fond of Nuan. Shun Jinyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Was it not perfectly natural for him to like her? Just then, Mama Li rushed in, her forehead glistening with sweat. Madam, it's terrible. The eldest young master is in trouble." "What?" Lin Shi sprang to her feet, her chair clattering to the ground. "What has happened?" Without a moment to spare, she was hurriedly supported by Mama Li as they rushed out. Shun Huayan, still at the table, froze in shock. Then, with a hint of fear in his eyes, set down his bowl and leapt into Shun Jinyuan's embrace, tugging at her sleeve, imploring her to take him along. Shun Jinyuan scooped up Shun Huayan and followed suit. Soon, Yin appeared beside her, whispering a report. Today, the eldest young master was summoned by the son of the Minister of Works. The late madam's father is Lu Yan, the Minister of Works. The young man who invited the eldest young master is Lu Tong, the late madam's younger brother. It is likely that he was either bribed or threatened by the third prince's people. They were in a private room at Wangchuan Tower, and no one knows what transpired inside. Only that the eldest young master pushed a son of the prime minister's family down the stairs, resulting in immediate death, and he was apprehended on the spot. Shun Jinyuan furrowed her brow. How did this happen? It was the old master and the eldest master who personally went to the yamen. The specifics of their discussion remain unclear. However, in the end, the prime minister relented, and the household had to pay 5,000 taels of gold to bring the eldest young master back. Shun Jinyuan halted. 5,000 taels? In gold? Inu nodded, her countenance far from pleasant. To exchange a mere illegitimate son for the legitimate heir of the Shin family, along with 5,000 taels of gold, was an exceedingly advantageous deal. Indeed, it was worthy of a prime minister's cunning. The Shin family, along with the profits accumulated by Shun and Yin over the years, likely possessed no more than 5,000 taels of gold. They were effectively driving the Shin family towards the brink of ruin. Not to mention the considerable expenses required for their journey to Yong'an County. The family would need approximately 20 days to reach their destination. The costs of food and lodging for such a large party would be substantial. Shun Jinyuan, cradling her child, pressed forward, inquiring about her elder brother's condition. "It is severe," came the reply. Shun Jinyuan's expression darkened further. "Fetch my medicine box." At once. Upon arriving at Qingfeng Courtyard, the rest of the Shin family had already gathered, their faces etched with concern. Shin Shuai-Ro rushed towards Shun Jinyuan, clasping her arm. "Sister, what shall we do? Brother is gravely injured. Have we summoned a doctor?" "We have called upon Dr. Li from the Sansheng Tang, and he is already inside." Shun Jinyuan gently set down Shin Huayan. "Watch over Nen. I will go and see." However, her dress was caught by Shun Huayan's small hand. Shun Jinyuan found it difficult to carry out many tasks with the child in tow. His intelligence was remarkable. He understood much even without words. Thus, she had never regarded him as an ordinary child. She affectionately tousled Shun Huayan's hair. "I am here. Everything will be fine." Chapter 25. A desire to punish the Shun family master Shun. "I regret to inform you that my medical skills are limited," Dr. Li from Sansheng Tang expressed gravely. "The young master's injuries are serious. It is a miracle he has survived. However, he may spend the remainder of his life confined to a bed." Upon reaching the threshold, Shun Jinyuan overheard Dr. Li's disheartening words. Sansheng Tang was her enterprise. While outsiders may not be aware, Li Da understood the situation. Though he remained oblivious to her other identity as a ghost doctor, she was well aware of Li Da's medical prowess, and it was evident that Shun Yin was indeed gravely injured. Shun Qing Shan staggered back, his face pale, nearly collapsing as Shun and Yin steadied him. Lin Shi fainted outright, and Li Momo anxiously called out, Madam, madam, are you well? Please awaken. Shen Wei closed his eyes in anguish, his eyelids damp. I implore the doctor to do everything possible. Preserving his life is paramount. Father. Shen Qingshan gazed at his father in disbelief. How could this be? He is my only legitimate son. Eldest, do not hinder the doctor's efforts. Preserving his life must take precedence over all else. Tears streamed down Shen Qingshan's face. To be paralyzed, that is a fate worse than losing a yen. What other prospects can there be? He bowed his head in despair, trembling all over, utterly helpless. Shen and Yin's eyes were also red-rimmed. Brother, we must prioritize saving a yan's life above all. Perhaps we might find another miraculous physician, such as the so-called ghost doctor rumored in the capital recently. Would it not be prudent to seek him out? At that moment, Dr. Li interjected. If we can locate the ghost doctor, there may still be hope. Just then, Shun Jin Yuan entered the room, first glancing at the fainted Lin Shi. She administered a pill to her. Momo, please assist my mother outside. Her emotional distress is not serious. Li Momo wiped her eyes. Yes. I will take the madam out at once. Shen Wei turned to Shin Jin Yuan, wondering how Nguyen Nguyen had arrived. Shin Jin Yuan did not respond to Shen Wei's inquiry. Instead, she knelt slightly before several individuals and proceeded directly to Shun Yan's bedside. At that moment, Shun Yan lay sprawled on the bed, half-conscious, his hair drenched in sweat, with stray strands clinging to his face. His complexion was ashen, and his lips were bloodied from his own biting. Shin Jinyuan furrowed her brow slightly. Was this truly her once bright and spirited elder brother? A pang of sorrow gripped her heart inexplicably. He should not be in such a state. She reached out to uncover the thin blanket covering his back, but was halted by Shun Wei's firm grasp. He frowned deeply. Nguyen, your brother's injuries are severe, most notably on his back and lower body. How can you, as a woman? Shen Jinyuan understood Shun Wei's intention perfectly, maintaining her composure. In the eyes of a healer, there is no distinction of gender. Grandfather, allow me to examine him. Li Dui observed the striking yet calm young girl with surprise. At such a tender age, could she possess medical skills? However, even if she had a smattering of knowledge, it would surely be superficial. For there was likely no other in this world, like his master, who exhibited such extraordinary medical prowess at a young age. Does the young lady also practice medicine? Li Dui queried. Shun Jinyuan, ignoring Li Dui, unveiled the coverings from Shun Yin, exposing a ghastly array of wounds, bloodied and gruesome, with flesh and clothing matted together. The men of the Shun household exchanged glances, their faces visibly pale, especially Shen Qingshan. Shun Jinyuan's expression remained unchanged as she meticulously examined the wounds. When no one was paying attention, she brushed her fingers over the crimson mark on her wrist, and the scene before her shifted dramatically. Her eyes scanned Shun Yan's injuries like a sophisticated scanner, and she quickly grasped the severity. The assailant had indeed been ruthless, directing all their force towards his spine, clearly intending to render Shun Yan partially paralyzed. This was not merely an act of violence. It was an assault on the very spirit of the Shin family. At that moment, Inu entered with a medicine box, nodding slightly to the individuals in the room before expressionlessly laying out the tools Shin Jinyuan would require. Having accompanied Shin Jinyuan for many years, she was well versed in the general procedures for treating external injuries. Li Dui's eyes lit up as he recognized the tools, and he found himself drawn towards them uncontrollably, gazing enviously at the gleaming instruments. They were far superior to his own. Inu, observing his reaction, remained unfazed. She was fully aware of the old man's covetous thoughts regarding her master's belongings. At this juncture, Shun Jinyuan spoke. Grandfather, you may leave now. She then turned her gaze towards Li Dui, asking, Dr. Li, would you be willing to stay and assist? Li Dui, enchanted by Shun Jinyuan's array of tools, eagerly eyed the medicine box, curious about its contents. He had noticed numerous jars and bottles, which seemed oddly familiar. Seeing that Li Dui was silent, Shen Anian called out anxiously, Dr. Li? Only then did Li Dui return to his senses, asking, What is it? Oh, very well. If the young lady does not mind, I would be honored to assist. Naturally, such exquisite tools were unmistakably the mark of an expert. However, the efficacy of the medical arts remains uncertain. He must observe further. Moreover, he harbors reservations. Although he cannot ensure Shun Yan's complete recovery, preserving his life is certainly feasible. Shen Qingshan anxiously turned to Shun Jinyuan, asking, Warm, can you save your elder brother? This matter is no trifling matter. His gaze lingered on the bed, where his elder son lay unconscious, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Shen Anian, equally apprehensive, noted that the crown prince would surely be able to summon imperial physicians. Should they not wait a little longer? Shen Wei sighed, recognizing the crown prince's precarious situation. Given the hour, it was unlikely any imperial physician would arrive, so it was best not to delay further. Shen Jinyuan mentally noted the ineffectiveness of Shen Yuanjing. Shen Wei observed his granddaughter, who appeared remarkably composed, seemingly confident. Warm, do you possess certainty? He inquired. Meeting her grandfather's wise yet weary gaze, she affirmed, yes. Shen Wei took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, and met the eyes of Shen Qingshan and Shen Anian, stating firmly, we shall step outside. Shen Anian was taken aback. Father? Shen Wei insisted, I said outside. Shen Qingshan glanced at his daughter, then at his son, and ultimately, with a determined sigh, exited. His retreating figure bore an air of desolation. Shen Anian, seeing that his elder brother did not oppose, could only stomp his feet in frustration and follow suit. He did not intend to doubt Shen Jinyuan. It was only natural for anyone to think this way. Dr. Li, despite his advanced age and esteemed reputation in the capital, had stated that he could only ensure a preservation of life. How could this young girl possibly succeed? Ultimately, Shen Wei merely cast a glance at Shen Jinyuan before turning to leave. Shen Jinyuan displayed no outward reaction, proceeding to cleanse the wound and remove the fabric of the clothing. She then turned to wash her hands. Lida nodded in obedience and promptly set about his task. As he finished cleaning the wound, he realized how readily he had complied with the young girl's instructions. Chapter 26. Leaving no escape route due to excruciating pain. Shun Yin had awakened. He had heard Dr. Li's words, but his body was too frail to respond. Now, as he opened his eyes, they were bloodshot, and as he opened his mouth, blood flowed forth. Shen Jinyuan presented a small pill at his lips, her voice faint, swallow this. Shun Yin had no time to react and could only instinctively swallow. The pill dissolved upon entering, nourishing his lungs like a warm spring, providing him with a modicum of relief. Noticing his slight improvement, Shun Jinyuan began to take action. However, before she could proceed, Shun Yin grasped her hand. Struggling to utter a few words, you should go out. You are a woman. Shen Jinyuan found this perspective absurdly antiquated. Lowering her gaze to meet Shun Yan's crimson eyes, she thought, does he wish to be bettered in for the rest of his days, reliant on others? Shen Yan's eyes flickered, his jaw clenched. Face or body? Which shall you choose, elder brother? Only then did Shun Yan slightly loosen his grip, closing his eyes in silence. Shen Jinyuan had no time to indulge his antiquated notions. In such dire times, concern for gender distinctions was utterly preposterous. This injury was undeniably a formidable challenge for any seasoned physician. However, for Shen Jinyuan, it was not a daunting task. She did not attend to the wound immediately, as the most critical issue was the severed spine. She had to assist in reconnecting it. She merely uttered a command to stabilize him before commencing her efforts. The anguished cries from outside sent shivers through the hearts of those gathered. Lin's lips trembled as she had just awakened, unable to cry, with silent tears streaming down her face. Shen Qingshan, pale and desolate, held her tightly, his heartache beyond description. Shen Shuero cradled Shun Huayan, her body shaking with sobs. Tears streamed down Shun Huayan's cheeks, fully aware of the tragedy that had unfolded. His little hands clutched tightly at Shun Shuero's garment, weeping silently. Shun Yingying wept in her mother Li's embrace, with Li's eyes reddened, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen the Shun family time and again. Shun Wei stood resolutely at the forefront, arms clasped behind his back, his once proud posture now slightly stooped. Shen Anian stood behind Shen Wei, fearful that their elderly patriarch might collapse under the weight of despair. This family could endure no more tribulations. Within the room, by the time Shen Jinyuan ceased her endeavors, Shun Yin had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The pain had overwhelmed him, causing him to faint, only to awaken again in torment. Enduring this cycle of suffering repeatedly, she retrieved her silver needles, deftly applying them to specific acupoints without a moment's pause. Li Da, assisting at her side, watched in awe as she performed her craft. The legendary Bai Luo Huangquan needles belonged to her master. He was elated, gazing at Shun Jinyuan's profile, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. The previously vigilant Yin Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking her head in resignation, had her master not revealed her identity. This old man would never have had the chance to discern it. Next came the treatment of the wounds, a considerably easier task. Shen Jinyuan's hands moved with remarkable speed, leaving Li Do astounded. Truly, she was a ghostly physician. Such swiftness and precision could only be attributed to her unparalleled skills. By the time all the wounds were attended to, the dawn had begun to break. Shen Jinyuan rotated her neck, still feeling fatigued. She glanced at the eager Li Do, asking if she needed to prescribe any medicine. With a grin that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, he insisted there was no need. He would fetch it himself, exclaiming how hard she had worked. Ignoring his obsequious demeanor, Shen Jinyuan washed her hands before stepping outside. Everyone awaited her emergence, and given Shen Wei's advanced age, Shen Anian had brought him a chair, insisting he sit. Upon seeing Shen Jinyuan, Shen Wei hurried to rise, but nearly stumbled due to unsteady footing. With Shen Anian quick to steady him. Once he regained his balance, he looked at Shen Jinyuan with hopeful eyes, his mouth opening and closing, unable to voice his queries. Witnessing such a scene from Shen Wei, a significant minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, stirred a wave of sorrow within Shen Jinyuan. Lin, supported by Shen Qingshan, stepped forward, and Shen Jinyuan offered a reassuring smile, conveying that her grandfather could rest easy, her parents need not worry, and her elder brother was in good hands. She assured them, with proper care, he would be able to rise from bed within 3 months. Shen Wei's eyes glistened with tears, exclaiming, "Good, good." Lin suddenly covered her mouth and buried her head in Shen Qingshan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Shen Anian felt a surge of joy, yet a shadow of concern crept over him. Would the journey have an adverse effect on Ian? Shen Wei sighed. "I shall immediately proceed to the palace and beseech the emperor for leniency, requesting a few more days." Before he could finish, the old steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, trouble has arisen. The officials from the prefecture have arrived, claiming they are here to bid you farewell." It was evident that Su He, the prefect of the capital, a protege of the chancellor, had received orders from a significant source. "Ha ha ha, Master Shen. I wonder if your household is prepared," he said with a mocking tone. "The chancellor has sent me to see you off, as we are colleagues. I felt it necessary to pay my respects." A farewell? Shen Wei had never witnessed such a departure. Uninvited, they barged into the courtyard with a retinue. He slightly bowed towards Su He. "Your Excellency Su, you may not be aware, but my grandson was gravely injured yesterday and is still confined to bed. I was just about to enter the palace to seek the emperor's understanding." "How unfortunate," Su He replied. "The emperor was enraged by the crown prince yesterday, and the imperial physician has advised that he requires rest. This morning, we received word that court proceedings have been suspended for 3 days." Shen Wei's expression darkened, contemplating whether to visit the crown prince's residence once more. Furthermore, due to the crown prince's intercession on Shen Anian's behalf, he had incurred the emperor's wrath and was ordered to remain in seclusion for a month, without leaving the estate. A cold smile crept upon Shen Wei's lips. This left him with no avenue for retreat. Su He then produced a list from his robe, stating, "This is a document entrusted to me by the chancellor, indicating that the Shen household has agreed to provide a settlement of 5,000 taels of gold as compensation to the chancellor's residence." Su He appeared somewhat troubled as he continued. "The chancellor's bookkeeper calculated that the properties in question are not yielding substantial returns and have been operating at a loss. As such, they reassessed the figures and found a shortfall of 8,000 taels. I have been dispatched to collect the owed silver. I wonder if Master Shen." Shen Anian was incensed. "That is impossible. The shops in my possession yield considerable profits annually. There are no losses to speak of." Su He smiled sardonically. "Dear second master, please do not be angry. I am merely the messenger, tasked with relaying information and collecting funds. Beyond that, I am not privy to the details." Chapter 27. Only when you are well shall the Shen family have a future. Shen Wei had already instructed Shen Anian to offer all available silver, valuable paintings, shops, and assets as compensation to the chancellor's residence. Where could they possibly find an additional 8,000 taels? Ultimately, the first and second households pooled their resources, and Lin and Li even contributed some jewelry to meet the required sum. Li wore a troubled expression, having had no rest throughout the night, and now they needed to set off for Yong'an County immediately. Their silver reserves were dwindling. What would they do upon arrival in Yong'an County? She glanced at Lin, who appeared even more distressed, worrying not only about household expenses, but also about Shen Yan. At that moment, Li Da emerged from within the house, greeting Shen Wei. The eldest young master requires additional medicine. I shall return to the apothecary to procure more. Also, here are 2 prescriptions. Lita handed over the papers. These will need to be taken over a period. Please keep them safe. Once you reach a place where you can obtain medicine, be sure to stock up. Shen Qingshan stepped forward to take the prescription, his face a mask of gratitude as he expressed his thanks to Dr. Li. He then turned to the old steward, instructing him to arrange for someone to accompany Dr. Li to fetch the medicine. Lin slowly approached, her condition having improved significantly. Dr. Li, with my son in this state, will he be able to travel? Dr. Li glanced at Shun Jinyuan, contemplating the situation. If the master is present, it should not be an issue, right? Shun Jinyuan interjected. When we depart, we will dismantle the bed and transfer both the person and the bed board onto the carriage. We can spread several blankets in the carriage for comfort. She then looked at Shen Wei. The emperor has commanded us to set out today, but did not specify when we must arrive in Yong'an County. Therefore, if we proceed at a slower, steadier pace, it should be manageable. Shen Wei regarded his granddaughter with a profound gaze, then acquiesced to her suggestion. At this moment, the old steward grew anxious, realizing the difficulty of locating a sufficiently large carriage to transport the bedboard. Shen Jinyuan exchanged a glance with Yinhua, who promptly bowed to the group, declaring, "Leave this matter to me," before swiftly departing. Dr. Li stroked his beard, announcing, "I shall take my leave now." Shen Wei, Shen Qingshan, and the others expressed their gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, Dr. Li." After Dr. Li cast one last look at Shen Jinyuan, he departed. The family hastily prepared to leave, neglecting even breakfast in their urgency to depart. The governor of the capital, Su He, remained steadfastly present, observing their every move, leading the Shun household to feel as though their patriarch was not being assigned to Yong'an County, but rather exiled to the frontier, never to return to the capital. This maneuver was truly disheartening. In front of the Grand Secretary's residence, Shen Wei stood with his hands clasped behind him, visibly reluctant, causing concern among Shen Qingshan and Shen Anian. "Father," Shen Qingshan spoke up, worry lacing his voice. Shen Wei sighed. "Has Ayin made the necessary arrangements?" "Yes, rest assured. We have been very cautious. Ayin is yet to awaken." Shen Wei nodded. "Let us proceed." Thus, the venerable ministers, loyal servants of the great Zhou, left the capital in a state of dishevelment, with not a single colleague present to bid them farewell, a most sorrowful sight indeed. As it was still early, the streets were nearly deserted. Shen Wei gazed at the tranquil thoroughfares from within the carriage, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Shen Anian handed 2 buns to Shen Wei, saying, "Father, we left in such haste that we had no time for breakfast. Please eat a bun to tide you over. You haven tea rested all night. After you finish, you should take a moment to recuperate. I have discussed with my elder brother, and we won't travel too far today. We can rest for a day in Feng County, which is not far from the capital. We can resume our journey tomorrow. How does that sound?" At this moment, Shen Wei appeared notably dejected, holding the bun without taking a bite. He waved his hand dismissively. "You attend to your own matters. Do not concern yourself with me. There are many responsibilities that your elder brother cannot manage alone." Having served in the officialdom for many years, the eldest son was familiar with the ways of governance. Yet when it came to certain mundane tasks, he was still not as adept as his younger brother. Shen Anian indeed had many matters to arrange, but was apprehensive about his father's well-being. "Father, you must take care of yourself. Only if you are well can the Shun family have a future." Shen Wei gently patted the shoulder of his son, reassuring him, "Do not worry, my child. Your father is well. However, recent family affairs require your utmost attention." Shen Wei was aware that his second son had diligently pursued business endeavors over the years, achieving modest success. Yet, in light of recent events, it felt as though all those years of hard work had been in vain, leaving him with a sense of guilt towards his son. "These matters are trivial. There is no need for you to fret, father. I can manage," Shun and Yin replied. Shen Wei nodded. "Very well. Go attend to your duties. You must also provide comfort to your wife, as she has endured considerable distress." "Of course, father," Shun and Yin said as he disembarked from Shun Wei's carriage and made his way to the carriage of his wife and daughter. Shun Ying's eyes were red-rimmed as she nestled against Li Shi. Upon seeing Shun and Yin approach, Li Shi's expression turned to one of concern. "You should rest for a while. You haven't even eaten breakfast and have been bustling about." Shun and Yin remained silent, taking a meat bun and devouring it heartily, all the while advising his wife, "Please assist my sister-in-law more during this time. Given the circumstances, she may overlook many matters." Li Shi sighed. Do I need you to remind me? Rest assured, I will keep an eye on things. Noticing the weariness in his wife's eyes, Shun and Yin felt a pang of guilt as he tenderly placed his hand over hers. Yin Yang, you have worked so hard. Li Shi's face flushed with warmth as she glanced at their daughter, playfully admonishing him. Our daughter is right here. I am not struggling. No hardship I endure compares to yours. Look at you, and it has only been one day. You seem to have aged overnight. Shun and Yin's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners, as if he had finally relaxed. It is not as exaggerated as you say. I merely had a poor night's sleep. Once we reach Feng County, I shall rest properly. At this moment, Shun Ying sniffled and retrieved a pouch from her pocket, offering it to Shun and Yin. Father, do we not have any silver left? This is for you. Surprised, Shun and Yin asked gently, what is this? Shun Ying hesitated, stroking the pouch. This is my lucky money from my childhood, along with the pocket money given by mother and father. This is all that remains, and I want to give it to you, father. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her past extravagance, wishing she had been more frugal. Li Shi turned her head away, her eyes misty. Shun and Yin felt a lump in his throat as he affectionately ruffled Shun Ying's hair. You should keep this. Ying. Father does not need it. Confused, she responded, but I heard from Xiao He that our household has run out of silver, and we may not even have enough to eat in the future. Shun and Yin's gaze hardened as he glanced at Li Shi, who also wore a troubled expression and nodded slightly. She understood her husband's unspoken message. A maid who spoke so carelessly could not remain around their daughter. Shun Ying, being innocent and somewhat naive at the tender age of 15, was easily influenced by such talk. Shun and Yin pressed the pouch into Shun Ying's hands, reassuring her, do not worry, my dear. Father still has funds. If it runs low, I shall ask you for more. Really? Shun Ying was skeptical, as Xiao He had sounded quite convincing. Indeed, it is true. Do you not trust your father, Ying? Shun and Yin feigned a stern expression, lending him an air of authority. Shun Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their household still possessed resources and assured that they would not go hungry. In the carriage of Shun Yin, Shen Qingshan and Lin Shi were accompanied by a large carriage procured by Yin Yu, which seemed remarkably spacious even after accommodating both Shen Yin and his bed. The couple, unable to quell their concerns for their eldest son, decided to travel with him in the same carriage. Shun Shuoro, along with Li Momo and several maidservants, occupied another carriage, while Shun Jin Yuan rode with Shun Huayan in yet another. The little one, Shun Huayan, was utterly exhausted, having endured an entire sleepless night. An admirable feat for such a small child. Banksia laid down bedding in the carriage, and the little one fell into a deep slumber. With a small boiler, Banksia ignited a stove within the carriage. There was no choice, for her young lady was exceedingly particular, refusing to touch any of the provisions prepared by the household servants. Thus, she prepared a delicate bowl of bird's nest porridge, and her food box contained fresh fruits, pastries, and even tea, sources unknown. Shun Jin Yuan rested with her eyes closed, and when Banksia carefully ladled a generous portion of porridge, she gently roused her mistress. Miss, have a bowl of porridge before you sleep again. You have worked tirelessly through the night and have yet to eat breakfast, which is not good for your health. Shen Jin Yuan finally opened her eyes, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Shun Huayan. Hasn't it eaten? Banksia leaned closer, offering the spoon to her mistress's lips. She had some pastries and fruits before sleeping. She should not be hungry. Accustomed to Banksia's attentive service, Shen Jin Yuan nodded and took small sips of the bird's nest porridge. Banksia watched with great satisfaction as her mistress finished most of the bowl, her heart swelling with joy. She contemplated fetching another bowl, but was halted by Shun Jin Yuan's gentle command. That is enough. I do not wish to eat more. She then turned her gaze to Inu outside the carriage, inquiring, have you and Inu eaten? Banksia beamed with delight. Rest assured, miss, we are both quite full. Shun Jin Yuan, observing the remaining porridge, decided to send a bowl to her grandfather, reserving the rest for her elder brother. Very well, I shall do so at once. A quarter of an hour later, the Shun family set forth from the city in a grand procession. Su Hinyang stood atop the city tower, watching their departure. And only then did a satisfied smile grace his face, as he could now return to report to the chancellor. Shen Wei, alone in the carriage with his eyes closed, was immediately alert upon receiving the bowl of bird's nest porridge from Banksia. He regarded the bowl in his hands, his thoughts swirling. His granddaughter was indeed remarkable. Her medical skills surpassed even those of Dr. Li from the Sansheng Hall, and amidst the various occurrences within the household, she maintained her composure and poise. Furthermore, this bird's nest was of superior quality than what was typically found in his residence. Even the most ordinary bowl was crafted from jade, clearly not from his household. Yet soon, a smile graced his lips. Remarkable or not, she was undoubtedly of his own blood. In this regard, Shun Wei had never doubted. As long as her heart remained true to her family, nothing else mattered. The Shin family continued their journey at a leisurely pace for an hour, finally arriving at the Shirley Pavilion just outside the capital. Shin Anian quietly approached Shun Wei's carriage, whispering, "Father, there are people ahead." Shin Wei drew back the carriage curtain and recognized a familiar face, Xian Ming, a strategist from the Crown Prince's residence. With Shin Anian's assistance, Shin Wei disembarked from the carriage. Upon seeing Shin Wei, Xian Ming bowed, but Shin Wei waved his hand, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary in public. "Your presence here is already a gesture of goodwill. Mr. Shin thanks you." Xian Ming sighed, surveying his surroundings. "Is the esteemed Lord Shin available for a moment of discourse?" Shun Wei cast a glance at his second son, who promptly nodded and withdrew, leaving the space for the two men. Xian Ming, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries, proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. The Crown Prince was unable to leave the palace and had sent him to bid farewell. The Crown Prince expressed his profound apologies, having pleaded with the Emperor for quite some time, yet the Emperor remained irate. He was well aware of the affairs within the residence. Xianming produced a brocade box from his bosom and extended it to Shin Wei, explaining that it contained a token from the Crown Prince, who hoped for the Lord's understanding regarding his absence at the farewell. Shin Wei accepted the box without hesitation but refrained from opening it. With a smile, he remarked, "I comprehend. Shin shall merely be unable to assist the Crown Prince for now. You will surely have to endure more in the future." A shadow of sorrow crossed Xuanming's features. The Crown Prince's situation was indeed dire, and he had not anticipated that even the esteemed lord would be affected. However, there was a glimmer of good news. With the assistance of influential benefactors, the Crown Prince had gained access to considerable funds and connections within the underworld, which would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. Shin Wei's eyes brightened. "Is that truly so?" "Indeed," Xianming affirmed, though the Crown Prince did not elaborate. "You may inquire further upon your return to the capital." Shin Wei nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Splendid." Furthermore, the Crown Prince harbored concerns that the faction of the Third Prince may pose a threat to the Lord. Thus, he had dispatched covert guards to accompany the Lord until he safely reached Yong'an County. Upon hearing this, Shun Wei bowed towards the direction of the capital and expressed his gratitude on behalf of himself to the Crown Prince. "It is only right," Xianming replied. Their conversation was brief. Xianming conveyed a few matters entrusted to him by Xianyuan Jing before taking his leave. In the pavilion, Shun Wei stood alone, gazing towards the direction of the capital. He pondered how long it would be before he could return. As soon as Xianming departed, Shin Qingshan and Shun Anian approached, both bearing expressions of concern. Shin Wei found their demeanor amusing and handed the brocade box to Shun Anian. Upon opening it, Shun Anian discovered a substantial stack of silver notes, precisely what they were in dire need of, amounting to a full 10,000 taels. Elated, he exclaimed, "Father, is this from the Crown Prince?" Shin Wei nodded. "The Crown Prince still thinks of us. Whenever there is an opportunity, he will surely facilitate our return to the capital." A rare smile graced Shun Qingshan's face as he too acknowledged that the capital was where they truly belonged. Though they currently held no official positions, he believed that given the chance, he would once again serve the nation. At that moment, a carriage approached from a distance. Shun Anian glanced at his father and brother before stepping forward to investigate. Upon recognizing the visitor, his expression darkened immediately. The newcomer was Lu Yan, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, who happened to be Shun Yan's father-in-law, accompanied by the bruised Lu Tong, the scoundrel who had deceived Shin Yan. "What brings you here?" Lu Yan sighed. "I have come with this unfilial son to seek an audience with your father. Inform him that I am here to apologize." Lu Yan had always held Shin Yan in high regard as a son-in-law, but regrettably, his daughter had not been blessed with longevity and had departed early. Despite this, their relationship had remained amicable over the years, with his grandson frequently visiting their residence, much to everyone's delight. Yet now, lamenting the situation was futile. Even if they wished to avoid entanglement in the factional disputes, they found it impossible to extricate themselves entirely. This time, the Third Prince's associates have seized a leverage over Lu Tong, threatening him to lure Shun Yan away. Shen Jinyuan, feeling uncomfortable in the carriage, seized the opportunity to step down and stretch. At this moment, Inu approached and whispered something in her ear. A smirk graced her lips. Could it be that she could not resist leaving the capital so soon? There were not many people around, and the secret guards dispatched by the crown prince swiftly dealt with the situation. Shen Jinyuan glanced at her grandfather, who stood a short distance away, and concluded that their presence was not yet required. Chapter 29. A bit endearingly pedantic Shen Jinyuan observed her grandfather in the pavilion, while Inu quietly remarked, "The gentleman speaking with the old master is Lu Yan, the Minister of Works, who happens to be the father of your late sister-in-law. The man bowing his head behind him is the brother-in-law responsible for the first young master's current plight." A cold smile crept across Shen Jinyuan's lips. How utterly tiresome. Just then, Ban Xia rushed over, exclaiming, "Miss, the first young master has awakened. I will take the porridge to him right away. Would you like to go see him?" Shen Jinyuan remained silent, and instead turned towards the largest carriage. Inside the pavilion, Lu Yan appeared distraught, lamenting that Huaida had no face to meet again. However, after much contemplation, he feared that if he did not see Shen Wei today, he might never have another opportunity. Lu Tong, bruised and battered, knelt before Shen Wei, expressing that he had no idea what would transpire next, believing it would merely be a warning to Shen Yan. Nonetheless, a mistake had been made, and one must acknowledge their faults. Shen Wei sighed, but did not bid him to rise. Instead, he inquired about Lu Yan's father. Lu Yan's eyes were slightly reddened as he replied, "He is well enough, though he struggles to recognize people now." Shen Wei had been a longtime friend of Lu Yan's father. Otherwise, he would not have permitted his grandson to wed Lu Yan's granddaughter. Alas, how things have changed. I am already aware of this matter. It was a calamity aimed at the Shen family. Whether it was Lu Tong or another, Huaida need not dwell on it. Lu Yan shook his head, acknowledging that a mistake is a mistake. The rivalry between the third prince and the crown prince has left the Lu family yearning to remain uninvolved. He sighed, his demeanor lightening somewhat, and said, "Please inform my uncle that I have resigned from my post, and will be returning to my hometown with my family in a few days." Shen Wei was taken aback. "You need not." Lu Yan smiled and waved his hand dismissively, asserting that this decision was independent of his uncle's influence. "You know my character. I do not take detours. The current court is no longer suitable for me." Shen Wei pondered for a moment, then sighed. "If you have made up your mind, I will not obstruct you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to send word to Yong'an County." He patted Lu Yan's shoulder. "We are in-laws. Let us not sever our ties. You will surely miss Huaiyan." At the mention of Shun Huaiyan, tears welled in Lu Yan's eyes once more. "Yes, indeed, I could never part with my grandson." After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Wei instructed Shun and Yin to take Lu Yan and his son to see Shen Huaiyan, who was still asleep. With Ban Xia attending to him, Lu Yan glanced at the little one, noting he had gained some weight, and felt relieved. Inside Shen Yan's carriage, Shen Qingshan and his wife anxiously observed Shen Jinyuan as she examined Shen Yan. Only daring to speak once, she withdrew her hand. Especially Lin, unable to contain her urgency, inquired about her elder brother's well-being. "Father and mother need not worry. The wound is not serious." She then cast a glance at Shen Yan, who was avoiding her gaze, and found it rather amusing that her older brother was endearingly old-fashioned. At that moment, Shen Yan felt a penetrating pain from his back to his lower back. Facing Shen Jinyuan's teasing eyes, he wished to find a hole to burrow into. It was rather embarrassing for him, as an elder brother, to be treated by his own sister in such a manner. Shen Jinyuan glanced at the bird's nest porridge beside her. "Mother will feed you some porridge shortly. You must eat something light these days. I will have Ban Xia deliver your meals punctually to prevent you from consuming anything that could hinder your recovery." Lin wiped the corner of her eye with a silk handkerchief. "All right, you can take care of it. Mother can rest easy." Shen Qingshan looked at Shen Jinyuan with a complex expression. "Dear, your medical skills." Shen Jinyuan maintained her composure. "Did I not mention before that my adoptive father is a pharmacist, and that I have learned some medicine?" He had heard her say so, but he was astonished by the proficiency she displayed. Dr. Li from Sanshengtang was renowned for his medical skills, and some even claimed he was on par with the imperial physicians. The revelation that his daughter could treat ailments that even Dr. Li found challenging was indeed surprising. Lin playfully pushed Shen Qingshan and chuckled affectionately. "Your father merely did not expect your skills to be so remarkable. He is just a bit taken aback. Do not blame him, dear. After all, my daughter is simply outstanding." Shen Jinyuan rarely exhibited a smile, but now she did. "It is natural for father to be suspicious. However, My master has a peculiar temperament and dislikes my mentioning his name in public. No need to explain, Shen Shan said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Father does not suspect you of anything. He is just genuinely surprised. But with your impressive skills, I am proud. Faced with such unreserved paternal affection from Shen Shan, Shen Jinyuan felt a bit ill at ease. After all, Shen Shan was a man who usually maintained a reserved demeanor, even though he treated her kindly. It was indeed the first time she witnessed him display such openness. Lin stifled a laugh behind her hand, finding it rare and amusing to see her husband in such a flustered state. Meanwhile, Shen Yan, who was heavily injured and lying on the bed, felt quite helpless. As his parents and sister chatted merrily beside him, he lamented, "Sister, I am in excruciating pain. Do you have any medicine to ease it?" Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. "I do have some. But any pain relief medication will inevitably affect the healing of your wound. I would not recommend using it." "What kind of effect?" he inquired. "Without pain relief, your recovery will be hastened." Upon hearing this, Shen Shan immediately interjected, "Then it is best not to use it. Yen, bear with it. A man should be able to endure this little pain." Lin chimed in, Yes, if it affects your recovery, then do without it. Yen, you have endured much pain already. Let us just bear it a little longer." Shen Yin was speechless. He had merely asked a question. "If it is not necessary, then so be it. I shall endure." Seeing Shen Yin's expression, Shen Jinyuan felt a sudden urge to laugh. She cleared her throat. "I will ensure that the medicine you need 3 times a day is properly prepared and delivered by Banxia. So there is no need for Li Mama to handle it. She may not have the right touch." Lin's demeanor radiated tenderness. Naturally, she indulged her daughter's every whim, embodying the essence of a devoted mother. After Shen Jinyuan had attended to Shen Yin's wounds, she departed. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she immediately spotted Shen Shuero, whose face was etched with concern. The moment she saw Shen Jinyuan, she rushed forward. "Elder sister, is elder brother feeling any better?" The distinction between genders rendered her unable to visit her brother directly. "His wounds are healing well. There's no need for worry," Shen Jinyuan reassured her, noticing the pallor on her face. "We still have a distance to cover to Feng County. You ought to rest comfortably in the carriage." At this juncture, Xiao Hao, Shen Shuero's maid, interjected, "Miss, the second young lady is quite uncomfortable in the carriage and hasn't been able to rest properly. She endured a sleepless night yesterday, and it's difficult to find respite on the road." Shen Shuero quickly admonished, "Mind your words, it's a trivial matter. There are enough issues at home without burdening our parents with my small troubles." Chapter 30. The eldest young lady is surprisingly shy. Xiao Dao felt a twinge of grievance. Her concern for her young lady was genuine. Shen Jinyuan had a favorable impression of Shen Shuero, aside from her timidity. She removed a sachet from her waist and handed it to her. "This sachet contains herbs I prepared. Keep it with you, and when you're feeling unwell, a whiff will alleviate your discomfort." Shen Shuero's face lit up with joy. "Really? Did you make this yourself, sister?" Shen Jinyuan felt a twinge of discomfort. "The sachet was sewn by Banxia. I merely selected the herbs." Embroidery was beyond her skills. She had not the aptitude for such artistry, only the ability to stitch wounds. Shen Shuero beamed. "Then I cherish it even more," and she embraced Shen Jinyuan. "Thank you, elder sister." Shen Jinyuan felt a momentary stiffness in her body. Unaccustomed to such closeness, she cleared her throat and turned to return to her carriage. Xiao Dao, perplexed, inquired, "What's wrong with the eldest young lady?" Shen Shuero, holding the sachet with delight, remarked, "Elder sister isn't used to being close to others. She must feel shy." Xiao Dao stifled a laugh. It was rare to see the eldest young lady smile, as her countenance often appeared cold and aloof, causing the household servants to regard her with trepidation. It was surprising to discover her shyness. Shen Shuero promptly cautioned Xiao Dao, "You must not speak of this again. We wouldn't want elder sister to hear." Unbeknownst to the two, Shen Jinyuan and Yingyue possessed extraordinary hearing, catching every word exchanged between them. Shen Jinyuan felt her ears flush, quickening her pace to distance herself. Yingyue, following behind, observed her mistress with a glimmer of suppressed amusement. It seemed their young lady was becoming increasingly endearing. Feng County. The Shen family had journeyed for 4 hours and finally arrived at Feng County. Shen Anian instructed the steward to find a reasonably clean inn and secured accommodations. Although the Shen family was not large, the number of servants and guards accompanying them was considerable. At that moment, little Shen Huai also awoke. having remarkably slept for 6 hours since their departure. Being a child, it was only natural for him to need more rest after a sleepless night. Upon arriving at the inn, Shun Jinyuan's first task was to request hot water from Banksia, as she needed to freshen up. Banksia had served her for many years and was naturally aware of her habits, so she had already instructed the inn's maid to make preparations without needing to be told. Shun Jinyuan relaxed in the bath, her body unwinding completely. The journey, which typically took 3 to 4 hours, had stretched to 6 hours today due to Shun Yan's health issues, making it impossible to claim that she was not fatigued. Miss. Aside from the elder master and the second master, everyone else in the Shun family has taken a rest. Shun Jinyuan, eyes closed, responded with a soft Young Master Huayan seems to have dozed off for quite some time during the journey and is now restless. He insisted on going to the elder master's side. So Banksia has taken him over. However, Miss, rest assured, young Master Huayan is particularly well behaved. Upon seeing the elder master asleep, he simply sat on the bed and watched without disturbing his rest. Bring him back in a while. If he can't sleep, let him find a book for me to transcribe. Inu, with her eyes slightly raised, replied, all right. Let us not be careless tonight. We must remain vigilant. Furrowing her brow, Inu questioned, now that we have entered the city, will those individuals still make a move? That would be excessively brazen. Shun Jinyuan chuckled lightly. Who can say? Inu nodded, do not worry, Mississippi. Our people are nearby. There will be no mishaps. Good. I trust you to handle matters. As Shun Jinyuan had anticipated, just past midnight, a group of masked assassins clad in black made their way toward the inn where the Shun family was staying. However, before they could reach the inn, they were intercepted by the hidden guards dispatched by the crown prince to protect the Shun family. Not far from the inn, the two factions engaged in a fierce battle. From a nearby rooftop, a carefree young man's voice rang out, Second brother, do you think the crown princess subordinates can hold their ground? Should I go down and lend a hand? Silence. The master has instructed that one should not reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. Do you wish to defy the master's command? The young man's voice sounded somewhat resigned. No. I was merely suggesting. The skirmish concluded swiftly. The crown prince's hidden guards proved to be quite capable, quickly clearing the battlefield. Yet another opportunity lost. The following morning, the Shun family began packing and preparing to depart. Shun Jinyuan specifically instructed Inu to help Shun Yin procure more medicine, as what Lida had prepared was far from sufficient. It was uncertain whether they would find another town as relatively prosperous as Feng County to settle in, so it was wise to prepare for the unforeseen. Banksia also left early, claiming she needed to procure additional supplies, and Shun Jinyuan did not intervene. She first checked on Shun Yin, who, after a night's rest, looked markedly better than the day before, though pain still lingered. Moreover, lying in bed continuously was quite uncomfortable. Just as she finished changing Shun Yin's bandages, Shun Wei arrived. Shun Jinyuan was unsure whether Shun Wei was aware of the assassination attempt, but his demeanor suggested he remained unaffected. Upon seeing Shun Wei enter, Shun Yin instinctively attempted to rise, only to be gently pressed back down by a delicate hand, unable to move. Observing this, Shun Wei quickly spoke. It's fine to lie down. During such a special time, there is no need for formalities. Only when Shun Yin ceased his movements did Shun Jinyuan rise to pay her respects. Grandfather. Shun Wei nodded affectionately. You have endured much on this journey. Shun Jinyuan maintained a neutral expression. It was not burdensome. Shun Wei was well aware of her temperament and chose not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze to Shun Yin and inquired, Are you feeling better today? Much improved compared to yesterday, Shun Yin replied. Is there still pain? Shun Yan's expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. While the pain was certainly present, it was bearable. Shun Wei nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the lesson learned through suffering. From now on, ensure that you remember this. Shun Yin pressed his lips together, affirming, I understand, grandfather. I shall not repeat the same mistake. Now that you have some time, reflect carefully on our next steps, Shun Wei instructed. Yes, grandfather. As Shun Wei observed Shun Yan's bandaged back, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. This was his most cherished grandson, who had come perilously close to losing his life. Rest a bit longer. We shall be departing shortly. Indeed, grandfather. Please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself. Shun Wei smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Shun Jinyuan was taken aback by the dynamic between Shun Yin and Shun Wei. It was evident that Shun Wei held Shun Yin in much higher regard than Shan. This was not to suggest that he disregarded Shan, but rather that Shun Yin appeared to be the designated heir to Shun Wei. However, Shun Jin Yuan lowered her gaze to conceal the amusement in her eyes. Her father, Shun Qing Shan, lacked the finesse of her elder brother, relegating him to the role of a straightforward minister. It was not that being a loyal minister was inherently flawed. Rather, the current state of the Great Zhou dynasty did not necessitate such simplicity. Nonetheless, her grandfather was indeed formidable. Despite her having revealed numerous vulnerabilities in recent days, he had not uttered a single inquiry. How intriguing. It seemed her family possessed a certain charm. Chapter 31. The child merely appeared aloof. Inside the carriage, Shun Jin Yuan reclined against the soft cushions, engrossed in her reading, while Shun Huaiyan sat at her feet with his own book. Occasionally, when he encountered something incomprehensible, he would blink his round, expressive eyes at Shun Jin Yuan, prompting her to set aside her book to provide an explanation. Had this scene been witnessed by Shun Wei or any member of the Shin family, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Shun Huaiyan had not yet received formal education. Although Shun Jin Yuan had promised to teach him reading and writing, they assumed it would only entail mastering a few characters. However, it now appeared that Shun Huaiyan not only could write numerous characters, but could also read independently and actively seek answers to his queries. This was remarkable, considering how little time Shun Jin Yuan had spent with the child. Of course, this was not solely attributable to Shun Jin Yuan's efforts. Shun Huaiyan was, by nature, a prodigy. As Shun Jin Yuan would say, geniuses often possess certain idiosyncrasies, such as Shun Huaiyan's inability to speak until quite recently. Miss, a voice interrupted. Inu had arrived. Come in. Shun Jin Yuan set her book down, feeling somewhat fatigued. Ban Xiao promptly offered her a cup of hot tea. Inu's expression was grim. This marked the fifth assassination attempt in recent days, and it was evident that the Crown Prince's faction was struggling to withstand the onslaught. Shun Jin Yuan chuckled softly. I find myself genuinely curious about what my grandfather possesses that prompts them to send so many assassins. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Investigate Yong'an County. Yong'an County? Inu inquired, puzzled. Do you suspect something amiss there? Shun Jin Yuan set her teacup down and gazed out the carriage window. We shall only know upon investigation. Understood. I shall relay your orders immediately. Shun Jin Yuan turned her somewhat stiff neck, instructing her people to keep a watchful eye, ensuring that no one from the Shun family was startled. Immediately, Inu dismounted from the carriage, and Bansha approached Shun Jin Yuan, offering to massage her neck. With a glance, she reminded her that the young master was still present. Shun Jin Yuan was certainly aware of Shun Huaiyan's presence. She extended her hand, and he promptly grasped it and nestled into her embrace. Shun Jin Yuan playfully pinched his cheek, noting the additional softness. Quite the little climber he was becoming. Shun Huaiyan wiggled his small bottom, his eyes sparkling as he gazed up at Shun Jin Yuan. She gently ruffled his hair, asking if he was afraid. He shook his head, appearing utterly unperturbed. Shun Jin Yuan chuckled, uncertain whether he was naive or simply fearless. Nonetheless, it was comforting to have his aunt by his side. Shun Huaiyan nodded, his small lips forming the words, "Auntie is here." Shun Jin Yuan paused, pulling him slightly away to meet his innocent gaze. Oh, you're being quite generous today. Adding an extra word. Shun Huaiyan seemed a bit bashful, burying his head in her embrace and falling silent once more. Bansha's eyes crinkled with laughter, remarking how the young master was still close to the young lady. Shun Jin Yuan appeared somewhat proud, her lips curving upwards, revealing her good spirits. Miss, would you care for some pastries? As she spoke, she produced a food box filled to the brim with 6 varieties of pastries that Shun Jin Yuan adored, all crafted in the kitchen of an inn in Feng County. The young lady was rather particular, finding many delicacies outside her taste. Upon hearing about the pastries, the little head peered out, his eyes sparkling like dark grapes. Shun Jin Yuan sighed. Well, let us have a bit. Noticing there were still plenty of pastries in the box, she decided to send some to Shuero and Yingying. Bansha beamed with joy, relieved she had made an ample supply, as there was still another box remaining. Today, they would be staying outdoors due to Shun Yan's notably slow pace. They originally could have reached the next post station, but that was no longer feasible. Shin Anian found a hollow in the mountains and had the guard scout the area before deciding they would make do here for the night. It was Shun Huaiyan's first time so far from home, and staying in the mountains seemed novel to him. He immediately dashed off to explore upon dismounting. Lin Shi was witnessing such a lively little grandson for the first time, her eyes glistening with tears. Mother, what is the matter? Shin Shuero inquired, supporting Lin Shi. Lin Shi wiped the corners of her eyes, smiling as she patted Shunshuro's hand. Nothing, just seeing In like this makes me happy. Shinshuro turned to look at Shun Huayan and immediately understood Lin Shi's sentiments. In appeared truly joyful. Indeed, what do children know? The Shin family was enduring great hardship, with adults fraught with anxiety and unease, yet the innocence of a child allowed for moments of playfulness, a true blessing. The servants of the Shun household busied themselves with preparing dinner, while Bansha, having procured several racks from somewhere, announced her intention to grill meat. Roasting meat in the wild offered a unique charm. After a brief absence, Inoue returned, her hands laden with fresh fruits. Shin Huayan was the first to dash over, and Inoue, smiling, retrieved a washed, vibrant red fruit from her pocket, presenting it to him. Shun Huayan immediately smiled, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth, and began to nibble on the fruit. Shinwei was assisted by Shin Qingshan as he disembarked from the carriage, feeling tired after a long day, especially at his age when his bones felt as if they might crumble. Noticing Shun Wei's somewhat pale complexion, Shin Jinyuan instinctively approached, inquiring whether her grandfather was unwell. Shin Wei was taken aback. It seemed to be the first time his granddaughter expressed concern for him. He smiled affectionately, assuring her that he was merely fatigued from sitting in the carriage for too long. Without hesitation, Shin Jinyuan reached out to check his pulse and quickly withdrew her hand, confirming that he was indeed just tired. Shun Wei exchanged a glance with Shin Qingshan, both sharing a look of amusement. Is everything all right? Grandfather is simply worn out and needs a moment to rest. Under the tender gaze of both her grandfather and father, Shin Jinyuan felt a bit awkward, clearing her throat and stating that there was no issue. I have some elixirs that I concocted myself, if you take them regularly. They can strengthen your body and nourish your health. I'll bring you 2 bottles. Shin Wei, filled with delight, stroked his beard, saying, How remarkable that warmth can even make elixirs. Thank you, my dear. Shin Jinyuan touched her nose, modestly downplaying her abilities. It's nothing extraordinary. Please rest. As she turned to leave, seemingly flustered, both men chuckled. Shin Wei mused that while the child appeared aloof, she was, in fact, a good soul. Especially her unwavering devotion to family brought him great joy. He even began to think that taking up a position in Yong'an County might not be such a bad thing after all. Concerned that the other members of the Shun family might struggle with the journey due to their pampered lifestyles, Shin Jinyuan had specifically requested Banksia to prepare 2 pots of nourishing medicinal soup, ensuring that everyone could have 2 bowls in the evening. Banksia was indeed a remarkable girl. Preparing 2 pots of soup did not hinder her from pickling so much meat, nor did it delay her from roasting. In Chapter 32, the Crown Prince's people suffer heavy casualties. In a secluded valley, the Shin family's servants were hard at work. Inoue brought over a small bamboo stool, placing a soft cushion on it before assisting Shun Jinyuan to sit down. Banksia promptly presented a basin of water for Shun Jinyuan to wash her hands, and once she was done, she quickly dried them with a cloth. Then, she retrieved a porcelain jar from her small cloth pouch and scooped out a small spoonful of white ointment to apply to Shin Jinyuan. Miss, the roast is almost ready. Would you like to have a cup of fruit tea first? No, thank you. I've had tea all afternoon and don't wish to drink any more. Banksia was always cheerful, saying, Please wait a moment. Mississippi nearby, Li Shi looked at Shun Jinyuan in astonishment. She recalled that the eldest girl's adoptive father was a pharmacist, which should afford them a comfortable life. But this level of refinement seemed even more extravagant than that of the palace's ladies. Once Banksia had attended to her mistress, she began roasting the meat, having prepared ample ingredients. Since her mistress did not eat much, the other members of the Shun family could also sample her culinary skills. Of course, this did not include Shin Yan, who, while smelling the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat outside the carriage, found his bland, nourishing porridge utterly unappealing. Lamenting that life seemed devoid of joy, the first batch of roasted delicacies was prepared, and Banksia selected some of her mistress's favorites to send with Inoue, while the remainder was served to the other members of the Shin family. Despite the abundance, the servants of the Shun family were able to savor a little. After finishing her tasks, Banksia washed her hands and noticed that Shun Huayan had not eaten much. She took some cleaned vegetable leaves, wrapped a piece of pork belly, and added a bit of the pickle she had previously marinated, feeding it to Shun Huayan. He glanced at her and then devoured it with great delight, his little mouth glistening with grease. Li Shi found this amusing and remarked, It seems that In has become quite plump, all thanks to this girl Banksia. Lin Shi also felt pleased, acknowledging Banksia's culinary skills, which she had tasted several times and found superior to those of the restaurants in the capital. Indeed, just look at how my husband devoured that roasted meat, finishing 2 large bowls of rice. Lin Shi giggled, having witnessed the scene, noting it was the first time she saw her brother-in-law eat with such fervor. After Shun Huayan finished his second portion of roasted meat prepared by Banksia, Shun Jinyuan intervened, advising that the child's delicate stomach could only handle a little of such fare. A bowl of lily soup was served to him, which Banksia promptly prepared, and Shun Huayan obediently consumed. Lin Shi sighed, reflecting on how much this child adored Nuan. Indeed, Nuan treats him well. Just observe how meticulously she caters to his needs. It was then that Lin Shi noticed that Shun Huayan's clothing did not seem to be from the household, nor did his shoes. Where did that jade pendant at his waist come from? I have no recollection of it. Shun Yingying and Shun Shuoro were experiencing the wilderness for the first time, unafraid in the company of family, even feeling a slight thrill. Elder sister, have you ever tasted these fruits? They were just given to me by Sister Yingyue. They're tangy and sweet, absolutely delightful. Shun Yingying held 4 or 5 wild fruits, her joy evident. Shun Jinyuan appeared to be in good spirits, cautioning her to enjoy but not overindulge, as these fruits were somewhat sour and could upset her stomach. Oh, I see. Then I shall eat 2 more and save the rest for tomorrow, she said, carefully tucking 2 fruits into her small cloth pouch, treating them as treasures. Shun Shuro playfully poked her head, teasing, "You've eaten quite a bit of the roasted meat and vegetables that Banksia prepared. How can you still have room?" Shun Yingying, helplessly rubbing her belly, replied, "I find it rather strange as well. It feels as if my stomach is a bottomless pit, craving everything." The others chuckled at her remark. And Li Shi, with a resigned glance at Lin Shi, mused about how the child was searching for excuses to indulge. When will this child learn to be more composed? Just look at Nuan and Shuero. I feel as though I've given birth to a fool. Lin Shi gently patted her hand. Yingying is delightful, innocent, and lively. I truly adore her. If only Nuan and Shuero could be like her. Such children lead a fulfilling life. Lin Shi sighed softly, reflecting on her eldest daughter, who had been lost since childhood and had endured countless hardships. Shuero too had not known a day of happiness until arriving at the Shun family estate. If it were possible, she would wish for them to be as innocent and carefree as Shun Yingying, devoid of any worries. In the dead of night, as everyone was deep in slumber, Shun Jinyuan, resting in the carriage, suddenly opened her eyes. Yinyu approached the carriage and whispered, "Miss, our people have made their move. The enemy seems to have sensed something amiss, and waves of assassins are arriving one after another. The prince's men are suffering heavy casualties." Shun Jinyuan slowly rose, leaning against the soft cushion, gazing at the still slumbering Shun Huayan, making every effort to avoid disturbing the Shun family. Yinyu frowned slightly, remaining silent. "What troubles you?" "The second master is uneasy and has been sending patrols. They have already made a discovery." Shun Jinyuan appeared to be pondering something. "No matter. Have you found out anything regarding the matter in Yong'an County that I asked you to investigate?" "The news was just delivered by carrier pigeon at the hour of the dog. Our men have not uncovered anything. Yong'an County is merely an ordinary small town, lacking in prosperity. What exactly are you seeking, miss?" "Everything. Any peculiarities must be reported." Shun Jinyuan frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Yong'an County certainly harbored something significant. Over the years, her instincts had never failed her. Was the deployment of so many assassins due to something her grandfather possessed? Or was there an undisclosed secret in Yong'an County? Perhaps both. Shun Jinyuan felt that life was becoming intriguing. "Yes, I will send the first team from the pavilion to investigate further." "Very well." At that moment, faint sounds of clashing swords and daggers could be heard from a distance. Banksia then approached, saying, "Miss, the old master and the others have awakened, including the first madam." Shun Jinyuan sighed and donned a cloak before stepping down from the carriage. As she did, she saw Lin Shi, also cloaked and looking anxious, rushing towards her. She turned to Banksia. "You go watch over Nen in the carriage." "Understood." Lin Shi grasped her daughter's hand tightly. "Warm, are you frightened?" At that time, Granny Li brought over the visibly shaken Shin Shuero. Shun Jinyuan looked at Lin Shi with a complex expression. She had not anticipated that Lin Shi would be the first to seek her out. Without even checking on Shun Yan, "Mother, I am fine." Shun Qingshan went to Shun Yan's carriage, while Shun Anian assisted Shun Wei. Li Shi and her daughter, trembling, had just disembarked, their faces filled with terror. Shun Anian glanced at the family, gritting his teeth, Father, I will take the guards to see what is happening. Shen Wei, with deep-set eyes, after a moment of contemplation, replied, no need. Yin leaned closer to Shen Jinyuan. Miss, I will go take a look. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. A bloodthirsty cold smile gracing her lips. No need. They have arrived. Chapter 33. Such ferocity and action from all directions. Dozens of black-clad assassins surged forth. Their target clear, the Shen family. The deep mountains and forests served as an excellent place for murder and concealment of bodies. The princess men, along with those secretly protecting the Seven Stars Pavilion, had just concluded one bout of bloodshed and were now rushing to the scene without pause. Various factions engaged in combat, while the Shen family's guards brandished their swords, forming a protective circle around their masters. Yin drew her sword, prepared to strike, when Shen Jinyuan spoke. Yin, go protect my elder brother. Understood. At that moment, Banksia descended, cradling the drowsy Shen Huayan. Upon disembarking, Shen Huayan reached out toward Shen Jinyuan, who swiftly embraced the child, saying, do not be afraid. Shen Huayan nestled his head into Shen Jinyuan's neck, remaining silent. Li Shi and Shen Yingying approached as well, being women of the inner courtyard. They had never witnessed such a scene, their faces pale with fear. Bansha, go to grandfather, she said, casting a glance at Lin Shi and the others. As Bansha positioned herself protectively in front of Shen Wei and Shen Anian, both men were momentarily taken aback. This girl. Shen Wei glanced at his eldest granddaughter in the distance, his emotions a tangled web. Amidst the fierce struggle among various factions, the Crown Prince's forces were dwindling. Yet they fought with tenacity. They were unaware of who was aiding them in their defense, only knowing they must safeguard Lord Shen's family. Messages had long been sent to the capital, leaving uncertainty regarding whether the Crown Prince had received them. Damn it, second brother, why are there more and more of them? Silence. Be ready to confront them. No, let me go. A man clad in black, masked, struck down an assassin who had attempted to ambush him. Damn it. Plotting against me? Die, he exclaimed, dispatching several assassins in quick succession, glaring at the Crown Prince's subordinates. Hey, I ask you, don't you have any reinforcements? The Shadow Guard, wounded multiple times, struggled to take down another assassin, retreating a few steps while clutching his injury, remaining silent. For they, too, were uncertain of reinforcements. Yet they knew they must not falter unless they were dead. Witnessing his brothers fall one by one, the young leader gritted his teeth and continued to fight. How foolish. You're on the brink of death, yet you still fight? The man in black pulled down his mask, revealing a boyish face. This individual was He Yao, a subordinate of the ghost mask from the Seven-Star Pavilion. He intercepted a combatant and hoisted him over his shoulder, sprinting towards the Shen family. Upon getting closer, he unceremoniously dropped the man and shouted to Shen Wei, Hey, old sir, lend a hand, at least for the injuries you've sustained. He even threw a flirtatious glance at Bansha, chuckling. This girl seems to have grown taller since last year. Bansha pouted, cautiously glancing at her mistress. He Yao was indeed provoking trouble. Even if her mistress did not punish him, second brother would surely take care of him. Shen Wei paused, his gaze flickering towards Shen Jinyuan, yet he said nothing. He stepped forward toward the Shadow Guard, who was evidently a subordinate of the Crown Prince. Bansha furrowed her brow, attempting to intervene. Grandfather, Shen Wei waved his hand dismissively. I have something to discuss with him. Bansha bit her lip, touched her nose, and cautiously glanced at Shen Jinyuan. Shen Jinyuan, with a resigned nod, acquiesced, recognizing that a small flaw was not much different from a significant one. The Shadow Guard, struggling to rise, was promptly supported by Shen Anian. He slightly bowed towards Shen Wei, retrieving a token from his bosom and handing it over. Shen Wei took it, glancing at it. A message from the Crown Prince? Yes, we were ordered to covertly protect Lord Shen. Unexpectedly, the assassins came in waves. The Shadow Guard groaned, clutching his wound. We have already sent word to the Crown Prince's residence, but there has been no response. I suspect our message was intercepted. Noticing the blood seeping from his wounds, Shen Wei gestured for him to cease speaking. He turned to Shen Jinyuan, beckoning her over. Shen Jinyuan understood the situation, placing Shen Huayan in Lin's care before turning to retrieve the medical kit from the carriage. Although Lin felt uneasy, the wounded man was a male, leaving her with no choice but to watch helplessly. Beside her, Shen Shuero's eyes sparkled as she trotted over, determined not to miss the opportunity to witness her elder sister treat her brother, something she had not seen before. Lin had yet to grasp the situation when Shen Shuero dashed away, prompting her to call out anxiously, "What are you doing following her?" "I am going to assist my elder sister." Lin could only stamp her feet in frustration. She had no knowledge of medicine and feared that her presence would only complicate matters. The guards of the Shin family moved the gravely injured shadow guard beneath a large tree. Shin Jinyuan set down the medical kit and, after a brief examination of the wounds, swiftly stripped the shadow guard of his outer garments. The onlookers were left speechless. The seemingly demure young lady displayed an unexpected ferocity in her actions. Shun Shuero, who had intended to help, turned around immediately, unable to bear the sight. Shin Jinyuan tossed a porcelain vial to the shadow guard, instructing him to take 2 pills. In his current state, the shadow guard was devoid of thoughts. Stripped of his clothing, what discomfort could he still feel? Trusting the young lady from the Shun family not to harm him, he obediently poured out 2 pills and swallowed them. Shin Jinyuan rummaged through the medical kit, her brow furrowing as she asked, "Is there any alcohol?" Shinanian was the first to respond. "Yes, I will have someone fetch it." The battle raged on nearby, with the Shin family's guards in a state of high tension. A servant soon brought a large jar of liquor, but before it could reach Shin Jinyuan, it was intercepted by Shin Shuero, who struggled with the heavy vessel and nearly stumbled. A hand steadied her. Looking up, she saw it was her elder sister. Shin Jinyuan did not spare her a glance as she took the jar with one hand and poured its contents onto the shadow guard's wounds. The intense pain elicited a low growl from him, but he bore it silently, his face pale, veins bulging, and teeth grinding, though he did not cry out again. The others could not help but turn away, except for Shun Shuero, who, despite her fear, kept her small face intent on observing. She watched intently as Shin Jinyuan cleaned the wound, stitched it, applied medicine, and bandaged it with a fluidity that suggested she had performed such tasks countless times before. Her elder sister was truly remarkable. Shinwei stepped forward, inquiring, "Is it done?" Shin Jinyuan picked up the small medical kit, noting the severity of the external injuries. While not fatal, the loss of blood was substantial, and any further loss could lead to death. Now, he must be nursed back to health and replenished with blood. "Grandfather, do you intend to take him with us?" He currently lacks the ability to protect the Shin family, and with a gravely injured Shun Yin already in the carriage, this additional burden complicates matters. Shun Wei sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility. He could not abandon those who fought valiantly for the Shin family, a decision his grandfather would not entertain. Meanwhile, the black-clad assassins were swiftly dealt with by the members of the 7-Star Pavilion. Chapter 34. It has been a long time since I was in the capital, and even such trifles can make an appearance. He Yao gazed at the members of the Shin family, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Just as he intended to approach them, his second brother, Qinbai, seized him by the collar, gritting his teeth as he admonished, "Are you looking to return and face punishment?" He Yao recoiled slightly, pondering the situation. Since he had already made his presence known, why not share meals and lodgings with the Shin family? It would be more convenient for protection, wouldn't it? Qinbai, uninterested in his musings, led his subordinates to dispose of the bodies, soon vanishing into the night. Despite his dissatisfaction, as He Yao longed to converse with Ban Sha, he was apprehensive of his brother's wrath and could only walk away, glancing back repeatedly. Shin Wei observed the departing figure who had not even bid farewell, then gazed at his eldest granddaughter's retreating silhouette, uttering nothing. He turned to Shun Annie Yin, instructing, "Prepare to depart at dawn. We shall rest at the next post." Understood. At that moment, Shin Qingshan disembarked from Shun Yan's carriage, hurriedly approaching his father, a visage of concern etched upon his features. "Father, are you well?" Had it not been for his father's insistence that he remain in the carriage to safeguard Shin Yan, he would never have allowed his elderly father to be exposed to danger. Shin Wei, wearied, replied, "I am fine." "What of Shin Yan?" "He is unscathed, rest assured, father." He cast a glance at the injured being carried onto a carriage by the household guards and inquired softly, "Are they of the crown prince's retinue?" Shin Wei nodded, a frown of worry crossing his brow. "Father, why are there so many intent on extinguishing our Shin family? We have distanced ourselves from the capital, no longer a threat to them. Why must they eradicate us completely?" Shin Wei regarded Shin Qingshan silently, bidding him to rest for a while. "Once Annie and has finished his tasks, we shall prepare to depart." With that, Shin Wei left, leaving Shin Qingshan standing in place, filled with unanswered questions. Pingle Pass. Military camp. Qi Mufeng first glanced at the box of vials, his spirits lifted. These were birthday gifts prepared for him by a Yuan, arriving earlier than expected. He casually opened a vial, and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicinal concoction, confirming it was indeed of exceptional quality. A smile graced his lips. After all, what could be ordinary when it came from his yuan? Subsequently, he took up a letter and sat at his desk to read, but as he finished, his expression darkened. A yuan was actually the granddaughter of Lord Shun, who had been missing for years. This revelation was disconcerting, he seemed to recall. He hastily began to sift through the documents on his desk. Xiao Qian approached, inquiring, "What is the master searching for? May I assist you? The news from the capital a few days ago. I distinctly remember placing it here." Xiao Qian joined him in the search and soon discovered it. "Is this it?" Qi Mufeng opened the document and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, Lord Shun had been demoted to Yong'an County, and Lord Shun had been dismissed. Has a yuan already accompanied the Shun family to Yong'an County? He tossed the document onto the table, his expression clouded with anger. What is the matter with my cousin? How could he fail to protect even a handful of loyal supporters? And to be oppressed and beaten by that fool of a third brother? What has he been doing all these years? And the uncle, too. How can one not discern friend from foe? Both father and son, equally foolish. His gaze was as frigid as ice, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The third prince had indeed basked in glory these past few years, marrying the daughter of the prime minister, surrounded by numerous courtiers, and there were even whispers among the populace that he was a virtuous ruler, surpassing the crown prince. Could such a thing be true? With his qualities, could he even be associated with the notion of virtue? I have been away from the capital for so long, and yet such trifles have managed to surface. Ha ha ha. And as for his imperial uncle, let him not think I am oblivious to his intentions. Humph. He may choose to manipulate his own son as he pleases, but he shall not drag a yuan into his schemes. Just wait. Xiao Qian recoiled slightly, as if he had heard nothing. Did the master just insult both the emperor and his son? No, I must return to the capital. I cannot allow a yuan to suffer any grievances. With that thought, he began to remove his armor, preparing to depart. Xiao Qian grew anxious. Master, without the emperor's decree, is it truly wise for you to return to the capital on your own accord? Qi Mufeng cast a sidelong glance at him. The usual arrangement. You will stand in for me here while I make a brief visit. Xiao Qian's expression darkened, akin to someone who had been constipated for days. Each time the master had him disguise himself as the lord and act on his behalf, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was unbearable, affecting both his appetite and sleep. Life had become exceedingly difficult. Qi Mufeng paid him no mind, efficiently changing his attire. Fear not. I shall surely return within half a month. He spurred his horse onward to the capital, intending to see a yuan once more. Riding tirelessly, half a month should suffice. Of course, that was his plan. For anyone else, half a month would merely allow for a return trip to the capital. Half a month? Xiao Qian felt as though the sky had collapsed. I cannot endure a single day without you, master. If there is anything you need, just send your subordinate. Why must you go personally? Qi Mufeng shot him a cold look. I wish to see Yuan. Are you suggesting I send you in my stead? Xiao Qian, I would not dare. Good, then do not prattle on, wasting my time. With that, he cast not a single glance back and vanished into the tent, leaving Xiao Qian with a face full of unwept tears. Before Xiao Qian could voice his distress, Qi Mufeng reappeared. Last time you mentioned something unusual. I believe you mentioned Yong'an County. Retrieve the information for me. Xiao Qian instinctively began to search for the documents, recalling that he had noted it some time ago. Under Qi Mufeng's piercing gaze, he finally unearthed the files. Qi Mufeng opened them, raising an eyebrow. Ah, my imperial uncle is indeed calculating in his moves. Was such a grand display merely for this? He tucked the documents into his robe and promptly disappeared once more. Xiao Qian stood dazed in place for a quarter of an hour, confirming that his master had truly departed before letting out a long sigh. In the capital, within the imperial palace, the emperor, still draped in memorial edicts, suddenly sneezed several times. A young eunuch hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. Your Majesty, have you caught a chill? Should I fetch you a cloak and call for the physician? The emperor furrowed his brow. What sort of weather requires a cloak? You are becoming increasingly muddled with age. The old eunuch trembled as he knelt. Indeed, it is only early August, but enough. Do not summon anyone. It is merely a tickle in my nose. However, he was persistently haunted by a sense of impending misfortune. The last time he experienced such a feeling was when that wretched boy stealthily returned to Kyoto and plundered his private treasury. This time, the emperor shook his head. Dismissing the notion, he believed he had not offended that scoundrel recently. Nevertheless, it seemed that the boy had not written to him in quite some time. Has there been any correspondence from the young general lately? The old eunuch lowered his head slightly, replying that there had been none, attributing it to the busy affairs at the border. Surely the young general was preoccupied with trivial matters. After all, for the past 2 years, the Western Shu Kingdom had been utterly defenseless against his assaults. How could he dare provoke them again? That ungrateful wretch was nothing but a heartless ingrate. Chapter 35. Inform him with great fanfare. The old eunuch could only manage a dry laugh, afraid to interject. Who did not know of the emperor's fondness for the young general? He could scold him, but others were not permitted a single word. Having lingered long enough at the border, the emperor pondered whether it was time to summon him back. Yet, with the thought of his return came the emperor's trepidation. This little demon would surely wreak havoc in Kyoto. No, it was a critical moment, and he could not afford to invite chaos. However, the emperor found himself genuinely contemplating the boy's return. A bitter smile emerged. Truly, it was a love-hate relationship. Very well. He resolved to wait until the situation stabilized before allowing him to return. In the following 3 days, the Shun family's journey proceeded relatively smoothly, devoid of assassination attempts, and their hearts gradually eased. Yet, Shun Wei and Shin Jinyuan were acutely aware that the other had refrained from making a move for 2 or 3 consecutive days, suggesting that a significant upheaval loomed ahead. Inside Shin Wei's carriage, he inquired, warmth, "Did your master teach you this chess strategy?" Shin Wei had long since shed the feeling of defeat. Over the past couple of days, he had grown accustomed to losing. The initial humiliation had dissipated, and he now found it amusing. He never anticipated that his granddaughter possessed such remarkable chess skills. Shin Jinyuan tossed her white pieces back into the jar, finding the game rather dull. "Well, somewhat. I occasionally played a few matches with you, grandfather. However, after losing repeatedly for a while, I studied numerous chess manuals. Gradually, my defeats became less frequent, but I still lost often, which eventually diminished my interest in the game." Feeling a bit awkward, Shin Wei stroked his beard. He had not won a single game in the past 2 days, only managing to draw one. And that was solely because the girl wished to stretch her legs after sitting for too long. "Besides medicine and chess, have you also learned some martial arts? The other day, your grandfather noticed you effortlessly lifting that jug of wine." "Indeed, I have learned a bit." Shin Wei stroked his beard again. "Just a bit? When I asked you if you could play chess, you also claimed to know a little." Beside them, Shun Huayan blinked his large eyes at the two. Shin Jinyuan glanced at him. "What do you not understand?" Shun Huayan placed a book on the chessboard, pointing to a passage. "Things have their beginnings and ends. Affairs have their initiations and conclusions. Understanding the sequence of events brings one closer to the truth." Shin Wei furrowed his brow. He was surprised that the child was reading such material. He had assumed he was merely playing and would not comprehend it. Shin Jinyuan patiently explained. "All things in the world have beginnings and ends. Recognizing their order of precedence brings one closer to the laws of development. Observing the essence and distinguishing between primary and secondary factors allows one to discern the underlying principles. In all matters, we must first seek the essence, uncover the patterns, and then devise the methods." Still perplexed? Shin Jinyuan furrowed her brow and glanced at Shun Wei. "Grandfather, I shall take a stroll. You can instruct an in." With that, she vanished from the carriage, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Shin Wei gazed at his great-grandson, who had never ceased to cause them concern since childhood, uncertain if he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation, and began to explain with earnestness. Outside the carriage, Shun Jinyuan wore a faint smile. If her grandfather could not discern NN's exceptional qualities, she could hardly be blamed. By evening, the Shin family arrived at the post station in Linen City. After several days of enduring the elements, they could finally freshen up and rest. Banksia promptly prepared warm water and fresh clothes for her young mistress, who was particular about cleanliness and had long since reached her limit without proper care. Shin Jinyuan took a bath, washed her hair, and donned a white inner garment, allowing Banksia to dry her hair. At that moment, Inua entered. "Miss, there is news from Yongin County." "Speak," she replied. "Our people have discovered some foreign forces in Yongin County. Upon investigation, it appears they hail from Nanzhou." "Nanzhou?" Shin Jinyuan was somewhat taken aback. "Isn't that from the capital?" "Indeed, Nanzhou. However, there is more. The governor of Nanzhou is said to be the brother-in-law of the Minister of Revenue, who is affiliated with the Chancellor." Shin Jinyuan understood. "So, what brings the Chancellor's associates to Yongin County?" "Forgive me, miss, this remains unclear. They are exceedingly cautious. Our people have consistently lost their trail. However, to avoid revealing our identities, We cannot follow too closely. Shen Jinyuan's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, indicating her contemplation. Banksia and Ingwe dared not interrupt. After a while, she continued, we have plenty of time. It is not we who ought to be anxious. Indeed, she suspected that her grandfather was already aware of the events in Yong'an County. Her gaze deepened, pondering whether the emperor had intentionally or inadvertently sent her grandfather to Yong'an County. A smile gradually spread across her face. It seemed that life in Yong'an County would not be too dull after all. Miss, we received a message from Yinhai City. The head of the Shangwan family wishes for you to return when convenient. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. What has Jiyin done? Inua awkwardly cleared her throat. The eldest young lady has withdrawn all the funds from the Qian banks in the capital and surrounding areas. Ah, that explains it. Is Xiaodian upset? Not exactly upset. The head of the Shangwan family knows that was your token and surmises it was your intention. His request for you to return is likely due to September approaching. Shen Jinyuan sighed. She had nearly forgotten that every 6 months she would provide Xiaodian with elixirs to enhance his internal strength. The last time she had given him was in March. Was he urging her again? It seems he has made considerable progress lately. The 2 bottles of black elixirs in my medicine chest are for him. Please have someone deliver them. Understood. Also, have him send Jiyin's dowry to the capital. Inform him to make a grand display of it. Yes, Ingwen knew she was backing her young mistress. The reputable eldest daughter of the Shangwan family being humiliated in the capital, who could tolerate such a slight? The head of the Shangwan family, too, was rather childish. Why would he quarrel with his own daughter? Fortunately, the young lady provided him with an opportunity. After all, he would never disregard her words. He decided to send a letter to Zishuan in the name of the Xiaoyao Palace, and to prepare a dowry for Jiyan. Indeed, should it be done with great fanfare? Shen Jinyuan smiled knowingly, of course. Shortly thereafter, Shen Qingshan summoned Shen Jinyuan, stating that Shen Yin had developed a severe fever. Without even pausing for a meal, Shen Jinyuan hurried over with a medicine box in hand. Upon her arrival, she found Lin and others already present. First, she assessed Shen Yan's condition, her brows furrowing in concern. When did this begin? The attending servant, frightened, immediately knelt down, explaining it had started last night. Shen Qingshan, angered, demanded to know why this had not been reported sooner. The young servant, who had been by Shen Yan's side since childhood, tearfully replied that his young master had forbidden him from speaking, insisting it was merely a slight fever and nothing of concern. Shen Qingshan, exasperated, paced the room, questioning the servant's judgment. Did he truly think that keeping such information to himself was wise, especially when Shen Yin was already injured? Would he wish to endanger his life further? Shen Anian grasped his elder brother's arm, urging him to calm down. They should allow Nuan to examine the situation first, as punishing the young master now would serve no purpose. Shen Qingshan sighed, indicating that their father should not be informed. Shen Anian nodded, understanding. Chapter 36. Why do you call me husband? Shen Jinyuan gazed at the delirious Shen Yin, her heart a tumult of emotions. Once the illustrious young master of the Shen family, he now lay bedridden, reliant on others for care, too fearful to voice his ailments lest he burden his family and hinder their journey. She turned to Lin. Mother, please, you and second aunt, along with my sisters, step outside. I need to examine my brother's wounds. Lin hesitated, her eyes filled with concern. Shen Jinyuan let out a soft sigh, assuring her, it is nothing serious. Just a few prescriptions will suffice. I merely need to reapply his dressings. Reassured by her words, Lin reluctantly left, glancing back multiple times. Shen Shuoro was reluctant to depart, but was eventually tugged away by Li. Shen Jinyuan instructed the servant to remove Shen Yan's garments, exposing his bandaged back. Indeed, the fever was a result of an inflamed wound, presumably caused by insufficient ventilation, compounded by their relentless journey without adequate rest. Some areas had even begun to fester. Shen Jinyuan felt a pang of regret. Just yesterday, his condition had seemed stable. She had believed that applying the dressings was a simple task, but he had insisted on having the servant assist instead. She had thought his wounds were healing well enough and had not pressed the matter. Yet now, despite her treatment, Shen Yin remained unconscious. She wrote a prescription, and since their supplies were lacking, she dispatched Inue to gather the necessary herbs. Shen Qingshan appeared anxious, having overheard his daughter's earlier reassurances to Lin, yet he remained concerned that her words were merely to placate their mother. Nuan, is your brother truly unscathed? His fever is due to an infection from his wounds, so it is not overly serious. We must monitor him closely tonight and administer medication for a couple of days until the fever subsides. Nevertheless, she frowned slightly. It would be best not to travel in the next 2 days. Although we have significantly reduced our pace, it remains unsuitable for a patient of his condition. Therefore, he must take this time to rest and recover fully. Recently, Shenanian has noticeably aged, burdened by the mundane affairs of the household which he diligently manages, leaving him quite fatigued. I suggested to my father that perhaps a brief respite of 2 days would be in order. The situation of Ah Yin is known to outsiders, so it is understandable for us to take a short break. Shun Jinyuan nodded in agreement, uttering no further words before departing. Shenanian followed suit, leaving Shen Qingshan to oversee matters alone. After taking a few steps, Shen Jinyuan suddenly turned to face Shenanian. "Uncle, what has become of the person you saved that day? Is he faring better?" Shenanian paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing she referred to the prince's hidden guard, who had since departed. His constitution is quite robust. With just a couple of days' rest, he was able to rise from his bed. "Does grandfather know?" "Yes. He left after meeting your grandfather." "Very well. Thank you, uncle." Shenanian displayed a tender smile. After years in commerce, his ability to discern character was astute. He had observed that his niece, despite her quiet demeanor, was far from ordinary. If he could perceive this, naturally, her father could as well. Yet he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. "We are family. There is no need for formality. Please, take the time to rest well. You have all endured much. I shall pay a visit to your grandfather." "Indeed, uncle, travel safely." After Shenanian departed, Banksia spoke up. "Miss, it is evident that the elder master has lost weight recently. These days have been far more arduous for him than for us. He has to manage both significant and trivial matters, especially since the two madams are often unable to assist due to being away." Banksia's claim of their inability to assist is a mild understatement. After days of travel, the women, accustomed to the confines of the inner quarters, are quite delicate, and merely not being a hindrance is commendable. Shen Jinyuan gazed thoughtfully in the direction Shenanian had taken. Banksia's words ring true, yet the challenges extend beyond that. He also bears the responsibility of caring for his aged father and a brother unversed in worldly affairs. Over the next few days, please oversee the kitchen and prepare some medicinal dishes for everyone's nourishment. "Yes, Mississippi." In the dead of night, at the prince's residence in the capital, Chi Mufeng arrived after several days of travel. He did not return to the general's estate, but headed straight to the prince's abode. Clad in night attire that melded seamlessly with the darkness, only his eyes gleamed with a sharp light under the moon. The walls of the prince's residence soared to 3 zhang, crowned with menacing iron spikes, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to scale. Yet, Chi Mufeng, with the agility of a swallow, leapt gracefully, his toes tapping the wall thrice before he effortlessly vaulted over the high barrier, skillfully avoiding several watchful eyes and hidden sentinels. He made his way to the prince's main courtyard, where at that moment, Xian Yuanjing was already asleep. Chi Mufeng, light-footed, shattered a window to enter, taking just a couple of steps toward the bed when, "Who goes there?" Shangguan Jian, alert to the intruder, executed a swift roll from her bed, seizing a dart from beneath her pillow and hurling it at Chi Mufeng. The dart sped towards his face, but he deftly evaded the attack. Before he could fully react, a black whip lashed out towards him, prompting him to draw his sword in response. At this juncture, Xian Yuanjing was roused from his slumber, and upon rising, he beheld his wife engaged in a fierce struggle with a cloaked figure. The two individuals exhibited remarkable agility, and for a moment, it appeared that neither could gain the upper hand. Xian Yuanjing's expression was grave. The assassin had brazenly infiltrated the inner courtyard, and the guards and hidden sentinels seemed utterly oblivious. Outside, the two were engaged in a fierce battle, with Shangguan Jian exerting herself to the utmost in her assaults. Meanwhile, Chi Mufeng found himself somewhat perplexed, merely adopting a defensive stance without launching any lethal strikes. However, he soon sensed something amiss. These moves felt astonishingly familiar. How dare one invade the prince's residence? A life for a life. Shangguan Jian barked sharply, her whip darting towards Chi Mufeng as if it possessed a will of its own. Chi Mufeng stumbled back in disbelief. Was that voice truly the Mother Nightshade? Upon releasing her whip, which struck a stone bench with a resounding crack, she was taken aback by the sight of the figure before her, a man clad in black. The soft rice man. In that moment, both seemed to regain their composure. "Who are you calling Mother Nightshade? Who are you calling the soft rice man?" "I'm referring to you." And I'm scolding you, you fool. The two stood in the courtyard, glaring at each other, seemingly poised to reignite their battle at any moment. Mufeng, is that you? Xian Yuanjing's voice cut through the tension. His gaze filled with confusion as he regarded the cloaked figure. Qi Mufeng clicked his tongue and removed his black mask. Brother Prince, have you missed me? Shang Wanjian's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean by calling me your husband? Qi Mufeng crossed his arms, and the prince's eyes also widened in disbelief. What? Your husband? Xian Yuanjing looked equally puzzled. Do you two know each other? Chapter 37. Let us hear you call me sister-in-law within the main courtyard of the prince's residence. The three of them sat around a stone table. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Qi Mufeng who broke the silence. Casting a disdainful look at Xian Yuanjing. Brother Prince, is this truly the innocent, kind-hearted, and gallant wife you spoke of in your letter? Surely, your vision must be impaired. Shang Wanjian, upon hearing her husband being referred to in such a manner before this soft rice man, beamed with delight, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with joy, completely devoid of any shyness. Xian Yuanjing gazed tenderly at Shang Wanjian's delicate face, saying, I had no idea you two were acquainted. It seems you are indeed fated to cross paths. Qi Mufeng scoffed, I have no such connection with her. I seriously question your eyesight. Mistaking a fisheye for a pearl is quite the blunder. Shang Wanjian slammed her hand on the table. Soft rice man, what did you just say? Qi Mufeng thumped the table in return, producing a sound even louder than hers. Dare you call me soft rice man one more time? Mother Nightshade. Married, yet still a mother Nightshade. How could my brother Prince have been deceived by you? Xian Yuanjing glanced at their hands, wondering if their senses of pain were unusually dulled. Suddenly, Shang Wanjian sprang to her feet, brandishing her whip at him, gritting her teeth as she said, I told you not to call me Mother Nightshade. Are you itching for a fight? Qi Mufeng stood undaunted. I could call you that 100 times if I wished. Mother Nightshade, Mother Nightshade. Do you think you can defeat me? Defeated adversary, after all these years. You still lack any self-awareness. Shang Wanjian was seething with indignation. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. I can strike you. But should you dare to lay a hand on me, humph, my esteemed master will undoubtedly come to my aid. Observing her haughty demeanor, Qi Mufeng felt a surge of irritation. How childish it was to threaten to tell tales at such an age. Is that amusing to you? He retorted. Shang Wanjian shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, it is quite amusing. My master dotes on me. If I were wronged, she would be profoundly distressed. Qi Mufeng curled his lips in disdain. Though inwardly he acknowledged the truth, Yuan was indeed fiercely protective. Of course, he too was among those she safeguarded. Haha, do you truly believe your master would punish me for your sake? You are overestimating things, he scoffed. My Yuan would merely say, Xiaoyu, do not quarrel with Jiyan. She is but a child at heart. Let her have her way, before showering him with delightful gifts to placate him. Shang Wanjian glared at him, her eyes ablaze as if trying to bore a hole through him. Ultimately, it was Xian Yuanjing who gently pulled his wife to sit down, thus ending the tense standoff. He turned his serious gaze towards Qi Mufeng. Shouldn't you be at Pingyang Pass? What brings you to the capital? Qi Mufeng shrugged casually. I felt like returning to see how things were. Xian Yuanjing frowned deeply. Mufeng, you are the young general of the National Defense General's office, entrusted with military power at Pingyang Pass. You cannot afford to be so reckless as before. While no one has yet discovered your return to the capital, you must hasten back. Qi Mufeng clicked his tongue. Elder brother, you remain as dull as ever. I am fully aware of the stakes. Everything is arranged. And there will be no issues. I returned to the capital for a matter of my own, and I thought to visit you and your newly wedded bride. He looked at her with a smirk. Why, of all people, did you choose such a one? TSK. Shang Wanjian interjected. Husband, you are so cultured and respectful. How could you be related to this person? Surely there must be some mistake. Xian Yuanjing sighed, gently patting his wife's arm. Mufeng is the only son of my aunt. He has been somewhat spoiled since childhood. They say a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. Though I am not his biological brother, our bond surpasses that of blood. Yan, you are now his sister-in-law. Do not hold grudges against him. Shang Wanjian's eyes brightened with realization. Oh right, I hadn't thought of that. A man who relies on others. Come now, call me sister-in-law. Qi Mufeng gritted his teeth. Do not call me that. Do you not understand? Just because you are the prince's wife does not mean I would hesitate to strike you. We have fought since childhood. I am not lacking in this regard. What shall I call you then? Shang Wanjian laughed mischievously. Xiaoyu? Qi Mufeng bristled again. Xiaoyu is not a name you can use. You must refer to me as young Master Moyu. Young Master Moyu? Shangwan Jiyan rolled her eyes. I think Master of Idleness suits you better. You. Qi Mufeng pointed at her. After a moment of silence he muttered, it is difficult to raise women and knaves. Xianyuan Jing sighed. Enough of your bickering. Mufeng, what exactly brings you back to the capital? Qi Mufeng glanced at Shangwan Jiyan. A dear friend of mine recently arrived in the capital. Her family has encountered some troubles, and I wish to check on her. Shangwan Jiyan turned her head, choosing not to engage in this topic. The identity of my esteemed master remains a closely guarded secret, and she insists that I utter not a word about it. However, do you require my assistance? Assistance? Huh. The calamities that have befallen their family are a direct consequence of your actions. No, it is unnecessary. Upon my return, I discovered that the situation is not as grave as it seemed. Enough about me, dear brother of the crown. What is amiss with you? How has Lord Shen fallen from grace? That scoundrel, the third son, is far too unscrupulous. Should I intervene and teach him a lesson? Do not meddle. A hint of helplessness flickered in Xianyuan Jing's eyes as he sighed. Lord Shen's downfall is a result of my entanglement. It is the third son who has unleashed his ire upon him. It was all so sudden, we were utterly unprepared. Qi Mufeng furrowed his brow. The man has married the prime minister's legitimate daughter, which only strengthens his position. At the very least, you have what a lady of the Shangwan family, who is comparable to a princess of a nation. How can it be said that you chose a woman of no stature from the rivers and lakes? Oh, Mother Nightshade, what is the matter with you? Your husband is being bullied, yet you remain indifferent? The Shangwan family possesses both wealth and influence. How could they allow that fool, the third son, to trample upon them? Shangwan Jiyan hesitated, finally admitting, albeit bashfully, that she had defied her family's opposition to marry Xianyuan Jing. Beside her, Xianyuan Jing wore an expression of embarrassment. It was rather humiliating that his father-in-law deemed him unworthy. Qi Mufeng stroked his chin, acknowledging that the crown prince was indeed not a suitable match in the eyes of the Shangwan family patriarch. Yet, a sly smile crept upon his face. You are already wed. Why concern yourself further? Can your father truly disown you? The assets of this household must be utilized as they are intended. Shangwan Jiyan lifted her chin defiantly, claiming that her esteemed master had assured her of support, and that her father would have no choice but to accept her, regardless of his reluctance. Qi Mufeng licked his lips. Have you met your esteemed master? Shangwan Jiyan nodded affirmatively. Both she and her husband had encountered her. Qi Mufeng, in a huff, lamented that he had not seen a Yuan in ages. Xianyuan Jing nodded in agreement, grateful for the elder's assistance, which had resolved numerous challenges. With funds secured and even a foothold in the underworld, Xianyuan Jing regained his confidence and prepared to embark on a formidable endeavor. The elder Qi Mufeng's lips twitched. How would he navigate the complexities of his relationship with a Yuan henceforth? Chapter 38. Is there anything more terrifying than Mother Nightshade's coquettishness? Qi Mufeng lingered for a moment before preparing to take his leave, as he had other matters to attend to and could not tarry. Xianyuan Jing rose and turned to Shangwan Jiyan. Yin, you should return to your chamber to rest. I shall accompany Mufeng. Shangwan Jiyan pouted in mild discontent. Please return early. Xianyuan Jing affectionately tousled her hair. Very well. Qi Mufeng, witnessing Shangwan Jiyan's endearing display, was immediately struck with goosebumps. Good heavens! Is there anything more frightening than Mother Nightshade's charms? He shuddered and quickly turned away, choosing to remain oblivious. Oh, the horror! May the deities protect me. After Shangwan Jiyan departed, Qi Mufeng looked at Xianyuan Jing, hesitating before speaking. Dear brother of the crown, are you truly not being coerced by her? Has she threatened you? Are you unable to match her strength? Is she forcing you into submission? Qi Mufeng indulged in a series of imaginative scenarios where Shangwan Jiyan expressed her affections for Xianyuan Jing with a certain degree of forcefulness. The more he contemplated it, the more it seemed plausible. Do not worry, my dear elder brother, he reassured. While this girl possesses commendable skills, I am far superior. You need not fret. Xianyuan Jing, somewhat exasperated, playfully struck his chest. What nonsense are you spouting? Ayan is exceptional and treats me with great kindness. My feelings for her are genuine. How could I possibly overlook the opinions of others to choose a nameless girl from the martial world as my consort? Qi Mufeng, feeling slightly sheepish, acknowledged, indeed. She was merely an obscure girl back then. He continued, I did not mean to threaten you, but I must admit, dear brother, it seems you are quite taken with such spirited women. Xianyuan Jing, feeling a bit bashful under his gaze, cleared his throat. "Do not tease me." Crossing his arms, Qi Mufeng replied, "Very well, you may send that fierce woman away." Xian Yuanjing shot him a disapproving glare, prompting Qi Mufeng to amend his words. "Sister-in-law, is that acceptable? Are you dismissing her to inquire something of me?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Xian Yuanjing asked, "Are you acquainted with the head of the Shangwan family?" Qi Mufeng shrugged, "Quite well, actually. Due to my unreliable master, I often visited the Shangwan household as a child, sometimes staying for 2 months at a time. The head of the family is passionate about martial arts, and as you know, I possess a natural talent in that area. Thus, he took quite a liking to me. In my youth, he often provided me with guidance and was a commendable elder." Xian Yuanjing's gaze shifted evasively. "Do you know what he favors?" It dawned on Qi Mufeng, who chuckled teasingly. "Ah, so you are here to inquire about your future father-in-law's preferences. How intriguing. Indeed, a married man is quite different." He recognized Xian Yuanjing's discomfort, but refrained from pressing too hard. After all, he was the elder brother who had doted on him since childhood and was eager to assist. He placed a hand on Xian Yuanjing's shoulder, leaning in closely as they exchanged whispers. By the time they departed from the prince's residence, the hour had grown late. Qi Mufeng wasted no time, vanishing into the night. Upon reappearing, he found himself within the royal palace. "Your Majesty, it is time to rest. You must prepare for the morning court session," the elderly eunuch expressed with concern. Emperor Xian Yuanche of the Great Zhou tossed the memorials onto the table in frustration. "What is the Ministry of Revenue doing? They continually claim there are no funds. The disaster relief for the north has been delayed for 3 days, and yet they have not made any preparations." The eunuch, fearing to interject, stood trembling at his side. Xian Yuanche rubbed his temples. "What time is it?" "It is nearly past the hour of the rat. Your Majesty, you must take care of your health and rest." With a sigh, Xian Yuanche lamented, "With so many matters at hand, I shall not be able to sleep regardless." As the eunuch hesitated, considering the endless nature of their duties, he suddenly collapsed. Xian Yuanche's eyes narrowed. "Who goes there? Step forward." "Alas, Your Majesty, it appears you have raised a band of inept individuals, utterly useless." I arrived at the doorstep, and they were none the wiser. "You rely on these incompetents for protection?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Xian Yuanche initially felt a surge of joy, only to quickly adopt a stern expression as he gazed at the figure before him, clad in dark attire and veiled in a black scarf. "What on earth are you wearing? Remove that hideous thing from your face." Qi Mufeng promptly unveiled himself, revealing a captivating smile that could enchant the masses. "Did my dear uncle miss me?" Xian Yuanche's mustache twitched, clearly pleased, yet he sought to temper his delight and lowered his voice. "And what of those outside?" Qi Mufeng's grin was unabashed and exuberant as he raised a finger. "Just a touch of a soporific." Xian Yuanche felt a twinge of discomfort. What sort of potent drug is that? Even the palace guards and the emperor's shadow guards have all succumbed? He helplessly gestured toward Qi Mufeng. "Why did you return without a word?" Qi Mufeng, with practiced ease, approached the emperor, seized the teapot from the desk, and took several hearty gulps. He then stuffed 2 pieces of untouched pastries into his mouth, exclaiming, "I nearly forgot to eat at the prince's residence. I am quite famished." Observing his gluttonous display, Xian Yuanche felt a pang of concern. "Take your time. Be cautious not to choke." Rising, he placed another plate of pastries before him. "When was the last time you ate?" With his mouth full, Qi Mufeng replied indistinctly, "I only had 2 buns today. I'm starving." Xian Yuanche furrowed his brow tighter. "Slow down. No one is competing with you." Once Qi Mufeng had devoured both plates of pastries, Xian Yuanche finally inquired, "How did you manage to return to the capital? Do your parents know?" "Just came back on a whim." Unaware, Qi Mufeng responded nonchalantly. "You." Xian Yuanche gritted his teeth. "How can you be so reckless? You are now a general with military authority, and instead of defending Pingyang Pass as you ought, you return here without permission, which is a grave offense." Qi Mufeng rolled his eyes. "Is my uncle going to behead me?" Xian Yuanche delivered a playful thump to his head. "You are becoming increasingly audacious, relying on my favor." Qi Mufeng beamed, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. "Do not worry, uncle. Everything is well arranged at Pingyang Pass." Xian Yuanche shook his head. Yet he felt a deep sense of trust in this young man. Though not his son by blood, Qi Mufeng's talents were unparalleled across the continent. And this did not hinder Xian Yuanche's affection for him. "But why have you truly returned?" With his uncle's inquiry, Qi Mufeng's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "My future bride has been wronged, and I have come to seek justice for her. Your future bride? Xian Yuanche's face lit up with joy. Have you found someone special? Which noble family does she belong to? But his expression soon darkened. Who has wronged her? Tell me, and I shall deliver justice. Qi Mufeng narrowed his eyes. Are you serious? Xian Yuanche glared. I am the emperor. My word is law, and I would never jest. Humph. Qi Mufeng shot him a sidelong glance. Only you, my emperor uncle. Chapter 39. Do my sons not matter to you at all? Xian Yuanche was taken aback, then swiftly kicked Qi Mufeng's backside. You rascal. I do not even know who your beloved is. What troubles are you speaking of? Are you unable to pursue her yourself, and wish to lay the blame at my feet? Qi Mufeng playfully patted his backside, feigning displeasure with a soft huff. However, the emperor's kick was measured, exerting no real force. Uncle Emperor, you are hardly gentle with me. Not only do you strike me, but you also wish to avoid responsibility. Upon hearing this, the emperor raised his foot again, intending to kick. Qi Mufeng nimbly dodged to the side, chuckling. You can't catch me, you can't. Xian Yuanche chased this mischievous rascal around the imperial study for 3 or 4 laps. Ultimately exhausted and unable to keep up, he awkwardly leaned against the desk, panting and waving his hand. No more chasing. I am getting old and cannot outrun this little rascal. Qi Mufeng beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yet, upon noticing Xian Yuanche's somewhat pale complexion, his cheerful expression darkened. Realizing that his uncle had not rested at such a late hour, he questioned, What are you thinking? Do you believe yourself to be made of iron? Just because people shout long live the emperor does not mean you can live forever. Have you been taking the pills I gave you? Your complexion looks dreadful. Xian Yuanche snorted. You insolent child, how dare you lecture me? Although the emperor's words were stern, his heart felt warm. This little rascal still cared for him, unchanged since childhood, hard on the outside but soft within. Then tell me, why are you still awake at this hour? Xian Yuanche coughed lightly, asserting, I am the emperor. Being the emperor does not exempt you from rest. You are an emperor, not a deity. You too can fall ill. Let me remind you, your sons might be eagerly awaiting your departure to seize your throne. You should listen to me, especially that foolish third son, truly both foolish and malicious. Xian Yuanche firmly tapped the back of his head. You are extraordinarily audacious. Daring to speak such words. Have you no regard for your life? Qi Mufeng widened his eyes. There is no one else here. Xian Yuanche, exasperated, replied. That still doesn't excuse you. Keep your mouth in check from now on. Fine, I understand. Qi Mufeng pulled out 2 porcelain vials from his robe, angrily thrusting them into Xian Yuanche's hands. This black vial contains 3 detoxifying pills, exceedingly rare. I went through great lengths to procure them. Keep them safe. The other vial is the same as the one I previously gave you. Take 1 each day. There isn't much this time, so use them sparingly. Xian Yuanche's lips curled slightly, his mood brightening as he stroked his beard. As for the nourishing pills, that is acceptable, but why the detoxifying pills? I am the emperor. Who would dare to poison me? Though he feigned disdain, his large hand clutched the porcelain vial tightly. Qi Mufeng scoffed. Who dares? That is uncertain. The throne is a coveted prize, filled with temptation. One of your sons might just take a reckless chance. Xian Yuanche was left speechless, pondering how he had failed, with his sons seemingly wishing for his demise. Qi Mufeng, as if intentionally provoking him, continued, Among your 4 sons, only the crown prince is truly devoted to you. Although he lacks favor, he remains dutiful, yet his temperament is far too soft, clearly still in need of lessons. The second son is treacherous. Although you spared his life in the past, one cannot be certain he does not harbor resentment for a second attempt. You must send someone to keep an eye on him. He currently enjoys an unassailable position, and I have heard he has gathered quite a number of followers. Xian Yuanche furrowed his brow, remaining silent. As for the third son, TCH, so foolish and venomous, yet he dares to flaunt the title of a virtuous king. What audacity! How could the chancellor possibly have favored him enough to marry off his legitimate daughter? Surely, those eyes are mere ornaments. And the fourth son, Qi Mufeng, stroked his chin, pondering. It's hard to say. He appears to pose no significant threat, being rather frivolous. However, being a prince, does he truly lack any ambition? TSK, it's perplexing. Xian Yuanche sighed. So in your eyes, my sons are utterly inconsequential? Qi Mufeng laughed heartily. If compared to me, they are indeed far inferior. I possess unparalleled martial prowess, extensive knowledge, and exceptional cunning. How could they possibly compare to such a paragon? Xian Yuanshe was nearly driven to the brink by this insolent boy. If his sons are mere mortals, what does that make him as their father? Humph. Xian Yuanshe sneered. Then perhaps I should relinquish my throne to you? If you are truly so capable, you must surely surpass them. Qi Mufeng sighed, with a knowing expression, patting the emperor's shoulder. While what you say is indeed factual, I must confess, I have little desire for your position. It is exhausting and devoid of freedom. I shan't fall for such a trap. You and my parents have conspired against me, forcing me to endure years in Pingyang. And now you approach me? Do you truly believe me a fool? Xian Yuanshe felt an itch in his hands. He had sensed this child's thoughts were more troubling in his absence, and now that he was present, it was exceedingly difficult to restrain himself. Enough of this trivial banter. Tell me about your beloved. Whose daughter is she? When did you meet? How far has your relationship progressed? Xian Yuanshe inquired like a concerned father wanting to understand everything. Qi Mufeng pouted. You ask, yet I fear I shall be doomed by you. For a Yuan will surely be angry with me. A Yuan? So her name is a Yuan? There truly exists such a person? Xian Yuanshe hurriedly pressed. What of it? Does this concern me? It goes without saying, Qi Mufeng huffed. A Yuan is the recently rediscovered granddaughter of Lord Shun, who has only just reunited with her family a few months ago. And now, due to your imperial decree, her entire family has relocated to Yong'an County. Xian Yuanshe's expression grew solemn. Shun Wei's granddaughter? Qi Mufeng nodded. Indeed. And you must acknowledge, have I not been ensnared by you? Xian Yuanshe fell silent for a moment. When did you come to know her? Since childhood. You have known her since childhood? He recalled his nephew's elusive master. A figure of the martial world. Qi Mufeng nodded. Her master is a friend of my master, hence their frequent interactions. Xian Yuanshe was aware that Shun Wei had a granddaughter who had been lost for over a decade and had only recently been found. Yet he was astonished to learn of her connection to his own nephew. Moreover, a friend of a master of such caliber must surely be a person of great distinction. Naturally, the disciple of such a figure would not be of ordinary stock. Yet, why had he not heard a whisper regarding this noble daughter of the Shin family in these past few months? Chapter 40. Not only are outsiders unaware, even the crown prince himself remains oblivious. Xian Yuanshe pondered for a moment. Although this girl's status was somewhat lowly, if you genuinely cherished her, your uncle would surely support your affection. Shin Wei, he fell silent for a brief moment. He would eventually return to the capital. Qi Mufeng's eyes sparkled with mirth. Is a Yuan's status low? Humph. If the emperor uncle were to discover a Yuan's other identities, he would likely refrain from making such statements. I am aware that Lord Shun is under your uncle's influence. You have taken such a convoluted route to send him to Yong'an County. You must have noticed something amiss there, correct? Xian Yuanshe was taken aback. This mischievous lad not only knew about Yong'an County, but also recognized that Shin Wei was affiliated with him. Qi Mufeng met Xian Yuanshe's astonished gaze, grinning even more broadly. I've known for quite some time that Lord Shun was your uncle's man. Therefore, when he openly began to align himself with the crown prince, I realized that your uncle had long desired the crown prince as his successor. However, TSK, you have concealed your intentions most adeptly. Not only are outsiders unaware, but even the crown prince himself remains in the dark. Ha! Xian Yuanshe clenched his fists tighter. This impudent child. He gritted his teeth. When did you find this out? Qi Mufeng feigned deep thought. Perhaps when I was around 11 or 12. I don't quite recall. So early? Xian Yuanshe no longer wished to engage in conversation with him. He thought he had hidden his thoughts well. But little did he know. Do your parents know? Qi Mufeng curled his lip. My father certainly does not know. As for my mother, I believe she is somewhat aware. However, that woman, even if you told her that the fish in the pond should fly in the sky, she would wholeheartedly agree. TSK. Speaking of his own biological sister, Xian Yuanshe's eyes brimmed with pride and tenderness. Of course, your mother and I are siblings. The bond we share. You cannot comprehend. Those years, the two siblings supported each other, enduring countless trials without faltering. His sister, on numerous occasions, risked her life for her own sake, yet never once complained. Even her husband, Qi Han, would always be placed behind him as her elder brother. Well, I am still her son. Noticing his discontent, Xian Yuanshe chuckled. Look at you. Still harboring jealousy? Qi Mufeng turned his head away. I am not a child anymore. Yet in the past, he indeed often felt jealousy. Xian Yuanshe, knowing him too well, smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. So, Your return this time is for Shen Wei's granddaughter? Qi Mufeng lowered his gaze. Yes. And I also came to deliver medicine to you and to visit the Crown Prince. You have been to the Crown Princess residence? Qi Mufeng shrugged. Indeed. I even had a skirmish with my dear sister-in-law. At the mention of the Crown Princess, Xian Yuanche's anger flared. How could he fathom what was going through his son's mind? Did he believe that the throne held no hope for him, hence his abandonment? Otherwise, why would he choose such a person with no status or background as his crown princess? At that time, he had scolded and punished him, yet nothing seemed to sway that boy. It was indeed a moment of weakness, due to his resolute demeanor. Reminiscent of the late queen's unwavering insistence to be with him, he relented regarding the princess consort. Xian Yuanche sighed, deeming it better left unmentioned. What is it? Qi Mufeng inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Is the emperor uncle disinclined towards her? Xian Yuanche cast him a sidelong glance. Given your awareness of my sentiments, you ought to comprehend the significance of the crown prince's future responsibilities. His princess consort is of utmost importance. A woman from the Jianghu, while she may offer some assistance to a Jing, poses considerable challenges in earning the respect of others. Can you truly expect me not to worry? Qi Mufeng chuckled. Uncle, you've misjudged this time. That princess consort is far from an ordinary Jianghu woman. Though the crown prince possesses a noble status, in comparison to her, he may not hold a higher rank. Xian Yuanche regarded him with skepticism. Impossible. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. She is indeed a woman of the Jianghu. While she possesses some commendable skills, I have not uncovered anything extraordinary. Individuals from the Jianghu are known for their cunning. It is only natural that those around the emperor uncle could not ascertain more, Qi Mufeng remarked, glancing at the approaching dawn. I must take my leave now. You shall soon have answers, and then the emperor uncle will grasp my intentions. As the light of daybreak neared, he added, I must depart. Xian Yuanche finally noticed that the uncle and nephew had been engaged in conversation for nearly 2 hours. Where are you headed? I must pursue a Yuan. I have not yet revealed my identity to her. If she learns of it prematurely, I would be at a loss to explain, no matter how many words I possess. Xian Yuanche looked at him with disapproval. Is that all you aspire to? Are you not returning to the estate to see your parents? I cannot. There is no time. After meeting a Yuan, I must hurry back to Pingyang Pass. Xian Yuanche frowned slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet ultimately refrained from further comment. Be cautious on your journey. Rest assured, for the one you cherish, your uncle will support you in every endeavor. Once Shen Wei returns to the capital, I shall grant you both a marriage decree. Qi Mufeng grinned broadly. Uncle, do remember your words today. Of course. Qi Mufeng cast another glance at Xian Yuanche, noting the evident signs of aging upon his visage. His heart softened. Please take care of your health. Should anything arise, you may have someone inform me. I am no longer a child. I can assist you with many matters. As for the crown prince, if you so desire, I can help with that as well. I am unafraid of those devious tactics. Those who wish to oppose me should consider their own capabilities. Xian Yuanche felt a tightness in his throat, his eyes growing warm. Uncle is aware, I can manage. However, regarding the crown prince, your assistance may remain discreet. After all, once the general of the National Defense aligns, it signifies my intentions. Qi Mufeng sighed in resignation. You people enjoy your convoluted ways. Very well. Do as you wish. I shall not concern myself with it. He prepared to leave, but upon reaching the door of the study, he turned back. Uncle, please do not inform my parents of my return to the capital. I fear their reproach. Xian Yuanche laughed heartily. You afraid? This is not fear, it is annoyance. You know my mother well. I truly am apprehensive of her. Xian Yuanche stroked his beard, conceding, understood. I shall keep this matter confidential for you. Moreover, I have not spoken to anyone regarding a Yuan. You are the only one aware of it. Upon hearing that he was the sole confidant, Xian Yuanche's vanity was greatly satisfied. He relished being the most trusted uncle of his nephew. Excellent. Rest assured, uncle, I will keep this secret. Qi Mufeng laughed heartily, then vanished into the night. Xian Yuanche stroked his beard with satisfaction, his smile unwavering. At that moment, a shadow emerged. Master. This individual was Long Xiaotian, the leader of Xian Yuanche's secret guards. After Qi Mufeng had incapacitated all the guards surrounding the imperial study, he appeared. Upon realizing it was the young general, he concealed himself in the shadows, choosing not to interrupt the reunion of uncle and nephew. Xian Yuanche composed himself, inquiring about the guards. They are fine. Merely affected by a potent sleeping drug, nothing serious. My subordinates will replace them with a new team to ensure your protection and prevent a recurrence of today's misstep. Xian Yuanche waved his hand dismissively, brimming with pride. Whether they change or not makes no difference. Can they truly rival that young man? Chapter 41. The toad aspires to eat swan meat. After leaving the imperial palace, Qi Mufeng made his way to the crown prince's residence. After much contemplation, he felt it necessary to caution Shang Wanjian, that fierce woman, against revealing Shun Jinyuan's true identity too readily. Shang Wanjian yawned, lying back in the embrace of Xian Yuanjing, mentally berating Qi Mufeng 100 times. She had thought it was a matter of great importance, disturbing her slumber. Did he truly consider her foolish? She would never disclose her master's identity, not even to her husband. Xian Yuanjing, now awake, held his beloved wife close. What business did Mufeng have with you? Why must the contents of your conversation remain a secret from me, your brother? This thought stirred a tinge of jealousy within Xian Yuanjing. Shang Wanjian did not even open her eyes, dismissing his concerns, insisting it was nothing of significance. Xian Yuanjing kissed the top of her head, reflecting, I realize that over the years, I have come to know you too little. Suddenly, Shang Wanjian opened her eyes. Are you still upset with me for concealing my identity? I truly did not intend to. It was my father who. Xian Yuanjing gently patted her back, reassuring her, I am not blaming you. I simply wish to understand you better. Shang Wanjian turned to embrace Xian Yuanjing's waist. What do you wish to know? I will tell you everything. Not sleepy anymore? Xian Yuanjing inquired. Shang Wanjian shook her head, for in her eyes, nothing seemed more important than Xian Yuanjing's presence. I am not tired. With a chuckle, Xian Yuanjing held her even closer. Tell me how you came to know Mufeng. That freeloader, Shang Wanjian scoffed, succinctly recounting their history. Qi Mufeng's master, Master Isin, was a close friend of their ancestral elder, the old man of heavenly secrets, which established some connection with the Shangwan family. As the sole disciple of Master Isin, Qi Mufeng naturally became familiar with them over time. Moreover, possessing exceptional talent, as her father would say, he was a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century, earning him the favor of the head of the Shangwan family. Even in Master Isin's absence, he often took the initiative to teach Qi Mufeng martial arts. However, Shang Wanjian held no fondness for him, primarily because she could not defeat him. Yet, that was not her greatest grievance. What irked her most was that this troublesome fellow enjoyed clinging to her master, who seemed to rather like him, viewing him as his only friend. Often, she found herself in heated altercations with the man who relied on the goodwill of others, yet her esteemed uncle would merely admonish her to cease her ruckus, even as she seethed with jealousy over the affection he bestowed upon him. Gradually, her disdain for him grew, and their encounters resembled the fierce clashes of roosters, leaving those around them exasperated. Do not presume that I am oblivious to the intentions of that man. He harbors feelings for my esteemed uncle. Humph. Should my grandfather and ancestors become aware of this, they would undoubtedly break his legs. Xian Yuanjing stiffened as he held the arm of Shang Wanjian. What did you say? Mu Feng has feelings for your uncle, the ghostly physician? Surely, that cannot be true. The senior must be of considerable age. My cousin may be overstepping, unaware of this young man's Oedipus complex. Although the ghostly physician's voice seems youthful by generational standards, he must be at least in his 30s or 40s. Xian Yuanjing furrowed his brow, contemplating the ramifications. If the emperor and his aunt were to learn of this, it would likely cause an uproar. Indeed, do you think he is akin to a toad aspiring for a swan? What manner of person is my uncle that this man could dare to covet her? Xian Yuanjing pursed his lips, and after a moment, he inquired, Ghostly physician, how old are you this year? Shang Wanjian blinked, 17. What? The usually composed crown prince exclaimed, his voice cracking in disbelief. 17? No wonder his voice sounds so youthful. He is indeed young. Shang Wanjian, puzzled, responded, yes, he is even 2 years younger than me. Yet, she sighed, though my uncle is youthful, her prowess is unparalleled. Oh, my husband, you cannot fathom. I have been praised for my talents since childhood, yet in comparison to these two, I feel like a fool. Were Qi Mufeng present, he would undoubtedly retort, you do not merely feel like a fool. You are a great fool. Xian Yuanjing comfortingly ruffled her hair. Again, you are already quite remarkable, far surpassing me. Shang Wanjian immediately broke into a smile. I am only slightly more skilled in martial arts than you, my husband. In all other respects, you excel far beyond me. You are learned, possess exquisite handwriting, create beautiful art, and contribute greatly to the welfare of the people. That is truly commendable. Xian Yuanjing chuckled ruefully. Only you would deem yourself remarkable. Then why do you refer to Mu Feng as a man who lives off others? Such a designation is rather unflattering. At this, Shang Wanji Yin grew even more incensed. I consider soft rice man to be a mild term for him. His audacity is remarkable. He often goes to my uncle, feigning misfortune, and each time, she showered him with countless gifts. I recall 3 years ago, I do not know what he said to my uncle, but within 3 days, she had amassed several million taels of silver for him. My heavens, how could he summon the audacity to ask for such a sum? Spending a woman's money? Is he not indeed a soft rice man? Not only that, but my uncle also provided him with tens of thousands of stones of grain and various herbs. 3 years ago, Xian Yuanjing's expression turned grave as he swiftly connected this to the fierce battle at Pingyang Pass against the kingdom of Shishu. At that time, both regions were beset by successive droughts, leaving the national treasury depleted and unable to provide military funds to Pingyang Pass. His cousin had scolded a significant portion of the court officials until they could not lift their heads, and ultimately, he had to devise a solution for this financial crisis himself. He had inquired of him at that time, and he merely mentioned that a wealthy and formidable friend was assisting him. To his surprise, it turned out to be a Yan's grandmaster. If that were the case, she would indeed be a benefactor of our great Zhou. The Shin family's party stayed for a brief 2 days, and once Xin Yan's health improved somewhat, they continued their journey. To prevent a recurrence of this situation, Shun Jin Yuan would check on Shun Yin twice daily. Now, the group had paused for a moment to rest and enjoy lunch. Shun Jin Yuan came to visit Shun Yin again. Over the past few days, Shun Yin had been meticulously cared for, consuming medicinal meals specially prepared by Ban Xia, and drinking herbal tea concocted by Shun Jin Yuan, resulting in a noticeable improvement in his vitality. Warm, how much longer must I remain in this position? When can I dismount and stretch my legs? Shun Yin laboriously turned his neck. Lying down all day was quite uncomfortable. Stretch your legs? Shun Jin Yuan thought he was being fanciful. Were it not for her, he would have been bedridden for the rest of his life. After such a short recovery period, he was already yearning to move about. 3 months later. Oh, Xin Yan's expression fell in an instant. It would still take so long. Is there no medicine I could use? My back itches terribly, yet I dare not scratch. There is none. Chapter 42. What great storms have been witnessed? Shun Yin sighed. Resigned to his fate of lying still, he did indeed appear somewhat pitiable. Shun Jin Yuan bit her lip. The itchiness of the wound indicated that the external injuries were scabbing over, which was a positive sign. Elder brother, just endure a little longer. Shun Yin forced a smile. What other choice do I have but to endure? I heard from Shui Ro that there are many books over at Wanwan's place. The journey is rather dull, and I have read my own books countless times. I wonder if I might borrow a few from my sister? Shun Jin Yuan glanced at him. That position is not good for your eyes when reading. Shun Yin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. No matter, the servant can read them aloud to me. Shun Jin Yuan said nothing in response, but shortly after leaving, she had Ban Xia bring 2 books to him. Upon examining the contents, Shun Yin felt a pang of helplessness. They were both treatises on agriculture. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. He had heard from Shui Ro that this girl was quite indiscriminate in her reading choices, likely having picked 2 books at random for him. Just as Shun Jin Yuan exited Shun Yan's carriage, she noticed Lin and Li conversing softly while gazing in a particular direction. She lifted her eyes to see Yin Yu leading Shun Huai in practicing fundamental techniques. In recent days, Shun Huai had been able to hold a horse stance for an impressively long time. Even she was somewhat surprised, as the child seemed more resilient than she had anticipated. At that moment, Shun Shui Ro approached with a radiant smile. Elder sister, there is a small river ahead. Would you care to take a stroll by it? Ying is over there watching the guards fish. Fishing? Have we truly come here merely for leisure? The recent perils had been completely cast aside. As the 2 sisters arrived by the riverbank, they indeed found Shun Ying joyously watching the water. Were it not for Li's disapproval, she might have leapt into the water to fish herself. Elder sister, second sister, you have come too. Look quickly. They have caught several large fish. We can take them with us and have Ban Xia roast them for dinner tonight. If it were not for the fact that lunch had already been consumed, she would have truly wished to roast the fish and savor it at this very moment. Shun Shuoro shook her head in resignation, urging, keep a safe distance from the river, be cautious not to fall in. Shun Ying chuckled heartily, I won't. I am quite steady. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she tumbled headlong towards the river. The maid beside her widened her eyes in shock. Unable to react in time, Shin Jinyuan, who had appeared unnoticed, swiftly pulled her back. Shin Shuero was taken aback. Had her elder sister not been beside her? When had she moved? Shun Yingying, oblivious to any oddity, patted her chest and exclaimed, "You scared me to death." "Thank you, elder sister. Otherwise I would have fallen into the river." Shin Jinyuan retracted her hand, standing back to observe. Shin Yingying complied obediently. "All right." Shun Shuero cast a puzzled glance at Shin Jinyuan, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Shin Jinyuan sensed this, but chose to remain silent. Suddenly, her expression sharpened, her gaze directed to the southeast. At that moment, Inoue also sensed something amiss and approached Shin Jinyuan, saying, "Miss, we should depart." Shin Jinyuan nodded, glancing at the sky with a furrowed brow. "Inform the second uncle, we must leave immediately. We need to reach the next post station before nightfall. It appears a heavy rain is imminent." "Understood." After Inoue departed, Shin Yingying looked at the clear sky in confusion and murmured, "The weather seems fine. How could it possibly rain?" Observing this, Shun Shuero suggested, "Then let us return. We have rested sufficiently." Shun Yingying felt a twinge of reluctance, but recognized that now was not the time for leisure. As Shun Jinyuan boarded the carriage, Banksia returned with Shun Huayan in tow. The little one was drenched in sweat, his cheeks flushed from the heat, and was just about to remove his outer garment. "You mustn't take it off. You might catch a chill." Shun Huayan pouted, but ultimately heeded Shun Jinyuan's advice. Banksia wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, saying, "Young master, there is delicious fruit tea. Allow me to pour you a cup." Upon hearing this, Shun Huayan's eyes sparkled with delight. It was his favorite. Shun Jinyuan's lips curved into a charming smile. He truly was a child, easy to please. Just over an hour after they had departed, the weather changed dramatically. Dark clouds loomed overhead, signaling an impending downpour. The inhabitants of the Shun residence felt an inexplicable sense of unease, unsure whether it was the oppressive weather or something else. The mountain rain was on the verge of arriving, with the wind stirring the entire forest. Shin Jinyuan felt a twinge of irritation. At this pace, reaching the post station before nightfall seemed increasingly unlikely. Spending the night outdoors would be quite uncomfortable for her. The first raindrop struck the carriage canopy like the snap of a finger. In an instant, a deluge poured down as if the heavens themselves had opened. The canopy quickly became a resonating drum, echoing with the sound of rain from all directions. The mountain paths were treacherous, especially for a large group. "Inoue," Shin Jinyuan called out. Dressed in a raincoat and hat, Inoue appeared, saying, "The rain is too heavy. We should find shelter and wait it out, resuming our journey tomorrow." Inoue scanned the surroundings, hesitating. Shin Jinyuan understood her concerns and reassured her, "It's fine. Go ahead." "Yes, I will return swiftly." Banksia, feeling anxious, leaned close to her mistress and whispered, after a brief respite, "How have these assassins found us once more?" "I just heard from Sister Inoue that there are particularly many visitors this time, and my second brother and the others are finding it somewhat strenuous, regretting not bringing more people along." Shin Jinyuan, too, found her desire to read disrupted by the weather, setting her book aside. "Are you afraid?" Bansha laughed. "I'm not afraid at all. After so many years with Miss, what storms Haven Tea I weathered. This is merely a small scene." Shin Jinyuan found this amusing. When the girl was in the capital, she often sighed and lamented. Now, she was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, uncontrollable. Inoue soon discovered a dilapidated temple. The surroundings were somewhat lacking, but it offered shelter from the rain. Shin Anian instructed a few people to go ahead and tidy up a bit, allowing the family members to come over. The members of the Shun household disembarked from their carriages to seek refuge in the temple. Bansha first helped Shun Huayan down from the carriage, handing him over to Shun Shuero before returning to assist her own Mississippi. As Shun Jinyuan stepped out of the carriage, she frowned at the muddy ground. Bansha held the umbrella for her, while Inoue removed her raincoat and hat, directly offering to carry Shun Jinyuan on her back. Shun Jinyuan nodded, allowing Inoue to transport her to the decrepit temple. The two maids were exceptionally attentive, ensuring that not a single drop of rain touched Shin Jinyuan. The ladies of the household, unaccustomed to such places, felt somewhat constrained. Bansha, however, skillfully retrieved a low stool and a cushion from the carriage, arranging them for Shun Jinyuan to sit and rest. Observing this, the other servants promptly followed suit. Bansha expertly built a fire, even bringing in pots and utensils to prepare ginger soup. At this moment, Shin Anian was already soaked through, and upon closer inspection, One could see that his complexion was quite grim. He hastily approached Shen Wei, whispering something. Shen Jinyuan glanced at Yue, who nodded in response. It seemed that Shen Anian had also sensed something amiss. Father, didn't the Crown Prince's men say they were going to fetch reinforcements before they left? Why haven't they arrived yet? Shen Wei stroked his beard, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. Chapter 43. If it is not feasible. Preserving one's life comes first. Li looked at the two maids, Yue and Ban Sha, who had arranged everything so well for Shen Jinyuan, feeling a pang of envy. Sister-in-law, look at Wan. Her two maids are incredibly attentive. At this moment, Lin also took a seat, as Granny Li used a cloth to wipe the rainwater off her. Upon hearing her sister-in-law mention her daughter, the woman, who had recently been somewhat irritable due to the weather, instantly relaxed, casting a gentle gaze upon the quiet little maid. Those two girls had served her since childhood, naturally more considerate than others. Li smiled, this isn't just a bit considerate. We've seen all sorts of things in the capital. This is truly the first of its kind. Lin chuckled, but said nothing. Wasn't that the case? Although Yue was usually taciturn, like a closed gourd, her skills were evident, and she was clearly not to be trifled with. She could always be the first to appear, protecting Shen Jinyuan. And then there was Ban Sha, who appeared to be such a naive and lively little girl, yet her capabilities were formidable. When it came to daily necessities, she was proficient in everything. To this day, Lin had yet to discover anything that could stump her. Look, the ginger tea has been brewed and is being distributed to everyone. Late at night, the rain has ceased, except for the guards of the estate and Shenanian. Nearly everyone else has found rest. Second master, a towering man, standing 8 feet tall, hurried toward Shenanian. He is Li Dahai, the eldest of the Shun family's guards and the stewardess' son. Shenanian stood near a dilapidated temple, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance. Upon hearing the call, he immediately turned his attention toward the source of the voice. What is it? Many have perished over there. I fear they cannot hold on much longer. Li Dahai had trained for several years, yet facing those elite assassins was an entirely different matter. Even when he ventured to gather information, he dared only to observe from a distance. They were unaware of the identity of the shadowy protectors safeguarding them. But since the master instructed them not to intervene, they naturally remained silent. Shen Anian, filled with anxiety, felt the corner of his mouth crack. Would the prince's men arrive in time? At that moment, a figure appeared, Inu. She held a long sword and bowed slightly to Shenanian. Second master, protect the temple. Leave the rest to me. No sooner had she spoken than she deftly vanished from sight. Li Dahai widened his eyes. He knew that Inu, who accompanied the young lady, possessed remarkable skills. Yet, she was going alone into danger? Second master, should I go and check? Shenanian gritted his teeth. Conceding to her decision, guard this place. Yes. Inu soared into the depths of the forest, where the shadows deepened, and the scent of damp earth mixed with the metallic tang of blood permeated the air. Blood splattered across the withered leaves, and the distant cawing of crows abruptly ceased. As the wind blew, the rustling of decaying leaves mingled with the faint sound of metal clashing. She advanced toward the epicenter of the battle, her sword dancing through the air, catching several assassins off guard, who fell before they could react. Sister Inu. A voice of surprise rang out. It was He Yao. Surrounded by 4 or 5 adversaries, he exerted all his strength, swinging his long knife fiercely, and soon they lay on the ground. Nearby, his elder brother, Qin Bai, had just dispatched 2 assassins. Seeing this, he swept his sword, ensuring those who had fallen drew no breath again. Inu paid no heed to greetings. With one sword in hand, she charged like a tempest, catching the black-clad assassins unawares. Those assassins were no mere pushovers, confronted with such a formidable opponent. They swiftly altered their strategy, directing their main forces toward Inu. Inu's agility was remarkable, her sword strikes like lightning, each movement imbued with lethal intent and a palpable threat to her foes. Blood splattered as blades clashed, the cacophony of combat echoing in the air. With the arrival of reinforcements, He Yao fought with renewed vigor, wielding his large knife with greater force, and soon they gained the upper hand. The remaining subordinates of the 7-star pavilion systematically eliminated the other assassins, yet they too suffered injuries. Streaked with blood, Inu furrowed her brow, retracting her sword. What has transpired here? Qin Bai spat. This is already the 5th wave today. I just received news. Several more waves are on their way. I have signaled, and those in our vicinity will surely come to our aid. However, He harbors some concerns, and I am uncertain how many will arrive. Inu observed that Qinbai had sustained injuries as well. She promptly retrieved 2 porcelain vials and tossed them over to administer medicine. Qinbai nodded, instructing He Yao to allow the injured to rest first. Inu glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground, her brow slightly furrowed. They were already close to the dilapidated temple, and the members of the 7 Stars Pavilion were thoroughly exhausted from the relentless attacks. Qinbai applied a bit of medicine, tore the hem of his garment, and swiftly bandaged his wounds before approaching Inu and whispering, "I have noticed something unusual. May I trouble you to inform the master?" Inu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "Among the assassins who came today, nearly half are from the martial world." Inu frowned. "Were they not all death warriors?" Qinbai nodded in affirmation. "The ones who came previously were indeed death warriors or assassins nurtured by noble families. Today's group is different. Whom do you recognize?" "The Thunderbolt Hall and the Blood Fiend Alliance." Inu nodded, instructing him to keep a close watch and ensure that the opponents did not breach the temple. Qinbai clenched his teeth. Understood. Inu swiftly departed, and He Yao attempted to follow but was halted by Qinbai. "What are you doing?" He Yao replied, somewhat aggrieved. "I merely wished to inquire whether Sister you had any food left. I've been fighting for so long and am quite famished." Qinbai sighed. "Have we run out of provisions?" He Yao helplessly pointed to a satchel that had fallen into a puddle, now soiled. Upon seeing this, Qinbai advised, "Let us endure for now. We shall address it at dawn." "Very well." Inu, drenched in blood, returned to the dilapidated temple, only to encounter Shun and Yin before she could enter. Upon seeing her state, his pupils constricted, yet he said nothing, merely nodding slightly to allow her passage. As Inu stepped into the temple, Shun Jin Yuan awoke, hastily grabbing a black cloak before rising. The two made their way to a nearby gnarled tree. The injuries sustained by Qinbai and the others are significant, and there are individuals from the martial world among today's assassins. Shin Jin Yuan was not surprised. Those from the martial world, occasionally short on silver, might engage in clandestine dealings. It was not uncommon for them to escort goods or commit murder. "Send them more medicine," she instructed. "It has already been delivered." "Very well. Inform them to do their utmost to obstruct the attackers. If that proves futile, their lives must take precedence." Inu's gaze flickered. Understood. Shun Jin Yuan looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, remarking on the peculiarity of the weather. Only hours before, there had been a violent storm, and now the moon shone brightly. There should still be some provisions over at Banxia. Take them along. Yes. Chapter 44. Do not stand idly. Deliver a finishing blow. Shun and Yin stood a short distance away, observing the pair beneath the tree, his expression complex. For reasons unknown, his previously anxious heart felt remarkably at ease in that moment. Inu immediately noticed Shun and Yin, yet since her master did not impede her, she chose to disregard him. "Master, I shall attend to it now," she said. Shun Jin Yuan nodded and turned to leave. Upon encountering Shun and Yin, she smiled and approached him. "Uncle, you have worked hard." Shun and Yin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "It has not been arduous. It is still early. I will rest for a while longer." Shun Jin Yuan observed the corner of Shun Anian's mouth, which was slightly agitated, and with a gentle smile, she presented a porcelain bottle to him. It was to be taken 3 times a day, a remedy to soothe the heart and quell the fire within. Shun Anian, feeling a touch of discomfort as he touched his mouth, ultimately accepted the porcelain bottle with a smile, expressing his gratitude to her. After all, they were family. There was no need for formality between them. Gazing at the slumbering figures within the room, she sighed softly, suggesting that if her uncle could not sleep, they might as well rise early to tidy up, for they would depart at dawn. Upon hearing this, Shin Anian's grip on the bottle tightened suddenly. Noticing the wariness in his eyes, Shin Jin Yuan nodded slowly in affirmation. He Yue was overjoyed by the return of Yue, particularly delighted by the food box she carried. "Sister Yue, have you brought us something to eat?" he inquired eagerly. Yue nodded and turned to Qinbai, stating that their master had advised them to do their utmost. But if they were unable to stop the adversaries, preserving their lives was paramount. Qinbai frowned, expressing concern that the guards of the Shun family would be inadequate to protect them. Meanwhile, He Yue stuffed 2 pieces of osmanthus cake into his mouth, the familiar flavor causing his eyes to narrow in delight. He mumbled, "The master is here. Why should you worry, second brother?" Qinbai shot him a glare, retorting that if even their master could not be safeguarded, he had no right to indulge in food. Feeling somewhat wronged, He Yue turned away, continuing to enjoy his pastries, questioning whether their master's remarkable abilities truly required protection. Qinbai wished to scold him further, but with Yingyue present, he restrained himself. He offered a slight bow to Yingyue, assuring her that he would do his utmost as she conveyed his message to their master. Yingyue nodded, suggesting they take a moment to rest, as the night would not be tranquil. Qinbai cast a complex glance at the recently tidied floor, acknowledging the truth in Shun Jinyuan's foresight. It was not long before 2 waves of assassins arrived. Qinbai and his companions managed to fend off one group, while another headed directly toward the dilapidated temple. Qinbai bellowed, "Heiyue!" Heiyue understood immediately, grabbing a large blade and rallying 3 or 5 others to pursue the attackers. Despite the elite selection of the 7 Stars Pavilion, they struggled against the relentless onslaught of assassins, who were numerous and well-funded. Meanwhile, outside the temple, all of the Shun family's guards, including Shun Anian, were assembled. The occupants of the temple, who had been peacefully sleeping, were now fully awake and dressed. At this moment, Bansha was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, searching for something. Yet the others were too preoccupied with the outside commotion to notice her actions. Only Shun Huayan, with his round, curious eyes, observed her. Spotting a small, bright red porcelain bottle resembling a gourd, the child reached out to touch it, but was swiftly halted by Bansha. Glancing nervously at Shinjin Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, she whispered, "Young master, you mustn't touch that. It is very dangerous." Shun Huayan pouted but complied, glancing at Shinjin Yuan, who was resting. Deciding it best not to disturb him, he wandered to another small area separated by wooden planks, where Shun Yin was leaning. He thought it wise to stay close to his father. At that moment, Shun Yin was also deeply troubled, yet felt utterly powerless. This place was not the capital. It was not the court. Everything here was foreign to him. Suddenly, Shinjin Yuan opened her eyes. Yin Yu's gaze shifted as she slowly grasped her long sword, signaling Ban Xia with a glance before stepping outside. Soon, the sounds of battle grew louder, as He Yao pursued this wave of assassins, ultimately arriving at the temple's entrance. Yin Yu promptly raised her sword, and several individuals formed a protective circle, effectively safeguarding the entrance of the dilapidated temple. Not far behind them, the guards of the Shin family stood resolutely at the door, tools in hand. Though fear gripped them, none dared to retreat. The Lin and Li families appeared pale, not to mention Shin Shuero and Shin Yingying. Shun Jinyuan approached Shin Wei, noticing his pallid complexion. She retrieved a pill from her sleeve and offered it to him, saying, "Grandfather, place this under your tongue." Shin Wei cast her a complex glance before obediently placing the medicine in his mouth. Beside them, Shin Qingshan fidgeted anxiously. "Father." Shin Wei furrowed his brow, and ultimately, Shin Qingshan sighed, refraining from asking further questions. Suddenly, Shun Jinyuan's gaze shifted to the top of the crumbling temple, her eyes glinting. Banxia. Indeed, Banxia, adorned with numerous small pouches at her waist, presented an eccentric appearance, yet no one paid heed to such details at that moment. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled several shurikens, followed by agonized cries as several shadowy figures tumbled from the rooftop into the courtyard. The guards of the Shin family, slow to react, finally realized that Banxia had already leaped outside, striking one of the attackers with her sword. She regarded the guards wielding their large blades with exasperation, wondering if they were merely decorative. Frustrated, she turned and leaped onto a nearby cart, using it to propel herself onto the rooftop. With a mischievous grin, Banxia produced a cylindrical object resembling a barrel and began to unleash a barrage in all directions, releasing countless fine needles. The ensuing cries of pain were followed by the thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground. The hidden assailants sensed something amiss and, in a fit of rage, charged toward Banxia. Unfazed, she knew her master was watching her, grinning in anticipation. Just as the swords were about to strike her, she deftly reversed her wrist, scattering several packets of powder toward the attackers. Even the most vigilant among them inhaled some of the concoction, which had been masterfully crafted by Shun Jinyuan herself, boasting remarkable potency. Another dozen black-clad figures fell, and Banxia reminded the Shin family guards not to stand idly by, but to strike as well. Only then did the guards spring into action, hacking at the black-clad figures, the scene turning gruesomely bloody. Banxia possessed a plethora of unusual devices. Those black-clad figures crumpled to the ground before they could even graze her garments. One of the apparent leaders among them, with a vicious glare, gathered his strength and aimed a palm strike at Banxia. Momentarily stunned by his formidable inner strength, she narrowly dodged, rolling off the rooftop. Kneeling on one knee, she cast a furtive glance toward Shen Jinyuan, relieved that she had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, she would have sustained serious injury. Chapter 45. He has arrived. Before Ban Xia could rise, two powerful gusts of wind surged toward her face. She swiftly evaded, but the ground where she had just stood was left with a substantial crater from the force of that inner power. Immediately, several poison darts were shot towards her. Just as Banxia was about to be struck, a few silver needles flew from within the dilapidated temple, knocking the darts aside. The others inside the room were oblivious to Shun Jinyuan's intervention. However, Shun Huayan, who sat beside Shen Yin and peered through the gaps in the partition, noticed something unusual. His bright, dark eyes sparkled with delight. "Annie, what was that?" It seemed quite impressive. He scampered over to Shun Jinyuan, tugging at her right hand to inspect it. Where's the weapon? He was certain he had seen something just moments ago. Shun Jinyuan, with a hint of exasperation, ruffled his hair and softly replied, "I'll teach you later." Content with this promise, Shun Huayan nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with joy. In that moment of peril, it seemed insignificant to him, perhaps due to his innocent nature or his unwavering faith in the person before him. From all directions, cloaked figures approached the temple. While Yin Yu and He Yao had also arrived, engaged in fierce combat without a moment's respite. The Shun family's guards had gathered at the main entrance of the dilapidated temple, trembling in fear. Whenever a black-clad assassin was felled, they would immediately rush in to deliver a finishing blow, proving somewhat useful. However, as more and more assassins appeared, even their formidable skills were no match for the overwhelming numbers. Banxia tore a cloth pouch from her waist and hurled it towards He Yao. "He Yao, catch!" He Yao's eyes glimmered as he leapt to catch the object she threw. Upon opening it, a broad smile spread across his face. Today, I shall unleash a torrent of bloodshed." He retrieved several small iron balls and hurled them in various directions, followed by a series of thunderous explosions mixed with cries of agony. The ground trembled under the overwhelming sound. Inside the dilapidated temple, the Shun family members trembled in fear, especially the women. Lin Shi nearly lost her balance, thankfully supported by Shinshiro. Yet Shinshiro was also struggling to remain composed, her pale face almost ashen, her lips close to being bitten raw. Shin Jinyuan approached and silently patted her shoulder. Shinshiro, with reddened eyes, whispered, "Elder sister, are you not afraid?" Shin Jinyuan shook her head reassuringly. "It's all right, there is nothing to fear." Shin Yingying had already begun to sob softly. The temple doors were shut, and while they could not see the situation outside, the fear of the unknown often looms larger, especially with the relentless sounds of battle echoing in their ears, intensifying their anxiety. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door burst open as a black-clad figure was sent flying, crashing through the entrance. The women screamed in terror, and Shun Jinyuan instinctively frowned and glanced towards the entrance, locking eyes with He Yao, who appeared utterly terrified. "What should I do? I miscalculated the force. My lord seems angry." Shin Qingshan pulled Shin Wei aside to evade the chaos, only to see the black-clad figure stirring, preparing to rise. Shin Jinyuan, exasperated, turned to Shin Huayan and covered his eyes. Although he didn't understand the situation, he complied, even turning his back. Shin Jinyuan moved beside Shin Qingshan, snatched the sword from his hand, and swiftly plunged it into the black-clad figure, executing a clean and decisive strike to the throat. The crowd's pupils constricted as they realized that Warm had taken a life. Shin Jinyuan returned the blood-stained sword to her father, who alone possessed a weapon in the room. Shin Qingshan felt his aged face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, the room was filled with women, the elderly, and children. He had taken a sword from his younger brother to protect his family, yet at the critical moment, he found himself paralyzed by fear, inadvertently forcing his daughter into action. As a father, he felt utterly ashamed. At that moment, Inoue was encircled by a dozen black-clad figures. Upon noticing an intruder in the dilapidated temple, she found herself unable to break free. She was confident that her master would not come to harm, yet their duty was to ensure her safety. And allowing their master to engage was a grave dereliction of duty. Channeling her inner strength, she leaped into the air, her long sword poised for action. With a swift 360-degree spin, several black-clad figures fell to the ground. She then soared to the entrance of the temple, gazing at the shattered door and the frightened women within. Casting a glance at the courtyard, she noted that the rain cover on the cart was just the right size. With a flick of her sword, the cover flew up and secured itself to the entrance, sealing off everything outside. Bansha, though not as skilled as Inwe, relied on the protective tools her mistress had provided over the years, yet they were running low. "Sister, there are too many of them. What should we do?" Bansha exclaimed. Inue's gaze turned icy. What could they do? A smirk crept across her lips as she tore off a hair band from her head, binding her hand to her sword. "1 we kill, 100 we kill, 1,000, and we shall slay 1,000. Heiyao had just taken down several assassins, having removed his mask, blood splattering into his mouth, which he spat out in disgust. "Inue is right. However many come, we shall slay them all." Not far away, a man in a black mask revealed a sinister smile. He had never anticipated that a court official would have such formidable protectors. Yet so what? They would all meet their demise. He produced a short flute, and an eerie melody filled the air, accompanied by the distant sounds of beasts growling. Inue's almond eyes widened in alarm. This man could command beasts. Bansha and Heiyao panicked as well. The assassins were relentless, and now with beasts approaching, the atmosphere grew tense. Inside the temple, Shun Jinyuan's face darkened as she slowly approached the temple's entrance, only to be stopped by the keen-eyed Lin, who gazed at her in terror. Warm was about to speak when a piercing sword sound echoed, slicing through the night sky. The dragon's roar sword. A smile crept onto Shun Jinyuan's lips, her joy unmistakable in her eyes. He had arrived. That sound seemed to resonate from the heavens and within the hearts of all present. Everyone trembled, instinctively looking up at the sky. The clouds churned as a beam of golden light pierced through the thick, dark clouds, as if the heavens had been cleaved open by a sharp sword. The wind howled, sending dust and debris flying. Amidst the golden light, a tall figure descended slowly. Clad in black, his long hair billowed like ink in the tempest. Most striking was the half-mask of jade adorning his face, its warm, pale hue intricately carved with dragon motifs, shimmering with a mysterious aura under the golden glow. The mask concealed only the upper half of his face, revealing a sharply defined jawline and a pair of thin lips, which curled slightly upward in an enigmatic smile. In his right hand, he wielded a long sword that shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, its blade entwined with a golden dragon motif, each subtle tremor accompanied by a melodious dragon's chant. Remarkably, the dragon patterns on the jade mask echoed the dragon imagery on the sword, as if they were two halves of a singular entity. Banksia exclaimed with delight. "It is the Jade Prince." Chapter 46. The slap of reality comes too swiftly at a critical moment. Chi Mufeng arrived. However, his current identity was not that of a young general from the National Defense General's manor, but rather that of the formidable swordsman known as the Jade Prince, whose name struck fear in the hearts of many in the martial world. He emerged outside the dilapidated temple, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Ah Yuan, I have come." Shun Jinyuan gently extricated her hand from Lin's grasp and took a few cautious steps forward. "Be careful in your approach." It had been a long time since Chi Mufeng had heard Shun Jinyuan's voice, and at that moment, he felt a surge of emotions, laughing heartily. "Ah, rest assured. These trifles cannot harm me." A smile played upon Shun Jinyuan's lips. "I know." Chi Mufeng's grin stretched wide, almost reaching his ears, before his gaze shifted disdainfully to the figures of Inu and Heiyao, noting the bloodstains on their garments. "You all are far too filthy. Ah Yuan despises untidy children." Heyao's lips twitched. Given the circumstances, who had time for such complaints? The Jade Prince was indeed true to his nature. Chi Mufeng's attention then turned to the distant figure of the man in the black mask, who was currently clutching his injured right hand. The short flute used to command beasts now broken, unnoticed by anyone as to how he had sustained his injury. How had he been injured? It was, of course, at the hands of the Jade Prince. "Dabai," he mused, "why abandon your position as a vice leader to resort to servitude under treacherous officials? TSK, are you not afraid of your master's wrath?" Heiyao could not suppress a chuckle, finding the Jade Prince's humor as delightful as ever. He gradually stepped closer to Banksia, whispering, "Does the Jade Prince know this person? Why does Dabai sound like a dog's name?" Banksia cast him a sidelong glance. "Not the time. We'll discuss this later." Initially, she too was unaware of the man's identity, but upon hearing Dabai from the Jade Prince, she recognized him as the notorious mad dog Nia Wentian, once the vice leader under the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Li Hanting. Chi Mufeng feigned realization. "Oh, nearly forgot. Your master expelled you from the Alliance. Is that why you were short on silver? Taking on such degrading tasks?" Nia Wentian scoffed. How lofty is the Jade Prince? Really? Is it not the very officials of the court that shield you? Qi Mufeng crossed his arms. I am not like you. Shun, the elder statesman, is a pillar of the nation, a virtuous official for the people. As for your backer, TSK, how much silver does he offer for your servitude? How about I give you double? You know, I possess ample funds. I have no desire to engage in conflict. After all, you lot are no match for me. I shall consider it a financial sacrifice to avert disaster. What do you think? Niao Wentian ground his teeth in frustration, utterly baffled as to how this madman could be entangled with the officials of the great Zhou dynasty. I do not want your money. Any money will do. Just not yours. Not mine. Then whose do you desire? Ah, to buy. I extend this opportunity to you out of respect for the years of mutual admiration shared with Li Hanting. Should you dare to overstep, know that I am not one to shy away from action. As he spoke, he brandished his longing sword, lamenting that it had not tasted blood in quite some time, and suspected it yearned for the thrill of battle. Inside the dilapidated temple, Shen Jinyuan chuckled. When had he ever shared a bond with Li Hanting? They were, in fact, long-standing adversaries, with Li Hanting nearly issuing a bounty on his head. Niao Wentian surveyed the dire state of his subordinates, casualties mounting. This venture had already turned into a significant loss. If another figure such as Moyu appeared, they would surely face utter annihilation. Is this matter truly yours to oversee? Qi Mufeng shrugged. What else would I be doing, traveling such a distance for no reason? He added, I might consider retreating, but you must ensure my senior brother remains oblivious to today's events. Qi Mufeng laughed. Dabai, are you attempting to negotiate with me? Niao Wentian felt a throbbing headache, the burden of this unprofitable endeavor weighing heavily on him. He stiffened his resolve. Just say whether you accept or not. Qi Mufeng casually placed his sword on the ground, resting his hand on the hilt. And if I do not agree, what then? The two men continued their negotiation, indifferent to their surroundings. While Yin Yu and the others stood quietly in the background, their eyes fixed on the lurking assassins. Among those seeking to kill, aside from Niao Wentian and his men, were members from other sects and even the assassins trained by the third prince. Those familiar with the illustrious young master Moyu dared not act rashly. Yet the assassins were unfazed by such considerations. Niao Wentian, do not forget your mission here. Do you truly intend to turn your back in the face of adversity? The leader of the assassins had sensed Qi Mufeng's formidable presence since his arrival, the likes of which he had never encountered before. Yet, their numbers provided them with a semblance of hope. Niao Wentian, already irate, endured Qi Mufeng's provocations. But how dare this upstart threaten him? You insolent fool. What do you mean by turning back? My brothers have already fallen in droves. Can you not see? It's merely 100,000 taels. How many lives do you wish for me to forfeit? The assassin leader stared incredulously at Niao Wentian, taken aback by his blatant disregard for martial ethics. Hadn't it been said that those in the realm of Jianghu were the most honorable? Across from him, Qi Mufeng's shoulders trembled as he struggled to suppress laughter, ultimately bursting forth. Oh heavens! Dabai, are you truly foolish enough to risk your life for a mere 100,000 taels? I would have thought it gold. Is this paltry sum truly worth your life? Fury surged within Niao Wentian. How he longed to strike him down. Yet, he knew he was no match for this madman. After a fit of laughter, Qi Mufeng cleared his throat. I shall offer you 200,000 taels. Ensure the Shun family reaches Yong'an County safely. Will you accept this arrangement? Niao Wentian paused, contemplating. In that case, I am not taking your money for nothing. Of course, it is a fair trade. At this moment, Niao Wentian's subordinates looked on with excitement, anxious that their leader would not reject such a lucrative proposition. He shot them a glare, feigning calmness. I may consider it, but the silver must be provided up front, otherwise I shall not proceed. Qi Mufeng raised an eyebrow. Ah, learning to be shrewd, are we? Niao Wentian, with a rebellious spirit, defiantly asked, will you give it or not? Qi Mufeng, feeling helpless, replied, of course, I shall give it. It seemed that the straightforward Niao was not easily deceived. He rummaged through his pockets, but alas, it appeared he had not brought sufficient funds. A flicker of guilt crossed his face as he glanced around the dilapidated temple, licked his lips, and turned towards Banksia with a mischievous grin. Hey, little Banksia, could you perhaps borrow a bit from your esteemed lady for me? Beside them, the exasperated Hiyao facepalmed, recalling how Nia had just boasted of his wealth. The rapid turn of events was almost comical. Banksia, her eyes narrowing into slits from laughter, boldly retrieved a thick stack of silver notes from her coin pouch. Young master, here you go. It's only 200,000 taels. No need to trouble your lady. Coughing violently, Hiao struggled against his disbelief, gazing at the hefty stack of silver in Qi Mufeng's hands with envy. Was Banksia truly so affluent? Chapter 47. Courtesy before conflict, a principle he always adhered to. Qi Mufeng felt a hint of embarrassment. Even the servant girl by Yuan's side possessed more wealth than he. How foolish of him to forget to smuggle more valuables from the palace this time. Surely they would have fetched a handsome price. His hand unconsciously brushed against the one item he had managed to bring from the palace, a fine gift for Yuan, which somewhat alleviated his loss. Holding up the silver notes, he beckoned Nia Wentian. All right, come over. I shall treat you. Nia, after a moment's hesitation, succumbed to a smile. Very well. Earning money is paramount. After all, silver is silver, regardless of its origins. I suppose I can endure a bit of indignity. He signaled to his companions, brothers. Let us go. The leader of the Death Warriors brandished his sword, blocking Nia Wentian's path. Nia Wentian, are you truly betraying us? With a swift motion, Nia sent the man staggering back. Betrayal? We are merely engaging in trade. You did not warn us of the peril involved. 10,000 taels. And I have lost numerous brothers. I declare, the deal is concluded. How dare you? How dare I? For such a meager sum. Do you expect me to risk my life? Your audacity knows no bounds. Turning to address the other martial artists, he continued, you all see. We cannot contend with these treacherous agents of the court. Were they ever so transparent about the dangers? We consider this a transaction, while they intend to barter our lives. Thus, we part ways. With that, he led his band of brothers towards Qi Mufeng's side without a second thought, snatching the silver notes from Qi's hand and counting them greedily. The transformation from ruthless to avaricious left Qi Mufeng speechless. Look at you, completely ensnared by the allure of wealth. Nia Wentian scoffed, 200,000 is no issue. We shall ensure the safety of the Shun family to Yong'an County, rest assured. Nia Wentian, keep my word. A smirk danced on Qi Mufeng's lips. I never suggested I doubted you. Then, he turned his intense gaze toward the assembled crowd. Esteemed friends of the martial world, MOU understands that your intentions are driven by wealth. Yet, as the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. We, as practitioners of the martial arts, hold the virtue of loyalty in the highest regard. The Shin family is by no means a group of corrupt officials. Rather, they are esteemed veterans of the great Zhou dynasty, loyal ministers who have genuinely served the common people. 13 years ago, when the banks broke along the Huaibei coast, the venerable Lord Shen happened to be inspecting the area. Without a thought for his own safety, he assisted in the rescue efforts. Subsequently, he collaborated with local officials and the populace to repair canals, build bridges, and reconstruct homes, earning the admiration of all who recognized him as a good official. A decade ago, during a severe drought that plagued the Northwest for 2 to 3 years, corruption among officials and merchants led to exorbitant tax hikes, inciting widespread public outrage and pushing the people to the brink of starvation. It was then that the esteemed Lord Shun, having attained a high rank, courageously took it upon himself to investigate the matter thoroughly and restore justice to the citizens. 7 years prior, during the scandal of the imperial examination fraud, hundreds of scholars gathered in the capital, beseeching the emperor to investigate the issue and deliver justice to the examination candidates. After a prolonged silence from the emperor, it was Lord Shun who led the throng to kneel at the palace gates, imploring for a thorough inquiry, which ultimately brought the matter to public attention. Such instances are countless, perhaps even beyond Lord Shun's own recollection. How could the brothers dare to act against the conscience in the face of such a selfless official? Within the dilapidated temple, Shen Wei maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though his fists clenched tightly behind his back. Shen Anian, standing alongside the Shun family's guards at the entrance, had red-rimmed eyes, while Shen Qingshan, shielding Shen Wei, bore a similar expression. Meanwhile, behind the broken temple, Shen Yan's countenance was equally complex. Shun Jinyuan gazed at the inscrutable expression of Shen Wei, often wondering what his grandfather truly thought. Was this truly worth it? Noticing the situation was turning grim, the leader of the assassins signaled to his comrades, who promptly surged forward towards Qi Mufeng. Yin Yu and He Yao, one wielding a dagger and the other a sword, leaped forward to intercept them. Their coordination was impeccable, and in a matter of moments, the assassins lay slain in pools of blood. Qi Mufeng's gaze was icy as he remarked, "Today we shall leave it at that. Brothers, contemplate your own decisions regarding your departure. Should you choose to leave, I shall pretend as though we never met today." He then flashed a radiant smile, addressing Shuegu. Pray tell, has your Wulong Valley fallen upon hard times as well? Ah, Fian, do not hide. There is no place to conceal that 2-meter-long saber of yours. The crowd turned to see the man burdened with the lengthy weapon, who looked as if he wished to sink into the ground. Masterly, you need only come yourself. Why bring your foolish son along? After all this time nurturing him, with that physique, are you not afraid of your line coming to an end? He continued. And you, gang leader Qiao, I recognize you even with your back turned. That Xian Tai sword was a gift from me. Is this appropriate? Oh dear, Aunt Hongxiao, why do you seek to join the fray? Are you short on silver? And you, Master Xian, do not pretend you cannot hear me. With those prominent white eyebrows, how could I possibly fail to recognize you? In response to these remarks, Master Xian sighed and cupped his hands in greeting towards Qi Mufeng before leading his entourage away. With a leader departing, many others followed suit. At least those named by Qi Mufeng chose to leave. Before they exited, each of them offered a respectful gesture towards Qi Mufeng. As Qi Mufeng observed that the time was ripe, he raised a bloodthirsty smile, seemingly relishing the fate of those remaining, who appeared to have no desire to live. They could not blame him for what was to come. In the dilapidated temple, Shun Jinyuan understood that her little Yu was about to take action. The principle of courtesy before conflict was a long-standing habit of his. The moment the Longyin sword was unsheathed, a clear, melodious dragon-s roar echoed through the heavens. Where the sword's edge passed, it left behind a brilliant golden line, which extended and intertwined in the air, transforming into a golden dragon that danced around Xiao Yun. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no anticipated fierce confrontations. All attacks, upon touching the golden dragon, melted away silently like snowflakes falling into boiling water. Qi Mufeng's figure appeared increasingly majestic amidst the golden dragon's embrace. His right hand grasped the sword while his left hand rested behind him. The gaze beneath his jade mask was as tranquil as still water, as though the 100 formidable foes before him were nothing more than mere ants. The sword energy surged skyward, morphing into a golden dragon that charged toward the group of cloaked figures. The onlookers were filled with terror, their weapons trembling in their grasp, and some fled at the first sight of it. For the rest, there was scarcely time to react. There was no struggle, no cries of despair. When the golden light dissipated, almost no one remained standing. Not far away, Yin Yu and He Yao swallowed hard. Their eyes filled with dread as they gazed at Qi Mufeng. The destructive power was simply overwhelming. Chapter 48. This hairpin compliments I Yuan exceedingly well I Yuan. All matters have been resolved. Qi Mufeng's cherished little one finally stood before him. Although one was inside the dilapidated temple and the other outside, the rain protection cloth that had obscured their view had now been removed. A smile graced Shun Jinyuan's lips. Her eyes softened considerably. What brings you here so suddenly? Did you not think to send a letter in advance? Qi Mufeng tossed the bloodied Longyin sword to He Yao. Clean this well. My Ai Yuan is particularly fond of cleanliness. He then strode into the temple, stating, I received your letter and learned you were going to Kyoto to acknowledge your kin. Fearing you might be deceived, I hastened my journey. Along the way, I heard stories of your travels and pursued you. Shin Jinyuan chuckled. I have not been bullied. No one can impose upon me. Qi Mufeng's voice instinctively softened. I know, yet I remain uneasy. The people within the temple were now fixated on the two, none daring to speak. They had come to understand Shin Jinyuan's temperament over the months, and it was the first time they observed her exhibit such closeness to another. Who was this man? Shun Huayan scampered to Shun Jinyuan's side, wrapping his arms around her leg and gazing up at her, then casting curious glances at Qi Mufeng, his large eyes blinking inquisitively. Qi Mufeng was now well acquainted with the Shin family. He lifted little Huayan effortlessly, asking, Is this your nephew? For the first time, Shun Huayan found himself in the embrace of a stranger. Strangely, he did not struggle but instead gazed curiously at the jade mask adorning Qi Mufeng's face. His little hands reached out, hesitantly drawn to touch it. Shin Jinyuan smiled and said, Yes, he is my nephew, and his name is NN. He is 5 years old. Qi Mufeng playfully lifted the child, meeting his dark, curious eyes. He ought to eat more. He is not strong enough. Only then did Shin Jinyuan notice that the other members of her family were observing them intently. She turned to Qi Mufeng and introduced, Little Yu. Allow me to present my family to you. Qi Mufeng's expression immediately turned serious as he gently set Shun Huayan down. They first approached Shun Wei and Shin Qingshan. This is my grandfather, and this is my father. Qi Mufeng obediently performed a respectful gesture towards the two, greeting them as Elder Shun and Uncle Shun, introducing himself as the junior MOU. Shun Wei chuckled, stroking his beard, exuding the tenderness of a loving elder, unaffected by the current circumstances. Young Master MOU. Truly impressive for your age. Are you friends with Yuan? Qi Mufeng instantly deduced that this referred to his Yuan. MOU clasped his hands in greeting, smiling like a gentle spring breeze. I am Yuan's soul friend. He then turned to Shun Jin Yuan with a look of eager anticipation for affirmation. Shun Jin Yuan glanced at her grandfather and nodded earnestly. Yes, grandfather. Little Yu is my only friend since childhood. Shin Wei understood well. To be regarded as the only friend by his granddaughter indicated a close relationship. However, Shin Qingshan appeared somewhat displeased. Yuan considers this lad a friend? Is he truly worthy? Look at how he smiles. HMPF. Not serious at all. How old are you this year? Qi Mufeng seemed entirely oblivious to Shun Qingshan's annoyance, displaying the humility and courtesy of a junior. I have just celebrated my 19th birthday a few days ago. So young? Although he had not witnessed the outside situation in the dilapidated temple, he was aware of the dangers beyond. This lad had single-handedly resolved their predicament, truly a hero in the making. Nonetheless, he felt the need to observe further. Yes, to observe more. At this moment, Shun and Yen approached. He had been stationed at the temple entrance and had witnessed the previous events quite clearly. Such a remarkable individual. Indeed, without needing an introduction from Shun Jin Yuan, he stepped forward with a broad smile. Young hero MOU, I am Yuan's second uncle. You may call me second uncle. Qi Mufeng respectfully returned the gesture. Good day, second uncle. Ah, splendid. The more I see this child, the more I like him. Although he wears a mask, just the lower half of his face reveals that he must possess striking features. Why the mask, I wonder? Perhaps it is some quirk of the martial world. Then I shall call you MOU. Where are you from? Qi Mufeng glanced at Shin Jin Yuan. I hail from the capital. The capital? The three of them exchanged glances. Shun and Yen intended to probe further, but was halted by a glance from his father. Shin Jin Yuan looked at Qi Mufeng, who responded with a radiant smile. I will explain it to Yuan later. Shun Jin Yuan nodded. She had her own speculations about Qi Mufeng's identity, and discovering the truth would be quite easy. Yet, as he was her only friend, she had never sought to investigate. Out of respect for their friendship, she refrained from asking. At that moment, Lin and others also arrived. Shin Jin Yuan introduced them to Qi Mufeng one by one, and Qi Mufeng greeted each of them with impeccable manners. This left the seasoned Lin and Li, who had lived in the capital for many years, quite appreciative, remarking that such a humble and courteous youth hardly resembled someone from the martial world. Shin Jin Yuan facilitated a greeting between Qi Mufeng and Shun Yen through the partition. Given the circumstances, neither of them felt the need to elaborate further. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shin Yen found the voice of this young Master Mu Yu to be somewhat familiar. As dawn gradually broke, the horizon was tinged with a hint of pearly white, and the dark blue veil of night quietly receded. Layers of orange and pink hues spread across the skyline, resembling bashful rouge diffusing among the clouds. Qi Mufeng and Shin Jin Yuan stood by a nearby stream, dressed in contrasting black and white attire. The woman spoke in hushed tones while the man listened with a gentle expression, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony. So, the Shin family treats a Yuan quite well? Shin Jin Yuan tilted her head in contemplation. Despite her reluctance to admit it, they were indeed good people. However, a Yuan still seemed to harbor some reservations, didn't she? Shin Jin Yuan felt a pang of regret. Had she been too aloof? It seemed that having family was rather burdensome. Qi Mufeng chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. How could that be? A Yuan simply hasn't had family for a long time and doesn't know how to interact with them. Shin Jin Yuan let out a slight sigh. Indeed, in her 2 lifetimes. This was her first experience of having family, true kin by blood. Noticing her silence, Qi Mufeng gently reassured her. A Yuan need not overthink. Everything should flow naturally. Perhaps at present, she did not comprehend the meaning of kinship, but her protective instincts for her family indicated that she was not entirely unaffected. She merely had yet to grasp it fully. Allowing things to unfold naturally might bring her some ease. To lift her spirits, Qi Mufeng produced a hairpin from his pocket as a gift. This jade hairpin was entirely luminous and slender, resembling a willow. At its top, it was intricately carved into a half-blooming magnolia, with petals layered and unfurling, while a vermilion-hued agate nestled at its center, akin to dewdrops. The tail of the pin tapered elegantly, with subtle engravings hidden within, reflecting a warm glow under the sunlight. Shun Jinyuan instantly fell in love with it, and Qi Mufeng, smiling, helped her adorn it. My taste is excellent. This hairpin suits a yuan beautifully. In the distance, Shun Qingshan, secretly observing the pair, widened his eyes in frustration, feeling an urge to rush over, only to be restrained by his younger brother, Shen Anian. What are you doing? Shen Anian covered his elder brother's mouth, forcibly leading him away. Friends were simply conversing. His elder brother was being utterly insensitive. Chapter 49. He has all the time to wait for her. Shen Qingshan was nearly beside himself with rage. Finally breaking free from Shen Anian's grasp, he glared at him. What are you doing? This is entirely improper. Shen Anian, feeling guilty, chuckled awkwardly. Oh, Nuan rarely has friends over. It would be inappropriate for you to interrupt. Shen Qingshan's chest heaved with indignation. That is a man. Are you not aware of the distinction between genders? Feelings are not your daughters. You need not rush. With that, Shen Qingshan attempted to move forward again. Shen Anian once more halted his elder brother. Come now. Don't you know what kind of person Nuan is? Haven't you noticed in these past few months? That is her chosen friend. What could you possibly say if you went? Shen Qingshan was momentarily speechless. I am not doing anything. I could merely stand there. Could I not? At least then, they wouldn't be alone together. As their father, my presence would suffice. Shen Anian smiled. This was not the capital, and here, societal conventions were less stringent. Among family, there would be no gossip. As for the servants, I shall keep a watchful eye on them, so rest assured. Rest assured? That is quite implausible. Regarding that young master of ink jade, regardless of whether he has rendered assistance to his family, when it comes to his precious daughter, Shen Qingshan will not yield an inch. Not far away, Qi Mufeng and Shun Jinyuan had already discerned Shun Qingshan's covert observations. However, they paid little mind to it. And thus, when Shen Anian took him away, their indifference only deepened. So, the emperor of the Great Zhou is your uncle, and that ineffectual crown prince is your cousin? Shun Jinyuan furrowed her brow in discontent. How could someone as astute as Xiao Yu have such unreliable relatives? Qi Mufeng awkwardly touched his nose, sighing, let me not trouble you with my shortcomings. 3 years ago, when you suddenly required such a substantial amount of silver and grain, I had merely assumed it was for the supplies sent to Pingyang Pass, thinking you had some connection to the general's manor. I had no inkling that you were the renowned young general of these past years. A look of concern crossed Qi Mufeng's face. Would Yuan hold it against me for concealing my identity? How could that be? I am simply delighted. Our Xiao Yu is truly remarkable, excelling in all she undertakes. Qi Mufeng smiled, his joy unmistakable, radiating like a child. In truth, I did not intentionally conceal this. I merely deemed it insignificant, and since you never inquired, I did not mention it. Indeed, it is of little consequence. I value you for who you are. Whether you are the young master of Ink Jade or the young general of the general's manor, you are simply you. Qi Mufeng felt as though he were floating. They say Shen Jinyuan is cold in demeanor, yet he alone understood how benevolent she was towards him as a friend. However, he knew he must not rush. He would patiently wait for Yuan to gradually awaken to her feelings. He believed that as friends now, they could undoubtedly become lifelong companions in the future. He had ample time to await her. Are you aware of the matter between Jiyin and your cousin? Qi Mufeng smiled awkwardly. I have only just learned of it myself. Shun Jinyuan sighed. While it may seem somewhat feeble, after all, he is Jiyin's husband and your elder brother, so he is, in a sense, family. Qi Mufeng chuckled. I heard from Mother Yacha that you have been both generous with money and assistance. I shall convey my brother's gratitude on his behalf. Shen Jinyuan waved her hand dismissively. This is nothing significant. Even in a moment of weakness, careful planning presents no great issue. By the way, what are your uncle's true intentions regarding the emperor? Given the current state of the Great Zhou court, I cannot discern whom he genuinely favors. Since he is Xiao Yu's brother, it would not hurt to lend a hand. Qi Mufeng smiled wryly. My uncle is quite inscrutable, always calculating 10 steps ahead for every move. Can you guess whom he truly favors? Shen Jinyuan frowned. Your uncle has 4 princes. The eldest is the crown prince, appointed at 12 years of age, and now has held that title for 12 years. Logically, he should favor his eldest son, yet given the latter's current situation. Shen Jinyuan's smile took on a deeper meaning. The second prince staged a coup back then. Though the emperor did not execute him, the throne has eluded him. However, from what I know, even in exile, he remains restless. As for the third prince, Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brows. The information she had gathered was undoubtedly more extensive than that of others, revealing a rather simplistic mindset. Qi Mufeng chuckled, remarking that Yuan's assessment was rather kind. Shun Jinyuan merely smiled, contemplating the fourth prince, who indulged in a life of revelry and lethargy. Perhaps it was not entirely accurate. I refuse to believe that a person born into royalty possesses no ambition. Perhaps his apparent ineptitude serves merely as a fade. It is difficult to ascertain, yet I am inclined to think that the emperor has remained unchanged throughout. The crown prince has been established for many years, and there seems to be no indication of the emperor's intention to depose him. Qi Mufeng gave Shen Jinyuan a thumbs up, acknowledging her astuteness. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. Awaiting his explanation, Qi Mufeng did not hold back, stating that the thoughts of his imperial uncle were indeed enigmatic. However, it was clear that he favored his brother, the crown prince. Although I too find his actions over the years perplexing, deep down, he harbors affection for the crown prince. Perhaps he intends to inspire him in his own manner? Qi Mufeng felt he could scarcely continue. He could not comprehend why the emperor was so hesitant. Perhaps it was time for him to return to the capital and seek clarity. Shun Jinyuan snorted, remarking that such affection was well concealed. One might assume he held the crown prince in disdain. Qi Mufeng awkwardly smiled, suggesting they move on from this topic. There was another matter to discuss. Your grandfather's journey to Yong'an County was undoubtedly purposeful. I have uncovered some information regarding Yong'an County. Shen Jinyuan was taken aback. You investigated Yong'an County as well? Qi Mufeng glanced at her, noting that a Yuan had caught on. Shen Jinyuan's expression was indifferent. The continuous attempts on her life suggested that even a disgraced official would not warrant such a substantial pursuit, unless there was something significant at stake. Initially, I suspected that my grandfather held some critical information, but I later considered that perhaps the opposition wished to prevent him from reaching Yong'an County. My curiosity piqued. I dispatched someone to investigate. What was discovered? Shen Jinyuan shook her head. Not much. The chancellor's influence has permeated Yong'an County, yet the specifics remain elusive. However, it can be inferred that Yong'an County undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to us. Indeed, Qi Mufeng's gaze momentarily reflected a glint of coldness. The emperor's roundabout method of dispatching Lord Shen to Yong'an County was indeed related to this matter. Shen Jinyuan became intrigued. What lies there? Iron mines. Ah, Shen Jinyuan laughed. They are plotting a rebellion. In this era, iron is more valuable than anything else. Moreover, it is precious. Royal iron mines are scarce, and iron is primarily used for weaponry. Commoners must register any purchase of knives or farming tools with the authorities, which are strictly monitored. Chapter 50. A powerful move. Qi Mufeng scoffed. Rebellion? They likely lack the courage for such a venture at present. However, in the future, who can say? The possession of iron mines is a capital offense. Whether they are merely preparing for contingencies or genuinely plotting something, the emperor will not tolerate it. Shun Jinyuan appeared somewhat disinterested, suggesting they take one step at a time for now. As my grandfather is involved, I can merely observe and ensure their safety without any issues. I do find myself somewhat curious, however, how could that chancellor take a liking to the third prince? Xinyuan Zhe? To my knowledge, this chancellor hails from humble beginnings, having ascended to his current position through sheer determination, a feat not easily accomplished. Is it conceivable that such a person would be enamored with a prince of such perceived ineptitude? He even goes so far as to marry off his own legitimate daughter, indicating a genuine willingness to dedicate his utmost efforts in support. Chancellor Xiao Wenxian, I harbor an aversion towards this individual. As for Shen Jinyuan, what can be said? This man was a top scholar 2 decades ago, and since entering the court, he has maintained a demeanor of extreme caution, diligently attending to his duties, thereby earning the admiration of the emperor, his uncle. Yet, for 20 years, he has continued to present himself as humble and subservient, never altering his disposition. Shen Jinyuan immediately grasped the implication. Such depth of character, if positioned as an adversary, would indeed be formidable. Qi Mufeng nodded, acknowledging that even now, the astute are aware he aligns with the faction of the third prince, and even the emperor, his uncle, has begun to harbor reservations about him. Still, this man remains inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true intentions. Enough of this discourse. How long will you be able to stay? You must still intend to return to Pingyang Pass, no? Now that Shen Jinyuan is aware of his identity, he understands that this young general cannot leave Pingyang Pass. Regarding this matter, Qi Mufeng gazed at Shen Jinyuan with a hint of reluctance. They should reach Sea Town today and stay overnight, setting off early tomorrow morning. Shen Jinyuan frowned. Must you hurry? I have been away for some time and need to return. Although the Western Shu has not dared to advance in the past 2 years, we cannot afford to be complacent. Rest assured, upon my return, I will send a letter to my uncle requesting my father to take my place. He initially went to the border because his father was gravely injured. After 3 years of recuperation, he should be well now. At this moment, far away in the capital, General Qi Han is blissfully nestled with his beloved wife, unaware that his days of comfort are swiftly drawing to a close. Shen Jinyuan chuckled. Will the emperor truly consent? Qi Mufeng, with a hint of pride, replied. Of course he will agree. Why would he not? My father is in his prime, and the border requires his presence. Even if he were to disagree, he possesses means to ensure their acquiescence. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to dispute his claim. Not far off, Shen Qingshan observed the pair, having paced back and forth several times, wondering what could be so captivating that they had been engaged in conversation for so long. At that moment, Shen Huayan, having just awakened from a brief nap, rubbed his eyes and emerged from the dilapidated temple, feeling hungry and yearning for sustenance. Shen Qingshan's eyes lit up as he spotted his grandson. Your aunt is over there. Want to you go find her? Shen Huayan glanced at his grandfather, whose enthusiasm was palpable, and shook his head. He wished to eat. He was hungry. Coincidentally, at that moment, Banksia passed by with a tray of food. Shen Huayan's eyes sparkled with delight, and he made to follow her. However, the little fellow was scooped up by Shen Qingshan. You want something to eat, don't you? Perfect. Let us call your aunt to join us for breakfast. Shen Huayan looked at his grandfather, then at Banksia, and finally at the distant Shen Jinyuan, ultimately nodding in agreement. Let us summon my aunt. It shall not consume much time. In Kyoto, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Xianyuan She was diligently reviewing memorials in his study when the chief eunuch hurriedly approached, his brow glistening with sweat. Xianyuan She furrowed his brow, questioning the urgency of his demeanor. The aged eunuch nodded and leaned closer to the emperor, quietly informing him, Your Majesty, it has been reported that something is missing from your private treasury. Xianyuan She paused, his hand, which held a wolf hairbrush, momentarily still. The anger he intended to express was quelled by curiosity. What is missing? He inquired. It was a set of jade and stone ornaments, presented by the Kingdom of Milan 6 years prior. Everything remained intact except for a single hairpin. The servant speculated that some audacious soul within the palace had pilfered it, as the other items remained untouched. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xianyuan She's eyes lifted, seemingly in good spirits. All the other ornaments are still here? The eunuch, slightly taken aback, affirmed this, suggesting that the thief likely took only the hairpin to avoid drawing attention. Xianyuan She nodded, deciding to have the entire set of jewelry stored separately and sent to Pingyang Pass. The eunuch, though puzzled, complied respectfully. A set of women's jewelry, missing only a single hairpin. What purpose could it serve for the general? Suddenly, Xianyuan She hesitated, pondering the date. What is today's date in August? The eunuch chuckled. It is the 15th. Your Majesty, the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet is tonight. Have you forgotten? Xianyuan She clicked his tongue, recalling that a few days prior was that scoundrel's birthday, the 9th of August. How could he have forgotten? There had been no acknowledgement whatsoever. Even if the day had passed, a birthday gift ought to be prepared. The eunuch remained silent, fully aware of whom the emperor referred to. The young general, the only individual whose birthday the emperor remembered with such diligence every year. Go once more to my private treasury. I recall a dagger presented by the Kingdom of Chile last year, forged from black iron. Have it sent to Pingyang Pass as well. The eunuch recalled the dagger. Approximately 7 inches long, with a blade as frosty as snow, its chilling glimmer revealing intricate dark patterns akin to overlapping dragon scales. A blood groove meandered down the spine, its edge glinting with a ghostly blue light, a truly formidable weapon. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared, kneeling within the study. It was Long Xiaotian, the leader of the emperor's covert guards. The eunuch, recognizing the presence, bowed to the emperor before departing. Xianyuan She resumed his examination of the memorials. What news do you bring? The members of the Shangwan family from Yunhai City have arrived in Kyoto, Long Xiaotian reported. They claim to be delivering dowry for their legitimate daughter. The caravan was extensive, and the entire city was already aware. Xianyuan She raised his gaze, inquiring, the legitimate daughter of the Shangwan family? Who is she? When did this occur? Long Xiaotian lowered his head, revealing, it is none other than the crown princess. Xianyuan She abruptly stood, exclaiming, What did you say? Long Xiaodian bit his lip, acknowledging his oversight. He had failed to uncover the crown princess's true identity years ago. The Shangwan family had concealed it remarkably well. Furthermore, the Xiangyu palace had also sent a dowry for the crown princess, which was already outside the city and would soon enter. Ha! Ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! The crown prince truly brings me honor. Xian Yuanche repeatedly uttered 3 words of praise, at this moment utterly at a loss to articulate his emotions. Initially, he had looked down upon Shangwan Jiyin for her humble origins, believing she could not aid the crown prince. Yet, it turned out she had concealed her true potential, revealing a formidable prowess. He suddenly recalled his nephew's earlier comment about his poor judgment. How insightful of that impudent boy. Chapter 51. The Third Prince, Xian Yuanze. In the capital, within the residence of the third prince, Xian Yuanze had already shattered 3 sets of tea utensils, his countenance dark and his gaze shrouded in gloom. Where was the prime minister? Why had he not yet arrived? The old steward trembled slightly. I have already dispatched someone to summon him. He should be here shortly. With a resounding crash, the 4th freshly brewed pot of tea met the same fate. Did he truly remain oblivious to the current predicament? Must I continue to implore him? Xian Yuanze ground his teeth in frustration, loathing the ineptitude of the man who had foolishly wed a woman of no standing from the martial world. Little did he know how cunning she was, her depths concealed so profoundly. He surely must be aware of her identity as the crown princess. Yet he chose to remain silent. It was deliberate. He was undoubtedly waiting to witness his humiliation. A scoundrel. He was nothing but a treacherous little man. He feigned innocence, yet his heart was darker than anyone else's. Observing the steward still standing there in a daze, Xian Yuanze snapped, "Are you a statue? Will you not prepare a cup of tea for me?" "Yes, yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the old steward stammered, signaling to the maid lurking by the door. She quickly entered with the tea and retreated in trepidation. The old steward was now drenched in sweat, anxiety gnawing at him. Where could the prime minister be? His heart could scarcely endure any further strain. Xian Yuanze took a sip of tea only to spit it out forcefully, exclaiming, "Is this meant to scald me to death?" Just as he contemplated smashing the cup, he noticed the ground already littered with shards, and he glared towards the door, convinced that the maid had attempted to poison him. "Seize that maid and interrogate her severely. We shall uncover who sent her to harm me." The maid stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily paralyzed with fear, before being swiftly silenced and taken away by 2 guards. As the prime minister arrived, he was met with this chaotic scene. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his deep-set eyes, though he concealed it masterfully. He stepped into the study, asking, "What troubles the prince? Has my esteemed father-in-law arrived?" Xian Yuanze exclaimed with joy, rising to greet him. Xiao Wenqian respectfully bowed to the third prince, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the third prince." Xian Yuanze immediately assisted him to his feet. "Father-in-law, there is no need for such formality in private." Xiao Wenqian lowered his eyes slightly. One must not neglect propriety. Is the prince in a state of discontent? This was an utterly superfluous remark. The room lay in disarray, and no one dared to clean it up. A hapless maid had just been dragged out. This was more than mere discontent. Xian Yuanze hastily explained, "Father-in-law, have you not heard? That woman from the martial world, the crown princess. She is actually the legitimate daughter of the Shangwan family from Yunhai City." Xiao Wenqian maintained a calm demeanor. "Yes, I have heard." "You have heard?" Xian Yuanze looked incredulously at the prime minister, astonished at his composure. "That is the Shangwan family. What extraordinary luck has Xian Yuanjing stumbled upon to gain such a powerful ally? It will undoubtedly complicate matters in the future." Xiao Wenqian chuckled coldly, questioning the significance of the Shangwan family. Does the third prince truly fear them? Xian Yuanze swallowed nervously. Naturally, he had no fear, especially with his esteemed father-in-law strategizing on his behalf. What was there to dread? Yet, he feigned difficulty, for the Shangwan family was indeed the foremost clan, steeped in profound heritage. In the past, when Xian Yuanjing sought wealth or allies, he found none, and yet they had failed to unseat him from his status as crown prince. Now, with this connection in place, would it not be exceedingly challenging to move against him? Xiao Wenqian raised his gaze, asserting that while the Shangwan family held the title of the first clan, they had refrained from involving themselves in the disputes of various nations for centuries. I do not believe they would instigate conflict over an external bride, as that would publicly announce their re-entry into the fray, thus jeopardizing their long-standing seclusion. Other nations would undoubtedly vie for this connection. And does His Highness truly think the Shangwan family could maintain their tranquil existence as before? Xian Yuanzi furrowed his brow, acknowledging the logic. Yet he pondered the possibility of their ulterior motives. Xiao Wenxian smirked with disdain. If that were the case, then your highness need not worry. The world is bustling with those seeking profit. If the Shangwans intend to stake a claim, would that not elevate your highness's value above that of the crown prince? I am confident that should they harbor such intentions, I can draw them into your highness's camp, for your current momentum surpasses that of the crown prince. Xiao Wenxian's words were indeed persuasive, yet Xian Yuanzi remained uneasy, for Xian Yuanjing had married into the esteemed Shangwan family. This connection would surely sway their loyalties. I do not share that view, Xiao Wenxian countered. A single daughter pales in comparison to grand aspirations. He then lifted his gaze slightly, adding, moreover, I have delightful news to share with your highness. Delightful news? Xian Yuanzi's interest was piqued. What is it? I have successfully persuaded Marquis Xuanda to betroth his legitimate second daughter to your highness as a concubine. Xian Yuanzi's face lit up with joy. Truly? The legitimate second daughter as a concubine? Marquis Xuanda has consented? Xiao Wenxian sighed deeply, explaining, initially, he was reluctant. But after considerable effort on my part and my assurances that once the third prince ascends to the supreme throne, he would not forget the Marquis's house, the position of a noble concubine would certainly be granted. Of course, Xiao Wenxian added, bowing slightly to Xian Yuanzi, I seek your highness's forgiveness for my presumption. Should your highness be unwilling, I would readily acquiesce, for my father-in-law is wholly devoted to your highness, and you are not one to disregard such kindness. Finally, Xiao Wenxian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he remarked, thus, your highness need not fret over the crown princess's background. As long as your highness possesses more than the crown prince, all will be well. Xian Yuanzi appeared increasingly confident, affirming his father-in-law's wisdom. Even if the Shangwan family is formidable, they would not truly engage in conflict over an external bride. That would be counterproductive. Xiao Wenxian chuckled, stroking his beard. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. However, regarding the princess, it seems your highness may need further guidance from your esteemed father-in-law. Xiao Wenxian waved his hand with a smile. Such matters are trivial. Should your highness truly be concerned? Fear not. I shall invite my wife to the residence tomorrow, and your highness need not trouble himself with these minor concerns. Xian Yuanzi, witnessing Xiao Wenxian's remarkable understanding of matters, nodded in satisfaction, and the previous gloom dissipated. A flicker of disdain passed through Xiao Wenxian's eyes. This was indeed a prince, the son of the emperor, a member of the exalted royal lineage. How laughable! In the bustling streets of Sanxingtang, Li Dai observed the lively scene with immense pride. He chuckled to himself, reflecting that whether it be the Shangwan family or the Xiaoyao palace, as a subordinate of the ghost doctor, both formidable forces were essentially his allies. With a proud stroke of his beard, he pondered where his master currently was and whether he had safely arrived at Yong'an County. Chapter 52. Ian considers everything for me. I am truly ashamed, Li Daifu. A young servant waved his hand in front of Lida's eyes. Lida snapped back to reality, scowling. What is it? Are you calling for my soul? Can't you see I am deep in thought? The servant, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, I have called you several times already. Lida rolled his eyes in impatience. Get to the point. Oh, the servant said cautiously, while delivering medicine to the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence today. They inquired if they might have another audience with the ghost doctor. Lida cast him a sidelong glance. And what did you say? I told them as you instructed, that the ghost doctor is away and his return is uncertain. Lida nodded. Then that suffices. Do you suppose they insist on a meeting? Not exactly. The Wei Yuan Marquis requested we convey that they have a patient, gravely ill for many years with no hope for a cure, and they wish to seek the ghost doctor's assistance. Lida's eyes gleamed with interest. Did they mention who this person is? What affliction do they suffer? The servant shook his head. Lida stroked his beard thoughtfully. They provided no details about the illness, merely expressing a desire to meet the ghost doctor. Such folly. Does one think the ghost doctor is someone one can simply request to meet? The servant scratched his head in confusion. Should I decline outright when I deliver the medicine next time? Lida regarded him with disdain. As healers, it is our duty to save lives. Look at you. You can't even recognize all the herbs, nor can you memorize the prescriptions. Now you lack even the awareness of your responsibilities. What use are you? The servant was on the verge of tears. Then how shall I respond? How to respond? Lida delivered a light smack to the back of the servant's head. Naturally. We must see the patient. I shall first investigate the nature of this perplexing ailment. If it is a mild condition, I can resolve it with ease, sparing the ghost doctor the trouble. Should it be a dire affliction, I will report back to the ghost doctor. Whether he chooses to treat them is beyond our control. Leader envisioned a splendid scenario. If it truly were a complex case, he could personally escort the patient to meet the ghost doctor, perhaps even glean some knowledge for himself. Brilliant. He was truly too clever. At the prince's residence, in the study, Prince Xian Yuanjing sat with a grim countenance. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, as it marked his first meeting with the family of the crown princess. Although the entourage delivering the dowry consisted only of distant relatives from the Shangwan family, it still signified their acknowledgement of him as a son-in-law. Yet now, the dark guard he had dispatched to protect the Shun family knelt in the study, delivering the dire news that the Shun family had encountered numerous assassination attempts along their journey, and all his men had perished. He resided in Kyoto and yet received not a single piece of news. His subordinate had sent letters no fewer than 4 times, all of which went unanswered. The subordinate suspected that their correspondence had been intercepted, hence he had no choice but to return in person. Xian Ming, with a face full of anxiety, exclaimed, "Now that you have returned, does that not place Lord Shun in even greater peril?" "Rest assured," replied the man. "Lord Shun is surrounded by a group of skilled individuals from the martial world who covertly protect him, far surpassing our own capabilities. Thus, I dared to return to seek assistance." "Individuals from the martial world?" Xian Yuanjing questioned, casting a curious glance at his wife, Shangwan Jiyan, who was idly toying with a wolf hair brush. Ever since he learned of her true identity, Xuanming's demeanor towards her had undergone a complete transformation, marked by utmost reverence. Even in the sanctity of the study, her presence was welcomed without reservation. Shangwan Jiyan blinked, wondering what her husband was observing. At that moment, a man clad in black, who had been lurking in the corner of the study, stepped forth. He was tall and imposing, shrouded in a dark patterned robe, as if materialized from the very shadows. His face was obscured by a fearsome mask, its blue features and sharp fangs radiating an aura of menace, while crimson gemstones embedded in his eye sockets glimmered with a chilling light, almost as if they could penetrate the soul. His hair cascaded like raven feathers, interspersed with strands of silver that enhanced his enigmatic presence. This man was the leader of the 7-star pavilion, known as Ghost Face, sent by Shun Jinyuan to guard Shangwan Jiyan. "The individuals protecting the Shun family are my brothers from the 7-star pavilion. Lord Shun is under the protection of His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, concerned for their safety. Instructed me to arrange for their covert escort to Yong'an County at the earliest opportunity." Shangwan Jiyan regarded Ghost Face, then turned her attention to Xian Yuanjing, taking a moment to respond. "Ah, yes, I almost forgot. I had indeed made arrangements for this." She feigned nonchalance as she adjusted a few loose strands of hair, casting a sidelong glare at Ghost Face. When had she ever instructed him to organize an escort for the Shin family? Could he not have informed her in advance? She had nearly revealed her hand. Fortunately, her quick wit had salvaged the situation. The corners of Ghost Face's eyes twitched beneath the mask. Was it not obvious to everyone? Xian Yuanjing chuckled helplessly. "Ayin considers my solitude at every turn. I am truly humbled." Feeling somewhat guilty, Shangwan Jiyan returned the wolf hair brush to its place, laughing awkwardly. "We are husband and wife. There is nothing to it." Then, she added, "I am hungry. I shall go find something to eat." Xian Yuanjing, his eyes sparkling with mirth, advised, "Do eat sparingly. We shall dine with the uncles later this evening." "Understood," she replied, and in a flash, she darted away as if something were chasing her. Once she departed, Xian Yuanjing turned to Ghost Face and inquired, "Are the personnel you dispatched sufficient? Do you have any recent updates on their situation?" Communication from their side had ceased, indicating that their messages had been intercepted. Thus, this channel of communication could no longer be relied upon. "Do not worry, Your Highness. The Shin family is currently safe, and there is no need to concern yourself with manpower." Xian Yuanjing nodded. "Could I trouble you, Ghost Face, to deliver a letter to Lord Shin?" "Certainly, it is no trouble at all." Ghost Face, though typically taciturn, was remarkably efficient in his tasks. Xian Yuanjing felt a twinge of envy towards his esteemed uncle, who commanded such capable subordinates. As dawn broke, the Shin family prepared to depart from the dilapidated temple. Yesterday, the rain poured relentlessly, yet today the sun shines brightly. "Ah Yuan, we are almost at Sai Town. Let us find an inn to rest for the night. For you surely did not sleep well in that dilapidated temple last night." Beside Shen Jinyuan's carriage, Qi Mufeng rode alongside, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Shen Jinyuan. Indeed. You worked hard yesterday. Let Banksia prepare some of your favorite dishes for dinner. 3 crisp soup, paired with fried duck, and perhaps some wine-braised conch. Also, ask her to make some jerky for you to enjoy on the journey. The joy on Qi Mufeng's face was unmistakable, even through his mask. Do you still remember what I like to eat? He inquired. Of course, she replied. The two conversed as if the world around them had faded away, while Shen Qingshan peered curiously from Shun Yan's carriage. Though he could not hear their words, he could see the exuberance in Qi Mufeng's demeanor. Shen Qingshan felt a pang of distress. Even Shun Yan, beside him, was at a loss for words. Father, must you be so oblivious? Shen Qingshan shot him a frustrated glance. Can you not see? That fellow harbors ill intentions toward Wan. Shun Yan sighed, acknowledging the truth of the situation. Yet, what could they do about it? Chapter 53. Was she truly an ordinary official's daughter? Nia Wentian rode behind the Shen family, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Mufeng. The formidable young master of the MOU, feared throughout the realm, now appeared as foolish as a simpleton, trailing beside the carriage of an official's daughter. So that was it. Such a refined individual would not associate with court officials unless he had an interest in their daughter. It seemed true what they said. Heroes are often undone by beauty. Bah, he is no hero, but rather a demon. Qi Mufeng, irritated by Nia Wentian's unwavering stare, shot him a fierce glance. Yet, the latter remained undeterred, his eyes boring into Qi Mufeng as if he could pierce through him. Qi Mufeng could only shake his head in resignation, unwilling to stoop to the level of this fool. However, Shen Jinyuan was displeased. Such a rude gaze from Ayu was quite unacceptable. She raised her delicate, fair hand slightly, and 2 silver needles gleamed as they flew from the carriage window, aimed directly at Nia Wentian. Watch out. Thud. The unprepared Nia Wentian fell from his horse, landing in an undignified heap. Qi Mufeng erupted in laughter. Not only at Nia Wentian's misfortune, but also at the realization that Ayuan was avenging him, which genuinely delighted him. Nia Wentian stared in horror at the 2 silver needles in his hand, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be her? Last night, he had attempted to harm Banksia, only to be thwarted by a few silver needles. In the chaos of the dilapidated temple, he had no idea who had struck back, suspecting a hidden master. He never imagined it could be this seemingly gentle official's daughter. Previously, he had scoffed at Qi Mufeng's choice of such a delicate flower. Reality had now delivered a resounding slap to his face. Was she truly an ordinary official's daughter? In the afternoon, the Shun family arrived at Sai Town. It was not a particularly prosperous place. From the attire of the townsfolk, it appeared to be relatively impoverished. The Shen family stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to observe. Shen Anian took the initiative to find a suitable inn, initially anticipating a lengthy search, only to discover that there was but a single inn in the entire town, leaving no options to consider. Fortunately, the place was usually devoid of patrons, and upon learning that someone wished to reserve the entire establishment, the innkeeper beamed with delight, as if encountering a windfall, displaying an overwhelming enthusiasm. Before resting, Shun Jinyuan glanced at Shun Yan, only to find both Shun Wei and Shun Qingshan present. She greeted them with respect, addressing them as grandfather and father. Shun Wei, seated beside the bed, offered a tenderly affectionate gesture, inquiring if she had come to visit her elder brother. Shun Jinyuan nodded, expressing her concern and desire to check on him. Shun Wei nodded approvingly, observing her approach the bedside to examine Shun Yin without interruption, graciously allowing her space. Shun Yin had grown accustomed to the situation, having long since cast aside any feelings of embarrassment regarding his younger sister. After all, what was a little loss of dignity among family? It itches, warm. Is there truly no remedy? He lamented. Shen Jinyuan smiled gently, replying in the negative. Shun Yin sighed deeply, expressing that the itch was more bothersome than the previous pain, disrupting his sleep. Noticing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, Shen Jinyuan frowned slightly. This would not do. As an injured individual, inadequate rest could hinder his recovery. I shall add some soothing herbs to your evening medicine. You must ensure you rest well. Hearing his sister's concern, Shun Yin smiled appreciatively. Thank you, sister. Shun Jinyuan nodded slightly before turning her attention to her grandfather and father. Elder brother's condition is improving quite well. In just over 2 months, he should be able to get up and walk. We shall assess the situation then. Shen Wei stroked his beard, expressing his relief. With you here, grandfather is at ease. Observing the fatigue etched on Shun Wei's face, Shen Jinyuan noted his advanced age and the toll of travel on him. Grandfather, you should return to rest and freshen up. I will have Banksia bring you some calming incense shortly. Very well, he replied, promising to return soon. Meanwhile, Shen Qingshan hesitated, glancing at the hairpin adorning Shen Jinyuan's head, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. Warm, do not worry about us too much. You haven't rested well either. You should return and rest. Your elder brother has father to look after him. Shen Jinyuan chose to disregard Shen Qingshan's lingering gaze on her hairpin, slightly bowing to him. Father, you must also take care of yourself. I shall return first. All right. He sighed deeply after her departure. Shen Wei found the situation amusing and gestured for him to close the door. Shen Qingshan complied silently, his furrowed brow revealing his distress. Shen Yin exchanged a glance with his grandfather, both recognizing the mutual sense of helplessness. Ultimately, it was Shen Wei who spoke. Tomorrow we shall reach Yong'an County, though the circumstances there remain uncertain. Yin, take good care of yourself for now, but remain observant and attentive. Understood, grandfather, Shen Yin replied. Elder brother, you too. Although you have been dismissed from your position, we are new to this place and must absorb much information. Do not let your guard down. Familiarize yourself as swiftly as possible. Shen Qingshan was still troubled by Shen Jinyuan's matters, completely oblivious to his father's words. Shen Wei furrowed his brow. Eldest? Only then did Shen Qingshan look at Shen Wei in confusion. Father, what is it? The old man sighed. Are you listening to me when I speak? Shen Qingshan felt awkward. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Shen Wei, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Nuan is a clever girl. Her affairs do not require your concern. You must understand this. Shen Qingshan smiled bitterly. I know, son. I am not a fool. I am merely somewhat dazed. I have noticed Nuan's peculiarities, but what of it? She is my daughter, who has returned home after being lost for over a decade. Although last night's sword strike from Shen Jinyuan startled me, I am aware that my daughter surpasses me in strength and decisiveness. With a serious demeanor, Shen Wei inquired. What are your thoughts on that MOU? Shen Qingshan grew agitated. Father, that MOU is indeed formidable and has saved our family, but he is, after all, a person of the rivers and lakes. How could my Nuan possibly lack regard for someone from such a background? Shen Qingshan frowned. Why must you misinterpret my meaning? Father, I merely believe he is unworthy of Nuan. Then whom do you think is deserving of her? Shen Wei pressed. At this, Shen Qingshan proudly raised his head. Our Nuan is the finest woman in the world. Naturally, she deserves the most exceptional man. He need not be of immense wealth or power, but he must possess noble character and be wholeheartedly devoted to Nuan. Shen Wei chuckled as he stroked his beard, finding that his son was indeed beginning to resemble a father. Recalling what his second son had told him that morning, Shen Wei could hardly believe that his prudent eldest son could act so suspiciously, treating their savior as if he were a thief. Chapter 54. MOU is not so petty, father. Shen Qingshan exclaimed in exasperation. How could his father still find time for jest at such a moment? However, Shen Wei, uninterested in debating with his single-minded son, asked, Do you recall what MOU said yesterday? Shen Qingshan responded in confusion. What did he say? It seemed he merely exchanged greetings and said little else. Shen Wei remained speechless and turned his gaze to Shen Yin. Shen Yin's expression had turned serious. That MOU claimed to be from the capital. Shen Qingshan was taken aback. Did he say that? Noticing his father's disapproving expression, he instinctively retreated slightly, feigning calmness. If he is indeed from the capital, that could be quite beneficial. That way, Nuan would not be too far from home, and as her father, I could keep an eye on her. If anyone were to bully her, I could step in. In Shen Qingshan's heart, he believed they would inevitably return to the capital. Do not ask him where his confidence stemmed from. Perhaps he himself did not know. Shen Yin looked at Shen Qingshan. Father, although I did not converse much with MOU, his demeanor and aura suggest that his identity is far from ordinary. There is also something familiar about him, though I cannot quite place it. Shen Qingshan nodded. While family background may not be of utmost importance, having one is certainly preferable. Observe that he was still deeply engrossed in thoughts regarding the selection of a son-in-law and chose not to indulge him further. Meeting Shen Yin's gaze, he inquired, What are your thoughts, Yin? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yin pondered whether his grandfather had overheard the words he spoke during last night's confrontation. Shen Wei's countenance momentarily faltered before his expression grew complex. and he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. How could an ordinary wanderer of the martial world possess such profound knowledge of those matters? Thus, a yin implied that his identity was indeed remarkable, potentially belonging to a family of officials. Shen Yan's gaze deepened. Moreover, his deliberate revelation of being from the capital was intentional. At this point, Shen Qingshan grasped the underlying meaning. Was it possible that the matter concerning MOU and Nuan was not merely trivial? He felt a surge of urgency. Did MOU have ulterior motives? What would become of Nuan? Shen Yan sighed. Father, Nuan is exceptionally astute. She is not easily deceived. She claims that MOU is her only friend of many years. You must trust her judgment. At the very least, this person's character is trustworthy. Besides, he saved our family last night. Have you forgotten so soon? What then are your doubts? Shen Wei inquired. It is not that we harbor suspicions. We merely speculate on his possible identity, especially since this concerns Nuan. However, I believe that even if MOU's background is extraordinary, he bears no ill intent. After all, he willingly disclosed his origins to assuage our concerns, thus alleviating the need for further inquiries. Shen Wei cast a glance at Shen Qingshan, slowly rising as he addressed Shen Yan. Very well, you should rest for now. There is no rush regarding this matter. Yes, grandfather. Meanwhile, the esteemed MOU, referenced in their conversation, was engaged in light-hearted banter in a nearby alley of the inn. With arms crossed and a teasing expression, he regarded a group of individuals displaying various emotions. I say, gentlemen, you have accompanied me all this way. Surely you have something to articulate? Yet, upon my arrival, you all fall silent. The individuals in question were the martial world figures who had departed the previous night: Xian Zongzhu, Shuigu Master, Xiao Bangzhu, and Hong Xiugu. Ultimately, it was Xian Zongzhu who broke the silence, offering a slight bow towards MOU. We are somewhat embarrassed, yet we feel compelled to explain ourselves. MOU raised an eyebrow. It appears there is more to yesterday's events than meets the eye. The tall and impatient Shuigu Master, with his imposing 2-meter-long sword beside him, appeared intimidating. However, MOU recognized his fundamentally simple nature. Oh, just speak plainly. I am not one to hold grudges. MOU smiled. Indeed, Shuigu Master understands me well. Furthermore, I stated yesterday that once you departed, I would treat it as though we had never met. My word is my bond. Once a matter has passed, it is resolved. Xiao Bangzhu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sighed. We too were deceived, unaware that Lord Shun is genuinely a good official. This oversight is our fault, and we can only blame ourselves. Hong Xiugu's expression bore traces of displeasure. Our intention was merely to earn some coin, not to engage in any heinous acts. MOU, we accept our responsibility, and we do not shy away from it. However, Shuigu Master observed that the two were not addressing the crux of the matter and impatiently remarked, what is the point of discussing such trivialities? MOU, let me tell you, it is that old scoundrel from the Sanqing sect who has brought us to this plight. This news was leaked to us by him. As for this Lord Shun, he is a corrupt official who specializes in oppressing the common folk and extorting their hard-earned wealth, having caused the demise of countless individuals. You are aware, we have an inherent disdain for those in the court. Thus, when we heard of someone offering silver to eliminate a corrupt official, we naturally obliged. Not only could we earn some money, but we could also rid the people of a menace, a most commendable endeavor. Xianzong Master nodded thoughtfully, his expression rather complex. The current court, alas, leaves the common folk in dire straits. We too must eat. Even if I do not partake, those beneath me certainly do. Therefore, we did not investigate this matter further, but followed it directly. We genuinely had no idea that the Taoist from the Sanqing sect would deceive us. It is our inherent bias against those in power that led us astray. Master Qiao lowered his head, acknowledging their own negligence in not verifying the facts. MOU, our intention in seeking you out is not to absolve ourselves, but to convey that not all those individuals were driven solely by monetary gain. MOU's expression darkened. Was the Taoist from the netherworld not present yesterday? At this, Shuigu Master could hardly contain his frustration. Indeed, that old scoundrel was deliberately avoiding us. The moment you appeared, he slipped away like oil on water. MOU chuckled. He certainly departed swiftly. Even I was caught off guard. Very well. I understand the situation now. Thank you all for the warning. MOU will remember this. Aunt Hong Xiu hesitated, as if wanting to say more. Aside from that, there is another matter. MOU held some respect for Aunt Hong Xiu, recalling a time many years ago when he had pilfered food from her establishment, an embarrassing incident, largely due to his unreliable master. Please, go on. We would like to ask you to extend our apologies to Lord Shen. Such a good official as he deserves our utmost respect. At this moment, several notable figures from the martial world wore grim expressions. They were accustomed to straightforwardness. And this act felt decidedly underhanded. The Netherworld. They seethed with suppressed rage, wishing to catch him and make him pay dearly for it. Chapter 55. Those Who Understand Me. Yuan. When Qi Feng returned to the inn, Shun Jin Yuan had already completed her ablutions and changed into a fresh outfit. She was now seated in the inn's private room, the dining table laden with all of Qi Feng's favorite dishes, freshly prepared by Ban Xia. Why are you so late? The food is nearly cold. Qi Feng cheerfully took a seat beside Shun Jin Yuan, engaging in light banter. He set the longing sword aside and removed his jade mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face that was almost too perfect. Shun Jin Yuan poured him a cup of wine. This is my homemade peach blossom drunk. It is the only jar I brought with me. Qi Feng's captivating peach blossom eyes lifted with delight. Yuan, you know me too well. I have been craving this for ages. Shun Jin Yuan poured herself a glass as well. Though belated, I must raise a toast to you in honor of your recent birthday. The two shared a knowing glance and clinked their cups, then drained them in unison. Yuan, the medicine you gave me last time, was it newly formulated? Its effects were astonishing. Do you have any left? Shun Jin Yuan furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze penetrating as it rested upon him. Qi Feng, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, asked, What is the matter? Are you hurt again? With a sheepish chuckle, he graciously served her a bowl of soup, which appeared quite delectable. Banxia's culinary skills were indeed improving. Come, Yuan, have a sip. Shun Jin Yuan remained silent, her expression neutral as she regarded him. Qi Feng felt a pang of guilt. It was merely a minor injury and of no consequence. With a subtle sigh, Shun Jin Yuan contemplated his status. On the battlefield, even the most skilled could not guarantee their safety. She lifted the bowl and took small sips of the soup. Observing this, Qi Feng's lips nearly stretched from ear to ear. Yuan's acceptance indicated that she was no longer upset. Noticing his silly, dazed smile directed at her, she replied, What are you staring at? Eat. Oh right. Banxia, nearby, was amused by the sight of the formidable gentleman acting so foolishly before the young lady. I have acquired 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus, a miraculous herb for healing. I incorporated it into the ointments. The efficacy is undoubtedly superior to what I've provided you before. Qi Feng, captivated by her nonchalant manner of speaking, found her demeanor even more endearing. After all, 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus was an extraordinary treasure, and to hear it referred to as mere vegetables was somewhat disheartening. Such a rare item, utilized for healing, is indeed a pity. Shun Jin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The value of anything precious is rendered moot if it serves no practical purpose. It is of value only when used by you. Qi Feng could hardly suppress his smile. How delightful it was to hear Yuan speak. Her words were more melodious than any romantic declaration in the world. By the way, Shun Jin Yuan raised her gaze. What did those individuals want from you? Following you for so long, aren't they weary? Qi Feng recounted briefly the news he had just learned, including their request for him to convey their apologies. Shun Jin Yuan frowned slightly. Sanqing sect, you mean? Yes, hypocritical indeed. They are truly treacherous. She nodded in understanding. I shall have someone handle it. Qi Feng smiled. Please convey their apologies on my behalf. I shall depart after my meal. Shun Jin Yuan was taken aback. Aren't you leaving tomorrow? Qi Feng retrieved a folded piece of paper from his waist and handed it to her. I just received word that the old emperor of Shishu has passed away. I must return to Pingyang Pass. Shun Jin Yuan returned the letter to him, remarking, Pingyang Pass will soon find peace. At least for the next 5 to 10 years, it shall be stable, which is a good thing. Qi Feng shook his head. Yuan is unaware. The Shishu royal family is currently in disarray. That prince is a madman. When he loses his wits, he disregards everything. It is merely due to my heavy-handedness in recent years that we have not clashed with the Zhou. Now that the emperor of Shishu has died, the only person capable of restraining him is gone, and I fear his madness may resurface. I am not afraid for myself. But in the event of war between the two nations, it is the common people who suffer. Shun Jin Yuan frowned, then let a more stable successor take the throne. Qi Feng's lips curved into a charming smile. Yuan understands me well. How did you know I was thinking the same? Shen Jinyuan also smiled. Stop jesting. It seems you have a candidate in mind. Then that is settled. It now seems that you truly have returned, which is indeed delightful news. 3 years have passed, and I never imagined I could remain peacefully at Pingyang Pass for so long. This behavior is entirely uncharacteristic of him. When his father was gravely injured, he donned his armor and rushed to the battlefield. Impulsive, yes, but also driven by an innate sense of duty. His mother is a princess of the great Zhou dynasty, and his father is a renowned general sworn to protect the stability of the realm. Deep down, Shen Jinyuan is a general destined to safeguard the nation, unwilling to witness the suffering of the common people due to war. Qi Mufeng, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head. I was also thrust into this situation. Understanding his shyness, Shen Jinyuan refrained from saying more and served him another pair of chopsticks filled with food. As they continued to eat and converse, half an hour slipped by. Qi Mufeng, feeling reluctant to part ways, said, "Ah Yuan, I must take my leave." Shen Jinyuan nodded and glanced at Banksia behind her, prompting the latter to quickly retrieve a small bundle she had prepared upon hearing the news. This was a selection of provisions that Banksia had gathered. There was no time for jerky, so you will have to make do with what is available. By the way, do you have enough money? Qi Mufeng's handsome face flushed. Ever since borrowing money from Shen Jinyuan 3 years ago, she frequently inquired if he had sufficient funds, more meticulously than his own parents. What am I even thinking? How could I compare a yuan to my parents? If I were to compare, it would be a rather different matter. I have enough. You need not worry about me, a yuan. Grasping the bundle, Qi Mufeng cast one last lingering glance at Shen Jinyuan. He longed to embrace her, and with that thought, he indeed did so. Shen Jinyuan froze, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Qi Mufeng's embrace was brief. He quickly withdrew his arms, ruffling her hair. "Ah Yuan, wait for my return." Unconsciously, Shen Jinyuan softened her tone, perhaps even unaware of it herself. Banksia's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to brass bells. Fortunately, there were no others around. Otherwise, misunderstandings would surely arise. This young master Yu, who was once not so reckless, had changed. Qi Mufeng, not wishing to linger, donned his mask, grasped his sword, and departed. His silhouette revealed no trace of hesitation, as if the earlier reluctance had never existed. The following morning, the Shen household had rested well, and everyone's demeanor appeared notably improved compared to the previous day. Lin Shi observed the quietly composed Shen Jinyuan, her gaze drifting to the jade hairpin atop her head, momentarily flickering with interest. However, her expression quickly returned to normal, warm and gentle. "Did you rest well last night?" "Quite well. And you, mother?" Lin Shi smiled. "I rested quite well too." Then she surveyed the room, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "What of that young master Mou from yesterday?" "He has left." "Left?" Lin Shi expressed surprise. "Yes, there was an urgent matter at home, and he departed last night." 3 steps away, Shin Qingshan, having overheard this news, felt a weight lift from his heart. He had finally gone. Chapter 56. He Xianyuan Jing is not a son-in-law by marriage. Lin Shi felt a twinge of regret, having yet to express her gratitude properly. Yesterday, everyone was indeed exhausted, and the shocking assassination incident left them deeply unsettled. Even the usually composed Lin family was caught off guard, resulting in their departure. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu is one of their own, and there will be ample opportunities to meet in the future. Lin smiled, affirming that Xiaoyu is indeed one of them. Her gaze was drawn to the hairpin atop Shen Jinyuan's head. Was it a gift from the esteemed Mou? Shen Jinyuan subconsciously brushed her fingers over the pin, clearly cherishing it. Lin wished to speak, but upon meeting Shen Jinyuan's candid gaze, she ultimately remained silent. In this era, when a man gifts a woman a hairpin, it symbolizes a desire to take her as his wife. In the capital, within the prime minister's residence, Xiao Wenxian's expression darkened. What kind of experts were they? Had they not also enlisted numerous masters from the martial world to lie in ambush? How could they not subdue even the Shen family? A mere Shen family, who would have imagined that they could extract such a heavy toll from him? The subordinates kneeling on the ground lowered their heads. For the Shen family not only had the protection of the crown prince, but also considerable influence from the martial world. Xiao Wenxian had never anticipated that the usually aloof Shen Wei would have ties with those in the martial realm. He remained silent, causing his subordinates to grow increasingly anxious. "Rest assured, my lord, we will continue to make arrangements, and this time we shall not fail." Xiao Wenxian waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Let it be in Yong'an County. It will not make a significant difference." Ensure that those on the other side remain cautious and do not allow Shun Wei to find any incriminating evidence. If the opportunity arises, let them stay in Yong'an County forever. Yong'an County is where his influence resides. In the vastness of the realm, he could hardly believe that a single Shun Wei could truly turn the tide. Xiao Wenxian raised his cup and took a sip, then turned his gaze to the silent steward. Is there any news from the palace? The steward inclined his head slightly. Not yet. Xiao Wenxian paused momentarily before continuing to drink. However, news had arrived from Lord Xuanda, indicating that arrangements had been made, and they could be sent to the residence of the third prince at any time. Good, proceed with this matter. Yes, this old servant understands. What of the lady? Did she go to the third prince's residence as instructed? The steward's expression shifted slightly. Regarding the lady, she has stated that she has renounced the mundane world and will no longer concern herself with such affairs, leaving it for you to manage. Xiao Wenxian slammed his cup down heavily on the table. Why would a proper prime minister's wife choose to become a nun? Does she think that by setting up a small room in the residence, she can truly escape the worldly life? The steward bowed his head in silence. Very well. If she wishes to be alone, she shall not step outside the courtyard henceforth. Convey my message as I have stated. Understood. At the prince's residence. Shangguan Jian had just finished her training and was preparing to return and freshen up when she encountered the hurriedly approaching Ghost Face. Is there a tiger chasing you? Why are you in such a rush? Ghost Face halted and produced a letter from his bosom, handing it over. Shangguan Jian's face lit up. A letter from my esteemed uncle? Ghost Face shook his head. It is a letter from the head of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Jian's expression stiffened. The procession delivering the dowry had not yet departed from the capital, so why had the old man sent a letter? It surely boded ill. With a grim countenance, she read the letter, and upon finishing, she was utterly incensed. What a beautiful illusion he harbors. Why not simply lay his head down and drift into slumber, where dreams come swiftly? Does he not deny my existence? Yet, astonishingly, he still desires to claim my child? Such thoughts are mere folly. Unable to bear a son of his own, he seeks to bring me misfortune. How absurd. Look, even Yu Yao has fled from home, unable to endure his presence. He deserves this. He should experience the solitude of a hermit, for his tyranny is intolerable. As she vented her frustrations, Xianyuan Jing approached. What troubles you, Yan? Why are you upset? Shangguan Jiyan pouted. Husband, I have been wronged. Xianyuan Jing's gaze met the specter beside him, who promptly retreated, indicating his disassociation with the matter. What has transpired? Shangguan Jiyan handed him a letter, then stood aside, silent and aggrieved. After perusing the letter, Xianyuan Jing's lips twitched. Indeed, his father-in-law was quite the character. The letter's content was straightforward, conveying that Shangguan Jiyan was now married, and there was no room for negotiation. He must accept this reality. However, if they wished to appease him, one of their offspring must bear the surname Shangguan. Yet, Xianyuan Jing was no mere son-in-law. He was a prince of a nation, and his lineage was not his to dictate. How could he bear the name Shangguan? This posed quite the dilemma. Fortunately, he had no immediate need for children. Perhaps this matter could be delayed for another day. At the letter's conclusion, it mentioned that Shangguan Jiyan's sister, Shangguan Yu Yao, had come to the capital alone and requested their assistance in looking after her. Your sister has arrived in the capital? Do you possess her likeness? I shall send someone to find her. Shangguan Jiyan pursed her lips. No need. Let the Spectre-S people handle it. They are more familiar. Xianyuan Jing nodded in agreement and turned to the Spectre. The Prime Minister's legitimate son fell from a brothel and, as fate would have it, broke his coccyx. He shall now spend his days confined to a bed. The Spectre revealed no sign of surprise, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Of course, he was aware it was his doing. Shen Yin had Shun Jin Yuan to tend to him, but the Prime Minister's son was not so fortunate. Shangguan Jiyan clicked her tongue. The Prime Minister's heir, I recall, has a multitude of wives and concubines, still indulging in brothels. He deserves it. How did he not drink himself to death? Xianyuan Jing chuckled, choosing to remain silent. It was unclear what animosity existed between the Spectre and the Prime Minister's son. Surely it was not for his sake. This individual acted with caution and prudence. He never meddled in affairs that he had not been tasked with. This unexpected turn of events was indeed surprising. In Yong'an County, upon entering the city, the Shin family prepared to head to the governor's office. To their astonishment, not a single welcoming figure appeared. Even the guards at the city gate merely glanced at them with little interest upon recognizing their identities. Banksia, inside the carriage, observed the peculiar scene in the streets and remarked, Miss, this place feels quite strange. Shun Jin Yuan, engrossed in a book on the 5 elements and divination, did not lift his gaze. What is strange about it? Prior to our arrival, Sister Inue mentioned that Yong'an County is relatively prosperous. Yet, I see so many people on the streets dressed in rags. Shun Jin Yuan set down his book and turned his gaze outside the carriage. Indeed, the common folk along the way appear gaunt and haggard, their faces resembling that of withered vegetables. However, it is not to say that there are no individuals dressed more respectably. They are simply few and far between. Moreover, the number of beggars on the streets is rather excessive, with a significant portion being children, which is undeniably peculiar. Chapter 57. Arrival at Yong'an County. When Shun's party arrived at the gate of the county magistrate's residence, the county lieutenant Huang Wide arrived fashionably late, accompanied by a retinue of subordinates, leading one to assume he was there to exert his authority. At that moment, Shen Wei had just dismounted from the carriage. "My sincerest apologies for the delay," Huang Wide said, bowing respectfully to Shen Wei. "You must be Lord Shun. I am Huang Wide, the county lieutenant of Yong'an, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed magistrate. I was delayed by official business outside the city, and I hope you can forgive my tardiness." Shen Wei scrutinized the county lieutenant carefully. Huang Wide appeared to be in his early 40s, with a fair complexion, bright eyes, and a smile that was both respectful and dignified. Shen Wei responded with a polite, yet distant smile. "There is no need for such formalities, Lord Huang. Official matters take precedence. The welcoming is merely a formality." "Haha, Lord Shun, your magnanimity is commendable. Rest assured, I have ensured that the county magistrate's residence has been thoroughly cleaned and prepared. Everything is in order. Should you find anything lacking once you settle in, please inform me immediately, and I shall make the necessary arrangements." "Thank you, Lord Huang," Shen Wei replied. Huang Wide nodded slightly. "It is my duty. After your arduous journey, you must be fatigued. Would you like to enter the residence to rest? As it is late today, I have prepared a welcome banquet in 3 days' time, and I hope you will honor us with your presence." "Certainly, I am grateful for the invitation and shall be there on time." Huang Wide bowed again. "There will be several colleagues present, allowing me the opportunity to introduce them to you. That is much appreciated." Not far away, Shun Jinyuan observed this exchange with little reaction. She had already received information about Huang Wide, understanding his character and the nature of his position. Having held sway in Yong'an County for a decade, through the turnover of several superiors, he remained firmly entrenched in his position. It was evident that his abilities were either extraordinarily remarkable or that he had formidable connections. Unfortunately, it was the latter. As the two engaged in their seemingly private conversation at the entrance, the others could do little more than await their turn. "Bansha, try this. I bought it from that shop I just passed by, and it smells delightful," He Yao whispered as he leaned closer to Bansha, eager to share. Feeling fortunate that his master allowed him to follow openly, He Yao relished the prospect of seeing Bansha every day. Casting aside all the admonitions from his elder brother Qinbai, Bansha, however, pushed him away with a hint of disdain. "I shan't partake. What I make is far more delicious than this." He Yao's eyes brightened. "Then you must cook for me next time. All you think about is eating," Bansha shot back, casting him a glare before taking a few steps forward, moving closer to Shen Jinyuan. He Yao pouted, glancing at Shen Jinyuan's indifferent back, hesitant to approach further. "Fine. If you want to eat, then why be so fierce about it?" After grumbling, he took a generous bite of the scallion pancake, its aroma wafting through the air, and exclaimed, "Delicious." Suddenly, Shun Jinyuan's gaze fell upon a plaque inscribed with the words Governor's Mansion. In a shocking turn of events, the plaque fell from its perch. Before anyone could react, 2 figures appeared, soaring through the air, one to the left and the other to the right, deftly catching the descending plaque. With a graceful flip, they landed safely, Nia Wentian and Inyu. Had it not been for their timely intervention, the plaque would have struck Shen Wei, who stood directly beneath it. Shen Qingshan and Shen Ainian rushed forward, their faces etched with fear, supporting their elderly father. "Father, are you all right? Father, are you unharmed?" Shen Wei, indeed startled, reassured them. "I am fine, truly." Huang Wide, witnessing the commotion, hurriedly approached. "My lord, are you well? How could such a sturdy plaque fall? Fortunately, it did not strike you, otherwise I would bear the blame." Shen Wei glanced at the fallen plaque, then at the top of the entrance, pondering how it could have come loose. On the very first day of his governorship in Yong'an County, he nearly met his demise at the hands of this very plaque. He chuckled to himself, anticipating that this incident would soon become the talk of the town. "What does this have to do with you, Lord Huang?" This plaque is likely in disrepair due to age. Huang Wide, wearing a look of regret, admitted, "It is my fault for not ensuring its stability." Shinwei waved dismissively. "It was merely an accident. There is no need for such concern, Lord Huang." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huang Wide took his leave, followed by a throng of others. Shin Shan, still agitated, exclaimed, "Father, he—" Shinwei interrupted, "Let us enter the mansion." "Yes, yes." Nia Wentian exchanged a glance with Inyo, and one of them lifted the plaque, carrying it directly into the mansion, displaying a certain ease. Shin Jinyuan cast a casual glance at the scallion pancake still held by He Yao, asking, "Is it tasty?" He Yao swallowed hard. The master's gaze was somewhat intimidating, and he had been too preoccupied with eating to respond promptly. "It is indeed delicious," he admitted. Banksia rolled her eyes towards the heavens, exasperated. "You big fool. Lacking in perception. An outsider has better instincts than you. Why are you even here?" Shin Jinyuan's lips curved into an alluring smile. "Banksia. Purchase 20 more for him and ensure he finishes them." With that, she stepped gracefully into the governor's mansion. He Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as if the sky were collapsing upon him. 20 pancakes, each larger than his own face, would surely be his undoing. Glancing at the sizzling pancake in his hand, he no longer found it appealing. As everyone entered the mansion, it appeared desolate, inhabited only by a blind old gatekeeper, devoid of any servants. Was this truly what Huang Wide meant when he claimed everything was arranged? Thankfully, the butler and servants were those they had brought from the capital, well-trained and quickly set about organizing everything. As for what was lacking, they would have to procure supplies the following day. Shin Anian expressed his concerns, noting that the remaining funds in the household were limited and the allowance from the prince before his departure was meager. With so many mouths to feed, they could not afford to deplete their resources. It seemed he would need to resume his previous trade and engage in some commerce to bolster the family's income. Outside the governor's residence, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Not far from the corner of the wall, a figure resembling a beggar slowly rose to his feet and departed. This individual maneuvered through a series of turns and entered a mansion through a rear door, the residence of Xiezhou, the county lieutenant of Yong'an. Clad in tattered garments that starkly contrasted with the opulence of the estate, he appeared unfazed, as did the individual leading the way. Upon reaching the study, the beggar knelt before the man seated in an armchair, who was amusing a bird. The man was Xiezhou, seemingly in his 30s, with an imposing stature and a robust physique. The scruffy beard and a prominent scar on his face rendered him somewhat unapproachable. His gaze remained fixated on the lively little bird within the cage, its colorful feathers captivating. He teased the bird with a bamboo stick, seemingly lost in enjoyment. "Is he here?" "Yes, he has arrived," the beggar replied earnestly. "What are your thoughts?" The kneeling figure appeared puzzled, for Lord Shin seemed rather amiable, always speaking with a smile and displaying a pleasant demeanor. One would assume that, given the circumstances, a significant plaque crashing down on the first day of his appointment, he would be incensed. Yet, Lord Shun appeared entirely unconcerned, engaging in calm conversation with Huang Wide. Xiezhou continued to amuse the bird. "Has Huang Wide arrived?" "Yes, Lord Shun has only just made his entrance at the governor's residence. Delayed by official duties outside the city." Xiezhou chuckled, dismissing the notion of official duties. Such scholars are adept at putting on a fade. Nevertheless, Lord Shun was accompanied by formidable protectors, as two individuals had deftly caught the falling plaque. Their skills were evident and impressive. Xiezhou's smile widened. One cannot survive in Yong'an without protection. The esteemed cabinet scholar, suddenly demoted to this desolate Yong'an, was it mere happenstance? He found that hard to believe. Others might be unfamiliar with the newly appointed governor, but Xiezhou had encountered Shinwei more than a decade ago, long before he had attained any recognition. Shinwei would likely not recall him, but Xiezhou certainly remembered. In 3 days, Huang Wide would host a welcome banquet for Lord Shun, undoubtedly extending an invitation to the gentleman. Xiezhou sneered. "Do you believe Huang Wide would invite me? He fears I might disrupt his schemes. I am but a nominal county lieutenant. Does it truly matter whether I am invited?" The beggar lowered his head in silence. Xiezhou set the bird cage on a nearby table. "Continue your observations. Report anything unusual at once." "Understood." As the beggar departed, Xiezhou sank into contemplation in the armchair. "Shinwei, could you be the one to break this impasse?" The following morning, the governor's residence buzzed with activity. A substantial supply of goods had been procured and was being distributed throughout the various courtyards. Shun Jinyuan resided in the courtyard named Haitang Courtyard, which remained in close proximity to the quarters of Shun Qingshan and his spouse. At this moment, Shun Huayan was diligently practicing calligraphy, despite being new to Yong'an. The child seemed to adapt more swiftly than anyone else. Shun Jinyuan sat nearby, quietly engrossed in his reading. Inyu entered. Miss, Niao Wentian requests an audience. Shun Jinyuan remained engrossed in the book in her hands. Let him in. Niao Wentian, a mere outsider, would typically never gain access to the inner courtyard, especially not to the quarters of an unmarried woman from an official family. However, he was no ordinary individual, and his desire to enter could easily evade the watchful eyes of others. Once within the courtyard, Niao Wentian dared not gaze around. Despite his rough exterior, he understood the decorum of gender distinctions, particularly in the presence of this seemingly tranquil yet enigmatic young lady from an official family, which made him somewhat apprehensive. He slightly cupped his hands in greeting, Miss Shun. Only then did Shun Jinyuan set her book aside and lift her gaze to him. What business brings you here? Sir Nia? Niao Wentian cleared his throat. I have conducted a transaction with MOU, escorting the Shun family to Yong'an County for a sum of 200,000 taels. Though the journey was brief, we arrived safely. Thus, we shall take our leave. Shun Jinyuan nodded and glanced at Banksia, who immediately beamed and presented a stack of banknotes. Sir Nia, this is for the brothers to celebrate with drinks, courtesy of our young lady. Niao Wentian furrowed his brow slightly. You have already compensated us. Banksia continued to smile. Yesterday, our esteemed elder was nearly injured by a plaque. Thanks to Sir Nia's timely assistance, please consider this a token of gratitude. Niao Wentian cast a glance at the thick stack of banknotes. Although the denominations were smaller than before, being merely hundreds, the quantity was substantial, numbering at least a dozen or 20, far from a trivial sum. His hands itched to accept, yet he restrained himself, glancing at the silent Inyu. Even without my intervention, your elder would have been fine. I overstepped. Banksia immediately pressed the banknotes into his hands. How can you say that? Sir Nia undoubtedly saved our elder. That is beyond dispute. You need not feel any burden. The brothers require sustenance for the journey home. Let this be our young lady's way of providing for everyone. With such insistence, Niao Wentian grinned and accepted the offer, tucking the banknotes into his clothes. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Thank you. He stole a glance at Shun Jinyuan. Well then, I shall take my leave. Shun Jinyuan raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Niao Wentian cast one last look at Banksia, then at Inyu, turning back multiple times. Even Shun Huayan, who had been quietly practicing calligraphy, glanced up at him, his large, dark eyes sparkling. Shun Jinyuan smiled at him. Focus on your writing. Shun Huayan handed over his completed characters for her to see, indicating that he had finished for the day. Noticing that no one was urging him to stay, Niao Wentian gritted his teeth and returned to his previous position. Banksia stifled a laugh and then inquired, Does Sir Nia have further business? Niao Wentian's face flushed crimson, and his words stumbled. Miss Shun, it seems there aren't many capable individuals in your household. Would you consider employing me? Shun Jinyuan regarded him earnestly. To be frank, I am not in need of more help. I simply prefer tranquility, which is why there are not many around me. Seeing her silence, Niao Wentian grew anxious. I have observed over the past few days. In the entire Shun residence, the only noteworthy individuals are the young lady Yingwe and that boy with the surname Haik. Naturally, there is nothing to be said about Lady Yingwe, but that boy seems rather simple-minded and unable to assist the young lady in any meaningful way. The guards, too, possess only rudimentary martial skills, rendering them ineffective in critical moments, merely serving as fodder. While I may not possess the prowess of MOU, I still hold some standing in the martial world. If I were to take charge, those lurking malevolent spirits would undoubtedly think twice before approaching. What do you think? Niao Wentian's thoughts on this matter were the result of a night filled with contemplation. This young lady from the Shun family is not an ordinary person, and her resources are quite abundant. Since she is currently short on funds, remaining by her side might prove to be a wise decision. Moreover, he is genuinely curious about her. After being attacked twice by those delicate silver needles, he yearns to discern the true extent of this woman's capabilities. Furthermore, her close ties to MOU position her as a quasi-member of the martial community. Noticing that Shun Jinyuan remained silent, Niao Wentian stammered, I am not expensive. Shun Jinyuan smiled. 100 taels of silver per month, with additional compensation for specific tasks. Does that sound agreeable? Niao Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Then elated, yes, yes, that works perfectly. Chapter 59. What loyalty to the emperor or patriotism can one speak of when life itself is at stake? However, Shen Jinyuan paused, casting a calm gaze upon Niao Wentian. This caused the previously exuberant man to tense up instantaneously, feeling inexplicably anxious, more so than he would in the presence of his martial alliance leader senior. Niao Wentian gulped, his gaze towards Shen Jinyuan revealing a hint of naive clarity. But what? Speak up already, you're going to drive me mad. Assist me with my tasks, but I have but one request, Shen Jinyuan replied with a gentle smile. Will you, Sir Nia, comply? Niao Wentian felt it somewhat peculiar to be asked to comply by a girl of merely 17 or 18, especially when he himself was a mature man of 27. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Certainly. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. Excellent. Your first task is to train the guards of the Shun residence. I do not expect them to rival your own subordinates, but they must at least elevate their skills 2 levels above their current state. Niao Wentian pounded his chest confidently. That is absolutely no problem. Shen Jinyuan nodded and then glanced at Yue, who promptly exited the room. Before long, the old steward hurried over, astonished to find Niao Wentian in the courtyard of the young lady. When did this outsider enter the rear courtyard? And in the young lady's quarters? If the master finds out, he will surely blame me. Shen Jinyuan conveyed her arrangements to the old steward, who looked at Niao Wentian with a troubled expression. Hesitant to agree, Shen Jinyuan was not surprised. You may first consult my grandfather and then return with his response. I am not in haste. The old steward nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. Please allow me a moment, young lady. I shall seek the old master's opinion at once. With that, the frail old man, who usually moved slowly, sprinted off with surprising speed, leaving Banxia in awe. Meanwhile, Shun Wei was in the study discussing matters with his 2 sons. When the old steward arrived, the atmosphere in the room was unusually tense. Shun Wei appeared somewhat fatigued. What is it? The old steward swiftly reported the matter. And to his surprise, Shun Wei did not take a moment to ponder. He readily acquiesced. He then hurried back with his aging legs, which, it must be said, were somewhat feeble for a man of his years. Shen Qingshan frowned, questioning, Father, is this truly necessary? Now that we have arrived at Yong'an County, can we still expect the previous circumstances to repeat? Shen Wei offered no extensive explanation, believing it prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Shen Anian resumed the conversation that had begun before the steward's arrival, inquiring, Father, what is your opinion on what I have proposed? Shen Wei nodded. Since you have devised a plan, you should pursue it. Take the banknotes the crown prince provided before his departure. It is acceptable for our household to endure some hardship. These few months will pose no issue. Shen Anian displayed a relieved smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Father. I will manage it diligently. Shen Wei waved his hand, reassuring him, You possess many years of business experience. I trust in your capabilities. Very well, I shall take my leave. This is my first visit to Yong'an County, and I wish to explore and familiarize myself. Shen Wei nodded. Go ahead, but ensure you take someone with you. After Shen Anian departed, Shen Wei turned to his eldest son, gesturing towards a nearby chair. Sit. Yes, you shall accompany me to Huang Wide's welcoming banquet. Shen Qingshan frowned slightly, but father, Huang Wide is clearly not to be trusted. Is it truly wise for us to attend? We are to reside in Yong'an County from now on. Whether it be a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we must brave it together. I am not afraid, father. But could you enlighten me as to why His Majesty has sent you to Yong'an County? Shen Wei was taken aback, surprised that his typically forthright son would pose such a question. Noticing his father's silence, Shen Qingshan continued, Throughout this journey, even I, in my ignorance, have discerned that there are those who do not wish for you to come to Yong'an County. Initially, I suspected it was the faction of the third prince attempting to eliminate you. However, the multitude of assassins and repeated attempts on your life suggest a far greater cost involved. I believe there must be other reasons. Shen Wei smiled. Then why do you surmise that it was His Majesty who dispatched me? Shen Qingshan met his father's gaze steadily when you openly supported the crown prince. I found it perplexing. You have always aligned yourself with His Majesty. How could you involve yourself in factional politics? Yet, you did not reveal your reasons. And I did not press you. Though I do not agree with your actions, I accept them. This time, you have been demoted, and I have been dismissed. The situation does not appear so dire. At worst, it merely affects the collateral branches of our kin. Why then? So, you suspect foul play? Shen Wei sighed, conceding, indeed. It was His Majesty who sent me here, though I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment. Shen Qingshan furrowed his brow. If the emperor has personally arranged this, can it be trivial? Since it was orchestrated by the emperor, why has he not even sent those to protect you in secret? Shen Wei's lips pressed together in contemplation. Had it not been for this, we would not have had the chance to arrive alive in Yong'an County. Shen Wei chuckled. Who says the emperor has not arranged for protection? Their absence is merely due to the timing not yet being right for their involvement. Emperor Xianyuan Che indeed had people discreetly safeguarding Shen Wei, but their role was solely to ensure his survival. As for others, how could the emperor possibly attend to every detail? If the danger is so great, when will the right moment arrive? As we remained silent, Shen Qingshan chose not to continue, yet the resentment within him was palpable. Shen Wei sighed, reflecting on the notion that beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the sovereign. As subjects, we partake in the ruler's bounty, bear the ruler's concerns, and fulfill our duties with loyalty. My dear son, to aspire for honor and ascend the dragon's gate is not solely achievable through integrity and virtue. The son comprehended this, yet the journey had indeed been perilous. When one's life is at stake, what loyalty or patriotism can one speak of? Had it not been for Nuan and her friends, would I have had the confidence to safely reach Yong'an County? Shen Wei's expression was complex. Are you blaming your father? Shen Qingshan lowered his gaze. His son dared not speak. It was not a matter of daring, but rather of capability, was it not? Shen Qingshan remained silent, his heart heavy with bitterness. He understood well the principle that one must prioritize the nation before the family. A profound silence enveloped the father and son. In hiding courtyard, shortly after the old steward departed with Niao Wentian, Hiao rushed in, his demeanor somewhat timid. My lord, why have you sent Niao Wentian to train the guards? I am equally capable, am I not? In what way do I fall short of him? At that moment, Shun Jinyuan sat in the courtyard, engrossed in a game of chess upon the stone table, pondering deeply. Shun Huayan was practicing basic skills under the guidance of Yinyu. Shun Jinyuan remained poised, contemplating with a black piece in hand. Hiao stood by, having exhausted his courage with his earlier remarks, reluctant to repeat them. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Shin Jinyuan finally turned to him. I have other tasks for you. Hiao's previously forlorn expression transformed into one of joy, akin to a discarded puppy suddenly receiving attention. My lord, please issue your command. Chapter 60. As I embark on this new journey, I seek your guidance in the coming days. You shall visit Shanyan County beneath Yong'an County and meticulously document any anomalies you encounter. This was advice imparted to her by Qi Mufeng before his departure. The iron mine resided in Shanyan County, an area yet to be investigated by her subordinates. Remember to act with discretion, observing covertly, and maintaining a low profile. Understood, my lord, Hiao acknowledged, embracing his assignment and setting aside his concerns about Niao Wentian, departing with newfound enthusiasm. At this juncture, Banxia interjected, Miss, why employ Niao Wentian? We could easily recruit a few of our own. Why resort to outsiders? Shin Jinyuan turned her gaze toward Shun Huayan, who was still practicing stances. Niao Wentian's background is unique. He shares a deep bond with the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Li Hanting, as they hail from the same school. Having Niao Wentian stationed at the Shun residence will alleviate some of our troubles. Banxia scoffed, but Qin Urge and the others are already providing protection in the shadows. Is he truly necessary? Moreover, is it imperative to train those guards? Shin Jinyuan's expression remained tranquil. There will always come a time when we must depart. One can only traverse further by relying on oneself. Banxia chuckled, recognizing that beneath Shin Jinyuan's seemingly indifferent facade lay a heart that considered the well-being of the entire Shun household. At that moment, Shun Huayan, drenched in sweat, rushed over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He took Shin Jinyuan's hand, inspecting her from every angle, leaving Yinyu and Banxia bewildered. What is the young master up to? Shun Jinyuan smiled, her wrists slightly twisting, as several silver needles appeared delicately between her slender fingers. Is this what you seek? Shun Huayan exclaimed with delight, nodding vigorously. Just as she reached out to touch them, Shun Jinyuan's fingers twitched, causing the silver needles to vanish from sight. Shun Huayan's eyes widened in astonishment, darting back and forth in search of the missing needles, gripping Shin Jinyuan's hand tightly, her little demeanor utterly amusing. Do you truly wish to learn? Shun Huayan nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking for grain. Shin Jinyuan affectionately ruffled his hair and said, Very well, Andy will teach you. After Niao Wentian was escorted out by the old steward, He first exited the manor, where his dozen or so brothers awaited him at a nearby tea house. Upon his arrival, the group rose in unison to greet him. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" A dozen burly men, already conspicuous, drew the attention of passers-by with their loud shouts, prompting curious glances and murmurs. Nia Wentian waved his hand for silence, instructing them to sit down first. He then turned to the trembling elderly tea vendor nearby, tossing a piece of silver towards him. "Good sir, 2 bowls of tea, please." The vendor, relieved to finally have a paying customer, smiled broadly as he prepared the tea. He had feared that this rowdy group of men would attempt to drink without paying. Nia Wentian surveyed his surroundings, carefully revealing a corner of a tattered cloth that concealed an object from his pocket, showing it to his brothers. It was a banknote. The men's faces lit up with excitement, their joy reminiscent of children. He handed the item to a slender man named Ahu. "Once you leave, distribute this among the brothers in a discreet location. Wealth should not be flaunted." Ahu, grinning, accepted it. "Understood, boss." Nia Wentian lifted 1 bowl of tea and drank it down in one gulp, wiping his mouth as he declared, "We set out with 20 men, although we lost 5. We still have 15 remaining. Those 5 brothers have families, and I shall take it upon myself to deliver their share of silver to their loved ones. Do any of you have objections?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Whatever the boss decided, they would follow. "We have a total of 200,000 taels of silver. As I said before, we will divide it equally, 10,000 taels each." The men erupted in joyful cheers upon hearing they would each receive 10,000 taels. Ahu furrowed his brow and spoke up. "Boss, this cannot be right. You are the leader. You deserve a larger share. It is not fair to split it evenly." After Ahu's remark, the others began to echo his sentiments. "Indeed, boss. You should take more." "Yes, boss, you have worked the hardest. You should receive half, and we will share the rest." "Exactly, boss. You cannot always bear the burden alone. You protect us the most, yet you receive the same as us. That is simply not just." "Right, boss, 5,000 taels would suffice for me. I could marry 10 wives with that." Nia Wentian waved his hand. "This matter is settled. No further discussion is necessary." Although the men were somewhat reluctant, they had grown accustomed to following Nia Wentian's lead and understood his character. Thus they fell silent. Nia Wentian turned to Ahu. "I will remain here for a while longer. You take everyone back. As for my share of silver, please deliver it to my senior brother." Upon hearing this, Ahu's face contorted with distress, resembling a withered chrysanthemum. "Boss, perhaps you should assign this task to someone else." "I dare not." As these words escaped his lips, the others instinctively took a step back, each beginning to admire the scenery around them. It was not solely Ahu's reluctance. None among them wished to undertake this task. The leader of the martial arts alliance, Li Hanting, instilled fear in them all, to the extent that they scarcely dared to utter more than a few words in his presence. To be tasked with delivering silver to him, especially after the recent fallout between him and the boss, raised grave concerns about their safety. Nia Wentian shot a glance of impatience at Ahu, asserting, "It is entrusted to you, and you shall go." Ahu found himself in a quandary. Given the quarrel between you and Alliance leader Li, and the fact that he has expelled you from the Alliance, how can you insist on going to deliver silver? "I simply cannot comprehend your intentions." With a glare, Nia Wentian retorted, "This is my affair. It is not for you to meddle. You must ensure that this banknote reaches my senior brother." Feeling the weight of the hot potato in his hands, Ahu looked forlornly at the note. But what if he refuses to accept it? He pondered. Refuse? It is indeed possible, given his obstinate nature. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If he declines, just hand it over to my sister-in-law." With a sigh, Ahu relented. "Very well. But if Alliance leader Li inquires about the origin of this silver, what shall I say?" Nia Wentian regarded him as if he were a simpleton. "Just speak the truth." Ahu shrank back, sensing that this venture might very well be a one-way trip, endangering his very life. On the day of Huang Wide's banquet for Shenwei, Shen Qingshan accompanied his father to the welcoming feast. As dusk enveloped the sky, their carriage arrived at the Shun residence. Huang Wide had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Accompanied by a dozen officials, presumably from the Yong'an County. "I am Huang Wide, the county magistrate of Yong'an, here to warmly welcome Master Shun," he declared. Shun Wei dismounted and returned the greeting, while Shen Qingshan followed closely, discreetly assessing the gathered officials. He observed that, aside from Huang Wide, the others, though they offered their greetings, frequently glanced toward him, seemingly awaiting his lead. "Gentlemen, there is no need for excessive formality," Shen Wei said with a gentle demeanor. As I am new here, I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come. Chapter 61. General Xie's hardship in subduing bandits. Huang wide beamed. Master Shun has traveled a great distance. I have prepared a modest repast at my residence to welcome you and to wash away the dust of your journey. I hope it meets your approval. Nodding, Shen Wei acknowledged Huang Wide's thoughtfulness. As they made their way to the banquet hall, Shen Qingshan deliberately lagged a few paces behind. Observing the interactions among the officials, he noted that although Huang Wide appeared respectful, he was surrounded by a throng of sycophants. While the other officials merely offered perfunctory greetings to his father before gravitating back to Huang Wide, engaging in light-hearted banter. Only one person lingered behind, much like him. Clad in a faded blue official robe, he was slender and seemed out of place among the jovial crowd. Casting a glance at the patches on his robe, he then looked up at the newly tailored garments of the officials ahead, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. This individual was in his early 30s, with slightly prominent cheekbones and a jawline as sharp as a blade. His pallid complexion bore a sickly yellow hue. Dark circles under his eyes hinted at fatigue. Yet his clear countenance exuded the refined demeanor characteristic of a scholar. Perhaps due to prolonged desk work or the heavy burdens of life, his back was slightly hunched, yet his neck remained resolutely straight. Sensing a gaze upon him, he turned to meet the eyes of Shen Qingshan. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, introducing himself as Zhou Ziki, the magistrate of Yonghe County. May I inquire your name, sir? Shen Qingshan returned the gesture, stating, I am Shen Qingshan, son of Shen Weizheng. Zhou Ziki nodded in understanding, recognizing him as Mr. Shun, and expressed his apologies for the oversight. Despite his limited access to news, he was aware of the demotion of Shen Weizheng and the dismissal of Shen Qingshan. They were no longer colleagues, and thus he could only address him as Mr. Shun. Dressed in a blue robe, Shen Qingshan, despite no longer holding an official title, exuded an aura befitting one who had served in the capital for many years, a presence that far surpassed that of a mere county magistrate. Why is your excellency not accompanying the other officials? Zhou Ziki inquired, glancing between Shen Qingshan and his already departed colleagues, offering an awkward smile as he shook his head in resignation. Shen Qingshan feigned ignorance of his discomfort and asked, Would your excellency care to join me? Startled by the attention, Zhou Ziki replied, Of course, Mr. Shun, please lead the way. Upon entering the banquet hall, all attendees had already taken their seats. Naturally, the seat of honor was occupied by Shen Weizheng, with Huang Wide seated immediately to his right, while the first position on his left remained vacant, presumably reserved for Shen Qingshan. The remaining officials seated themselves in accordance with their ranks. Being from the remote and impoverished Yonghe County, Zhou Ziki found himself positioned at the edge, near the entrance. He offered a slight bow to Shen Qingshan, indicating his arrival at his designated seat, and took his place. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, the atmosphere gradually grew more animated. Shen Qingshan observed that whenever his father spoke, although the crowd nodded in agreement, their glances invariably shifted toward Huang Wide. Each time Huang Wide raised his cup, the others eagerly followed suit, with Zhou Ziki being the clear exception. It was evident that the others paid little attention to him. Shen Qingshan smirked inwardly, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Was this yet another display of authority? Oh, what a lively gathering. Has Lord Huang perhaps forgotten about someone? A sudden voice interrupted, belonging to Xie Zhou, the county lieutenant of Yong'an. Huang Wide's brow furrowed slightly, his patience wearing thin at the unexpected arrival. Shen Weizheng also turned his attention to the uninvited guest. Clad in tattered armor, Xie Zhou bore signs of recent conflict, with fresh bloodstains and dirt marking his appearance, starkly contrasting with the finely dressed officials around him. Noticing the silence from the crowd, he flashed a carefree smile. Lord Huang, I trust you won't hold it against me for dropping by unannounced? I just returned from subduing bandits at Heiyunzhai and haven't eaten all day. I heard you were hosting a welcoming banquet for the new county magistrate, so I thought I'd come by for a drink. I hope you don't mind. Huang Wide's lips twitched slightly before he smiled at Shen Weizheng. Sir Shun, allow me to introduce this man. This is Xie Zhou, the county lieutenant of Yong'an. He comes from a martial background and is rather unrestrained. I hope you will not take offense. Shen Weizheng responded with a warm smile. I have encountered numerous military officers, many of whom share a temperament akin to that of General Xie. I find it quite agreeable. He glanced at General Xie and said, General Xie, you have worked hard to eliminate the bandits. Please take a seat and enjoy your meal. Xiezhou smiled and clasped his fists towards Shen Wei, remarking, Shen Darren is truly magnanimous, unlike Huang Darren, who is rather stingy and didn't even offer me a drink. Huang Wide's brow twitched as he apologized to General Xie, explaining that the steward had invited him to the residence, but he had already departed, thus missing the opportunity. Oh, Xiezhou regarded Huang Wide with a playful expression. It seems I have misjudged Huang Darren. Huang Wide chuckled. As long as the misunderstanding is clarified, that's all that matters. Please, General Xie, take a seat. Yet, despite the invitation, all the seats had been prearranged, leaving no place for Xiezhou. Shen Qingshan exchanged a glance with Shen Wei, then stood up, saying, General, please sit here. I shall go to Lord Zhou's side and add another seat. Xiezhou looked at Shen Qingshan and then at Huang Wide, asserting, no need. I have my own place. He strode directly to Huang Wide's side, seized the seat occupied by the magistrate of Huaihai County, Mo Xiuwen, and unceremoniously pushed him aside to sit next to Fan Yizhou, the magistrate of Fengtian County. Mo Xiuwen's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Xiezhou, exclaiming, how can you be so rude? Xiezhou poured a generous mouthful of wine from the jug into his mouth, then turned to Mo Xiuwen with a mischievous grin. What is the matter? Do you have an objection? Mo Xiuwen, after a moment of stifled indignation, could only retort, I shall not quarrel with a boor like you. Humph. Xiezhou scoffed and began to help himself to the dishes. To his surprise, the chef at Huang Wide's residence was quite skilled, and the flavors suited his palate. Huang Wide cast an awkward glance at Shen Wei, noting, General Xie seems to be quite hungry, haha. Shen Wei stroked his beard, seemingly unfazed. The toil of bandit suppression is arduous. I can empathize. As the welcoming banquet concluded, most of the attendees were inebriated, including Shen Wei, who had to be supported by Shen Qingshan as they departed. Once back in the carriage, the previously languid and distracted Shen Wei instantly regained his composure. He frowned, slightly disdainful of the lingering scent of alcohol on him. However, after years of serving as an official, he understood that such gatherings were often unavoidable. Seemingly accustomed to his father's reactions, Shen Qingshan promptly handed him a water pouch, saying, Father, this is a pre-prepared detox tea. Please have a sip. Shen Wei waved his hand. I did not drink much today. It is unnecessary. Shen Qingshan did not press the matter further, securing the water pouch before inquiring, Father, what are your thoughts on General Xie? It seems he is at odds with Huang Wide. Shen Wei did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Did you observe anything today? Chapter 62. What shall we do if we do not fight? Shen Qingshan's expression turned serious as he replied. I noticed that the magistrates of the various counties in Yong'an seem to follow Huang Wide's lead. They appear respectful on the surface, yet they predominantly act according to Huang Wide's whims. Some firmly align with him, while others are indecisive and wavering. As for Lord Zhou, Shen Qingshan paused, reflecting. Perhaps Yonghe County is too impoverished and backward, or perhaps Lord Zhou's overly straightforward character leaves him lacking in flattery. In any case, he does not garner Huang Wide's favor. The other magistrates, being perceptive, naturally refrained from associating with him. Shen Wei offered no commentary on his words, contemplating the possibility of engaging with this Zhou Ziki. Shen Qingshan nodded. His son shared this sentiment. As for that Xiezhou, Shen Wei pondered, we shall await his personal visit. Shen Qingshan raised his gaze, questioning if he would indeed come. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shen Wei's astute eyes. Was his bold appearance today merely to humiliate Huang Wide? While he seemed reckless and unruly, he was, in reality, methodical in his actions, far from being a mindless brute. Thus, was his true intention today to meet with you, Father? Why? Shen Wei stroked his beard, admitting that even he could not fathom it. We shall wait and see. At the end of August, at Pingyang Pass, within the main tent, Qi Mufeng occupied the position of honor, while a dozen or so warriors engaged in heated debate. Qi Mufeng remained silent, merely consuming his wine, which tasted vastly inferior to that brewed by a Yuan. General, do speak. One urged. That presumptuous prince of Shishu, even before ascending the throne, is already rallying troops. What is he implying? Indeed, in the past 2 years, you have beaten him to the point where even his parents would not recognize him. Does he not fear? That madman knows no fear. I reckon he has taken offense to our general. Who does he think he is to challenge our general? Exactly. Let him gather his troops. Do we fear them? With the general here, what is there to fear? Laughter erupted. Yes, let the general continue to batter him until he has nothing left to wear. teaching him not to be so arrogant in the future. Honestly, this prince is like a cockroach in the kitchen. No matter how much you hit it, it just won't die. One wonders whether to commend his courage or to lament his ignorance. I do not understand your words. I merely know that if he dares to come, I shall kill him. Yes, kill him. The old emperor has passed. What do I have to fear from a prince yet to ascend the throne? You brutes understand nothing. The old emperor of Shishu is dead. Now is the opportune moment to cease hostilities and sign a peace treaty. That is what is best. What? No war? What shall we do if there is no war? TSK. You foolish brute only know how to fight. Hey, you skinny monkey, what else can we martial generals do if not fight? There are plenty of things we can do. Stop babbling nonsense and listen to what the general has to say. General, what is your perspective? Chi Mufeng set his cup down heavily upon the table, producing a resonant sound that rendered the tent silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. He cast a dispassionate gaze across the faces of all present. Have you all finished your quarrels? Is it now my turn to speak as the general? Instantly, the group fell into silence, save for one towering, muscular fool named Li Kuei, who muttered a few complaints. If the general wishes to speak, let him. No one is covering your mouth. Upon hearing this, several individuals beside Li Kuei shifted away, eager to distance themselves from him, recognizing him as a rather dim-witted character. Chi Mufeng was genuinely amused by their folly. Have you ever allowed this general the opportunity to speak? He slowly rose, pointing at the dishes on his table. Do you know what those are? Li Kuei glanced over, swallowed hard, and then replied with a silly grin, Isn't that just a meal? The general's meal today is quite satisfactory. Heh. Chi Mufeng approached him, looking inquisitively. Have you dined? Li Kuei blinked in confusion. I have eaten, right? Oh. Chi Mufeng nodded. Have all of you dined? More than 10 individuals shrank their necks in response, indicating they had indeed eaten. Chi Mufeng's expression hardened. You've all eaten, yet I have not? I've been busy all day, and this is my first meal. You lot rush in here, standing around and chattering incessantly, while I've barely had a bite. Li Kuei cautiously interjected. I saw you drinking, had several sips. The others facepalmed collectively. Can you stop talking, you big fool? Chi Mufeng shot a cold glance at him. Am I not allowed to drink? You are, came the reply. Do you have any objections? Under Chi Mufeng's icy gaze, even Li Kuei, who was usually slow on the uptake, understood. No objections. He stepped back, attempting to blend into the crowd, but the others recoiled from him as if he were a plague. Li Kuei felt like crying. These scoundrels, who usually called him brother, offered no support in his time of need. Chi Mufeng was too weary to argue with these brutish men. After years of experience, he had long understood their nature. He returned to his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, grumbling as he did. After all this shouting, not a single useful word has been spoken. Just nonsense. If you truly had any brains, would I be so busy that I couldn't even eat? All you know is fighting. You are nothing without that. When the enemy gathers their troops, you panic? Think before acting. No amount of teaching will change you. As he continued to scold, Chi Mufeng lost his appetite. He tossed aside his chopsticks, his gaze sweeping across the tent, clearly displeased. This young general had a bad habit. When unhappy, he sought a sparring partner. But who among the great Zhou could withstand such a spar? Everyone took a step back, including the dim-witted Li Kuei. Just then, Xiao Qian entered. Upon entering the tent, he noticed a group nearly retreating to the entrance. What are you all standing around for? The crowd regarded him as a beacon of hope. Is General Xiao here to discuss matters with the general? We shall take our leave. Xiao Qian smiled and waved his hand. Stay and listen, I bring good news. He bowed respectfully to Chi Mufeng. Master, I have the latest report. The crown prince of the Western Shu has been debauching in the harem, entangling himself with the late emperor's concubines. Moreover, within a few short days, he has executed 4 or 5 ministers who opposed him, causing widespread dissatisfaction throughout Western Shu. The king of Qi has produced the late emperor's edict and has deposed the crown prince. The king of Qi? Chi Mufeng's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, he is the only surviving brother of the emperor of Western Shu, who has long considered himself a leisurely prince, rarely present in the capital. Chapter 63. Today, I am indeed fortunate in matters of romance. Chi Mufeng smiled. Is it confirmed that this is the late emperor's edict? Yes, the king of Qi presented it publicly, and the ministers, even the empress dowager, verified it on the spot. There is no doubt. Thus, Chi Mufeng's gaze deepened. Then that 5th prince shall be the next ruler of Western Shu? Indeed, my lord, your conjecture is not unfounded. Whispers have begun anew within the camp. Has the mad prince truly fallen? The fifth prince. Who is he, one might wonder? Why do they not recall him? Summon the fifth prince and convey my message. I shall return to the capital, and he must honor his commitment to expedite the signing of the agreement. Upon receiving the orders, Xiao Qian promptly exited. The others in the tent yearned to seek clarification. Yet the earlier display of the young general's formidable presence rendered them mute. Ultimately, it was Li Kuei who, with an awkward chuckle, ventured, "General, does Xiao General imply that we need not engage in battle?" Qi Mufeng cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Oh, you caught that, did you?" Quite the feat without regard for the expressions of those around him. He strode decisively out of the tent. He longed to retreat to his own quarters. For these burly men were exceedingly vexatious, their chatter inducing a throbbing headache. At that moment, he found himself in admiration of his father. How had he endured such company for so many years? Ah, yes, he must return to pen letters. The forthcoming matters were not his concern. His father had been recuperating for 3 years. It was high time for action. Swiftly, Qi Mufeng dispatched 3 letters, 2 destined for the capital and 1 for Yong'an County. In Yong'an County, at the governor's residence, Haiteng Courtyard, Shen Jinyuan seemed to have returned to her previous routine in the capital, spending her days reading, teaching Shun Huayan, and tending to her herbs. The Shun family gradually emerged from the shadows of their earlier fears of assassination. Shen Wei was exceedingly busy, scarcely finding a moment to rest. He must grasp the entirety of Yong'an County with utmost urgency. Though hindered by Huang Wide, this posed little challenge for Shen Wei. While he may have been powerless against the assassins on the journey, his years of governance in the capital had endowed him with means far surpassing that of a mere county magistrate. Shen Qingshan was equally industrious, departing early and returning late, reportedly engaging with Shun Yin in agricultural studies. The 2 books that Shun Jinyuan had gifted him proved to be invaluable. Shun Yin often pondered whether his sister had some foreknowledge of events, for it was rather fortuitous that she had supplied such texts. Moreover, he had inquired with his grandfather and father, even sending a servant to search the bookstores, only to ascertain that those 2 volumes were not available in the market. This indicated that they were likely unique editions. Upon learning of this, Shun Wei said nothing, merely instructing Shun Yin to safeguard the precious tomes. Shen Jinyuan reclined on a soft couch, resting with her eyes closed, when Banksia approached with a tray. "Miss, would you care to sample the freshly made mung bean cake?" The young master had been taken out to play by the 2nd and 3rd young ladies, leaving only Shun Jinyuan and Banksia in the courtyard. Shen Jinyuan opened her eyes to find Banksia offering a piece of mung bean cake to her lips. She took a small bite, the distinct texture causing her lips to curl in delight. "Today's batch is different. What have you added?" Banksia's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Your palate is astute. Mississippi, I merely added a touch of milk, is it not apparent?" "Ah, no wonder, it is even sweeter than before." After finishing her meal, Banksia handed her another cup of tea. "Miss, shall we take a stroll outside? Even the young master has gone out, and we have yet to explore Yong'an County. Don't you wish to see it?" Shen Jinyuan smiled at her. "Are you bored?" Banksia fidgeted slightly, insisting that being with the miss was anything but dull. Shen Jinyuan chose not to confront her. The girl simply had an impatient nature. With Inue frequently out and about these days, she could only accompany Banksia in the manor, which indeed made it challenging for her. "It would be pleasant to take a walk at this hour, and let us dine outside as well. Inform my mother, please." Banksia nearly leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Hooray!" The master and servant had little to prepare and promptly exited the manor. However, Lin was somewhat anxious upon hearing the news, for this was an unfamiliar place to them. The 2nd and 3rd young ladies were accompanied by Li, while Muan was merely a child. But Banksia was capable and would certainly not be easily bullied. These days, she had been troubled, as the household expenses were considerable, and as the matriarch, her finances were quite limited. Every expenditure had to be meticulously accounted for, and preparations for the future were essential. She was truly racking her brain to save money. Wanlu, the largest tavern in Yong'an County, was where Li brought her daughters, Shen Yingying and Shun Shuero, as well as Shun Huayan, to rest in a private room on the 2nd floor, ordering a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks. "Mother, this tavern is indeed delightful. Look at these pastries, they are quite well made. When we came here the other day, I thought this place was quite poor," Shen Yingying remarked, nibbling on a piece of lotus flower pastry. Although it could not compare to the most famous delicacies in the capital, it was still rather enjoyable. Li observed the tavern's business, knowing her husband had been preoccupied with various endeavors lately. As someone from a merchant background, she felt it necessary to take a look around. Look at the pedestrians on the street below. Many are dressed quite well, indicating that there are indeed affluent individuals in Yong'an County. Shen Yingying frowned. But there are also numerous beggars here, all in groups. I have never seen so many beggars, especially children. Li found this curious and speculated that they must have fled from somewhere. Shun Shuoro quietly attended to Shun Huayan, who had recently grown more particular due to Banxia's culinary skills, refusing to eat more of the pastries after just one bite. At that moment, a waiter knocked and delivered some freshly washed fruits unique to the region, which Shun Yingying was eager to try. Upon seeing the fruits, Shun Huayan's eyes sparkled. These look quite delicious. Shun Shuoro smiled and pinched his little nose, asking, "Do you want to eat this?" Shun Huayan nodded vigorously. The waiter, with a very warm demeanor, said, "Esteemed guests, these are the exclusive ice heart fruits of Yong'an County, sweet and sour. I am certain the young master will relish them." After placing the fruits on the table, he bent slightly and turned to leave. Just as he was about to close the door, a large hand halted him. "Oh, I didn't expect to find two little beauties here. And look, there's also a charming lady. TSK. Today, I am truly fortunate." A young man, adorned in a resplendent white garment and possessing an appealing visage, brazenly intruded into the private room. With a sinister grin and lecherous gaze, he exuded an air of moral depravity. The anxious attendant cast a furtive glance at the female guests within the chamber before addressing the man, young Master Huang. "This is a VIP room. Your designated chamber is ahead. Allow me to escort you." With a swift motion, young Master Huang struck the attendant, exclaiming, "Do my affairs warrant your meddling? You seek death." Chapter 64. The lady is angeredly sure was oblivious to the identity of the intruder, having only recently arrived in Yong'an County, unfamiliar with the locale. At that moment, Shen Yingying and Shun Shuoro had risen, taking refuge behind Li Shi. Shen Huayan, cradled in Shun Shuoro's arms, blinked innocently, lost in thought. "Young master, we are not acquainted. Kindly leave," Li Shi implored. Young Master Huang's smile widened with amusement. "Oh, acquaintance matters not. A little interaction will suffice to become familiar." He advanced toward Li Shi, who instinctively pulled the two girls to the opposite side of the room. "Young master, please exercise restraint. We are the family of the county magistrate." "The county magistrate?" Upon hearing this, young Master Huang paused, recalling his father's mention of a new magistrate in Yong'an County. Indeed, this young Master Huang was the illegitimate son of Huang Wide, named Huang Yue. Despite being a bastard, his mother's favored status afforded him a degree of leniency. In Yong'an County, he was a local tyrant, and everyone kept a wary distance from him. What of the county magistrate? Many have come and gone over the years, all dealt with by my father. In Yong'an County, my father's word is law. What do I have to fear? What does the county magistrate signify? Do you think that stepping out of the magistrate's shadow will intimidate me?" He laughed mockingly. "In Yong'an County, there is no one I cannot touch." With that, he lunged towards them. Quick-witted Shen Yingying seized a plate of fruit and hurled it at him, one piece striking Huang Yue squarely in the eye. In pain, Huang Yue staggered back. Seizing the moment, Li Shi grasped the two girls and attempted to flee the room. However, they were swiftly intercepted by Huang Yue's associates. Huang Yue emerged from the chamber, his hand pressed against his injured eye, a look of irritation etched upon his face. "Fleeing? Where do you think you're going?" In the lobby below, patrons were few, yet several tables were occupied, all eyes drawn to the commotion on the second floor. The innkeeper, sensing the escalating situation, hurried to mediate. "Young Master Huang, what troubles you?" Before he could finish, Huang Yue delivered a kick to his chest, nearly sending him tumbling down the stairs. "Get lost. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Do I owe you any favors? Cross me again, and I'll take your life." The innkeeper, paling with fear, scurried downstairs to hide. Li Shi, alarmed, had not anticipated young Master Huang's audacity. Even after revealing their identity, he still dared to act violently. "Young master, we are the female relatives of the county magistrate. Are you certain you wish to pursue this course? The magistrate will not let this go unpunished." Huang Yue sneered, "To hell with the county magistrate. Do you think I fear him?" With a mere glance, he signaled his subordinates, who promptly surrounded Li and her companions, trapping them in the corridor on the second floor. Adjacent to them was the railing, and the path to escape was obstructed by Huang Yue's men. They had nowhere to retreat and could not flee. As Huang Yue approached, Shun Shuoro's embrace of Shun Huayan was suddenly interrupted when she hurled 3 silver needles at Huang Yue. Although taken by surprise, her skill was still lacking due to insufficient training. The needles were intercepted by a middle-aged man clad in black, presumably a skilled protector assigned to Huang Yue. Huang Yue, witnessing the needles fall, was momentarily overtaken by a murderous intent, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Did this insignificant child dare to attempt murder? Allow me to teach you a lesson, he thought. He lunged forward, seizing Shun Huayan's garment, and, before anyone could react, hurled him down the stairs. Shun Shiwero's eyes widened in shock. Without a moment's thought, she reached out to reclaim Shun Huayan, following him over the railing and plummeting to the first floor. Li let out a terrified scream. No. In this critical moment, a pink figure deftly caught the falling Shun Huayan, while another figure in white lightly tapped the air, catching Shun Shiwero mid-fall and soaring back to the corridor on the second floor. The newcomers were Shun Jinyuan and Banksia. Banksia cradled the pallid Shun Huayan, whispering reassurances. Little master, do not be afraid. Your aunt is here. She will avenge you. Although frightened, Shun Huayan's eyes brightened with clarity and a hint of intrigue upon hearing that his aunt would seek retribution. Meanwhile, Shun Shiwero stood frozen in shock. And upon recognizing her rescuer as Shun Jinyuan, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, clutching her elder sister's garment tightly. Big sister, woo! Li finally regained her composure and rushed over to comfort her. Shiro, are you all right? Did you get scared? Shun Yingying, equally pale with fear, hid behind Shun Jinyuan, having just witnessed her elder sister's prowess. Huang Yue, noticing yet another young woman of striking beauty, felt a surge of desire. Which family does this young lady belong to? I have not seen her in Yomen County. The man in black beside him timely reminded, Young master, this lady possesses martial skills. Huang Yue shot him an impatient glare. Isn't that your responsibility? He dismissed the notion that a woman's martial abilities could pose any significant threat, believing it to be mere frivolous display. At that moment, Banksia had also lifted Shun Huayan, who immediately expressed a desire to be held by Shun Jinyuan. She gently ruffled his hair. Be good, just wait a moment. Then she softly released Shun Shiwero's grasp, assuring her, it will be all right, nothing to worry about. Banksia, observing the foolishness of the situation, felt a twinge of sympathy. They had sought their own demise. Despite Shun Jinyuan's seemingly calm demeanor, Banksia knew her mistress was incensed. With a smile gracing her lips, Shun Jinyuan inquired, From the governor's mansion, may I ask which esteemed residence this young master hails from? I am the second young master of Lord Huang, the county magistrate. He replied with a chuckle, so we are somewhat akin to kin. Sister, seeing your exquisite beauty, has no one pursued you? My household is in need of an 8th concubine. Li's face flushed with indignation, her body trembling slightly. After all, she was a legitimate daughter of their family. To be reduced to a concubine? How brazen of him. Oh, is that so? The smile on Shun Jinyuan's face deepened, becoming even more enchanting. Huang Yue unconsciously swallowed hard, his hand instinctively reaching for Shun Jinyuan's delicate visage. Just as he was about to touch her fair cheek, a scream echoed throughout the tavern, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. There, Huang Yue's hand was ensnared in a twisted grip by Shun Jinyuan's slender fingers. The man in black nearby was the first to react, launching an attack at Shun Jinyuan. Yet, she did not budge an inch. With a mere flick of her left sleeve, the man was hurled downstairs. Huang Yue's other subordinates, witnessing this, were struck with fear. After all, that man in black was the most formidable among them. At this moment, Huang Yue was immobilized, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain, shouting, Are you all blind? Hurry and save me. Chapter 65. Awaiting his arrival at the governor's mansion, Huang Yue's subordinates, long accustomed to his oppressive authority, despite their apprehension toward Shun Jinyuan, ultimately charged at her in unison. Shun Jinyuan did not even lift her eyelids. She slightly raised her hand, channeling her inner strength. With what seemed a mere casual wave, over a dozen men collapsed to the ground. Some tumbled down the staircase. Others fell over the railing to the first floor, leaving only the Shun family and Huang Yue on the second floor. Shun Jinyuan released Huang Yue's already broken wrist, and he recoiled in horror as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with fear. Don't come any closer. He clutched his wrist with his left hand, trembling in pain. My father is the county magistrate. He won't let you get away with this. Oh. Shun Jinyuan's lips curled into a smile. What will your father do to me? She advanced step by step towards Huang Yue, stopping beside him. With a slight lift of her foot, She directly stomped on his right ankle. How about this? Another round of anguished cries erupted as Huang Youwei's right ankle was crushed. Shen Jinyuan's gaze shifted to his left foot. What about this? Both of his ankles lay shattered beneath her. You vile woman! My father will surely kill you. Huang Youwei shrieked, his voice laced with desperation. Li and the others behind Shen Jinyuan watched in terror, too afraid to utter a sound. They had never witnessed such a sight of Shen Jinyuan. Kill me? Shen Jinyuan laughed, a captivating and beautiful sound. Her delicate, pale hand reached for Huang Youwei's neck, lifting him off the ground. Then I shall take your life first. Huang Youwei dangled in midair, his face flushed to a deep crimson, suffering greatly with no means to resist. Warm. Li finally broke her silence, trembling as she approached Shen Jinyuan, attempting to speak in the gentlest tone. Do not take a life. We are all fine. As she spoke, she slowly placed her hand on Shen Jinyuan's arm, her gaze filled with a hint of pleading. Shen Jinyuan finally released her grip, even displaying a hint of disdain as she wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Very well, I shall heed my second aunt's advice. Li's expression relaxed at last. Although Huang Youwei was indeed detestable, their Shen family had only just arrived in Yong'an County, and with Huang Youwei's distinguished status, any trouble that arose could potentially inconvenience her father-in-law. It was prudent to exercise caution. However, upon glancing at Huang Youwei's current pitiful state, she realized that a rift had indeed formed. Shen Yingying joyfully rushed over to embrace Shen Jinyuan's other arm, seemingly having forgotten her earlier fears. Elder sister, you are so formidable. You drove away the bad guys. Shen Shuoro gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, Elder sister, your martial prowess is astonishing. You never mentioned it to me. Shen Huayan, his eyes sparkling, reached out for Shen Jinyuan to hold him, struggling in Bancha's embrace. The trepidation that had gripped them moments ago had completely dissipated in their treatment of Shen Jinyuan. Shen Jinyuan herself was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that her earlier actions would have frightened them. Did I scare you? She asked as she took Shen Huayan into her arms. He shook his head, declaring that he was not afraid at all, merely a bit disheartened that his silver needles had failed to harm the wrongdoer. He resolved to practice even harder henceforth, aspiring to become as formidable as his aunt. Shen Jinyuan chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek. Are you hungry? Shall we have a meal? The little ones, ever carefree, brightened at the mention of food, their joy manifesting in the display of their adorable little canine teeth. At that moment, Li also smiled, commenting, Indeed, Huayan is braver than any of us. Bansha, meanwhile, was scanning the surroundings and suddenly called out, Where is the waiter? We need someone to take our order. Just then, a waiter stumbled out from the private room, the same one who had previously delivered fruit to Li and the others. It turned out he had been hiding inside the room all along. What can I do for you, esteemed guests? He asked, looking rather small in stature. Bansha cast him a disdainful glance. Bring us one of your restaurant's signature dishes, and add an extra serving of milk porridge for our young master. Yes. I shall arrange that immediately, he replied. Shen Jinyuan was the first to enter the private room, with Shen Huayan taking a seat. Li and the others exchanged glances, ultimately following suit, though their appetites had vanished entirely. Outside, Huang Youwei was still wailing, causing Shen Jinyuan to frown slightly. Bansha, well aware of her young mistress's temperament, quickly exited the private room and shouted toward the disheveled figure below. Hurry and carry your young master back. His wailing is akin to that of a ghost. It's quite bothersome. Li's lips twitched at the audacity of her niece, noting that even her maid displayed such boldness. Indeed, the world had transformed in peculiar ways. She quietly sipped her tea to calm her nerves. The previously encountered man in black approached, lifted Huang Youwei, and began to leave. Just as they reached the doorway of the private room, Shen Jinyuan spoke up. His injuries, even in this small Yong'an County, not even the palace's imperial physicians could remedy them. Inform Lord Huang that if he wishes to prevent his son from becoming a cripple, only the elixir crafted by a ghostly physician can restore him. The man in black furrowed his brow, regarding this inscrutable official's daughter with curiosity. What did she mean? Shen Jinyuan had just fed Shen Huayan a piece of pastry, her lips curved in a smile. The elusive ghost doctor was hard to find, and this bone-repairing ointment was indeed precious. However, I happen to possess a portion of it. Inform your esteemed Lord Huang that I shall be awaiting his presence at the magistrate's residence. The man clad in black cast a deep, penetrating glance at Shen Jinyuan before departing with the unconscious Huang Youwei in tow. Li Shi, filled with concern, remarked softly, Nuan. This Shen Jinyuan shows little reaction. She continued to feed Shen Huayan, reassuring her second aunt, "Do not worry, I am well aware of the situation." Li Shi opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She had discerned that this girl was unlike the others. She possessed a strong will and remarkable capability. Her husband had often spoken of how extraordinary Nuan was. Previously, Li Shi had not realized this. She merely thought the child was more composed than her peers and less talkative. Today, she finally understood just how exceptional and unique she truly was. The second waiter served the dishes with remarkable speed, perhaps due to the recent events. No one dared to linger, swiftly departing after delivering the food. Banksia, dissatisfied, quietly complained, "They don't even introduce the names of the signature dishes. They clearly lack business acumen." Shen Jinyuan delicately placed a pair of chopsticks laden with food before Li Shi, leaving her particularly astonished. "Aunt, do try. Wanhalu is the largest restaurant in Yuan County, and its prominence surely brings advantages." Li Shi grasped her meaning with just a hint, realizing that Nuan also believed the restaurant business was viable. Indeed, she began to sample the dishes one by one, discerning both the exquisite and the mediocre. Being of merchant lineage with her own family restaurant, Li Shi was more experienced and knowledgeable than others in this regard. Banksia, well-versed in culinary delights, possessed skills superior to those of the restaurant chefs. If uncle requires assistance, she could certainly help. Li Shi's eyes brightened. "Is that true?" Chapter 66. So, was today's action deliberate? Upon Huang Youwei's return to the residence, Huang Wide received news promptly and hurried over to investigate. As he entered the room, Huang Youwei's concubine, Madame Qin, rushed into his embrace, weeping, "My lord, you must save Wei. He cannot become a cripple." Huang Wide was genuinely fond of Madame Qin, gently patting her back to soothe her while inquiring about the situation from others. Once he had heard the report from the man in black, Huang Wide's expression turned icy. Did she truly say that? The man in black nodded affirmatively. Huang Wide sneered coldly. "What am I to do now? They have already taken action." He did not believe that this situation could have been orchestrated solely by a few women from the inner courtyard. It was undoubtedly instigated by Shen Wei. He continued to inquire, "What did the doctor say? Is there truly no hope for treatment?" The man in black lowered his head. "Yes. The most renowned doctors in the city have examined the young master, and all have declared it hopeless." Huang Wide pressed further. "What of that ghost doctor's bone-repairing ointment? Is it genuinely effective?" His subordinate had also inquired, and the doctors concurred that if the ointment could be obtained, there might still be hope for the young master. Huang Wide nodded. "First, investigate this ghost doctor. See if we can locate him." "Understood." The man in black departed, and Madame Qin began her display of emotions. "My lord, you must save Wei. He has always been the most sensible one, as you well know, and he is so filial towards you. Wei is merely a child at heart. A bit playful perhaps. That young lady from the Shen family had the audacity to act so ruthlessly. She truly has no regard for you, my lord. Please, you must rescue Wei. Otherwise, I shall have no reason to live." Sobs. Huang Wide gazed at the beloved concubine of many years, then at his unconscious illegitimate son lying on the bed, his heart filled with resentment. Was this not a public humiliation? At the governor's residence, upon returning, Shen Wei summoned his people. Li, with concern, looked at Shen Jinyuan. "Nuan, do not fear. Your second aunt will accompany you. I shall ensure your grandfather understands the situation." Ultimately, this was all due to them. Nuan acted in defense of their honor. If her father were to punish her, her presence might at least mitigate some of the consequences. The old steward appeared somewhat troubled. "Second madam, the old master has instructed that only the eldest young lady should go." Meanwhile, Shen Shuirou and Shen Yingying wore expressions of anxiety, fearing for Shen Jinyuan's fate. Shen Jinyuan entrusted the sleeping Shen Huai into Banksia, then comfortingly glanced at the others. "You all should return to rest. I will handle this." Without waiting for a response, she departed. Shen Shuirou, still worried, attempted to follow but was stopped by Li. "Listen to Nuan. We shall discuss it upon her return." Yet, Shen Shuirou remained unconvinced. The old steward chuckled reassuringly. "Second madam and young lady, do not worry. The old master cherishes the eldest young lady and would not truly punish her." Upon arriving at Shen Wei's study, Shen Qingshan rushed in, clearly just returning from the fields. His clothes soiled, and even his shoes caked in mud. Shen Jinyuan admired her father for his diligence in the agricultural affairs of Yong'an County. He was indeed a man of action. Shen Qingshan, sweating profusely, immediately shielded Shen Jinyuan behind him. Father, I am aware of what transpired today. It is not Wan's fault. It is that Huang Wide's son who has gone too far. You cannot punish her for this. I shall bear all consequences. Seeing Shun Wei remain silent only heightened Shen Qingshan's urgency. Father, upon our arrival in Yong'an County, Huang Wide has permitted his son to humiliate the women of our family. Must we endure this? Shen Jinyuan observed the middle-aged man standing protectively before her, a gesture that felt unfamiliar yet comforting. In her 2 lifetimes, it seemed only her grandfather and elder brother had shielded her, but their protection felt different from that of her father. Shen Wei sighed helplessly. What have I said? I have yet to speak, yet you have already spoken so much. Have you given me a chance to voice my thoughts? Shen Qingshan fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then why did you summon Wan? Shen Wei looked at his straightforward son, too weary to engage in circumlocution. Given the events of today, I merely wish to clarify matters. Is that not permissible? Shen Qingshan rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he had not spoken in such a manner. Shen Wei turned to the silent Shen Jinyuan and asked, Warm, do you have nothing to say about today's events? Shen Jinyuan shook her head. Hasn't grandfather already been informed? It is as it is. The granddaughter has little to add. Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions today? Shen Jinyuan met Shun Wei's discerning gaze. What consequences does grandfather foresee? He is merely a bastard, after all, and he was at fault first. I have chastised him. Must I then apologize to Huang Wide? Shen Wei did not directly address Shen Jinyuan's inquiry. He was probing. Warm, you must understand, our Shun family is new here, and many situations place us at a disadvantage. Huang Wide has held sway in Yong'an County for many years, with deep-rooted influence. To offend him now would not be prudent. Shen Jinyuan maintained an impassive expression. From the day grandfather arrived in Yong'an County, you have been at odds with this Lord Huang. Preserving a facade of peace is rather meaningless. Moreover, she fixed her intense gaze on Shun Wei. Does grandfather still wish to return to the capital? If so, your approach of seeking stability while advancing seems rather slow. A flicker of something crossed Shen Wei's eyes, but it was so fleeting that Shen Qingshan did not notice. Yet Shen Jinyuan did. Shen Qingshan furrowed his brow. Warm. One should not speak to grandfather in such a manner. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow, but did not retort. Shen Wei paced the study with his hands clasped behind his back. He then turned to Shen Jinyuan. So, your actions today were intentional? Indeed. Why? Was it merely to provoke Huang Wide? To some extent. What are your plans moving forward? At this, Shen Jinyuan smiled. Grandfather should not inquire of me. Rather, you should contemplate how you will respond next. Shen Wei regarded Shen Jinyuan for a long moment before bursting into laughter. In the study, only Shen Qingshan remained bewildered. Shen Wei had been hesitating, for he faced no significant challenges in the affairs of Yong'an County. Huang Wide's attempts to trouble him had proven futile. However, his intentions here extended beyond mere governance. Days passed without any progress. There were no signs of change from Huang Wide. This passivity was untenable. He must break this stalemate. Shen Jinyuan's actions today presented an opportune moment. Chapter 67. I want her life. The steward reported that Huang Wide had arrived at the residence. Shen Qingshan's expression shifted. So soon? Shen Wei remained composed. Please escort Lord Huang to the banquet hall. I will join shortly. Understood. Shen Qingshan looked at Shun Wei with urgency. Father? Shen Wei gestured dismissively. No need for further words. I will go see him. He then turned to Shen Jinyuan. Warm, will you accompany me? Shen Jinyuan rose slowly. I shall go with grandfather. Shen Qingshan frowned. Father, let Warm return. She is a young lady. Shen Wei did not heed Shen Qingshan's advice and instead left the decision to Shen Jinyuan. She smiled at her father. Father, I must go, otherwise Lord Huang will not relent. Shen Qingshan dared not oppose his father and, unable to argue with his daughter, could only follow reluctantly. To my astonishment, Huang Wide did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by that Qin concubine, clearly indulged to an extreme degree. As Shen Weijun and the others entered the banquet hall, the Qin concubine rushed towards Shen Jinyuan, exclaiming, You wretched girl, have harmed my son. I shall kill you. With that, she reached out to scratch Shen Jinyuan's face. Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brow. Was it customary for women to resort to such tactics during a quarrel? Before she could react, Shen Qingshan stepped in front of her, protecting her. Having studied the classics for many years and being of a straightforward disposition, he naturally refrained from engaging in conflict with a woman. This allowed the Qin concubine to easily leave several scratches on Shen Qingshan's neck. Huang Wide, at this moment, pretended to intervene, admonishing her for her rudeness. Yet, the Qin concubine persisted, declaring, "She has injured my son. I demand her life." Shen Jinyuan did not spare the Qin concubine even a glance, instead pulling her father aside. Upon seeing the crimson scratches on his neck, her expression darkened considerably. She cast a cold glance at Huang Wide, pondering how such a concubine could be so brazen, clearly favored by him. One might be led to believe she was the matron of the Huang household. The Qin concubine despised being referred to as a concubine. Though it was the truth, outsiders would often respectfully address her as madam. "You seductive vixen, you wretched girl, you ensnared my son, didn't you? You have left him gravely injured. I swear, this matter will not end here. I demand your life." "Your life?" Shen Jinyuan laughed, realizing she had overestimated Huang Wide, bringing such a creature along, allowing her to wreak havoc. The Qin concubine's gaze turned venomous. "Yes, your life." Shen Jinyuan stepped closer to her. "I am curious to see how you intend to demand my life." Her nonchalant demeanor incensed the Qin concubine. Before she could make another move, Huang Wide pulled her to a chair across the way. Enough of this commotion. The Qin concubine, fearing Huang Wide, quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. "My lord, you must take charge for our Wei. He is gravely injured." Huang Wide gently patted her hand. "Rest assured, Wei is also my son. I will not neglect him." Then, he turned to Shen Wei, who had remained silent throughout. "Lord Shun, I apologize for the disturbance." Shen Wei responded with a faint smile, taking the initiative to speak. "I am aware of today's events. Although your son has repeatedly insulted the women of my household, since he has now faced consequences, I shall not pursue this matter further. What do you think, Lord Junsheng?" Huang Wide's expression stiffened, taken aback by Shen Wei's directness, leaving him no face. His countenance darkened. "My lord, this is not appropriate. My son lies unconscious in bed." He glanced at Shen Jinyuan, who was calmly tending to Shen Qingshan's wounds. Seemingly unscathed, Shen Wei stroked his beard, remarking, "Had it not been for my Nuan's skills, the outcome today could have been quite different." Upon my arrival at Yong'an County, the womenfolk of the Shun family faced harassment and verbal humiliation upon stepping outside. Originally, I would not have let this matter rest lightly. However, as Lord Huang pointed out, your illegitimate son remains in a state of unconsciousness. I am willing to offer 100 taels of silver as compensation for the medical expenses of the young master of the Huang family. At this, Aunt Qin erupted in outrage. "My son lies in a coma, and you offer merely 100 taels? Is there such a thing as this in the world?" Shen Wei raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what does this lady desire?" Having grown accustomed to arrogance at the Huang residence, Aunt Qin showed no restraint here. She pointed a finger at Shen Jinyuan, exclaiming, "I want her life." A silver needle flew forth, piercing Aunt Qin's hand directly. "Ah!" she cried, clutching her hand in terror as she turned to Shen Jinyuan. With an impassive expression, Shen Jinyuan declared, "I abhor being pointed at. Should you do so again, you may as well part with that hand." She then cast a glance at Huang Weida. "Lord Huang, I must say, you have surprised me. In such a situation, parading an aunt through the streets while calling for violence against the legitimate daughter of the county magistrate? Huh, do you believe you can command respect here? Do not forget, my grandfather is the magistrate of Yong'an County." Huang Weida sneered, observing Shen Jinyuan before shifting his gaze to the complacent Shen Wei. "Lord Shun, your esteemed daughter possesses quite the fierce temperament." Shen Wei smiled lightly. "Girls are often delicate, and the household dotes on her. I apologize for any discomfort caused to Lord Huang." Huang Weida gritted his teeth, and Aunt Qin, now subdued, recalled that her subordinates had warned her that the eldest daughter of this magistrate's residence was skilled in martial arts. Huang Weida's expression darkened as he slightly bowed to Shen Wei. "I have come today, Lord Shun, with other matters in mind. I have heard that Miss Shun possesses the ghost doctor's bone-repairing ointment, and I am here to solicit that medicine." "Oh, soliciting medicine?" Shen Jinyuan calmly returned to her seat. "Lord Huang's approach in seeking assistance is rather unique." Huang Weida scoffed, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries. "Let us acquire the medicine first. Other matters will be dealt with later. What does Miss Shen desire?" Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. "Desire? The ghost doctor's ointment was not easily obtained on my part. You do not think I would simply hand it over at your request, do you?" With a disdainful look in his eyes, Huang Weida retorted, "So, even a noble lady from the capital can be so mercenary. Name your price." Shen Jinyuan, uninterested in further banter, extended 5 fingers. Aunt Qin leapt up. 500 taels? Why don't you just rob me instead? Shen Jinyuan shot her a glance and met Huang Weida's gaze, stating, I meant 50,000 taels. Aunt Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. You little wretch. Her insult was cut short as a pill was forced into her mouth. Terrified, she attempted to spit it out, only to find the pill had dissolved instantly. What vile substance did you make me consume? Aunt Qin's face turned pale as she realized she could no longer speak. Chapter 68. His extraordinary qualities shall be slowly uncovered by you, grandfather. Huang Weida also noticed something amiss and cast a venomous glare at Shen Jinyuan, demanding, What have you done to her? Shen Jinyuan brushed off the non-existent dust on her sleeve, reassuring Lord Huang that it was merely a temporary silencing pill that would wear off in a couple of days. Huang Weida's chest heaved with indignation. His teeth clenched as he cast a glance at Shen Wei. Today, he had truly experienced the customs of the Shen residence. Shen Wei nodded without uttering a word, further aggravating Huang Weida. Very well, 50,000 taels it is. I shall have the officials deliver it to your residence shortly. A smile played on Shen Jinyuan's lips. Bengxia, who had arrived unnoticed, promptly entered the banquet hall upon hearing her mistress's call, holding a black box. Lord Huang, the ghost doctor's bone-replenishing balm is already being sold for 80,000 taels on the black market. My lady offers you 50,000, which is still a profit for you. Huang Weida's back teeth ground together, and he expressed his gratitude to Miss Shen for her generosity. You're too kind. You served alongside my grandfather in the court. It is only fitting. Huang Weida departed with concubine Qin, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Shen Wei chuckled as he stroked his beard, knowing that today's encounter would likely lead to complications in the days to come. Shen Jinyuan smiled softly. Isn't this what grandfather wished to see? Shen Wei gestured lightly at her, warning her not to underestimate Huang Weida, who had thrived in Yong'an County for many years and possessed undeniable merit. Shen Jinyuan rose and offered a slight bow to Shen Wei and Shen Qingshan. His merits are for you to unearth at your leisure. It is getting late. I shall return now. Shen Qingshan also stood. Allow me to escort you. I might as well check on your elder brother. Shen Jinyuan did not decline, and the father and daughter departed together. Shen Wei observed their retreating figures, his mood seemingly quite buoyant, as if his granddaughter was gradually warming to them. Shen Qingshan regarded his daughter's profile, momentarily at a loss for words. As a father, he would not indulge in the same warmth as Lin Shi. Yet his affection for Shen Jinyuan was unwavering. After a short distance, he finally broke the silence. Does Nuan know martial arts? Yes, just a bit. Did your master, who taught you medicine, also teach you this? Indeed. Your master is quite remarkable, skilled in both medicine and martial arts. He's decent enough, more like a habitual deceiver. Where is he now? After all, he is your master. Perhaps we could invite him to our home or pay him a visit. Shen Qingshan sought to learn more about his daughter, aware that they had missed much during her years away from the household. Let us wait a bit longer. My master is in seclusion. I will arrange something once he emerges. Upon hearing Shen Jinyuan's agreement, Shen Qingshan beamed with childlike glee. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. They soon arrived at Haitang Courtyard, where Shen Qingshan, with a tender smile, suggested, Go rest now. You must be weary from today. Shen Jinyuan turned to examine the scratches on Shen Qingshan's neck. Try to keep the wound dry for the next few days. She then produced a small porcelain vial from her sleeve, the very medicine she had just applied to him. This should be applied morning and evening. Shen Qingshan accepted it. All right, I shall apply it punctually. Shen Jinyuan nodded and made her way directly into the courtyard. Shen Qingshan lingered at the entrance for a moment before departing, humming a soft tune. In the Imperial Palace of Kyoto, the Emperor, Xianyuan Che, rubbed his temples wearily. Have you truly heard my words? He inquired, slightly exasperated. You wander into the palace at this late hour merely to discuss this? Otherwise, what do you expect? General Qi Han replied, unabashed. The princess insists I must go to Pingyang Pass, yet I am still recovering from my grievous injuries. Is it not cruel of her to compel me into action? She denies me the comfort of my own quarters. I have nowhere else to turn. Xianyuan Che cast a sidelong glance at him. 3 years have passed, and you are still unwell? It is not that I have not recovered. Qi Han sighed heavily. I endured severe wounds. I nearly lost my life. While the external injuries have healed, the toll on my body will take time to mend. Recovery is not a swift endeavor. The emperor's lips twitched. Did he truly believe Qi Han was so naive? The man was as robust as a bull. And despite the counsel that he should remain bedridden for at least a year, he had secretly resumed his training within 6 months. Qi Han's claims of physical depletion seemed more indicative of a life of leisure than of hardship. It appeared that Mu Feng had been correct. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to be dispatched to the border for a spell. The Western Shu had consented to sign an agreement. And your presence there would merely entail overseeing this matter, without excessive strain upon you. That is still unacceptable, Qi Han protested. The long journey would be too taxing for my body. In truth, Qi Han was reluctant to depart. After much effort, his son had taken over the defense of Pingyang Pass, allowing him to enjoy the comforts of Kyoto, nestled beside his wife. It would be folly to venture to such a desolate place. I shall assign 2 imperial physicians to accompany you for your care, the emperor offered. That is still not feasible. Oh, your majesty, Xiao Feng is doing well there, is he not? You have mentioned that the West Shu has agreed to the treaty, and for the time being, there will be no need for war. Why not allow him to finalize this matter before returning? Xianyuan Che massaged his forehead. Negotiating the terms and establishing clauses favorable to our great Zhou will take at least half a year. Xiao Feng has other pressing matters to attend to. Why not have you, as his father, lend him your assistance? When he heard of your injuries years ago, he rushed to Pingyang Pass without a moment's hesitation. At this, Qi Han's lips curled into a slight smile. I am his father. Is that not what he ought to do? Then why is it unacceptable for you to replace him for 6 months? Qi Han pouted. Your Majesty, you are biased. You show favoritism towards that lad. Xianyuan Che was amused by his indignation. That lad is my nephew. I am his uncle. If I do not favor him, whom should I favor? I am still your sworn brother. I have fought for you on the battlefield. Why do you not show me the same favor? When have I not favored you? In the entire court, who dares to speak a word against you? The general of the state? What treasures have I withheld from you? The last time, that spear forged from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron. Many coveted it, yet I had it sent directly to your residence without you even needing to ask. Have you forgotten? Qi Han nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. Indeed, that was a fine treasure. Years ago, when you fought with Lord Chaoyang, though he was older than you bested him and left him bedridden for 2 months. Who do you think is responsible for this, if not myself, humbling myself to offer you an apology? Qi Han shrank his neck, for it was he who sought confrontation with me. Yet who could have known that he was so fragile? Xianyuan Che inhaled deeply. Earlier this year, when the Duke of the State invited you to a flower banquet, it was I who discreetly informed you of it through my messenger, was it not? Qi Han glared. That was that bastard's scheme against me. How was I to know that place? He plopped down onto the chair beside me. Your Majesty, you truly lack a sense of humor. We had agreed never to revisit this matter. Chapter 69. Could you not reveal a little more, dear brother? I lack interest. The Emperor Xianyuan Che felt it utterly unnecessary to engage with this fellow. If I lack interest, then why do you come here? Qi Han, with his neck stiffened, retorted. Was it not that I had nowhere else to go? Do you think I relish being here? You. Xianyuan Che admonished himself to suppress his anger. Quarreling with such a simpleton was a most foolish endeavor. He took a deep breath, instructing, tidy yourself up and prepare for departure. This matter is settled. Qi Han, incensed, paced the imperial study. Must the emperor truly select another? Xianyuan Che tossed the documents on the table. Begone. Qi Han was startled by the shout. Fine, I will leave. But why the yelling? You frightened my heart into a tremor. Hearing his muttering, Xianyuan Che felt his eyelid twitch and his fists clench. What could he do? Just as Qi Han exited, a figure emerged from the adjoining chamber of the study. None other than Princess Xianyuan Nanxing, wife of the formidable General Qi Han. Without lifting his head, Xianyuan Che remarked, Resolve your own matters, you two. Why must you both rush to the palace at such an hour? Xianyuan Nanxing, unfazed by Xianyuan Che's impatience, took a seat for herself. I did not wish to come, but that rascal Qi Han arrived unexpectedly. I wish to see how he plots against me behind my back. Xianyuan Che shook his head in resignation. Very well. Are you unaware of Qi Han's feelings for you? Do not perpetually bully him. Xianyuan Nanxing smirked. He delights in my teasing. If I do not provoke him, he becomes quite distressed. Xianyuan Che rolled his eyes internally, utterly bemused by the couple's peculiar tastes. You came merely to hear what he says about you behind closed doors? Now that you have, should you not hasten back? He will likely cause a ruckus if he cannot find you at the residence. Xianyuan Nanxing waved her hand with a smile. He would not dare. I have told him he is not permitted to enter my quarters today, and he will undoubtedly retreat to the study to sleep. At this moment, Xianyuan Che felt a twinge of sympathy for Qi Han. After all, he is the great general of our Zhou dynasty. Such treatment is inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Dear brother, You are simply lacking in understanding. The occasional light-hearted bickering between husband and wife adds a touch of charm. Xianyuan Che's lips twitched. Conversing with this couple felt like it could shorten his life. It would be best if he returned early. With that, he resumed his examination of the documents, for these individuals showed no concern for their elder brother. He still had a multitude of documents awaiting his attention, and it seemed he would not sleep tonight. Unconsciously, he picked up a porcelain bottle nearby. How delightful it was to have Xiao Feng, who truly cared for his health, procure such nourishing pills for him. Oh dear brother, why the urgency to send your sister away? The princess indeed has a matter she wishes to inquire about. Xianyuan Che raised an eyebrow and responded. Xianyuan Nanxing glanced at the porcelain vase in the emperor's hand, her eyes flickering. Do you know which family the girl Xiao Feng favors? Xianyuan Che was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Oh? Hasn't he mentioned it to you, his mother? Xianyuan Nanxing replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. He wrote back asking his father to go to Pingyang Pass for him, stating he wanted to pursue a wife, but revealed nothing else. Observing her brother's expression, she pursed her lips, clearly believing he was aware of the situation. That rascal has become quite secretive. Hearing this, Xianyuan Che felt a surge of pride. After all, his nephew was closer to him than to his own parents. The girl he liked remained a secret even from them, yet he, as the uncle, was in the know. The emperor's heart swelled with joy. This lad has always been closest to me. Why wouldn't he confide in me? Xianyuan Nanxing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Does your majesty truly know? Who is she? Have I met her? Is she from the capital? Her brow furrowed again as she recalled that the boy had been traveling with his master, which could mean she was a woman from the martial world. Never mind. Let him be. In our family, there is no need to marry into a prominent family to solidify our status. His happiness is what matters. Xianyuan Che stroked his beard, a grin spreading across his face. I cannot disclose her identity just yet, but I can assure you she hails from a prominent official family. Really? As long as she is from the capital, that is fine. At least we will have common topics when we become one family. All right, it's getting late. You should return and not hinder me from reviewing the memorials. Xianyuan Nanxing pouted. Could you not reveal a bit more, brother? Xianyuan Che snorted dismissively. Do not attempt to pry. Xiao Feng has instructed that it remains a secret for the time being. A secret? I am his mother. Xianyuan Nanxing pointed to herself, exasperated. Xianyuan Che cast her a sidelong glance. Yet, he has not disclosed it to you. Xianyuan Nanxing closed her eyes, attempting to quell her irritation, her hand unconsciously resting on her abdomen. Xianyuan Che frowned. What's wrong? Are you unwell? No. Xianyuan Nanxing hesitated for a moment before revealing, I am with child. With child? Xianyuan Che's voice cracked, staring incredulously at her abdomen. How old are you? And yet you are expecting. His thoughts turned to Chi-Han, who had just claimed he was unwell and needed rest. At this age, how could he still be vigorous enough to conceive a child? How many months along are you? Xianyuan Che stammered with concern. Xianyuan Nanxing, seeing her brother's reaction, chuckled softly. Only 2 months, which is why I have kept it to myself. I shall arrange for 2 imperial physicians to attend to you at your residence, providing full care. It is quite dangerous for someone of your age to bear a child. Does Chi-Han not understand this? Xianyuan Nanxing gently caressed her belly. No, I haven't, he told him. If he knew, would he still go to Pingyang Pass? Xianyuan Che paced back and forth in the study, his arms crossed behind him. What will happen when he finds out? He will surely create a scene. Xianyuan Nanxing was unfazed. It's all right. I have a feeling this child may be a girl. When he hears the news, he will be so delighted that he will forget to fuss at me. And if it's a boy? Xianyuan Nanxing curled his lips, remarking that it was his own problem, his own issue, and had nothing to do with her. Xianyuan Che was momentarily taken aback and said, all right, enough of that. You should hurry back. You're pregnant and still running around. At your age, how can you be so reckless? Xianyuan Nanxing's gaze softened. I just thought I hadn't been to the palace for several days and wanted to come see you. What is there to see? I am perfectly fine here in the palace, with nothing to attend to, replied the emperor. Xianyuan Nanxing's eyes drifted to the porcelain vase on the desk. You know how your health is. Xianyuan Che felt a twinge of guilt. I am aware, and I will take care of myself, all right? With a serious expression. Xianyuan Nanxing replied, it's good that you know. You're not exactly young anymore. You aren't 20. You must rest when needed. The affairs of state are endless. Xianyuan Che chuckled helplessly. Fine, I understand. The emperor summoned the leader of the secret guards, Long Xiaotian, instructing him to personally escort Xianyuan Nanxing back to her residence. demonstrating his concern for his sister. At Yong'an County, in the Haiding courtyard, Shen Jinyuan was busy tending to her herbs. Every evening, she would spend some time in this small apothecary. The matter of Prince Xian Yuanjing's poison remained a troublesome issue. She had made some progress on the antidote, but was still missing one crucial ingredient. At that moment, Ban Xia entered, carrying an oil lamp and placing it on a corner of the table. "Miss, the 50,000 taels have been delivered to the madam." At first, she wouldn't accept it, but after I conveyed your words, she agreed to take it. Chapter 70. My miss says it can be done. Shen Jinyuan said nothing further, knowing that the household was short on funds. Today's excuse to send some money was timely. At least it would relieve Lin Shi of some worries regarding household expenses. Suddenly, a commotion outside caused both of them to lift their heads. Faint cries could be heard. Shen Jinyuan set down her herbs and went to see what was happening. Yes, as Ban Xia opened the door, and you appeared, miss. You must hurry to the front. The second master has been injured, and it seems serious. Furrowing her brow, Shen Jinyuan exclaimed, how could my second uncle be injured? Without hesitation, she instructed Ban Xia to fetch the medicine box and followed you to the front. The cries of Li Shi were heart-wrenching. Shen Jinyuan's heart sank. It appeared the injury was indeed grave. Lin Shi was the first to spot Shen Jinyuan. Wan, you're here. Quickly, see to your second uncle. At that moment, a physician from the household was already examining Shun and Yin, his face clouded with worry, seemingly at a loss. Upon hearing Lin Shi's voice, Li Shi turned, as if seeing a lifeline, and rushed toward Shen Jinyuan, blood covering her hands. Wan, please save your second uncle. I beg you. She nearly fell to her knees, but Yu quickly pulled her back up. Shen Jinyuan bypassed Li Shi and immediately checked on Shun and Yin's condition. Upon inspection, she was taken aback, her gaze sharpening. Where's his hand? Without delay, she pressed several acupoints on Shun and Yin's body to stop the bleeding, her voice firm. I demand to know, where's my second uncle's hand? The son of the old butler, Li Dahai, was now covered in wounds, kneeling on the ground. He had accompanied Shun and Yin on an outing, tasked with ensuring his safety, but this time he had failed in his duty. Crawling to Shen Jinyuan's side, he bowed his head heavily to the ground, indicating that the incident had occurred at the Four Seas gambling house. The second master was injured, and I hastily brought him back without paying attention to anything else, he confessed. Inuit turned and left, vanishing into the night sky in an instant. Shen Jinyuan then turned to Nia Wentian, instructing him, please carry my second uncle back to his room. Nia Wentian scratched his nose, responding, all right. He thought that the way Shen Jinyuan commanded him was a bit too casual. Nevertheless, he accepted the task. Shen Jinyuan looked at Lin Shi and said, Mother, send over some oil lamps, as many as possible. Also, prepare hot water and strong liquor. Lin Shi immediately complied, turning to make arrangements. Li Shi gazed hopefully at Shen Jinyuan, but could not utter a word. Meanwhile, Shen Yingying's eyes were swollen like walnuts as she supported her mother while quietly sobbing. Evoking sympathy, Shen Shiwero stood nearby, softly offering comfort. Her own eyes reddened. Shen Wei and Shen Qingshan were present, both looking pale, yet none dared to disturb Shen Jinyuan. In the courtyard of the second house, Shen Anian lay on a long table constructed from two smaller tables. The room was illuminated by oil lamps in every corner, brighter than daylight. Shen Jinyuan first administered a pill to Shun Anian, then instructed others to remove his upper garments. After cleaning the wounds, she took out silver needles and began to puncture the relevant acupoints. At this moment, only Shun Wei, Shen Qingshan, and Lin Shi remained in the room. They gazed at Shen Anian's empty right hand, their hearts quaking. Li Shi, in particular, nearly fainted. Shen Wei had someone assist her out, but she bit her lip fiercely, striving to remain conscious and refusing to leave. Shen Wei sighed, ultimately saying nothing. A closer look revealed that the hand he had behind his back was trembling. After finishing with the needles, Shen Jinyuan hesitated before proceeding. Shen Qingshan anxiously asked, Wan, what is it? Is something still missing? Shen Jinyuan looked toward the door, replying, just a moment longer. Shen Qingshan, overly worried, questioned, what are we waiting for? Your second uncle can't afford to wait. Before he could finish, a figure descended from the sky. It was Inyue, holding in her hands. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as she held Shun Anian's severed hand. Shen Jinyuan quickly examined the hand and promptly ordered, everyone, out. Shen Wei and Shen Qingshan nodded and exited. However, Li Shi pleaded with Shen Jinyuan, Wan. I promise not to disturb you. Let my second aunt stay here. Shen Jinyuan washed her hands with strong liquor, asserting, Aunt, you must leave now. I assure you I will return to you a complete second uncle. Li Shi looked at Shen Jinyuan in disbelief. After cleansing her hands, Shen Jinyuan donned her homemade sheep gut gloves and met Li Shi's gaze, affirming, Yes, I am going to reattach my uncle's hand, and no one can disturb me. Li Shi stood in stunned silence as it was Banksia who assisted in leading her away. Gazing at the tightly shut door, Mrs. Li finally found her voice and seized Banksia's arm, exclaiming that they must retrieve the master's severed hand. Though her words were fragmented, the onlookers in the courtyard heard her loud and clear. Retrieve the hand? How could a severed hand be restored? Nia Wentian observed the closed door with a grave expression. Could it indeed be possible to restore a severed hand? 2 years prior, he had heard from his senior that there existed individuals capable of reattaching severed limbs. And after a period of rehabilitation, the person could function as normal, albeit with a scar adorning the limb. Yet, that was the work of a legendary physician. This Shen Jinyuan appeared so youthful. How could he was reluctant to believe it, tiptoeing to Banksia's side, who stood outside the door like a guardian deity. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li had been assisted by Shun Yingying and Shun Shuoro to sit down. Does that impudent girl truly believe your mistress can restore that severed hand? Nia Wentian questioned. Banksia shot him a glare. Who are you calling impudent? He chuckled awkwardly. Sister Banksia, is that acceptable? Banksia pouted, finding it ridiculous for someone of his age to refer to her as sister. Of course, if my mistress claims it can be done, then it will be so. Niedashia, kindly refrain from causing a ruckus here, lest you disturb my mistress's healing. Ah. Nia Wentian scratched his head in perplexity. Even a young maid could be so fierce. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Inwe. Niedashia, if you are so bored, why not visit the Four Seas gambling house? Nia Wentian, bewildered, inquired, what purpose would I have at the Four Seas gambling house? No sooner had he asked when the door swung shut again. He turned to Banksia in confusion, seeking clarification. Banksia cast him a disdainful glance, then observed the crowd in the courtyard before leaning in to whisper an explanation to him. A smile spread across Nia Wentian's face. This is my forte, but... He cleared his throat. The fee will be additional. Banksia rolled her eyes at him, pulling out 2 notes, each worth 1,000 taels. Is this sufficient? Nia Wentian eagerly accepted the money, inquiring, shall we leave a living messenger? Banksia scoffed, just a messenger would suffice. Understood. With that, Nia Wentian grasped his sword and departed, off to carry out the task for which he had been compensated. When Shen Jinyuan emerged from the room, dawn had just begun to break. As the door swung open, Mrs. Li rushed forward. Warm, how did it go? Unlike the others who appeared weary, Mrs. Li seemed utterly devoid of fatigue, her face etched with anxiety. Second aunt, rest assured, the surgery was a success. As long as my treatment regimen is strictly followed, he will undoubtedly recover to his former self. After all, Shen Anian was not a martial artist. With the hand reattached, a gradual rehabilitation would likely restore him to his prior state. Although Mrs. Li did not grasp the intricacies of the surgery, hearing that he could return to his previous condition brought tears to her eyes. Wonderful. The master is safe. However, Mrs. Li's reddened eyes suddenly fixed upon Shen Jinyuan. But what? She pressed. Is there another issue? After all, the hand had been severed, and surely the connection would leave a scar. However, Aunt Air reassured, with the subsequent application of my scar removal ointment, a considerable recovery can be anticipated. This brought a sigh of relief to Li Shi, who thought it inconsequential. After all, what are mere scars? As long as your uncle is well and unharmed. A few additional scars are of little concern. The others, witnessing this, also felt a sense of relief, as Shen Wei had been waiting here for quite some time. Shen Qingshan spoke. Father, let us assist you in returning to rest. Shen Wei waved his hand, wishing to take another look at Shen Anian. Shen Jinyuan interjected, Grandfather, Father, you both should return to rest. Uncle will not awaken for the time being. Then, looking at Li Shi, he added, Uncle will likely awaken in the afternoon. Aunt Air, please summon me immediately upon his awakening. Li Shi nodded vigorously. Yes, Aunt Air will remember. She then grasped Shen Jinyuan's hand, her eyes reddening once more. 1-1. I am grateful for your kindness. Your great favor will not be forgotten. Shen Jinyuan gently patted the back of Li Shi's hand, saying nothing, and then departed. Shen Shuoro accompanied Shen Yingying back, while Lin Shi stayed with Shen Jinyuan. Mother, you should also return to rest. Lin Shi gazed tenderly at Shen Jinyuan. I shall see you home first, then I will rest. Shen Jinyuan nodded, accepting her offer. Along the way, Lin Shi frequently glanced at Shen Jinyuan. Yet she refrained from asking anything, and Shen Jinyuan remained silent. It was only upon reaching the entrance of Haitang courtyard that Lin Shi awkwardly began, "Wan. About the 50,000 taels of silver." However, Shen Jinyuan interrupted. "Mother, we are family. Must you still count such matters with your daughter? I do not require silver." Lin Shi already understood that Shen Jinyuan lacked for nothing. Who could possibly lack silver when they had just spent 200,000 taels? She had witnessed it when Shen Jinyuan had purchased Niao Wentian. The servants of the Shen household were all astonished, yet none dared to inquire before their masters. The family members of the Shen clan held great respect for Shen Jinyuan. Lin Shi sighed. "Even if you do not lack silver, it is still the legacy left to you by your adoptive parents, and it should not all be spent. Once the household is more prosperous, I will repay you." Shen Jinyuan shook her head. "Mother, this silver is mine. I have some business outside, managed by dedicated individuals, so you need not worry about financial matters in the future." Lin Shi was taken aback for a moment, but her eyes soon brimmed with tears, and after a while, she could only utter, "My Nuan is truly remarkable." In the county magistrate's residence, a cup crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, and Huang Wide stared in disbelief at the individual kneeling before him. "It is true, my lord. The Sihai gambling house has been slaughtered, leaving only one person barely alive, currently under the care of a physician." Huang Wide's eyes darkened. "Who does not know that the Sihai gambling house is my domain? How dare they act so brazenly?" The man replied resolutely, "It was the people of the Shen family." Huang Wide was taken aback. He did not believe Shen Wei capable of such an act. "But there is evidence?" The man shook his head. No evidence was left by the perpetrators, but they did leave behind a message. Huang Wide looked at him. "What did they say?" The man replied. "They said, 1 hand exchanged for your Sihai gambling house. Consider yourselves fortunate." Huang Wide slowly sat down, recalling that he had just sought trouble with the Shen family, and that the second son of the Shen family had lost a hand. He merely intended to teach them a minor lesson, just a severed hand. To her astonishment, the adversary was so audacious as to entirely obliterate his gambling den. Yet, without concrete evidence, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Huang Wide smirked, realizing he had underestimated the cunning of Shen Wei, the old rascal, who could be so ruthless. "My lord, we must signal him to silence." Huang Wide waved his hand dismissively, noting that Shen Wei was a court official. If he were to be silenced upon his arrival in Yong'an County, he would inevitably face blame. "Shall we simply swallow this loss?" He scoffed, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "There will be ample time. We shall take our time." As noon approached, Shen Jinyuan rose, with Banksia suggesting she eat first before returning to sleep. Calculating the time, she realized she had only slept for 3 hours. Rubbing her temples, she felt a headache brewing. "Has my second aunt sent anyone yet?" Banksia shook her head, assuring her that the maid was keeping watch. But the second master had not yet awakened. Shen Jinyuan nodded, believing he would rouse soon, and decided to have her meal first. Banksia laid out the lunch. But Shen Jinyuan had little appetite. After sipping a small bowl of bird's nest porridge, she set down her chopsticks. "My lady, you have eaten too little," Banksia urged. "This silver thread roll is quite delicious. Do try one." Shen Jinyuan shook her head, disinterested in food. At that moment, Inoue approached, announcing, "My lady, Heiyue has returned." Shen Jinyuan lifted her gaze, permitting him to enter. Inoue appeared somewhat uneasy, revealing that Heiyue had brought back another person. Shen Jinyuan frowned, inquiring, "Who is it?" Before she could pose her question, a familiar voice rang out. "Master Uncle." The recognition sent a shiver down Shen Jinyuan's spine. How had this little troublemaker found her? She looked at Inoue, puzzled. Wasn't it said she had headed towards the capital? The second young lady possesses formidable skills and is quite clever. She managed to evade our men. It is my fault. I just received word. However, she has already arrived in Yong'an County. Shen Jinyuan rubbed her forehead, feeling an intensifying headache. The visitor was none other than the second young lady of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yuyao. As she entered, Shangguan Yuyao suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Shen Jinyuan's leg and kneeling on the ground, wailing, "Master Uncle, I finally found you. I finally found you." Shen Jinyuan's eyelids twitched as she beheld Shangguan Yuyao's disheveled appearance. "What on earth happened to you?" Shangguan Yuyao, sobbing and sniffling, had a soiled face that was nearly unrecognizable. Her clothes were equally dirted, obscuring their original color. Shen Jinyuan instinctively attempted to withdraw her leg, but the girl clung on too tightly. With her brute strength, She could not escape. Chapter 72. The most miserable Shangguan Yuyao in the world. Woo woo woo. Master uncle, I have suffered so much to find you. My purse is gone, and without money to eat, I stole a few buns, and a mob chased me, shouting to beat me. I was too afraid to fight back, fearing I might kill them, so I could only run. I ended up in the mountains to hunt for wild game. But even the monkeys there bullied me and stole my roast chicken. I am the most miserable person in the world. Shun Jinyuan listened, piecing together the confusing narrative, understanding that she had sneaked out to find her, only to lose her purse. Seeing her in such a state, Shun Jinyuan sighed. Please get up first, and go wash up with Hanxia, then change into a fresh set of clothes. However, Shangguan Yuyao was reluctant. She wiped her dirty little face and directly sat down at the table to eat, showing no disdain for the leftovers that Shun Jinyuan had left behind. I'll eat a little first. I'm starving, Hanxia. You go fetch me some more food. This isn't enough. Shun Jinyuan looked at her with disapproval, taking in her dirty hands, face, and clothes. She decided to close her eyes and let herself calm down, thinking that if she couldn't see it, it would be better that way. Hanxia, noticing her mistress's reaction, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, but she still listened to Shangguan Yuyao's words. The second young lady can eat first. I shall prepare more for you right away. At that moment, Shangguan Yuyao's eyes sparkled with a love for food. I want a lot so much. Hanxiao understood this young lady's appetite well. Very well, I will ensure the second young lady is thoroughly satisfied. Half an hour later, Shangguan Yuyao finally felt full. Looking at the mountain of empty plates stacked on the table, she let out a contented burp. Shun Jinyuan sighed. Can we wash up now? Shangguan Yuyao grinned. I'm full. Her teeth were quite white, but in contrast to her dark little face, it appeared rather comical. Shun Jinyuan turned her head away and instructed Hanxia to take the second young lady downstairs to wash up and change clothes. Yes, having eaten her fill, Shangguan Yuyao was quite obedient, knowing that her master esteemed cleanliness in children. He Yao was still standing in the courtyard, waiting to report. However, Shun Jinyuan first turned to change her own clothes. The image of the dirty person clinging to her leg lingered in her mind, making her eager to shed her garments immediately. Soon, she finished changing and returned to the courtyard, saying, Hey Yao. He Yao clasped his hands together and bowed. Master, I have been investigating in Shanyan County these past few days. Initially, there was nothing to uncover, as the place is quite impoverished, with hardly any inhabitants. However, the opposition has hidden themselves very well, and I was unable to find any leads for several days. Fortunately, there was a breakthrough. A young beggar guided me. He is a local of Shanyan County. His father left with a group to seek work when he was 5 and never returned. The two of them have been searching for information, and by chance, the clever child found that location. Shun Jinyuan furrowed her brow. Get to the point. He Yao rubbed his nose. The iron mine is located on the Misty Cage Mountain in the northwest of Shanyan County, which the locals ominously refer to as the Man-Eating Mountain. As the name suggests, anyone who enters Misty Cage Mountain disappears without a trace. I stealthily entered under the cover of darkness. It is vast within, and there are over 1,000 people mining underground. Many of those individuals are villagers from the surrounding areas, deceived into coming in search of work. For the first few months, they were able to send money home regularly, but then all communication ceased. I also visited several villages. He Yao's expression grew grave. The villages are devoid of able-bodied men, leaving only the elderly and children. Do you remember when we first arrived in Yong'an County and saw so many little beggars on the streets? Most of them are not true beggars. They are villagers, the original inhabitants of Yong'an County. However, the labor force at home has vanished. The elderly cannot leave the village, and the young venture out to beg. Noticing the unwavering expression of his master, He Yao retrieved a meticulously folded piece of paper from his bosom. It was a topographical map of the iron mine, drawn by his subordinate, and bore little variation. This marked the success of He Yao's prolonged absence. Shun Jinyuan examined the map closely, inquiring about their warehouse and the extent of their stock. He discovered that the inventory was scant, as they shipped out goods every few days. To where? To Nanzhou. Shun Jinyuan's gaze deepened as he folded the paper and returned it to He Yao. Report your findings to my grandfather. He Yao hesitated before accepting the map. Sir Shun? Shun Jinyuan looked at him, sensing his uncertainty. Is there a problem? No problem. He Yao bowed once more to Shun Jinyuan before departing. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back, kneeling before Shun Jinyuan. Master, I implore you to save those villagers. Shun Jinyuan regarded him, allowing him to remain kneeling. He Yao gritted his teeth. Those villagers are innocent. They were deceived into seeking a few coins. You cannot fathom the plight of those who toil in the mines. They lose several lives daily, their bodies unceremoniously discarded in the back mountains, which have become a mass grave. They cannot escape, as the guards at the iron mine are formidable, akin to private soldiers. They cannot fight back or flee, forced to mine day after day. Those in good health may endure for a while, but those unwell, he sighed, can only await death. My subordinate visited a few villages where desolation reigned, as if no one resided there. The only remnants are children begging daily and the elderly without labor. Shen Jinyuan never provided him with the response he sought. Tell my grandfather, he is the governor of Yong'an County, and he will not turn a blind eye. He Yao, perplexed by his master's intentions, scratched the back of his head in confusion. Inyu, seeing his lack of response, urged, you should hurry. Oh, I will go right away. Shen Jinyuan sighed. He Yao was indeed competent in his tasks, though at times he seemed somewhat dim-witted. After He Yao departed, Inyu spoke up, Miss, the information we gathered aligns with what we have here. The iron ore is indeed being transported to Nanzhou, but we have yet to determine its destination after that. If we haven't found it, we shall continue our search. With so much cargo, it cannot simply vanish. Yes. Furthermore, Shen Jinyuan's gaze flickered. Investigate the recent activities of Xianyuan Li. The second prince, Xianyuan Li? Inyu was puzzled. Does the master believe this matter concerning the iron mine is linked to the second prince? But isn't the prime minister aligned with the third prince? Shen Jinyuan suddenly realized that, despite the apparent distance between Yong'an County and Nanzhou, they could reach each other by water in just 2 or 3 days. Moreover, Nanzhou boasted a dock with an ample fleet of vessels. Indeed, I wish to ascertain all the current movements of this second prince. Understood. Though Inyu was confused, she would unconditionally execute any command from Shen Jinyuan. Chapter 73. Her peaceful days are over upon receiving the command from Shen Jinyuan. He Yao promptly arrived outside Shen Wei's study. However, he paced back and forth several times, hesitating to enter. After all, the master is the master, and Shen Leoi is his grandfather. Thus, I must exhibit the utmost respect. How should I address him? Shen Leoi? Lord Shen? Would that seem overly formal? He scratched his head, pondering how to phrase it without appearing contrived. Alas, the master had shown no reaction earlier. Could it be that he is unwilling to assist those people? Yet I had promised Agua that I would surely rescue his father and uncles. I wonder if this man is approachable. After all, as an official, it is his duty to serve the common folk, is it not? Nevertheless, in these times, corrupt officials abound. No, the master's grandfather must indeed be a good official. Young master, you had said as much last time. Inside the study, Shen Wei was diligently engaged in writing when the old housekeeper reminded him of He Yao's arrival. He smiled, asking, here to see me? Why not come in? The housekeeper also shook his head with a smile, indicating that he was unaware of the reason for He Yao's visit, considering that it concerned his own granddaughter. Shen Wei rose and walked toward the door. As he emerged, He Yao immediately stood at attention, exuding an air of cool detachment that would lead anyone unaware to mistake him for a stoic hero from the martial world. Shen Wei did not expose him, instead inquiring, here to see me? He Yao nodded and cleared his throat, stating, my master has sent me to report some matters to Shen Leoi. It seems calling him Shen Leoi is appropriate. It appears that Banksia addresses him in the same manner. Shen Wei stroked his beard and replied, report? Please, come in. At this, He Yao shed his reticence and followed Shen Wei into the study. Whatever may come, I shall at least make an attempt. Once inside, He Yao said nothing but promptly produced the topographical map of the iron mine and handed it to Shen Wei. Shen Wei did not open it immediately but smiled and asked, what is this? The internal topographical map of the iron mine in Shanyan County. Shen Wei's heart skipped a beat as he took the so-called map and examined it. This map was remarkably detailed, surpassing any geographical charts he had previously encountered, both in clarity and precision. Who drew this? He inquired. I did, He Yao replied. You? Shen Wei was incredulous. Noticing the expression on his face, He Yao pressed his lips together, asking, is it not clear? Would you like me to explain? This should not be. The master had always drawn topographical maps this way, and having seen them before, he learned by imitation. Yet, the master had said nothing just moments ago. Shen Wei immediately waved his hand, affirming, I see. He scrutinized the map thoroughly, realizing that this young man was indeed a prodigy. How remarkable that someone close to his granddaughter could possess such talent. However, Requesting someone of such caliber was out of the question. Never mind, never mind. Yet, the method of creating this topographic map might prove beneficial for the entire Dezhou. However, this still requires his granddaughter's consent. It cannot be utilized without her approval. Shenwei nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. After examining the map twice, he turned to He Yao and asked, "Have you been there? What is the situation like?" He Yu meticulously recounted the dire circumstances to Shenwei, emphasizing the tragic plight of the laborers who had been captured. He described the desolation of several villages, now only inhabited by the elderly and children. Shenwei stroked his beard, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. Observing his silence, He Yu refrained from speaking, uncertain whether his words had resonated. After a prolonged pause, Shenwei finally spoke, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young hero. I am aware of this matter now. You have worked hard." He Yu, perplexed, wondered about the fate of the common folk. Should he save them or not? Noticing Shenwei's hesitation, he inquired if there was anything else. Nothing more," He Yu replied, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Just as he exited, a shadow appeared in Shenwei's study. This was a person assigned by the emperor to assist Shenwei. Without delay, Shenwei handed over the topographic map, instructing him to investigate. "Understood," came the reply. Meanwhile, in Haiding courtyard, after Su Guanyao had freshened up, she clung to Shen Jinyuan like a persistent shadow. Cleaned up, Su Guanyao was undeniably charming and lively, a stark contrast to her previous disheveled appearance. Marked by tears and snot, her round face bore 2 sweet dimples, and her cheeks glistened with the moisture of freshly peeled lychee. Her almond-shaped eyes curved like crescent moons, and whenever her feathery eyelashes fluttered, it seemed to stir a fragrant breeze reminiscent of peach blossoms. Her slightly chubby cheeks swelled with her smile, resembling honeyed, glutinous rice balls, while the delicate butterfly hairpins in her hair danced playfully. Clad in a soft, pastel ensemble chosen by Banksia, she would have appeared an enchanting young lady, captivating in her silence. "Uncle Master, please do not be angry. I left a note for my father. I was simply so bored. Yinhai City is unbearably dull, and no one wishes to play with me," she pouted. "They all avoid me, treating me like a plague. They should practice their skills. I can defeat them easily in a few moves, yet they accuse me of bullying. Who do I bully? I rely solely on my own strength." She continued, "Especially the women from those families. My sister left to venture out precisely because she found them intolerable. However, I cannot strike them. I fear a single blow might prove fatal, and then my father would punish me. With my grandfather in seclusion and my father preoccupied with his manuals, my sister gone. And you too. I am utterly miserable." Shen Jinyuan remained unresponsive, having encountered her empty chatter too many times to be affected. Meanwhile, Shun Huayan, practicing his calligraphy, gazed curiously at this new sister. She talks so much. Since I saw her, she hasn't paused for breath. Truly impressive. But doesn't she tire? Shen Jinyuan rapped lightly on his small desk, urging him to focus. At that, Shun Huayan redirected his attention. Su Guanyao, pouting, remarked, "Uncle Master, you ignore me." She then squatted beside Shun Huayan, her curiosity piqued. "Who is this child? I heard from my father that you found your family. Is this child also part of your family? Your brother?" Little Shun Huayan lifted his gaze towards her, his dark, glistening eyes fixed upon her. And then he clearly uttered 2 words, "Annie." Shangguan Yuyue's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, you can talk. I thought you were mute." Suddenly, a book in Shun Jinyuan's hand struck her forehead. "Ah, Master Ancestor." Shangguan Yuyue lamented while rubbing her head. "You don't even feel sorry for me." Beside her, Shun Huayan giggled, his little tiger teeth on display, for who could blame her for calling him mute? Of course, his aunt would come to his defense. Upon seeing Shun Huayan's beaming smile, Shangguan Yuyue puffed her cheeks in mock indignation. "Oh, so even you, little radish, dare to bully me? Just wait and see how I punish you." With that, she scooped Shun Huayan into her arms, discarding the brush he held, and leapt onto the large tree in the courtyard, soaring up to the roof with the little one, spinning around several times like a monkey. Shen Jinyuan sighed, realizing her tranquil days had vanished. Chapter 74. We cannot afford to wait. When Lin arrived, she was greeted by such a scene, particularly the sight of the little Huayan in Shangguan Yuyue's arms, nearly causing her to faint from shock. Shen Jinyuan frowned at the wild antics. "Get down." Upon noticing Lin's pale face, Shangguan Yuyue stuck out her tongue and gracefully descended. Shun Huayan, however, showed no fear and appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Reluctantly, He wriggled his little bottom, signaling his desire to continue playing. Both Shen Jinyuan and Shangwan Yuyuan noticed this, the latter winking at Shen Huayan, promising to take him out again later. Only then did Lin step forward, attempting to appear as friendly and gentle as possible. Warm. This girl is. Before Shen Jinyuan could finish, Shangwan Yuyuan knelt before Lin. Madam, I am Shangwan Yuyuan. The Worm you speak of is my master ancestor. So how should I address you? She looked a bit bewildered at Shen Jinyuan, pondering how the hierarchy was supposed to work. Ah, great master ancestress. Lin's mouth twitched, but she quickly responded with a warm smile, helping Shangwan Yuyuan to her feet. The title felt rather strange to her. She was only 40 after all. She hadn't anticipated her daughter's position in the hierarchy to be so elevated. Feeling somewhat awkward, she glanced at Shen Jinyuan and then back at Shangwan Yuyuan. Yuyuan is truly lovely. It's our first meeting, and I wasn't prepared with a gift. Lin promptly removed a bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Shangwan Yuyuan's arm. Consider this bracelet a token of our meeting. Shangwan Yuyuan looked to Shen Jinyuan, uncertain if she should accept it. Shen Jinyuan's expression remained gentle. One should not refuse a gift from an elder. Yes, Shangwan Yuyuan obediently bowed to Lin. Thank you. Great master ancestress. Lin felt a bit off at being addressed in such a manner. It felt rather peculiar. Did you come here to find Worm? A little girl like you must have endured quite a bit of hardship. I've heard from the servants that Worm's subordinates brought back a dirty little girl, which I assume is you. At this, Shangwan Yuyuan launched into her tale of hardships, recounting her journey without a hint of shyness. In her conception, Lin was Shen Jinyuan's mother, which made her family. There was nothing that could not be said. Shen Jinyuan sat nearby, sipping tea, her head throbbing, feeling as if a myriad of ducks were quacking within the room. She slowly rose, saying, Mother, I shall go check on my second uncle. Li had yet to send anyone to summon her. Could it be that Shen Anian had not yet awakened? In a brief span of time, Lin had already grown fond of the lively little girl, warmly clasping Shangwan Yuyuan's hand, saying, Very well, you may go. Your mother has just visited, and your second uncle is still asleep, but it will bring you peace of mind to check on him. Shen Jinyuan nodded and, accompanied by Banksia, stepped outside. Upon hearing of the visit to her great-uncle, Shen Huayan, with his short legs, hurriedly followed Shen Jinyuan. Noticing this, Shen Jinyuan asked, What are you doing following me? Shen Huayan tugged at the hem of Shen Jinyuan's skirt, his eyes blinking earnestly. Do you want to go? The little one nodded. Shen Jinyuan lifted the child into her arms, saying, You may come, but do not cause any trouble. Shen Huayan nodded, thinking how odd it was that his aunt would doubt him. He had never caused any mischief. He merely wished to witness how his aunt treated their great-uncle. As Shen Jinyuan arrived at the courtyard of the second house, she spotted Li. Li exclaimed with delight, Wan, your second aunt was just about to send someone to call for you, and here you are. Your second uncle has awakened. Shen Jinyuan nodded. I calculated the time and thought it was about right to come on my own. Upon entering the room, Shen Anian lay on the bed, his complexion pale. Yet his mind was alert. He gazed at his hand, bound in thick cloth, unable to believe it. His hand had been reattached. Li had just informed him that it was Nuan who had reattached it, assuring him that with proper rest, it could heal to its former state. However, Shen Anian was still somewhat skeptical. Upon seeing Shen Jinyuan, he attempted to rise, only to be firmly pressed back down by the swift hands of Li. What do you think you are doing? Do you not realize you are still injured? Shen Anian wished to reassure Li with a smile, but the pain at his wrist rendered his face ashen. Seeing this, Li's eyes reddened. She reflected on the harrowing day and night she had endured. Now that he was awake, he still caused her worry. Once he fully recovered, she would ensure he received a proper reprimand. Second uncle, do not move. I will check on you. All right. Shen Anian complied, lying still, holding deep respect for his niece. Moments later, Shen Jinyuan revealed a smile, declaring, There is nothing to worry about. You must now rest in bed. Your hand has not yet fully healed and must remain immobile. Li immediately chimed in, Yes. Listen to Nuan. I will keep a close watch on him. Shen Anian, eager and anxious, interjected, Nuan, is my hand truly all right? Will it genuinely return to how it was before? Meeting his anxious gaze, Shen Jinyuan reassured him, for someone who practices martial arts, such a situation may indeed warrant concern about the right hand's agility and strength. However, dear uncle, you do not engage in martial arts. Your expectations need not be so high. Once your hand has healed, with appropriate training, you will soon regain normal function. Shen Anian's eyes brimmed with tears. Heaven knew how terrified he was. Witnessing his hand severed had made him feel utterly incapacitated, the dread within him far surpassing the physical pain in his wrist. Gratitude flows from the depths of my heart, dear warm, and to you, uncle, I extend my thanks. In a family, there is no need for formality. Take your time to recuperate. In the stillness of the night, Shun Wei and Shun Qingshan found themselves in Shun Yan's chamber. Shun Qingshan, with furrowed brows, inquired, Father, do you not think your actions today were a tad hasty? Regarding the tax issue, you have laid it bare for all to see. What if Huang Wide, in his desperation, resorts to drastic measures? Shun Wei stroked his beard thoughtfully. You have examined the accounts. A mere Yong'an County sees its tax revenues steadily increasing each year. Even 5 years ago, during the direst of calamities, the flow did not cease. The plight of the common people is all too apparent. Yet, this sum remains unseen by the court. I understand, my son, but this matter can be approached with patience. Your impatience might provoke Huang Wide into taking actions we would rather avoid. Shun Wei remained silent, while Shun Yan interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Shun Wei. Was this a deliberate ploy by our grandfather? Is he attempting to coerce him? For what reason? Shun Wei chuckled softly. It was Warm who reminded me. A gradual approach might be prudent, yet it is too slow for our needs. We cannot afford to wait. But such radical measures, Shun Qingshan sighed. Huang Wide has entrenched himself in Yong'an County for years, wielding considerable power. My son, is this not sufficient cause for our alarm regarding your second uncle? At the mention of Shun Anian, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Shun Wei's eyes. At that moment, the old steward hurried in, announcing, Huang Wide has arrived. Shun Wei smirked. He is indeed prompt. Chapter 75. Lord Huang truly commands my respect in the banquet hall of the county magistrate's residence. Huang Wide confronted, Lord Shun. What is the meaning of the 2 boxes you sent? Shun Wei, calmly sipping his tea, replied with a smile. Does Lord Huang not grasp my intention? Huang Wide's gaze darkened, for he knew the turmoil that had stirred within him upon seeing those account books. It was a feeling akin to that of a predator. Those documents contained the true tax records of Yong'an County over the years. While he had fabricated a set of accounts for the purpose of scrutiny from above, the authentic records were managed by his most trusted aides. Yet now, they had been brazenly returned to him. His confidants were entirely unaware, and only upon reviewing the documents did they realize they had vanished without a trace. Forgive my ignorance, for I do not fully comprehend Lord Shun's intent. Shun Wei smiled. Lord Huang, we shall speak plainly. Those records reflect the genuine tax revenues of Yong'an County over the years. You need not concern yourself with how I acquired them, nor should you ponder ways to conceal them. Furthermore, I am aware that not a single coin of this revenue has reached the national treasury. Every year, Lord Huang finds myriad reasons to persuade the court to waive the taxes, and each time he succeeds. I must admit, you have earned my admiration. Huang Wide's fists clenched tightly. Shun Wei, you are no longer a top official of the court. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. If you wish to serve as the magistrate of Yong'an County in peace, it would be wise to feign ignorance. Such an act would greatly benefit the longevity of your position. Shun Wei's demeanor remained unchanged as he lightly remarked. Is Lord Huang attempting to intimidate me? Huang Wide chuckled coldly. If Lord Shin believes it to be so, then perhaps it is indeed the case. Shun Wei could not help but chuckle, a subtle chill flickering in the depths of his gaze. What could possibly grant Lord Huang such confidence? With a resounding crash, Huang Wide hurled a cup to the ground. At that moment, a disturbance erupted outside the door. Dozens of men clad in black appeared in the banquet hall, each wielding a long sword, poised for action. It seemed that at a mere word from Huang Wide, they would unleash a massacre within the governor's residence. Shun Wei, do not overstep your bounds. This Yong'an prefecture is under my dominion, and you, a newcomer, dare to act so recklessly? Shun Wei's eyes were icy. Who, after all, was truly acting with impudence by committing violence within my governor's estate? Huang Wide laughed. I am audacious. I am the law here in Yong'an. What of it? I had hoped you would be wise enough to keep the peace, allowing you to live a couple more years without issue. Yet, you have meddled too much. Matters within my jurisdiction are not meddling, Shun Wei retorted. Ah, so Lord Shin insists on opposing me. Huang Wide's gaze met Shun Wei's, revealing no trace of fear. Is it not you who is making things difficult for me? I am merely fulfilling my duties. Very well, but do not regret this, Lord Shun. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sounds of battle echoed from outside. Huang Wide's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward the hall's entrance. 2 factions were engaged in combat, and his men seemed utterly defenseless. How could this be? How could Shen Wei's subordinates possess such formidable skills? Then, a soft feminine voice broke through the chaos. Is Lord Huang's confidence derived from these individuals, or perhaps from the governor of Nanzhou, or even the prime minister's residence in the capital? Shun Jinyuan, clad in white, adorned only with a simple magnolia hairpin, exuded an air of ethereal elegance despite her modest attire. She stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, her feet unstepped inside, calmly surveying the scattered bodies outside. What a pity! These individuals seem rather ornamental but lacking in utility. In the brief exchange that transpired, Huang Wide's cadre of skilled fighters had all fallen. Fear began to creep into Huang Wide's heart. These were his meticulously trained bodyguards, having safeguarded him for years without fail. Moreover, how did this woman know of Nanzhou and the prime minister? Recognition dawned upon him. Was she not the one who had injured his son? Shen Wei's granddaughter. Trembling, Huang Wide pointed a quivering finger at Shen Wei and then at Shen Jinyuan. You dare to act so brazenly. Shen Wei chuckled. Did you not initiate this, Lord Huang? You. Ha ha ha, how lively. What is transpiring here? Xie Zhou, clad in tattered armor, burst in with a group of followers. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he glanced at the corpses before settling his gaze on Shen Jinyuan at the entrance. Who is this? To maintain such composure amidst so many corpses is no ordinary woman of the inner chambers, he mused, his eyes filled with scrutiny but devoid of malice. He then turned his attention back to Shen Wei and Huang Wide, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. Lord Shen and Lord Huang. Working late into the night on official business, I see. You both are truly diligent. Chuckled as he stroked his beard. General Xie, what brings you here? I was patrolling and heard something unusual, so I came to take a look. I hope I have not disturbed your esteemed selves. With a raised eyebrow, replied. General Xie is personally on patrol? Xie Zhou shrugged with a nonchalant smile. I have a peculiar habit. My sleep is rather poor. When I find myself bored, I join my brothers in their patrols to pass the time. I hope you find it amusing, Lord Shen. Shen Wei waved his hand dismissively. General Xie is diligent in his duties. I hold you in high regard. Xie Zhou glanced at the pallid Huang Wide, then at the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground. It seems I have arrived too late. I trust that neither Lord Shen nor Lord Huang was startled. Shen Wei met his gaze with unwavering composure. Fortunately, the guards in the residence proved somewhat useful. Otherwise, I fear your visit might have been to collect the deceased. Feigning shock, Xie Zhou responded, Is it that severe? Rest assured, Lord Shen, I will take care of this matter. I shall uncover the audacity of those who dare to commit murder openly at the magistrate's residence. Shen Wei inclined his head slightly. I appreciate your assistance, General Xie. Xie Zhou smiled. As colleagues, it is my duty and privilege. His attention shifted to Huang Wide. Has Lord Huang been frightened? It appears that the two of you may not be able to discuss official matters today. Would you like me to escort Lord Huang back? Huang Wide's lips twitched, casting a dark glance at Shen Wei before shifting to Shen Jinyuan. He snorted, Then I must trouble you, General Xie. Xie Zhou, with a playful demeanor, remarked, As a scholar, it is only natural for you to be intimidated by such scenes. There is no need to take it to heart. After all these years as colleagues, I would never mock you. Humph. Huang Wide huffed, dismissing him with a wave of his sleeve as he departed. Once he had left, Xie Zhou offered a bow to Shen Wei. As night has fallen, I shall not intrude further. Please rest well, Lord Shen. Shen Wei smiled gratefully. Thank you, General Xie. Not at all, Xie Zhou replied, his gaze drifting to the bodies on the ground. Shall I assist you in handling these? Shen Wei looked at Xie Zhou with genuine appreciation. That would be most welcome. After the departure of Xie Zhou, Shen Qingshan emerged from behind the screen of the banquet hall, having been instructed by Shen Wei to observe discreetly. Father, are you well? Chapter 76. Where is that unfilial son, Qi Mufeng? Shen Wei waved his hand and turned his gaze to Shen Jinyuan. What brings you here in Wanwan? Shen Jinyuan entered the reception hall and approached. Shen Wei smiled warmly. Are you concerned for your grandfather? Shen Jinyuan settled into a chair nearby, ignoring his question. What do you think of General Xie? Noting her change of subject, Shen Wei merely smiled, as he still had yet to discern his intentions. However, he perceived no malice in him. Rumors circulated that this man was unruly and arrogant, a particularly unique presence in Yong'an County. Yet, he seemed to be at odds with Huang Wide, who had failed to take any action against him over the years. It appeared this man possessed some capabilities. Shen Wei nodded. How long have we been in Yong'an County? I have already heard twice that he personally led troops to eradicate bandits. He is indeed a capable official who can accomplish tangible deeds for the people. The northern regions of Yong'an County frequently suffer from banditry, causing immense distress among the populace. General Xie is rather commendable. Shen Jinyuan lifted her gaze, sensing her grandfather's apparent approval of the individual before them. Shen Wei stroked his beard, clarifying that it wasn't necessarily approval, but rather a recognition that any official who genuinely endeavors to serve the people would earn his respect. Shen Jinyuan nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Beside them, Shen Qingshan interjected, "Father, with today's actions, we have undoubtedly severed ties with Huang Wide. You must exercise caution moving forward." Severing ties was inevitable. However, Shen Wei continued to regard his granddaughter, knowing that her actions today might have thoroughly incited Huang's wrath. Shen Jinyuan smiled subtly, agreeing with her grandfather, but feeling it might not be sufficient. Intrigued, Shen Wei inquired, "What do you mean? What further plans does Huan have?" "I have just received word that Huang Wide has a shipment destined for Nanzhou in 2 days, and it is imperative that it proceeds. If this shipment were to be lost..." Shen Wei interjected, "Are you attempting to drive him to despair?" "Not to that extent, merely a pawn in the game," she replied, harboring suspicions that she might use this piece to test the waters. Shen Qingshan, bewildered, questioned, "What shipment? What pawn?" "It seems my father understands. Yet I remain utterly confounded. If Huang Wide truly becomes desperate, wouldn't he that jeopardize our endeavors?" Shen Jinyuan offered a slight bow to Shen Wei and Shen Qingshan, stating, "It is getting late. I shall return now. Grandfather and father should also retire early." Shen Wei nodded in agreement. As they exited the banquet hall, Yin and Shangguan Yuyao approached. Shangguan Yuyao, with a curious expression, remarked, "Master Uncle, it seems your grandfather has offended someone, given that there are attempts on his life. Yet, such skills are merely insufficient for me to stretch my limbs." Shen Jinyuan turned to her, stating, "Your skills have not improved at all since my departure from Yinhai City." Shangguan Yuyao was taken aback, quickly lowering her head in embarrassment, "With you all absent, I haven't had the heart to practice." "Excuses," Shen Jinyuan replied as she continued towards her courtyard. Suddenly, her expression shifted. With a swift motion, she launched a silver needle towards a specific direction, casting a cold glance before departing. Nia Wentian, who had been lurking in the shadows, clutched the silver needle, his back damp with perspiration. That fleeting glance had nearly frightened away his very soul. He had held his breath, remaining completely still. How had she discovered him? Nia Wentian bore no ill intent. He had merely been drawn by the sound. However, he had anticipated Shen Jinyuan's vigilance. His interest in her identity was growing. In the martial world, such skills were not easily overlooked. Upon returning to her courtyard, Inu quietly asked, "Miss, should I go and issue a warning?" Shen Jinyuan rubbed her temples, replying, "No need for alarm. If it is not excessive, let it be." Shangguan Yuyao leaned closer, asking, "Who is Sister Inu referring to? That individual just now? Who is he?" Shen Jinyuan cast her a fleeting glance, prompting Shangguan Yuyao to fall silent, grumbling internally about her master uncle's increasing dominance. At Pingyang Pass, in the military camp, General Qi Han, traveling from the capital to Pingyang Pass, wore a sour expression, causing all to hesitate in approaching him for inquiries. After a long and arduous journey, he finally arrived at Pingyang Pass. Upon entering the military camp, he strode purposefully towards the main tent, exuding an intimidating presence as if he were ready to devour someone whole. The soldiers, upon seeing the general's arrival, initially intended to greet him warmly, eager to rekindle their camaraderie after 3 long years apart. However, the moment they glimpsed his stern countenance, they prudently retreated. Qi Han forcefully lifted the flap of the main tent, only to find it eerily vacant. "Where is everyone?" he demanded. A trembling young soldier outside stammered in response, "General, who are you asking for? Who else could it be?" Qi Han's eyes flared with anger. "Where is that unfilial son, Qi Mufeng?" The little brat is unaware of the situation. He glared at the soldier until the poor lad's face turned pale, prompting him to leave. Not finding him in the main tent, Qi Han wondered if he was merely resting. Humph, the scoundrel seems to be quite comfortable. He hastily made his way to Qi Mufeng's quarters, only to find them empty as well. In a fit of rage, he kicked a table, causing it to topple over, its legs splintering under the force. At that moment, Xiao Qian rushed in. "General, you have arrived." Qi Han shot him a glare, his frustration boiling over. "Where is your master?" Xiao Qian bowed slightly. "He has already departed." "Departed?" Qi Han seized Xiao Qian by the collar. "When did he leave?" I had not yet arrived. How dare he take his leave? Is he not afraid of facing military discipline? That damn scoundrel. Because of him, I cannot enjoy the company of my fragrant and soft wife back in the capital, forced to come to this desolate place. A group of old men, he thought, only intensified his annoyance. Xiao Qian seemed accustomed to Qi Han's temper, maintaining a slight smile. You just set foot in Pingyang Pass, and he left. Here is a letter he left for you. Perhaps you would like to read it? Qi Han snorted coldly, snatching the letter from Xiao Qian's hand. After reading it, his fury intensified. It contained but a single sentence. Old man, I have gone after my wife. Enjoy yourself at Pingyang Pass. Qi Han surveyed the empty tent once more and, in a fit of rage, kicked over a couple of chairs. He was positively fuming. He then turned to Xiao Qian. That scoundrel has left. Why haven't you followed suit? Xiao Qian chuckled. I must report to you, General. The Major General instructed me to ensure that all matters are communicated clearly to you to avoid any disruption in duties. Qi Han spat in disdain. This little troublemaker. How dare I curse him, especially since he is of my own blood. Frustration welled up within him, a feeling he could neither release nor suppress. Facing Xiao Qian's smiling visage, he barked, What are you grinning at? Are you mocking me? Xiao Qian's lips twitched. I would never dare, my lord. Dare? I see you are quite bold. Like master, like servant, all heartless creatures. With that, he stormed off, leaving a bewildered Xiao Qian in the wind, pondering what he had done wrong. Chapter 77. The influence of our 7-star pavilion reaches everywhere in the county of Yong'an, at the residence of the county magistrate. The courtyard of Haiteng Hall was bustling with activity. Yin was instructing Shun Huayan in martial arts, alongside practicing fundamental techniques. She was now able to teach some simple maneuvers. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuyo was engaged in lively conversation with Shun Shuoro and Shen Yingying, who had come to visit. Banksia even thoughtfully prepared a variety of delightful beverages, fruits, and pastries for them. 3 individuals gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, resembling a lively tea gathering, particularly the exuberant Shangguan Yuyo. The tiger, towering at least twice the height of a person, left me utterly weak-kneed. I could hardly contemplate wielding a weapon, let alone standing. In the blink of an eye, just as the tiger lunged towards me, my revered master descended with a sword in hand, severing the beast's head with a single stroke. The stench of blood still churns my stomach when I recall it. Shangguan Yuyao's vivid recounting of the event is truly deserving of a tale told in a tavern. Shen Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Is the older sister truly that formidable? One stroke to decapitate a tiger? Shangguan Yuyao raised her chin, embodying the very essence of one who had felled the tiger. But of course, it was her master. Shun Shuoro gazed at her with admiration, realizing just how remarkable her sister truly was. What? You all are unaware? My master's prowess surpasses even my father's. He often laments that there is a distinction between talent and genius. Although he once boasted of his own genius, he cannot compare to my master. Ha ha ha. Shun Yingying, perplexed, interjected, But you appear to be of the same age as the older sister. Why do you refer to her as master? Ah, my master holds a higher status. She is my grandfather's junior apprentice. What else should I call her? Shun Yingying gasped in awe, realizing that her conversation with Shangguan Yuyao had significantly broadened her horizons. Meanwhile, Shun Jinyuan reclined on the soft couch, holding a book yet unable to absorb a single word. How had events escalated to this point? Previously, it was merely Shun Huayan studying while Shun Shuoro quietly read beside him, exchanging only a few words now and then. But now, even Shen Yingying had joined them. Ever since that day she dealt with Huang Yue, Shen Yingying had been utterly enamored with her. Moreover, after she treated Shun Enian, Shen Yingying regarded her as her foremost idol. Henceforth, another frequent visitor to Haiteng Courtyard had emerged. Now, with the loquacious Shangguan Yuyao present, her courtyard was bustling with activity. Although she generally favored tranquility, it seemed that her courtyard had become the liveliest place in the entire governor's residence these past few days. With a slight sigh, she reflected that she had been too lenient. Perhaps she should not have allowed Banksia to prepare so many drinks for them. Otherwise, they would not chatter so incessantly. Did they not feel weary? She set her book aside, opting not to read any further. At that moment, Inoue entered, whispering something into Shun Jinyuan's ear. Her expression remained unchanged as she instructed him to report to her grandfather on how to proceed, leaving the arrangements to him. Inoue prudently reminded her that the night owl often roamed in plain sight, making his identity known to many. If her grandfather wished to uncover it, it would not prove difficult. Shun Jinyuan dismissively waved her off, asserting that with the 7 Stars Pavilion providing escort, even if her grandfather were unaware of their identities, he would recognize the existence of such a powerful group. It matters not. If my grandfather wishes to know, he may simply inquire. Understood. In the governor's residence. Shun Wei's study awaited. It was He Yao who brought Yi Xiao to pay respects. Having met before, he was no longer as reserved as during their initial encounter. He clasped his hands together and addressed Shun Wei, "Esteemed Elder Shun, allow me to introduce my third brother, Yi Xiao." Yi Xiao performed a gesture of respect typical of the martial world, displaying a humility that contrasted with his usual bravado. For the man before him was the grandfather of his master and deserved such deference. Shun Wei stroked his beard, a smile illuminating his face. Recognizing the courtesy of this gallant man, "You may simply call me Elder Shun," he replied, nodding with delight. The glimmer of joy in Shun Wei's eyes revealed that his granddaughter was gradually unveiling her secrets to him, indicating her acceptance of their family. How could he not feel elated? Yi Xiao then spoke. "The master has instructed us to intercept the shipment bound for Nanzhou. The task has been successfully accomplished. However, these items are rather sensitive, and we seek your guidance on how to proceed." Shun Wei was taken aback. Is that true? He had not anticipated such smooth execution of the plan. It was likely that the news had already reached Huang-Wide by now. Shun Wei rose and began pacing the study, soon approaching his writing desk to put ink to paper, leaving He Yao and Yi Xiao bewildered. In short order, he handed the letter to Yi Xiao, requesting, "Please ensure this batch is transported to Qintianfu. The contact person is Feng Huai. He will understand upon receiving this letter." However, Shun Wei's expression turned serious. "I am concerned about the quantity of goods. Overland transport would attract too much attention. Do you have a means for water transport?" He Yao laughed, his bright smile reassuring. "No need for concern, Elder. The influence of Qixing Pavilion reaches far and wide. Leave this matter to my third brother. It will pose no problem." Qixing Pavilion? Shun Wei's smile widened. "Excellent. I appreciate your assistance." Yi Xiao inclined his head in acknowledgement. Once they departed, Shun Wei stroked his beard with satisfaction and high spirits. He had heard of Qixing Pavilion. Even in the court, he had occasionally come across officials trading information there. He never imagined his granddaughter would be the mastermind behind it. No wonder she exuded such confidence. Yet, what delighted him most was her willingness to reveal her other identities. Meanwhile, in the county magistrate's office, chaos reigned. The interception of the goods was a grave matter. The loss of goods was minor, but the leak of information was significant. If word reached the capital, his life would be at stake. After years in Yong'an County, this was the first time such an incident had occurred. Huang-Wide's thoughts were consumed not with recovering the goods, but with concealing the incident. His demeanor turned fierce. "You keep a close watch. They must prepare another shipment today. We cannot let Nanzhou know about the loss." His subordinates trembled at his words, but time was not on their side. At the very least, they would need 3 days. Frustrated, Huang-Wide smashed the cup in his hand. "I care not for the details. If we do not dispatch the shipment today, Nanzhou will surely sense something amiss. And news of the theft will reach the capital in no time. Will I still be able to save my own life then?" Huang-Wide gritted his teeth, commanding his subordinates to work tirelessly without rest. If manpower was insufficient, he ordered them to recruit strong laborers. By tomorrow night at the latest, the goods must be dispatched. A delay of a day or two could be excused, but he was determined to avoid any lapses. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Chapter 78. Fortunately, the master had not abandoned her. For several consecutive days, Haidang Courtyard buzzed with activity, news even reaching the ears of the Lin and Li families. They regarded this as a favorable development, believing that as sisters, such closeness was only natural. However, Shun Jinyuan's patience had reached its limit. Today, she allowed Shin Shuoro to take Shin Yingying and Shangguan Yuyuan out for shopping. Before departing, Shangguan Yuyuan had managed to procure a thick stack of silver notes from her grandmaster, asserting her need to foster good relations with her master's family upon her arrival. Naturally, the expenses for their outing would fall upon her shoulders. Shin Jinyuan had no desire to listen to her chatter. She was willing to spend any amount to see her dispatched. Banksia, with a smile, brewed a pot of Shun Jinyuan's favorite tea, noting that her mistress seemed more at ease today than she had in recent days, when her furrowed brow could have crushed a fly. With her spirits lifted, everything appeared brighter. "Are we to let them accompany her?" she inquired. "Rest assured, everything has been arranged. With the second young miss accompanying them, there will surely be no safety concerns." Shun Jinyuan scoffed, I worry that girl lacks control. After all, Yeoman County is a small place, and its inhabitants cannot withstand her strength. Banksia's lips twitched, seemingly in agreement with this notion. Have we received any word from Yunhai City? Or from the capital? Shen Jinyuan asked. Yes, both have been contacted. The capital should have received the message by now, while Yunhai City may take another day or two. Shen Jinyuan nodded, recognizing that having a higher status brought with it an abundance of concerns. At that moment, Inua entered, holding a letter. Master, a letter from young Master Yu. Upon hearing it was a correspondence from Qi Mufeng, Shen Jinyuan's eyes softened involuntarily. She took the letter and scanned it quickly. A delightful smile gracing her lips. Little Yu would be arriving soon. How wonderful. Banksia, noticing her expression, asked, Miss, is young Master Yu coming? Shen Jinyuan folded the letter neatly. Yes, calculating the time, he should arrive in a few days. Banksia was overjoyed. Young Master Yu's presence would surely alleviate her mistress's boredom, as he always found ways to bring her joy. However, Inua's expression turned grave, lost in thought. Shen Jinyuan looked up at her. What troubles you? Inua bit her lip. Recently, the Lanyu kingdom has been seeking you. Shen Jinyuan remained unfazed. Let them search. Haven't they been looking for over a year now? Recently, their spies have reached the Great Zhou, likely uncovering something. She sighed softly. Your brother harbors too much ambition. Inua immediately knelt, her head bowed slightly. Banksia hurried to assist her. Sister Inua, what are you doing? The master does not appreciate our kneeling. Have you forgotten? Inua could never forget. But the one seeking trouble for their master was her own blood relative, and she felt a sense of guilt. Rise, for he is he, and you are you. I shall not conflate your identities. With that, Inua finally stood up. Indeed, Shen Jinyuan took a sip of tea and suddenly chuckled. Inua, do you truly have no interest in your brother's position? Why not take a seat? Inua's jaw tightened, as if she were suppressing something, and she ultimately replied. If my master requires Inua to occupy that position, then Inua shall. Shen Jinyuan's gaze lowered slightly, jesting, I know you do not favor it. At this, Inua released a breath of relief, the tension in her body dissipating instantly. Thankfully, her master did not wish to dismiss her. Observing her demeanor, Shen Jinyuan let out a soft sigh. When Inua was 10, she had saved her. At that time, Shen Jinyuan was merely 7. Now, at 17, Inua had reached the age of 20. Having remained by her side for a full decade, Shen Jinyuan was acutely aware of her loyalty. Thus, she had once willingly aided Inua's brother in ascending to that position. Alas, her brother proved to be unappreciative, entertaining ulterior motives toward Shen Jinyuan. How greedy human nature is. One might think. Shen Jinyuan did not believe such a person could harbor genuine feelings. It was merely utilitarianism at play. At that moment, the old steward hurried in, his forehead glistening with sweat. Miss, the master requests your presence in the front hall. Upon seeing the steward's distressed state, Shen Jinyuan inquired, what has happened? The master has returned with 2 injured individuals. One child is particularly grievous, and the physician is at a loss. Hence the request for you to take a look. Shen Jinyuan rose slowly, uttering no further words, and made her way toward the front hall. Banksia promptly fetched her medicine box and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the front hall, they found it crowded with onlookers. Shen Qingshan stood there, alongside the county magistrate, Zhou Ziki. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, their hair and clothing in disarray, and their faces smeared with dirt, bearing some abrasions. On the ground lay 2 injured persons, one elderly and one young. The elder seemed relatively well, at least conscious, while the younger lay pale and unconscious. Shen Jinyuan approached directly, and the surrounding crowd parted to make way. Upon seeing her, Shen Qingshan sighed in relief. Warman, you have arrived. Quickly, attend to this child. Shen Jinyuan knelt down to assess his condition, noting only superficial wounds. Time was of the essence. She did not linger on a thorough examination, but instead pressed her hand against the wrist where a crimson mark lay. Instantly, the scene before her transformed as she scrutinized the child from head to toe. Indeed, the injury was internal. The head bore signs of trauma, with some bruising, and the internal organs exhibited slight damage. Shen Jinyuan glanced around and noticed a small room behind a screen in the hall. She promptly instructed Inua to carry the child to the inner chamber. Just as Shen Jinyuan stood, the elderly man grasped her arm. Esteemed physician, can my grandson be treated? Though the elder was in dire straits himself, with a gruesome wound on his forehead and blood upon his face, his eyes were filled with concern. Do not worry. He can be treated. Upon hearing this, The elder finally exhaled in relief. Perhaps due to the tension he had maintained throughout, he collapsed as soon as he relaxed. Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brow and promptly took his pulse, then retrieved a porcelain vial to administer a pill. She turned to the doctor beside her, instructing him to tend to the wound. The doctor nodded vigorously, acknowledging her request. Shen Jinyuan stepped behind the screen, apart from Inyu and Ban Xia. No one else dared to intrude, not even daring to make a sound. Heyo had also rushed over upon hearing the news and, upon seeing the disheveled Niao Wentian standing alongside the guards of the Shun residence, was taken aback. "Have you encountered a formidable opponent?" he inquired. Niao Wentian spat in disdain. No. Heyo scrutinized him from head to toe. "You're in this state for no reason?" Niao Wentian felt a pang of bitterness. He had not intended to end up like this. A brawl had erupted between two villages in Yonghe County, and at that moment, Zhou Ziki happened to be with Shun Qingshan, who suggested lending assistance, taking along the guards from the residence. Niao Wentian was merely overseeing their training and, out of boredom, decided to join and witness the commotion. Now, he deeply regretted it. Had he known, he would have refrained from attending. Those 100 villagers were merely ordinary folk, devoid of reason, and they had engaged in a scuffle without hesitation. Chapter 79. How could Lord Shun be associated with such individuals? Observing Niao Wentian stammering, Heyo turned to inquire with the other guards. Having mingled with the Shun family for a while, he was familiar with the guards in the residence. After learning the details, Heyo could scarcely contain himself, his face turning crimson, shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Niao Wentian scoffed, "If you wish to laugh, then do so. But be wary of injuring yourself." Ha! Niao Wentian's expression darkened further. This was the most humiliating incident he had experienced in his 30-odd years of life. Heyo laughed until he could hardly stand upright. "Hironya, I am genuinely curious. What does it feel like to be besieged by commoners, leaping about in distress? What does it feel like?" He was consumed with regret, pondering why he had chosen to involve himself in such trivial matters. Seeing his silence, Heyo continued teasingly, "You must admit, how much strength could those villagers possess? A mere few moves from you could have subdued them. Why make such a spectacle of yourself? Look, your face is all bruised." At this mention, Niao Wentian's chest heaved with agitation. The marks on his face were inflicted by an old woman's scratching. He had never realized the formidable fighting prowess of rural women. No wonder they say fierce women. It truly embodies this sentiment. "Subdue? How casually you speak. They are but ordinary citizens, not heinous villains. Could I lay a hand on them?" He felt increasingly aggrieved. If he were to strike, sustaining injuries would be mild. But what if, by mischance, it resulted in a fatality? Heyo raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Niao Wentian was not as simple as he appeared, which explained why the master was willing to employ such an outsider. Indeed, the master's discernment had never faltered. An hour later, Shun Jinyuan emerged from behind the screen. Her gaze met the elder's expectant eyes. The internal injuries require gradual recuperation. Notably, he sustained a blow to the head, resulting in a hematoma. "I have already performed acupuncture to alleviate the blood clot. However, a single session is insufficient," she said, glancing at Shen Qingshan. "Father, let this child remain with me for the time being. I will need to provide further treatment." Shen Qingshan hesitated momentarily before casting a glance towards Zhou Ziki. Zhou Ziki then looked towards the elder. "Zhongbo, would it be possible to temporarily keep Xiao Huzai here?" The elder appeared somewhat flustered. "Stay here? But I have no money." Shen Qingshan immediately reassured him. "Zhongbo, you need not worry. The child can remain in my residence for treatment, free of charge." "Free of charge? Really?" The elder's expression was one of disbelief, his gaze continuously drifting towards the screen. Shen Qingshan, unwilling to separate the grandfather and grandson, added, "Indeed, there is no cost. How about this? You are injured as well, so why not stay here to recuperate? Whenever Xiao Huzai recovers, you may leave." The elder's face brightened. "I can stay too?" "Yes, indeed." Shen Qingshan glanced at the old steward waiting nearby. "Please make arrangements for the elder's accommodation." "Yes, sir," the steward responded. Shen Qingshan then smiled at Zhou Ziki, realizing he had forgotten to introduce him. "This is my eldest daughter, Zhou Ziki, courtesy named Zhongliang." He then turned to Shen Jinyuan. "Warm, this is Lord Zhou, the magistrate of Yong'an County." Shen Jinyuan inclined her head slightly. "Greetings, Lord Zhou." Zhou Ziki, feeling somewhat awkward, adjusted her clothing. For today had indeed been quite a tumultuous affair. "Greetings, Mississippi. I must trouble you to care for Xiao Huzai." Shen Jinyuan nodded gently. It is my duty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Jinyuan instructed Yin to carry the child back to her courtyard. As Shen Jinyuan exited the hall, Yao followed closely, reporting the information he had gathered. Is it true that the two villages had a dispute over water? Indeed, such occurrences are rather common among farmers. Since they are merely ordinary folk, even if the officials arrive with guards, they dare not resort to violence. Shen Jinyuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Shen Qingshan had long resided in the capital, where he had little understanding of the common people's affairs. Being in the company of a local magistrate like Zhou Ziki allowed him to learn quite a bit. In the Qintian mansion, Yi Xiao, donned in a conical hat, was seated at a roadside tea shop, sipping tea. He had been waiting for nearly an hour, and his contact had yet to arrive. He decided to wait for another half hour. If they still did not show, he would take his leave. The gentle drizzle of rain today rendered the muddy road less than pleasant for Yi Xiao. Having consumed 2 pots of tea, his patience waned. And just as he prepared to rise, a low, husky voice inquired, "Is that you, Brother Yi?" Yi Xiao raised his gaze to meet a pair of eyes that seemed to dance between amusement and seriousness. The newcomer was a man in his 30s, with a square face and broad forehead, his brows sharp as swords, and slightly sunken eyes, yet bright and piercing, with slight traces of age at the corners, lending him an air of both sharpness and composure. He was broad-shouldered with well-defined muscles, not brutishly strong, but rather lean and powerful, walking with a straight back and steady gait, exuding the essence of a trained fighter. This man was Feng Huai, the contact Yi Xiao had been waiting for. In truth, he had arrived much earlier, observing from the shadows until Yi Xiao's impatience prompted him to reveal himself. Yi Xiao clasped his hands in salutation. "Are you Master Feng?" Feng Huai smiled. "Indeed, that is I. My apologies for the delay. I was held up by an unforeseen matter. I hope, brother, you can forgive me." Yi Xiao maintained a calm demeanor. "No harm done. I had no pressing matters anyway. I have reserved a private room at the restaurant. Shall we proceed to converse?" Night Owl nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the grandest establishment in Qintianfu, the Shanghai restaurant. The seclusion of the private rooms here was exceptional, making them indeed more suitable for discussions. Feng Huai poured a cup of tea for Night Owl, stating that it was the finest tea the restaurant offered, encouraging his younger brother to savor it. Night Owl examined the cup, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although he had indulged a bit too much earlier, he decided to take a sip. He drank the tea in one go, uncertain if he could discern its qualities, yet he remarked, "Good tea." Feng Huai smiled gently, appearing far removed from the demeanor of a seasoned bodyguard, resembling instead a shrewd businessman. Having enjoyed the tea, Night Owl cut to the chase, inquiring when Feng Biao would collect the goods that had arrived. Upon discussing the matter at hand, Feng Huai's expression turned serious. He noted the heightened scrutiny in recent days and had anticipated that their arrival would be delayed. He then asked where the goods were currently located and if they were secure. Night Owl assured him they were within the city and safe. Feng Huai, taken aback, acknowledged the audacity of this individual. After a moment's contemplation, he noted that a ship would set sail tonight, and the items should not linger to avoid complications. Feng Huai, appreciating Night Owl's straightforwardness, found himself developing a favorable impression of him. They agreed to meet at the western dock of the city at the midnight hour. Night Owl inquired whether assistance was needed, to which Feng Huai replied it was unnecessary. Both men, accustomed to their dealings, concluded their business, and Night Owl departed. As soon as he left, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows. "Master, our people have followed him," the figure reported. Feng Huai, expressionless, gazed at the now empty cup, stating that they were no match for Night Owl. The figure frowned and suggested recalling their men. Feng Huai's gaze deepened. He harbored no ill will towards Night Owl. Anyone trusted by Lord Shun was undoubtedly reliable. Nonetheless, he was surprised by the connection between Lord Shun and such a character. Chapter 80. When did you learn to drive a cart? Upon leaving the restaurant, Night Owl quickly sensed the presence of those trailing him. He found no fault in Feng Huai's actions. He would have done the same in his position. Their life of peril had instilled in them a habit of meticulous caution. After maneuvering through a few twists and turns, he successfully eluded his pursuers. In Yong'an County, at the county governor's residence, in the Haitang courtyard, Shun Jinyuan was instructing Shun Huayan in the art of calligraphy, while the ever-watchful He Yao stood in the courtyard, hesitant to intrude. "That will suffice for today," Shun Jinyuan announced. "Bansha has prepared some pastries for you. Off you go." Shun Huayan was typically obedient to Shun Jinyuan. Yet at that moment, he remained rooted in place. Shun Jinyuan chuckled, reminding him of the lessons promised for the day, assuring him she had not forgotten. With a smile, Shun Huayan then skipped away, eager to learn from Shun Jinyuan, whose skill with the silver needles was unparalleled. Once the child had departed, Shun Jinyuan returned her gaze to Hiyao. That scoundrel Huang Wide has truly lost his mind. I never imagined he would manage to dispatch another batch of goods under the cover of night. Hiyao expressed a desire to inquire whether they should intervene. Shun Jinyuan replied calmly, "Yes, intercept them. This is no longer a matter for you to question me about." Hiyao nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Shun Jinyuan. He had long held a disdain for Huang Wide and realized that in his haste to ship the goods, the local populace of the iron mine would endure immeasurable suffering. Given his temperament, he truly wished to seize someone and let them experience the hardships of life. Moreover, recently, Huang Wide had secretly recruited numerous strong laborers. The incidents of missing persons across various regions had already instilled a sense of panic among the populace. It seemed he was cornered and acted recklessly, resulting in a clumsy execution of his plans. The elder Shun had also received word. It was likely that the counties below had begun to respond. Shun Jinyuan nodded silently, knowing that since Shun Wei was already aware, he would naturally handle the matter. The second prince, Xianyuan Li, held dominion over Weiziu. Our scouts returned with news that the person in charge there was, surprisingly, a woman who perpetually donned a black robe. Xianyuan Li seldom appeared before others. A woman? This piqued Shun Jinyuan's interest. What manner of woman could she be? He Yao shook his head, stating that this individual habitually concealed her face with a black veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. Our people could only ascertain her gender and estimate her age to be over 30 based on her figure and voice. Shun Jinyuan pondered, so in Weiziu, Xianyuan Li does not manage affairs. It is entirely dictated by that woman? Indeed. Is there any connection between Nanzhou and Weiziu? He Yao hesitated, stating that we have found no trace of any connection. After the iron was transported to Nanzhou, it was not sent elsewhere? No. Shun Jinyuan unconsciously drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. "Master Uncle, come quickly to save someone." The loud voice of Shangguan Yuyao could be heard clearly even from a distance away from Haiding Courtyard. Shun Jinyuan furrowed his brow. She was undoubtedly in trouble again. As expected, her figure soon appeared, carrying someone on her shoulder. Shangguan Yuyao set the person down, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, look at this person. He was struck by our carriage. He can't be dead, can he?" Although merely a small beggar, she felt a deep sense of guilt. If not for her reckless driving to take Shinshuero and the others out for a leisurely outing, this unfortunate incident would not have occurred. He Yao was equally exasperated with the second miss of the Shangguan family for her impulsiveness. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Aguo?" He hurriedly crouched down to inspect, and indeed, it was Aguo. Shun Jinyuan inquired, "Do you know him?" "Yes, master. It was Aguo who provided me with crucial information previously when we sought iron mines. His father and uncles are there, and I saw him just a few days ago. He seemed well." Upon finishing, He Yao cast a furious glance at Shangguan Yuyao. Shangguan Yuyao, feeling guilty, urged, "Master Uncle, please check on him. I didn't notice him while driving, but I truly pulled the reins with all my might. It shouldn't be serious." Shun Jinyuan sighed. "When did you learn to drive a carriage?" As he spoke, he began examining the boy named Aguo. Shangguan Yuyao lowered her head. I don't know how, so I'm learning." At that moment, Shun Shuero and Shun Yingying hurriedly arrived. Lacking Shangguan Yuyao's agility, they could not catch up. Both girls, panting heavily, stood by quietly upon seeing Shun Jinyuan tending to the little beggar. Shun Jinyuan quickly withdrew his hands, noting only minor abrasions, nothing serious. He Yao, skeptical, remarked, "How is it possible? How could mere abrasions cause him to faint?" Shun Jinyuan cast a glance at him, hunger evident in his eyes. Was he faint from starvation? He Yao fell silent. Only then did Shangguan Yuyao breathe a sigh of relief. "I knew it. I truly reined in the reins at the first moment, so he shouldn't have been harmed. It scared me to death, but thankfully he is unharmed." Shun Jinyuan instructed He Yao, "Take this child with you and have Bansha prepare some food for him. You have the medicine for external injuries as well." "Yes," He Yao replied without hesitation, hoisting Agu away. Shun Jinyuan then turned his gaze towards Shangguan Yuyao, and subsequently glanced at Shun Shuero and Shun Yingying, ultimately fixing his eyes back on Shangguan Yuyao. "Is it your carriage?" Shangguan Yuyao nervously fiddled with her fingers, replying softly, "Yes." Shen Jinyuan's gaze shifted again to Shen Shuero and Shen Yingying. Did you two sit in the carriage? Shen Yingying dared not meet Shen Jinyuan's eyes, while Shen Shuero braved herself to answer, yes. Shen Jinyuan let out a cold laugh, realizing that the once obedient girls had been led astray by this troublemaker. Growing so audacious, he casually picked up a book he had just been reading from the stone table. Quite thick. Since you find yourselves so bored, the three of you shall practice your calligraphy these days. Copy this ancient text 20 times each. Before he finished speaking, Shangwan Yuyao let out a wretched wail. With a fierce glance from Shen Jinyuan, she could only reluctantly close her mouth. You are not permitted to leave until you finish. The three girls dared not utter a word, merely acknowledging his command. In the following days, the trio diligently transcribed the book within Haitang Courtyard. Shun Huayan occupied a small desk by herself, while the three sisters took over the stone table where they used to enjoy tea and snacks, determined to remain in Haitang Courtyard regardless. In the capital, within the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study, Your Majesty, the third prince is still kneeling outside. The head eunuch cautiously reminded. The emperor scoffed, let him kneel if he wishes. The head eunuch licked his lips, hesitant to speak further. Truly, this son of his was rather foolish. The Minister of Revenue had accepted bribes, neglected his duties, and forged accounts, with ample evidence against him. Yet he still dared to openly exonerate him? The emperor was at a loss whether to commend his audacity or lament his lack of intellect. Chapter 81. The allure of wealth. The third prince had knelt outside the imperial study for 2 hours, his knees aching to the point of near collapse. Gritting his teeth, he never expected his father to be so hard-hearted, unwilling even to grant him an audience. Though accustomed to luxury and privilege, after merely 2 hours of kneeling, he felt as if he could no longer endure. Yet, having come this far, to give up now would render his suffering in vain. What was initially a performance for others had turned into a predicament, leaving him trapped without a clear path forward. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Xiao Wenxian leisurely wrote within his estate, seemingly in good spirits. The old steward hurried in. Sir, someone from the palace reports that the third prince is still kneeling outside the imperial study. Several officials have come by. Do you truly not wish to send someone to persuade him? Xiao Wenxian did not even lift his eyelids, remarking that the Minister of Revenue was utterly loyal to the third prince, and thus it was only natural for him to plead on his behalf. However, the steward's mouth twitched. With the damning evidence against the minister, any sensible person would keep their distance, wouldn't they? Is there still no news from Yingquan Palace? The old steward shook his head, indicating otherwise. Xiao Wenxian furrowed his brow. Why had it taken so long for their return? He set aside the wolf hair brush in his hand. All right, you may leave for now. The matters concerning the third prince can be set aside for the time being. Yes, I shall take my leave. As soon as the steward departed, Xiao Wenxian whispered, come forth. A shadow immediately materialized in the study. Kneeling on one knee to pay respects. My lord, has Shen Wei been compliant in Yong'an County? Upon his arrival in Yong'an County, Lord Shen commenced a thorough investigation into various matters, uncovering irregularities in taxation that left Huang Wide somewhat at a disadvantage. Xiao Wenxian's expression remained unchanged. Has any information regarding the iron mine leaked? None. Xiao Wenxian nodded. He may scrutinize other matters as he pleases, but this particular issue must remain under my vigilant watch. Despite the numerous assassination attempts, Shen Wei still lives. I do not wish to speculate on the forces that may be aiding him, nor whether that individual is involved. However, after years in office, I have never believed in mere coincidence. Could Shen Wei's demotion to Yong'an County be a deliberate arrangement by that individual? Now that it has transpired, these considerations are moot. If the tax situation cannot be resolved, we shall sacrifice Huang Wide and find someone to take his place when the time comes. Understood. Moreover, keep a low profile regarding the iron mine for the time being. Minimize shipments to avoid raising Shen Wei's suspicions. Yes, of course. Xiao Wenxian's eyes glinted with menace. Should that old scoundrel uncover anything, you know what must be done. Yes, we understand. In the capital, within the prince's residence, Xianyuan Jing's strategist, Xian Ming, wore a look of delight. Your Highness, I did not expect the third prince to be so foolish as to openly advocate for the Minister of Revenue. The emperor must be seething with anger. Even punishment by kneeling would be a lenient response. Xianyuan Jing sneered. To showcase his own benevolence. My younger brother has indeed made things difficult for himself. Xian Ming stroked his mustache. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. How could such a shrewd chancellor allow him such reckless behavior? Xianyuan Jing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the same question. It was akin to his earlier confusion regarding why the Chancellor would assist the third prince. He was well aware of his younger brother's character. Over the years, he had been weak and oppressed by the third prince, primarily due to a lack of capable subordinates and financial resources. Conversely, the third prince had gained considerable power, bolstered by the Chancellor's support, with the court officials almost entirely siding with him, along with backing from his maternal clan. Setting those matters aside, the most pressing concern now was who would succeed the Minister of Revenue. Xianming's expression grew serious. The Emperor's intentions are difficult to decipher, and this position is of utmost importance. Xian Yuanjing's demeanor remained unchanged. It matters not what our father thinks. We must swiftly ascertain who would be the most suitable candidate for this position and find a way to present him before the Emperor. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a ghostly visage approached from the corner of the study, offering a stack of documents to Xian Yuanjing. These are the profiles of several officials I have recently investigated. They may serve as references for the prince. Xian Yuanjing glanced at the figure without uttering a word, accepting the documents and scrutinizing them intently. One by one, Xian Yuanjing examined the documents with great care. "Do you have any recollection of this Zhang Ji?" he inquired as he handed the materials to Xianming. Upon receiving them, Xianming scrutinized the contents and promptly searched his memory for information about the individual in question. Soon, he indeed recalled some details. "Your Highness may not remember him, but the examination fraud case from 7 years ago should still linger in your mind." Xian Yuanjing raised his gaze, eager for clarification. Zhang Ji was among the scholars who, during that infamous incident, knelt before the palace gates, beseeching the Emperor for a thorough investigation. It could even be said that his efforts significantly contributed to the gathering of hundreds of students at the palace entrance. Xian Yuanjing nodded thoughtfully. "Does the gentleman believe he is suitable for this position?" Xianming replied. "Zhang Ji possesses a forthright character, yet he has garnered resentment from numerous individuals due to that incident. Despite his exceptional talent, he has remained sidelined for years, under various pressures. He is now merely a deputy in the Ministry of Revenue. Why would the Crown Prince take notice of him?" Xian Yuanjing offered a wry smile as he handed over the remaining documents, many of which were familiar to both of them. Some were evidently biased, either favoring the third prince or those who had supported the second prince in the past. The remaining candidates were too entangled with their families. The Ministry of Revenue, unlike the others, was easily swayed by money. Thus, I require someone upright, with a clean background and an untainted family lineage to assume this position. Xianming furrowed his brow, acknowledging, "Your Highness speaks wisely. However, even if the Crown Prince elevates Zhang Ji, given his disposition, he is unlikely to align himself with your cause." Xian Yuanjing chuckled lightly. "Whether he stands with me is of little consequence. What truly matters is his capacity to remain neutral. As long as his loyalty lies with the Emperor of the Great Zhou, should he ascend to that position, he will be the one to whom Zhang Ji pledges allegiance. If he is not destined for that role, it would still be advantageous to leave a capable individual for the court." Xianming quickly grasped Xian Yuanjing's intent and sighed. "If this is the Crown Prince's desire, and given the current lack of suitable candidates, let us proceed as such." Xian Yuanjing nodded. "The most pressing matter now is how to ensure Zhang Ji makes an impression before my father." After a moment of contemplation, Xianming remarked, "It appears there is still hope. The Minister of Revenue and his 2 deputies may not have faced direct accusations, but they are not without their entanglements. The Emperor's decision not to take action against them already reflects his leniency, and he would likely be disinclined to continue their service. If the Emperor seeks someone else to gradually acclimate to the ministry's affairs, Zhang Ji could seize this opportunity." "Excellent. However, we must not remain idle. We need to ensure that the Emperor takes notice of Zhang Ji," Xian Yuanjing affirmed. Chapter 82. The deep affection between the Crown Prince and Crown Princess having concluded their serious discussions, Xian Yuanjing glanced at the time. "You two may return now. I must go accompany the Crown Princess for dinner." In the past, Xianming would have likely offered further commentary, but today he wore a radiant smile, as it was only natural for one to envy the profound bond shared between the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Xian Yuanjing's lips curled into a charming smile, his eyes softening considerably as he nodded and took his leave. At this moment, Shang Wanjian was sighing deeply, her appetite utterly diminished despite the array of delicacies before her. When Xian Yuanjing entered, he beheld her with her hands propping up her chin, a visage marked by despondency. Xian Yuanjing glanced at the maidservant beside her, who merely shook her head awkwardly, indicating her ignorance of the situation. He gently ruffled the top of her hair, inquiring, "What troubles you? Is the food unappetizing?" It seemed that Shang Wanjian had only just noticed Xian Yuanjing's presence. "Husband, you've come," she exclaimed. Xian Yuanjing raised an eyebrow, sensing that something serious must have transpired. For his little wife had not even acknowledged him until now. "Why do you appear so glum? Who has upset you?" Upon hearing this, Shang Wanjian's eyes reddened, revealing a hint of anger. That wretched girl, Yu Yao, had not come to the capital but had gone to her granduncle instead. Xian Yuanjing took a moment to recall who Yu Yao was. It was none other than his yet-to-be-met sister-in-law. Did her father not mention that she was arriving in the capital? Shang Wanjian pouted. "My father knows nothing about Yu Yao. He has lost track of her. It was the granduncle who wrote to say that Yu Yao has found her. At least she is safe now, so you need not worry," Xian Yuanjing reassured her. Yet, Shang Wanjian remained fuming. "That wretched girl does not even think of me. She didn't even consider coming to see me." This was her only sister, whom she had cherished deeply throughout their lives. Of course, being 2 years her senior, she had often teased her. However, it had been more than 2 years since they had last seen each other. Did this little ingrate truly not miss her elder sister at all? Now Xian Yuanjing understood. His little wife longed for her family. He embraced her gently, saying, "I apologize for your solitude. I know you wish to return home." Shang Wanjian frowned. "What does this have to do with you?" I just miss my family, that's all." She lowered her head, falling silent. Xian Yuanjing let out a soft sigh. "I promise you, at the appropriate time, I will accompany you back to visit." Shang Wanjian's eyes brightened. "Really? Indeed. Are you certain?" Xian Yuanjing's tender gaze lingered on her small face. "Absolutely." In an instant, Shang Wanjian was appeased. Her spirits lifted as she resumed her meal. At the residence of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Lida personally came to deliver medicine to the second young master of the Marquis of Wei Yuan, seeking also to discern who wished to meet the esteemed physician. After inspecting Qiao Qiubai's legs, which were recovering well, he remarked that the young master should be able to rise and walk soon. Marquis Qiao Zhen and his wife, Wang, exchanged astonished glances at Qiao Qiubai, having not heard him mention this progress. Qiao Qiubai, a bit shy, replied, "Yes, I can take a few steps. Do not rush. Your injuries require further care. To return to full health, you must strictly adhere to the doctor's orders." "Yes, I shall remember, Autumn White." Wang stepped forward. "How could you hide such significant news from your father and me?" Qiao Qiubai smiled. "I didn't mean to conceal it. I simply wanted to wait until I could walk a bit more before telling you." Qiao Zhen, feeling delighted, stroked his beard and said, "The doctor has advised patience. You must heed this advice." "Understood, father." Lida organized the medicine box and turned to Qiao Zhen. "May I request a moment of your time, my lord?" Qiao Zhen paused, suddenly realizing something, and promptly led him to the study. Qiao Qiubai gazed at her mother in bewilderment, while Wang Shi merely shook her head, indicating her ignorance. "If you wish to know, inquire with your father later." Inside the study, Lida got straight to the point. "My lord, I heard from a servant at the inn that you wish to meet with the ghost doctor." Qiao Zhen had long been aware of Dr. Li from the Sansheng Hall, but it was only when they sent someone to deliver medicine that he learned he was affiliated with the ghost doctor. Indeed, an old friend's only son suffers from a peculiar ailment, having sought many renowned physicians in vain, and wishes to seek the ghost doctor's counsel. Lida nodded. "You must be aware, my lord, of the conditions under which the ghost doctor offers her services. The fact that she is willing to treat the second young master is already a testament to the loyalty exhibited by the Wei Yuan Marquis. May I inquire about the specifics of this patient's condition?" Qiao Zhen remained silent for a moment. "Dr. Li, please understand, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but this matter involves the privacy of another, and I have not obtained their consent." Lida nodded in understanding. "Then I ask you to convey a message, my lord. The ghost doctor does not treat every ailment indiscriminately. If they are amenable, allow me to examine the patient first before deciding whether to report to the ghost doctor. Does that sound agreeable to you?" Qiao Zhen nodded, finding no fault in the proposal. "I cannot make this decision unilaterally, but I will certainly convey Dr. Li's intentions. Should they agree, I shall send someone to summon you." Lida nodded in affirmation. "Very well." In Yong'an County, at the residence of the county magistrate, in the Haiting courtyard, Shun Jinyuan reclined on a soft couch in the corridor, resting with her eyes closed. Shun Huayan was diligently practicing acupuncture techniques beneath a tree, and he was already showing considerable promise, albeit with some strength still lacking. Shangguan Yuyo, Shun Shuero, and Shun Yingying were in the courtyard transcribing texts. Shun Shuuro and Shun Yingying had adapted well to the routine over the past few days, as their elder sister had not pressured them, allowing them to proceed at their own pace. However, Shangguan Yuyo had a more difficult time, being someone who preferred wielding swords and guns. Taking up a brush was quite a challenge for her. The other two young ladies sat gracefully, riding with elegance that was pleasing to the eye, while she struggled, her face resembling that of a calico cat, uncertain if Shun Jinyuan would require her to copy it again. Banksia approached with a tray and deftly navigated past the others to Shun Jinyuan's side. "Miss, would you care for some pastries?" Shun Jinyuan did not open her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. With a smile, Banksia set the tray aside and turned to the still practicing Shun Huayan. "Young master, would you like some snacks?" Shun Huayan was engrossed, aspiring to practice until he matched his aunt's skill. While challenging, he was determined not to give up. Banksia could only offer a resigned smile at the sight. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuyo felt like crying. "Banksia, even you do not love me anymore." Banksia twitched her lips. "Second miss, you should hurry and finish your transcription. Your portion is still in the kitchen." She glanced nervously at Shun Jinyuan and winked at Shangguan Yuyo. "Once you complete your writing today, I shall bring it to you." Shangguan Yuyo pouted, casting a glance at her meditative grandmaster, feeling a surge of unexpressed frustration. At that moment, Inua hastily approached Shun Jinyuan. "Miss, the elder master requests your presence." Shun Jinyuan finally opened her eyes. "What is it?" "It seems he wishes to borrow some personnel." A smile graced Shun Jinyuan's lips. "Is my grandfather preparing to take action?" Chapter 83. He, as an elder brother, appears somewhat inadequate. In the residence of the governor of Yong'an County, within the study, Shun Wei and Shun Jinyuan were engaged in a game of Go, this being their third match. Finally, Shun Wei spoke with a smile. "It's a draw." The old man was sweating profusely. At least they had managed to draw a game. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Shun Jinyuan maintained a neutral expression, tossing the black stone in her hand into the jar. When is grandfather planning to act? The previously jovial demeanor of Shun Wei instantly shifted to seriousness. "In 3 days." Shun Jinyuan nodded. "Is there a shortage of manpower?" "Not exactly. A contingent will arrive shortly. However, there are too many common folk in the iron mine. If the two sides engage in battle, my grandfather fears the indiscriminate violence. Thus, he hopes that Nuan can lend additional personnel, primarily to protect the innocent and minimize casualties." Shun Jinyuan smirked. "It seems that Hakong has been quite talkative in your presence." Shun Wei chuckled, stroking his beard. "That child is quite commendable." "Very well, I shall arrange the personnel." Shun Wei nodded. "Before Huang Wide reports the loss of goods, we must act swiftly to catch them off guard." Shun Jinyuan wore a playful smile. "How does grandfather know that Lord Huang will refrain from reporting this matter?" Shun Wei raised an eyebrow. "I am more acquainted with the tendencies of these officials. Moreover, I never underestimate human nature." "And what about the individual who might send someone to take over the iron mine?" Shun Wei paused, then nodded. "The emperor will certainly make arrangements." "Should we not return to the capital then?" Shun Wei shook his head. "Not so soon." Shun Jinyuan expressed doubt. "Isn't he intending for you to serve as an inspector, patrolling on behalf of the emperor? He seems to give no thought to your age." Shun Wei shook his head with a laugh. "Does Nuan think my age is a burden?" Shun Jinyuan replied earnestly. "Your health is indeed not as robust as that of the younger generation. Such matters ought to be entrusted to someone strong and vigorous. Yet, it appears that he has few trustworthy individuals around him." Shun Wei sighed. "The emperor is merely cautious. I do not wish to betray his trust." Shun Jinyuan contemplated voicing her thoughts on blind loyalty, but, noting the seriousness in Shun Wei's expression, decided against it. Shun Wei, being perceptive, noticed her hesitation and cheerfully shifted the topic. "Is the 7 Stars Pavilion established by Nuan's master?" Shun Jinyuan glanced at him, not fabricating any falsehood. "No, I founded it out of boredom." Shun Wei was taken aback. "When did you establish it?" 3 years ago. At that time, Xiaoyu had departed, and I was exceedingly bored, so I sought something to occupy my time." Shun Wei, though internally astonished, maintained a composed demeanor and nodded. "And what of your adoptive parents?" "False." "Why? Are you afraid that we—" Shun Jinyuan's expression remained indifferent. "I have no recollection of my childhood. My master told me he found my family, and I trust his investigation to be reliable. However, due to a lack of understanding, trust cannot be established." The words were spoken plainly and with an air of inevitability, leaving Shun Wei momentarily at a loss for a response. Ultimately, he merely nodded. "So, Nuan grew up under the care of her master?" "I suppose so. During the initial years after he found me, He was the one who raised me. Later, a flicker of helplessness crossed Shun Jinyuan's gaze. Perhaps he found her no longer amusing and entrusted her to his senior brother. Shenwei observed her with an earnest expression, wholly attentive. Subsequently, my senior brother took me under his wing, but as I grew older, I began to wander, returning home less frequently. Shenwei nodded, inquiring when it would be convenient for your grandfather to meet your master and senior brother. They have nurtured you so well. We ought to express our gratitude. My senior brother has been secluded for years, and I have not seen him in over a year. As for my master, I am currently unaware of his whereabouts. When I next manage to get in touch, I will convey your message. Shun Jinyuan glanced out of the study. It seemed their father had not been home much lately. Your father, it appears, has learned quite a bit from Lord Zhou recently. Shun Jinyuan cast a glance at Shen Wei. Their grandfather seemed quite pleased with this development. Shun Wei chuckled softly. Whether it be your father or your elder brother, their future battleground will undoubtedly be in the capital. However, understanding the people's livelihood is crucial. Your father has been quite busy lately, often consulting with your elder brother on various matters, and they have been doing well. For instance, the conflict between the two villages over water usage was handled quite adeptly. Once one grasps the sentiments of the common folk and genuinely resolves their issues, everything else becomes manageable. Regarding Xinyan, Shun Wei looked at Shun Jinyuan with concern. When will your elder brother be able to move about? What? Is elder brother anxious? Shun Wei sighed. His elder brother, in his desire to spare the family from worry, keeps everything bottled up inside, confined within the residence daily. He is more anxious than anyone. I will visit him shortly. He should soon be able to attempt getting out of bed. After some further rehabilitation, he should be able to walk normally. Shen Wei stroked his beard, saying, Good, you go and speak with him. He will listen to what you say. Indeed, after leaving Shun Wei's study, Shun Jinyuan made her way directly to Shun Yan's room. Shun Yan was propped up on the bed, engrossed in a book, a position to which he had now become accustomed. Upon seeing Shun Jinyuan arrive, his originally stern expression softened immediately. Wan, what brings you here? Shun Jinyuan glanced at the book he was reading. I came to check on elder brother's recovery. Shun Yan smiled and set the book aside. It was a treatise on agriculture that Shun Jinyuan had gifted him. These two books have been of great assistance to me. They contain many unique insights that have inspired me greatly. As Shun Jinyuan examined his injuries, she responded, as long as they are helpful. Xinyan lay there, sensing the nuances of Shun Jinyuan's mood, yet he could also guess that his sister likely wore a neutral expression. He chuckled lightly and continued, However, I had someone search for these books, and there appears to be no trace of them in the market. Where did you procure them, sister? I cannot recall. Oh, what a pity. Had I known their origins, I would have sought out other potentially useful texts. Shin Jinyuan's subordinates remained vigilant. If elder brother enjoys reading, he may send someone to fetch my books. However, they might be rather eclectic. Shin Yan's eyes lit up, as he had been contemplating this matter recently. The two agricultural books had greatly benefited him, and he recognized their rarity. He felt a twinge of guilt, believing he was taking advantage of his younger sister. Is that acceptable? Shun Jinyuan retracted her hand and settled onto the soft stool beside the bed, while Shun Yan's servant promptly approached to arrange his master's clothing, performing the task with practiced ease. Of course, books are meant to be read, Shun Yan replied, warmed by Shun Jinyuan's unassuming gaze. Over the past few days, he had gleaned some insights about his sister from their grandfather's words. Beyond admiration, he found himself at a loss for appropriate descriptors. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of inadequacy, realizing that as an elder brother, he appeared somewhat feeble. Chapter 84. Is there a business proposition from the valiant Nya? As long as Warm is unbothered, that is sufficient. Meeting his gaze, Shin Jinyuan said, It's merely some books. Elder brother is welcome to take them at any time. Shin Yin smiled gently. All right, elder brother understands. Shin Jinyuan felt somewhat uneasy under his tender gaze. Her brother's recovery was progressing well, and in about 7 days, he might attempt to rise and move about. Really? Upon hearing this news, Shin Yin felt a surge of excitement. Being confined to this bed, unable to rise or step outside, had been exceedingly trying. Yes, but we must not rush. I will devise a training regimen based on his condition at that time. All right, I will heed Warm's advice. After departing from Shin Yin, Shin Jinyuan made her way to the second residence. Madame Li was exceedingly warm, treating Shin Jinyuan as if she were still a child, presenting her with a variety of delightful treats and beverages. Shin Jinyuan felt a touch of embarrassment, holding a piece of pastry, uncertain whether to eat or not. To partake seemed difficult, as she glanced at the overly sweet confection, which did not appeal to her. Yet, refusing would seem impolite under Madame Li's eager gaze. Ultimately, she took a small bite, confirming her suspicion that it was indeed too sweet. Seeing her eat brought Madame Li immense joy. I heard from Ying that you punished her and Shui Rou for their misdeeds. Shen Jinyuan promptly set down the pastry. Yes, I did. Madame Li waved her hand. That is well done. I have heard about it. How could those two girls be so audacious? Punishment is warranted. As the elder sister, you must not be soft-hearted. Merely copying texts, will they ever learn? Shen Jinyuan paused, then smiled gently. They are usually quite obedient. This time, they were led astray by that girl Yuyao. I thought that by having them copy texts, things would calm down a bit. Speaking of Shangguan Yuyao, Madame Li's expression faltered momentarily. That girl was quite endearing, having dined with Shun Ying on several occasions at their residence. Yet, Madame Li shuddered at the thought of her prodigious appetite. How could such a small frame accommodate so much food? This truly perplexed her. At that moment, Shen Anyun's servant arrived. Second Madam, Miss. The second master is ready for you to come. Very well, we shall go at once. Li was somewhat displeased, remarking on her second uncle, who, despite being unable to venture outside, refused to be idle, lying in bed while still preoccupied with his business acumen. She pondered what monumental matters could possibly require our patience. Shen Jinyuan remained silent, offering no commentary. After an examination, she turned to Shen Anyun and asked if her second uncle was still in pain. Shen Anyun appeared to be in significantly better spirits, much improved compared to the initial days. The discomfort was manageable as long as it wasn't aggravated. In Shen Anyun's view, experiencing pain was a positive sign. Yes, recovery is progressing well, but one must refrain from unnecessary movements. The meridians are still healing, and this is a critical period. Further injury could lead to complications. Before Shen Anyun could articulate her thoughts, Li interjected, rest assured, Aunt will take good care of your second uncle. After Shen Anyun departed, she visited two other children convalescing in the manor, and by the time she finished, night was approaching. Shen Jinyuan sighed, exclaiming that the governor's residence was turning into a clinic. Inoue observed Shen Jinyuan's demeanor and inquired if she was fatigued. Shen Jinyuan waved her hand dismissively. I am well enough. Let us return. As the master and servant made their way from the front courtyard, they encountered Niao Wentian. Upon seeing Shen Jinyuan, Niao Wentian instinctively turned to leave, unable to articulate his sentiments. He felt a certain trepidation towards this young lady. Shen Jinyuan called out to him first, Hironya. With a resigned sigh, he bit down on his molars, regretting his lack of swiftness. He turned to face Shen Jinyuan and clasped his fists. Miss Shun. Shen Jinyuan took a couple of steps closer and inquired if Hironya was interested in a business opportunity. A business? He perked up at the mention of profit. What kind of business? Shen Jinyuan smiled warmly. Heyo and his companions have a rescue mission in 3 days, involving nearly 1,000 ordinary citizens. Would you join us? Hironya? The reward is 100 taels of silver for each person saved. What do you say? Niao Wentian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At 100 taels, 10 would amount to 1,000, and 100, he would be rich. He cleared his throat, suppressing his mirth, since Miss Shun has proposed it. I shall certainly accept without hesitation. It is settled. Shen Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. Excellent. After Niao Wentian departed, Inoue spoke up. Miss, you seem particularly favorable towards Hironya. Why is that? It cannot be deemed favoritism, really. He and Li Hanting are among the few in the martial world whom I regard positively. Your appraisal is quite high. Inoue noted. Shen Jinyuan smirked. He is competent, and his extensive experience in the martial world will only be advantageous. Inoue chose not to elaborate further, as there were many in the Qixing Pavilion with similar backgrounds. As they approached the entrance of Haitang Courtyard, a delightful aroma wafted from within. Inoue rarely displayed a smile, but now she grinned. Bansha is preparing something delicious, the second young lady's favorite. Shen Jinyuan sighed. That girl only thinks about food. Master Uncle, you've returned. Come quickly. Bansha has concocted a new dipping sauce. It's absolutely delightful. Shun Shuuro and Shun Ying were present, their faces flushed with delight as they indulged. Even the little Shun Huayan had a rosy face from the spiciness. Observing his eager, flushed expression, Shen Jinyuan chuckled. When did you start enjoying spicy food? Bansha, feeling helpless, prepared sesame paste for the young master, but he refused and insisted on having something spicy. Shen Jinyuan pinched his chubby little face and advised him to eat less. Shun Huayan nodded. yet his chopsticks still reached for the pot brimming with chili oil. Bansha stepped forward. "My lord, your dinner is ready. Would you prefer to dine in your chamber or here?" Shun Jinyuan glanced at the long table assembled from several smaller ones, laden with a plethora of dishes. "Let us settle here, just tidy up a bit," he replied. Shin Shuero inquired, "Does elder sister dislike hot pot?" Shangwan Yiyo pouted. "My master's great-aunt prefers not to have her clothes tainted by the odor of the hot pot. Just observe her chosen seat. The wind doesn't reach her there. However, she indeed favors lighter flavors." At that moment, Shin Yingying was indulging herself, her mouth greasy with delicious food. How could anyone not relish such delightful dishes? What a pity, Shun Yingying lamented, having not dined in the second residence for several days. She had only recently discovered Bansha's exceptional culinary skills in her elder sister's chamber, and she regretted not coming sooner. In the dead of night, Shin Jinyuan continued to grind her herbs in her small apothecary. At that moment, Inua entered. "Miss, Qinbai has returned." Without raising her eyelids, Shin Jinyuan instructed him to enter. The information gathered by the person sent to investigate the second prince, Xianyuan Li, was rather scant, prompting Qinbai to undertake the journey himself. "Master," he began. Qinbai produced a folded portrait from his robe and handed it over. "This is the image of the woman in the black robe. I have yet to ascertain her identity, but one thing is certain. She hails from the capital." Chapter 85. His fate had only one conclusion. From the capital? That is not surprising, as the second Prince Xianyuan Li has only been away for a few years. Shun Jinyuan unfolded the portrait and scrutinized it closely. It depicted a face that was both strikingly beautiful and subtly restrained. The slightly arched brows and eyes exuded a blend of languor and authority. Time seemed to have favored her exceptionally, despite the lack of visible signs of aging. The profound chill in her gaze hinted at the wear of years. Do all of Xianyuan Li's people heed her command? Indeed, she possesses considerable authority, as if those individuals were inherently hers. Then it is curious. Where is Xianyuan Li? Why have we not seen him? Qinbai lowered his head. The courtyard where Xianyuan Li resides is heavily guarded. Aside from an old maid who delivers meals, this woman is the only one permitted to enter and exit. Moreover, there are skilled individuals lurking in the shadows, preventing us from approaching too closely lest we alert them. However, one thing strikes me as odd. Speak. Weichu is not a particularly affluent region. When the second prince left the capital, he was in dire straits. Yet, I observe that his household lives in utmost luxury, rivaling that of the palace, especially that enigmatic woman, who appears understated, yet her lifestyle is steeped in opulence. Shun Jinyuan's expression remained unchanged as her fingers lightly tapped the table. Ultimately, she commanded, "Continue to observe." Yes. After Qinbai departed, Shin Jinyuan found herself lost in thought, gazing at the portrait on the table. When Inua entered, she too scrutinized the image, acknowledging its beauty. "Since she is from the capital, I shall dispatch someone to investigate there. With this portrait, we are bound to uncover some clues." Shin Jinyuan shook her head, remarking that even such individuals, despite their significant status in the capital, might not warrant seeking distant connections. "My mother has spent many years in the capital and is likely well acquainted with the women in official households. It would be prudent to consult her first." Inu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. "With the operation set for 3 days hence, it is imperative to ensure that our manpower is sufficient, prioritizing the safety of the populace. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. All personnel will be gathered within 3 days," Shun Jinyuan affirmed. Once the iron mine issue is resolved, she must embark on a journey. The antidote for Crown Prince Xianyuan Jing is still missing one crucial ingredient. At the county magistrate's residence, chaos ensued. "Lost it again? How could you let this happen?" Huang Wide bellowed, his eyes seething with fury. The black-clad subordinate kneeling before him shrank back, stammering that they had no idea those adversaries seemed to have foreseen their movements, lying in wait to ambush them as soon as they appeared. Their forces were simply no match, resulting in yet another shattered cup in the aftermath. The recent depletion of cups and dishes in the county magistrate's residence was alarming, a reflection of the misfortunes that had befallen the household. Huang Wide's facial muscles twitched, clearly pushed to the brink. "The southern province is pressing. Should we inform them of the truth?" he asked, his gaze venomous as he roared, "No." For years, the iron mine operations had proceeded smoothly. His power in Yong'an County stemmed from this success, and he understood that if complications arose regarding the mine, he would be swiftly replaced. The only fate that awaited him would be dire. With a sardonic smile, Huang Wide resolved to inform the southern province that the storage area of the iron mine had collapsed, burying the goods within. Thus, the delay in shipments would necessitate their patience for a few more days. After the subordinates departed, Huang Wide slumped into the armchair, his countenance grim. Could it be Shen Wei? The memory of that day when he mercilessly eliminated so many of his shadows lingered vividly. Such actions were not typical of an ordinary scholar. Was his arrival in Yong'an County merely to target the iron mine? Were the earlier grievances regarding taxation and missing populations mere distractions? Truly a cunning old fox. He could not afford to remain passive any longer. This matter could not be concealed indefinitely. Once discovered, his life would be in jeopardy. Escape? Yes, he must flee. Over the years, he had amassed considerable wealth, and if he fled far enough, he could live freely. Suddenly, his gaze hardened with determination. In the hiding courtyard, it was still before noon when Shun Shuero and Shun Yingying arrived, accompanied by Lin Shi. At that moment, Shangguan Yuyao had just risen and was indulging in her breakfast. The stone table in the courtyard was cluttered with numerous empty plates. Shun Shuero and Shun Yingying had witnessed such a scene before, yet it never ceased to astonish them. Shun Yingying, with her bright, lively eyes, exclaimed, "Yuyao, don't you ever feel full? And lunch is almost upon us. Will you eat again?" Shangguan Yuyao popped the last piece of butterfly pastry into her mouth, replying, "Of course I will eat. I must have 5 meals a day. Missing even one is out of the question." 5 meals. Shun Shuero's lips twitched. Indeed, she still desired afternoon tea and a late-night snack. Observing her slender frame, one might wonder how, despite her considerable consumption, she had not gained an ounce. Shangguan Yuyao grinned widely, recounting how she had been quite plump in her youth, often the target of teasing. Yet, she had naturally slimmed down around the age of 13 or 14, much to her own bewilderment. Moreover, "My training consumes a lot of energy," she added. Shen Yingying pinched her still slightly chubby face and teased, "The weight has all settled right here." Shangguan Yuyao let out a soft sigh, gently kneading her own round cheeks. "It's truly quite exasperating. I hardly gain weight anywhere else, yet my face remains so full." Shun Shuero laughed as she held her small hand. "Having a bit of flesh on your face is perfectly fine. It's adorable, and you're not at all fat." "Really?" Shangguan Yuyao blinked her large eyes in disbelief. "Of course," Shen Yingying immediately affirmed. "You are especially cute, the kind that delights the elders." Shangguan Yuyao, still skeptical, touched her face again. "Is that so? My father doesn't seem to think so. He used to pinch my cheeks, claiming I ate too much and would soon deplete the family's resources." A chuckle escaped Shun Yingying, unable to suppress her amusement. Indeed, considering her daily consumption, it was no wonder that an ordinary household might struggle to support her. Madame Lin visited swiftly and departed just as quickly, merely checking on Shun Jinyuan each day, joining her for meals when possible, and attending to her own affairs otherwise. Passing through the courtyard, she noticed Shun Huan diligently practicing calligraphy alongside 3 chatty young girls, their expressions soft and warm. This was how a family ought to be. Perhaps remaining in this manner was not so bad after all, and returning to the capital was not a necessity. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Shun Jinyuan gazed at the portrait on the table, surprised that even Madame Lin had never encountered this individual. Could it be that her deductions were incorrect? That she was not a member of an official family from the capital? At that moment, the steward arrived to announce that her grandfather wished to see her. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Bansha to bring the portrait along with her. In the study, Shun Wei was deeply engrossed in something, oblivious to Shun Jinyuan's entrance. "Grandfather," she called out. Hearing her voice, Shun Wei looked up. "Ah, Nuan has arrived. Come and take a look. Do you think this arrangement is appropriate?" Chapter 86. This woman seems familiar. Shen Jinyuan approached slowly, noticing a large geographical map spread out before Shun Wei, marked with numerous locations. The arrangement was methodical and orderly. Shun Jinyuan gazed at Shun Wei in surprise. "Grandfather understands military strategy?" Shun Wei paused, then chuckled, stroking his beard. "I am no expert in military tactics. This plan is not mine." Shun Jinyuan nodded, surmising that it was the emperor of the Great Zhou's envoy at work, and deemed it feasible. Shun Wei turned his gaze to Shun Jinyuan. "So, Nuan, you also have some understanding of military strategy?" Shun Jinyuan maintained her composure, responding, "To a degree." Shun Wei's lips curled slightly, amused by her modesty. His granddaughter never ceased to surprise him. His interest in her mentor grew, curious about her origins. Since Nuan sees no issue, Shall we proceed with our plans tomorrow night? Shen Jinyuan nodded. I have already arranged for my personnel. They are ready to follow your directives at any moment. Shen Wei smiled tenderly, acknowledging, yes, He Yao has already spoken to me. The goods sent to Qintianfu have successfully arrived. As for the cargo intercepted by He Yao and his group, my grandfather has decided to hold off on any action for now. We shall leave it to the Emperor's men to handle it uniformly after tomorrow's operation. I trust my grandfather's judgment. It was then that Shen Wei noticed the item in Han Xia's hand behind Shen Jinyuan. What is that? Han Xia promptly placed the portrait on the writing desk, carefully unfolding it. Grandfather, do you recognize the person in this portrait? Shen Wei, intrigued, inquired, who is it? He leaned closer to scrutinize the image. The woman appeared somewhat familiar. Upon hearing his words, Shen Jinyuan stepped closer as well. I suspect this person is likely a lady from an official family in the capital. However, I just asked my mother, and she has no recollection, which is why I came to show it to grandfather. Furrowing his brow, Shen Wei was certain he had seen her before, but momentarily found himself at a loss. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the face in the portrait. How could this be? Noticing his reaction, Shen Jinyuan conjectured that he had indeed recognized her, and that her identity was significant. Grandfather, do you recognize her? Shen Wei fixed his intense gaze upon Shen Jinyuan, asking, where did you acquire this portrait? Shen Jinyuan did not withhold the truth, replying, from Weiziu, the territory of the second prince, Xianyuan Li. Shen Wei's mind raced with possibilities. How could this be connected to the second prince? What are your suspicions? Shen Jinyuan, fatigued from standing, found a chair to sit. Just a small conjecture, prompting an investigation. Shen Wei's expression turned grave. Do you suspect that this iron mine matter is related to the second prince? Yes, but I have yet to find evidence. And what reason do you have? Grandfather, do you recall that Weiziu is not close to here? How could you link the two? He continued, moreover. The mastermind behind the iron mine is Xiao Wenxian, a man associated with the third prince. It should have no connection to the second. Besides, after the second prince's disastrous defeat and his hasty departure from the capital, he has remained in silence these years. A smirk played on Shen Jinyuan's lips. Does grandfather have a map? Shen Wei was taken aback, but quickly rummaged through the cabinet in his study, soon finding it and spreading it out on the table. Without rising, Shen Jinyuan spoke. Grandfather may examine it closely. Weiziu is indeed quite distant from Yong'an County if traveling by land. However, it is flanked by water on the northwest, complete with a dock. Traveling via water from the South Prefecture dock, one could arrive in just 2 or 3 days. A sudden realization struck Shen Wei, prompting him to scrutinize the map intently. Ultimately, he sat back slowly, acknowledging the truth in her words. If Shen Jinyuan's speculation held merit, then the situation would become increasingly intricate. With a sigh, Shen Wei lamented, given the current instability in the court, it would be prudent to report this matter to the emperor at the earliest opportunity. Whatever the outcome, the emperor will undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly. Grandfather still has not informed me who the woman in the portrait is. Shen Wei finally refocused his thoughts. The woman bore a striking resemblance to the consort Jing within the palace, yet there were subtle differences. Shen Jinyuan furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Consort Jing is the biological mother of the second prince. However, their relationship is rather strained, to the point of being extremely cold. This explains why, despite the second prince committing such a heinous crime, Consort Jing could still maintain a stable life within the palace. Why did grandfather feel that it was unlike her? Shen Wei meticulously recalled that Jing Fei was a gentle and serene woman, kind-hearted yet timid, speaking in a soft and delicate voice, which was her demeanor before everyone. She was non-confrontational and somewhat susceptible to being bullied. Initially, she had held a minor rank in the harem, and it was only after giving birth to the second prince that the emperor elevated her status, fearing she would be mistreated in the palace. Timid? Susceptible to bullying? A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at Shen Jinyuan's lips. She could not fathom that such a place, one that devoured its inhabitants, would harbor such a person. All of this was merely a means to an end for her. Yet, the figure in the painting, a pause from Shen Wei, her gaze sharp, could betray a fierce tenacity even in a moment of neutrality, contrasting starkly with Jing Fei's temperament. Thus, grandfather felt there was a dissimilarity. He turned to Shen Jinyuan, wondering how warmth could possess her portrait. Shen Jinyuan glanced at her grandfather before unleashing a shocking revelation. This person was in white and commanded all under Xianyuan Li, who himself rarely appeared in public. Shen Wei frowned. Was the second prince under house arrest? Shun Jinyuan lowered her eyes, whether under house arrest, controlled, or merely an observer. This Jing Fei was certainly no ordinary figure. Other matters would require further investigation. Shinwei nodded. This information was crucial, and grandfather needed to know. Everything would wait until after tomorrow's actions. Time swiftly passed to the following evening, where Shun Wei and Shin Qingshan found themselves in Shun Yan's chamber, even late at night, neglecting rest. Similarly, Shin Jinyuan remained in her small apothecary, tending to her herbs. Banksia poured her some tea, wondering if the young lady was anxious about tonight's mission. Sister Ingyue had already departed, so there should be no issues. Shin Jinyuan remained silent, indeed unsettled, even somewhat restless. Her intuition had always been remarkably accurate, a unique ability she had possessed across 2 lifetimes, saving her life on several critical occasions. Today, however, that feeling was particularly intense. She could not decipher what was amiss. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the magistrate's residence was rapped upon urgently, the sound echoing with notable intensity. Who could it be? An anxious voice called from outside. This is Xiezhou. I have urgent matters to discuss with the magistrate. I hope to gain entry. Upon hearing the identity of the visitor, the steward promptly opened the door and ushered him inside. As Shun Wei hurriedly arrived, Xiezhou wasted no time with pleasantries, stating directly, "Sir, have you dispatched personnel to Shanyang County?" Shin Wei was taken aback, then met his urgent gaze with suspicion, wondering how General Xie had come to know. At this moment, Xiezhou could not concern himself with Shun Wei's doubts. "Sir, quickly recall your men. There is black powder buried beneath the iron mine." Chapter 87. That is black powder. Black powder? Shin Wei was taken aback, her complexion changing instantly. Beside him, Shin Qingshan appeared as pale as a ghost, shocked that those individuals dared to act so bold. Xiezhou, equally anxious, had long been investigating clandestinely. He was aware that they had smuggled black gunpowder years ago. There was gunpowder situated in all 4 cardinal directions around the iron mine, enabling them to obliterate the mountain at a moment's notice in times of emergency. Obliterate the entire mountain? Surely, the quantity of gunpowder must be substantial. Do we know the exact locations where the gunpowder is stored? Shin Jinyuan inquired as he entered, his expression inscrutable. Xiezhou met Shin Jinyuan's calm gaze, understanding the implication. Shin Jinyuan turned to Shin Wei, who promptly instructed Shin Qingshan to retrieve a detailed topographical map of Wulong Mountain. Shin Qingshan swiftly returned with the map, which Shin Jinyuan unfolded, revealing the entire layout of the mountain and the iron mine. Xiezhou was initially astonished by the map's intricate details, then quickly pointed out 4 locations. "These are the places I discovered. I cannot ascertain if there are additional sites." He looked urgently at Shun Wei. "Sir Shun, can we evacuate the personnel? Otherwise, I dread to think how many lives will be lost." Shin Wei remained silent, but Shin Jinyuan spoke first. "There is no time. They should be arriving soon." Xiezhou's face drained of color, and he gritted his teeth. "I will lead the troops immediately." Though he knew it might be futile, he felt compelled to investigate. Before Shin Wei could respond, Shin Jinyuan strode out of the hall, declaring, "I will go." With that, she vanished into the night like a whisper. Shin Qingshan rushed outside. Panic-stricken, warm. Half-Summer restrained him, reassuring, "Do not worry, my lord is faster." Those currently involved in the operation were still unaware of the gunpowder. It was imperative to inform them at once in order to adjust their plans. Shin Qingshan's eyes turned red. That was black gunpowder. Half-Summer pressed her lips together, ultimately stating, "My lord will certainly protect herself." However, whether everyone can retreat safely is now uncertain. Shin Qingshan was aware of Shun Jinyuan's capabilities, yet he still doubted her ability to contend with the gunpowder. He looked at Shun Wei with urgency. "Father, I must go." Shin Wei opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiezhou saluted Shin Wei, stating, "My subordinate will lead the troops for support. Sir Shun, you may accompany my forces." Meeting Shin Qingshan's determined gaze, Shin Wei finally nodded in agreement. At the foot of Wulong Mountain in Shanyang County, 2 groups ascended from 4 directions, with Shun Wei's men outnumbering Shin Jinyuan's by 2-fold. Shin Jinyuan's contingent was tasked solely with rescuing the civilians, while others were not their concern. He Yao led one group, and Niao Wentian commanded another, one advancing from the west and the other from the north. They were currently concealed in the shadows, awaiting a signal. Meanwhile, the lone figure of Yin Yu was also unaccounted for, possibly having entered ahead of them. Chewing on a blade of grass, He Yao expressed his impatience. "What are they doing? Why hasn't the signal been sent? A masked figure in black beside him replied, "Do not rush, Protector. The time has not yet come." The apparent leader of the 7-star pavilion is the ghost face, who is flanked by 4 guardians, Chinbai, Night Owl, Black Obsidian, and Cold Sword. The latter yet to make an appearance. Black Obsidian snorted in disdain. Since they had already arrived, why not take action in the stillness of the night? Surely, it was the most opportune moment to strike and eliminate their foes. His subordinates fell silent, hesitant to voice their thoughts. With a reluctant sigh, Black Obsidian finally closed his mouth, eager to commence the operation. After all, Banksia had promised him an array of delectable treats upon his return. Meanwhile, Niawentian, who was equally impetuous, had stealthily begun his ascent up the mountain, his companions struggling to restrain him. "Nya, we cannot proceed any further. The time has yet to come. And we have not received the signal," protested one of his companions. With a defiant tilt of his neck, Niawentian retorted, "What harm is there in getting a little closer? I could save more lives that way." Each life was worth 100 taels. He flexed his wrist, determined to make a grand showing today. After all, who in this world would refuse silver? Suddenly, a white shadow zipped overhead. Alarm bells rang in Niawentian's mind as his right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, his expression turning grave. The shadow returned. It was Shun Jinyuan. Furrowing his brow, Niawentian inquired in a hushed tone, "What brings you here?" Shun Jinyuan's countenance was stern as she glanced at the group trailing behind him, her icy gaze conveying a clear message: "You do not belong here." Embarrassed, Niawentian scratched his head, but Shun Jinyuan had no time for his idle chatter. "There is black powder buried at 4 points around the iron mine. Destroying one would cost 100,000 taels. Will you accept this mission, Nya?" Her words made Niawentian's eyes widen in disbelief. "Accept? That was black powder." Noticing his hesitation, Shun Jinyuan turned to leave. "Wait," Niawentian exclaimed urgently, "I accept." Without a moment's pause, Shun Jinyuan replied, "Then follow me inside." She glanced at the others, instructing, "You all continue with the plan." "Yes, yes," they replied in unison. Time was of the essence. Shun Jinyuan produced a specially crafted jade flute and played a note that cut through the air. Black Obsidian, who had previously been murmuring complaints, immediately shifted his focus. "You all continue with the plan. I will investigate inside." Though his subordinates were puzzled, none dared to question him further. Now, Shun Jinyuan and Niawentian found themselves in a secluded corner as Black Obsidian and Inu arrived swiftly. "Mississippi Master." Shun Jinyuan wasted no words, assigning them to search for the warehouses storing the black powder, one to the east and the other to the north, while she and Niawentian would head west and south. The southwest and northeast directions had water sources. Once they completed their tasks, they would signal. Understood. With Black Obsidian and Inu vanishing in an instant, Niawentian grew anxious. What signal? Shun Jinyuan tossed him a palm-sized device resembling a firecracker before disappearing herself. Niawentian clicked his tongue. This was a perilous endeavor. Why did these 3 act without a hint of hesitation? Were they courting death? Ah, well, if madness it was, then he would leave it to fate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The night sky erupted in flames as the operation commenced. The sounds of battle and the clash of steel echoed hauntingly through the mountains. Deep within the iron mine, some individuals tirelessly hammered away, while others lay in corners, lost in slumber. The guards, with fierce expressions, seemed ready to strike anyone who dared to disobey. At the slightest sound, both the weary citizens and the guards were taken aback. The former, exhausted in body and spirit, were like startled birds, fearful of even the faintest disturbance. The latter, astonished, were confronted with an unprecedented occurrence. Intruders had breached their domain for the first time in years. In Chapter 88, the guards exchanged glances, and one, resembling a small leader, barked commands. "Get back to work, you lot. Those of you resting, rise at once." He lashed out with his whip towards those who appeared to be slumbering. "Stop feigning death. Work diligently, or I shall cast you into the mass grave." After delivering his tirade, the guards hurriedly departed. The miners exchanged puzzled glances. A gaunt, tall man stepped forward and inquired of a sturdier fellow known as Brother Gang. "What is happening?" Brother Gang, though continuing his work, shook his head, his eyes darting towards the direction from which the guards had just fled. Soon, he set aside his tools, trotted forward to investigate, and listened intently. A look of elation spread across his face. Could it be that salvation had arrived? The dark visage of Sang Tsang revealed no discernible emotion, except for his eyes, which now shone with an unsettling brightness. He gathered the miners and whispered, "It seems someone has intruded. We cannot remain passive. This is our moment to escape." Yet, some timid souls hesitated, fearing the consequences of failure. What if we cannot flee? They'll surely recapture us, and then we're doomed, lamented one man, dragging a leg. Yes, if we fail to escape, we could be beaten to death, he continued, his own injury a testament to the brutality they faced. Brother Gang furrowed his brow. I just listened. There's a commotion outside. If we don't leave now, we may never get another chance. Even someone as robust as he could not endure this relentless toil for long. A young man clad in a grayish-blue long robe, recently captured, also spoke up. Though he appeared disheveled, he was in far better shape than the others. I believe Brother Gang is right. If we don't escape now, we may never have another opportunity. Do we really wish to perish here? Enough with the buts. We have no time for hesitation. Brother Gang's gaze swept over the others. I shall leave now. Those who wish to follow may do so. Those who do not, I shall not compel. Our fate lies in the hands of destiny. Meanwhile, two contingents led by Shun Jinyuan and the Seven Stars Pavilion sprang into action upon receiving the intelligence. They were not inclined to linger. Their sole objective was to rescue. The mine was heavily guarded by individuals trained in secrecy by Xiao Wenxian over many years, including some adept assassins. The ensuing battle was fierce, and Shun Wei's men appeared to be facing a formidable challenge. However, they were also elite troops under the Emperor's command, perhaps somewhat overconfident, yet certainly not to be underestimated. The individuals from the Seven Stars Pavilion were exceptionally trained, charging directly into the iron mine. Those who attempted to obstruct them were swiftly dealt with, as they showed no inclination to linger in battle, dividing into several groups to search for the captives held there. Among the attackers was Shui Gui, a subordinate of the esteemed Marquis Wei Yuan, Xiaozhen. Observing the remarkable swiftness of the Seven Stars Pavilion, even in such perilous circumstances, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy, realizing that his own men paled in comparison to these skilled warriors. Another leader of the assault was the clandestine commander, Jia Qi, dispatched by the emperor to be by Shun Wei's side. They had not anticipated that such a remote mountain could conceal so many adept fighters. Fortunately, their numbers were substantial. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Suddenly, a white figure darted past him just as he severed the head of a death sentinel. Who was it? Shen Jinyuan, upon hearing the voice, paused. She recognized the individual, someone who frequently visited her home and covertly interacted with her grandfather. Turning to face him, she urged him not to engage in prolonged combat, as there was black gunpowder buried in the vicinity. The situation called for swift resolution to aid the civilians in their escape. Then, she vanished. Jia Qi recognized the individual as Shun Wei's granddaughter, and before he could fully process her unexpected appearance, he was taken aback by the urgency of her message. Nevertheless, he promptly made a decision and relayed orders to refrain from combat and to rescue the civilians. Understood, echoed the response. Gang Gu, accompanied by dozens of civilians, encountered the members of the Seven Stars Pavilion. Mistaking them for adversaries, he raised a spade to strike. A figure in black intercepted him, and upon observing the attire, frowned. Civilians? Gang Gu hesitated momentarily before hurriedly declaring, Yes, I am a citizen of Wuhuan village. My name is Qin Gang. We are all law-abiding citizens who have been captured. The figure in black nodded, releasing his grip on the spade and gesturing to the others. People from Team 5, escort them out. Yes. 7 individuals stepped forward, addressing Gang Gu and his companions. Come with us. Gang Gu hesitated. Esteemed warriors, my brother is still in the mine. Could you not take him with you? The leading figure in black replied, Our forces have been divided into several groups. They may have already exited. You can search for him once you are outside. Understood. Gang Gu acquiesced. Team 5 successfully escorted the civilians out, while others continued searching for additional captives. Shortly after departing, a companion clad in a grayish long robe glanced back at the group, a look of confusion crossing his face. These individuals do not appear to be affiliated with the court. Nia Wentian was the first to locate the black powder warehouse. But given its remote location within the depths of the iron mine, how could they transport water in? It seemed impractical. Then a thought struck him. There were so many people here. Not only the civilians, but also the guards required water, suggesting there must be a water storage facility nearby. As he searched further, he indeed discovered several large barrels of water. This discovery brought a smile to his face. Surely, he was the first to find it. Oh my! My 100,000 taels of silver, he exclaimed. He needed to expedite matters, as he still had to rescue the civilians. Each was worth 100 taels, a considerable sum. Indeed, Nia Wentian was the first to exit and the first to signal for help. Shen Jinyuan was considerably more straightforward. Upon discovering the warehouse of black gunpowder, she meticulously observed her surroundings. She concluded that by breaking through the right corner, she could create a direct passage to the outside. With this thought in mind, she executed her plan. With a delicate lift of her hand, she channeled her internal energy and struck forcefully in one direction. Instantly, the shattered stones cascaded down, enveloping the entire warehouse in a cloud of dust. Furrowing her brow, Shen Jinyuan covered her mouth and assessed the size of the opening before soaring out. At that moment, Nia Wentian was laboriously carrying 2 injured civilians out when he caught sight of a white figure emerging from the ground, nearly causing him to drop the 2 individuals on his shoulders. Good heavens, this woman is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. Before he could utter a word, Shen Jinyuan leaped into the air. She glanced at the nearby stream, calculating her actions. She raised both hands, gathering her strength, and to her astonishment, the water in the stream began to tremble, as if drawn by an unseen force, ascending towards the sky. Nia Wentian, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. Is this still a human? With a slight exertion, the water from the stream obediently surged towards the very cave from which Shen Jinyuan had just emerged. In an instant, the small warehouse, laden with black gunpowder, was inundated. Nia Wentian's eyes widened. He unconsciously swallowed hard, grateful he had not incurred her wrath. Chapter 89. In the face of life and death after Shen Jinyuan neutralized the gunpowder threat, she signaled for assistance. She then met Nia Wentian's incredulous gaze, a smile gracing her lips. What about the 200 taels of silver, Sir Nia? Do you not desire them? It was only then that Nia Wentian remembered the civilians he was carrying and hastily rushed down the mountain, hoping to save a few more lives. He understood now that in his life, aside from his master and that MOU, he had acquired yet another individual he could not afford to offend. Before long, the signal from Yin was also dispatched, leaving only the matter of the obsidian to address. At that moment, He Yao was in a state of urgency. Drenched in sweat, it was not that he had failed to locate the site. Rather, the black gunpowder had been relocated. Staring at the vacated warehouse, he felt his molars nearly cracking from frustration. The ground was damp, with clear signs of gunpowder having been stored there, indicating the relocation had occurred not long ago. He continued his search, traversing one cave after another, when suddenly, a shadow darted past. Sensing something amiss, He Yao immediately followed. This figure was one of the iron mine's overseers, who, realizing the precariousness of the situation, intended to ignite several caches of gunpowder to obliterate the entire mine, ensuring it would not be linked to the capital, a directive explicitly given by his master. Clearly, he was unaware that the gunpowder in several other locations had already been destroyed. He Yao lurked in the shadows, observing as the overseer opened a warehouse, revealing the black gunpowder within. Before He Yao could revel in this revelation, he saw the overseer produce a fire stick and ignite it. Reacting swiftly, He Yao hurled his dagger, but the overseer noticed just in time, dodging the attack and distancing himself from the warehouse, extinguishing the fire stick in the process. Seizing the opportunity, He Yao approached the warehouse, shutting the door behind him, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Seeking death, indeed. The 2 individuals engaged in fierce combat, and indeed, the opponent's skills were formidable, making it challenging for He Yao to secure a victory. Yet, he too found it difficult to escape from He Yao's grasp. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger in this confrontation. Just as their battle reached a fever pitch, another man arrived on the scene. He Yao's heart sank. He recognized him as an outsider. "Boss," he called, referring to the very man who was clashing with He Yao. Quickly, Lao Chi, ignite the gunpowder. Lao Chi hesitated, knowing that once ignited, he might not survive the ensuing chaos. The boss, noticing his reluctance, shot him a stern look. "Do not forget your family." Most of them were trapped in their circumstances. Had they not been held by some leverage, who would risk their lives so recklessly? Money held little value compared to life. Gritting his teeth, Lao Chi retrieved a fire starter, preparing to light it. At that moment, a slender figure emerged, and before Lao Chi could react, a sword sliced through the air, severing the opponent's throat. It was Yin. He Yao's heart surged with joy as the 2 united to confront the boss, swiftly overpowering him. A single thrust pierced his heart, and he collapsed. Without a word, Inu urged, "Quickly, find a source of water nearby." He Yao responded immediately, "I know where to go." He had memorized the layout during his search. To save time, they decided to proceed together. Soon, each carried a barrel of water back. However, the sight that met their eyes left them agape. The previously fallen boss now sat at the warehouse entrance, holding a lit fire starter. Blood poured from his mouth, yet an eerie smile graced his face. He Yao and Inu acted simultaneously, but it was too late. The fire starter flew straight towards the gunpowder. The ensuing explosion hurled both He Yao and Inu away. They braced for the end, but just then, a dragon's roar echoed. Though they fell to the ground, they wasted no time in rising again, witnessing a scene they would never forget. The warehouse roof erupted, and there stood the jade-clad young master in the air. His garments billowing dramatically in the wind, the dragon roar's sword poised at his side. A tremendous force emanated from him, forming a semi-spherical barrier at the center of the explosion. Flames and shockwaves collided with the barrier, creating ripples that could not penetrate. His forehead bulged with veins. His complexion paled visibly, and faint traces of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "Get moving. Save them." It was only then that He Yao and Inu comprehended the urgency and turned to leave. At that moment, a white figure brushed past them, soaring towards Qi Mufeng. Inu halted, exclaiming, "Miss." Upon turning, she found Shen Jinyuan standing not far from Qi Mufeng, both exerting pressure on their adversary. Shen Jinyuan's expression was grim as she turned to Inu and urged, "Quickly, save them." With a determined expression, Inu had no choice but to depart. Qi Mufeng observed Shen Jinyuan's pallor, hesitating to speak, struggling to muster a congenial smile, which proved difficult. Soon, a hint of crimson began to seep from the corner of Shen Jinyuan's mouth. Her brows knitted together, realizing this could not last long. She glanced at Qi Mufeng, encouraging him to hold on. Upon seeing her, Qi Mufeng gritted his teeth and nodded. Shen Jinyuan withdrew one hand, placing her right hand near her lips as an eerie melody resonated. Soon, several shadowy figures emerged, each clad in armor forged from black mithril, their masks obscuring their faces entirely. 6 individuals soared to Shen Jinyuan's side, channeling their internal energy to maintain the barrier. These individuals were the remnants left to her by the Elder, a total of 12, half of whom she had dispatched elsewhere. Shen Jinyuan seldom relied on them unless faced with life and death situations. The last time she had done so was 3 years prior. The commotion here was too great, drawing the attention of nearly everyone. Shui Guei and his companions, witnessing the scene, had no time for shock. He bellowed for them not to linger in battle, but to save lives. Everyone moved with increased urgency. Nia Wentian glanced at the figures in midair and spat, cursing them for their reckless abandon. Yet, he did not falter in his pace, running even faster while shouldering 2 individuals, seemingly unfazed by the burden. Occasionally, he shouted back at the civilians following him, urging them to hurry, reminding them that their lives were at stake. Heiyue and Inue also joined the rescue efforts, aware of the time constraints and determined to save as many as they could. After less than half an hour, Shen Jinyuan looked at Qi Mufeng, asking if they should leave. He nodded in agreement. She cast a glance at the 6 individuals, who instantly comprehended their master's intent. At the same moment, the 8 of them flew off in different directions. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, shaking the entire mountain and waking the citizens below, who believed a great calamity was upon them, prompting a frantic scramble for escape. Qi Mufeng swiftly found Shen Jinyuan, asking if she was unharmed. Her complexion was indeed pale, though she was relatively well, merely fatigued and nursing some internal injuries. Qi Mufeng was not in a much better state. A trace of crimson at the corner of his mouth that irked Shen Jinyuan. She promptly retrieved a porcelain vial from her bosom, dispensing a few medicinal pills for both of them. The 6 armored figures had not reappeared. In Chapter 90, "Even if you die, I shall not." The 2 sat on the ground, channeling their internal energy to recuperate. In less than a quarter of an hour, Inue and a few others arrived. "Miss, are you all right?" Inue's face bore an unusual urgency, starkly contrasting her usual icy demeanor. Shen Jinyuan withdrew her internal energy, and Inue immediately reached out to help her up. "I'm fine, just a minor injury. A few days' rest will suffice." Shen Jinyuan did not conceal the truth. It was indeed just a slight injury. However, she had forgotten that she had scarcely been injured over the years, even managing to escape unscathed from the ordeal 3 years prior. Inue's face was filled with guilt. If only she had been more capable, her mistress would not have been harmed. She felt utterly wretched. Heiyue also wore a grim expression. Knowing the trouble had arisen from his side, Niao Wentian crossed his arms over his chest, grinning mischievously as he regarded Qi Mufeng, who sat cross-legged on the ground. "Oh, Mou, you're all right. I thought you had perished. I was considering whether I should come over to collect your remains." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp glance from Shun Jinyuan pierced through the air, sending a chill down Niao Wentian's spine, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. Qi Mufeng chuckled. His eye Yuan was indeed protective. "I'm perfectly fine. Even if you were to die, I would not." He extended his hand, casting a disdainful look at He Yao, who, lacking awareness, finally assisted him to his feet. At that moment, the jade mask on Mou's face cracked, revealing his true visage. He felt indifferent about it. He would engage with the Shun family in his authentic identity from now on to avoid future complications. After all, they would soon be family, and he had no desire to offend anyone. He cast a furtive glance at Shin Jinyuan, who did not publicly humiliate him at that moment. But the meaning behind her gaze was unmistakable to Qi Mufeng. She would hold him accountable later. Shin Jinyuan spoke. "What is the situation?" Inyu, while helping Shin Jinyuan, recounted, "We managed to rescue approximately 3/4 of the civilians. It became too late to save the rest. Our brothers in the pavilion are assisting in the search for any remaining survivors." "Did we suffer any casualties?" Shin Jinyuan inquired. "We fared well. Only a few sustained minor injuries." Shun Jinyuan nodded, displaying little concern for others in the court, as they were not her people. Just then, Shui Gui arrived with several companions. After all, without their assistance, the casualties today would have been immeasurable. Shui Gui was not the kind to forget kindness, and he had learned of Shun Jinyuan's identity from Jia Qi, so it was only right that he came to pay his respects. However, upon seeing Qi Mufeng, he was momentarily frozen in place. How could this formidable figure be present here? Glancing at his attire, he realized that the masked figure from earlier was indeed him. Qi Mufeng, spotting Shui Gui, smiled. "Isn't this General Shui? I didn't expect my uncle would send you." Shui Gui took 2 steps back, his demeanor as serious as could be. "Greetings, minor general." Seeing him in such a state, Qi Mufeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear, I hardly recognize you in such a solemn guise." As he spoke, he approached Shui Gui, leaning against him and playfully rubbing his hand over Shui Gui's bushy beard. "What is the fuss? I've often treated you to drinks before." Shui Gui forcefully shook off his hand, casting an uncomfortable glance at his subordinates, gritting his teeth. "I'm at work. Try to be serious." Qi Mufeng clicked his tongue. "Right, you do have official duties." He pretended to adjust Shui Gui's clothing nonchalantly, adding, "You can handle your work, but keep your mouth in check. Once we return to the capital, remember what can and cannot be said." He firmly clasped Shui Gui's shoulder. "You should know this, right? And make sure your subordinates keep their mouths shut as well." Shui Gui shot him a resentful glare, as if to say he had no intention of entangling himself further with him, fully aware of his reputation in the capital. He has official duties to attend to here. Once matters are resolved, he shall return to the capital merely to report on his affairs. Beyond that, he harbors no interest in idle gossip. It is unnecessary for you to mention this. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, Qi Mufeng immediately brightened, his smile returning, as he remarked, "I knew you would understand. Good. When I have free time, I shall treat you to a drink." As the group reached the foot of the mountain, dawn had just begun to break. The people from Qixing Pavilion had not yet departed. Many injured citizens remained. These individuals were accustomed to a life fraught with peril and possessed some rudimentary skills in tending to wounds. Thus they stayed behind to assist, awaiting the arrival of the doctors dispatched by the court. At this moment, Jia Qi appeared disheveled and even bore injuries. Upon seeing Qi Mufeng, he was struck by a mix of fear and respect, promptly bowing. "General." Qi Mufeng glanced at him and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Jia Qi, your subordinate." Among those close to the emperor, few were unfamiliar with Qi Mufeng, the emperor's most favored nephew, who received privileges surpassing even those of princes. Observing this, Shin Jinyuan cast a glance at Qi Mufeng before stepping a few paces away. Qi Mufeng stroked his chin, pondering, members of the Jia group. Indeed, he felt no particular concern for those associated with his maternal uncle. Noticing Jia Qi's injuries, he compassionately tossed a porcelain vial toward him. It contained a superior ointment for wounds, a gift from Yuan, which he felt was a fortunate stroke for this young man. Jia Qi, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected kindness, concealed his surprise and thanked the general. How is the situation? Part of the iron mine has been destroyed, but fortunately, with the general's assistance, most of it remains intact. Qi Mufeng nodded. Are there any survivors? Jia Qi shook his head. The master has ordered no survivors to be left. Qi Mufeng merely pulled at the corners of his mouth, choosing not to comment further. It was of little concern to him. Is that you, cousin? The voice struck Qi Mufeng as somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately place it. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him, and as he prepared to kick, his thigh was enveloped in a tight embrace. Cousin, is that really you? Have you come to rescue me? Qi Mufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he being called cousin? He struggled to pry the filthy and odorous figure away, the tattered gray robe barely discernible as gray. Let go of me. No, I won't. Cousin. Everyone around was taken aback by the spectacle. What was happening? Qi Mufeng seized the young man's chin, forcing their gazes to meet. You look somewhat familiar. However, the grime made him hesitate as he wiped his sleeve across his face in disbelief. Is that you, fourth brother? Upon hearing the familiar address, the young man broke into tears. Cousin, I thought I was going to die. I never expected to see you alive. He sobbed. Why did it take you so long to arrive? I nearly thought I was truly doomed. At this moment, Jiaqi too was filled with disbelief, cautiously inquiring. The fourth prince? Chapter 91. General, it is best you remain on horseback. Our warm is still an unmarried maiden. Shen Jinyuan turned to observe the heart-wrenching sobs of the boy before him. Was this truly the fourth prince, Xianyuan Hao of the Great Zhou dynasty? His appearance did indeed align closely with the rumors. Yet how had he ended up in this situation? It is evident that Qi Mufeng is growing increasingly impatient with his loud outcry, attempting to push him away, yet this fellow clings to his leg like a stubborn adhesive. Gritting his teeth, he inquires, are you truly unwilling to let go? The disheveled Xianyuan Hao shakes his head while sobbing, appearing quite frightened. Qi Mufeng raises an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Warning, you might regret this. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xianyuan Hao was sent flying by a surge of internal power, landing silently on the ground. Jia Qi's eyes widened in alarm as he hurried to check on Xianyuan Hao's condition, cursing Qi Mufeng 1,000 times in his heart. Could this little ancestor not be gentler? If the fourth prince were to perish under his watch, what would become of him? After assessing the situation and finding that Xianyuan Hao had merely fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief, though his gaze remained resentful towards Qi Mufeng. Qi Mufeng, seemingly unbothered, had already made his way to Shun Jinyuan's side, grinning. Ah Yuan, when shall we depart? I am quite famished. Shun Jinyuan shook her head in resignation. It is about time, let us go. Qi Mufeng beamed like a simpleton. Excellent. That girl Banksia must have prepared a plethora of delicious treats. I am particularly craving the pork intestine noodles. Very well, I shall ask her to prepare it. The two engaged in their conversation as if oblivious to their surroundings. As they passed by Jia Qi, Qi Mufeng generously cast him a glance, questioning silently, what are you looking at? Jia Qi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Is he dead? Jia Qi seethed with frustration, but ultimately just shook his head. Qi Mufeng scoffed, if he isn't dead, why the long face? Not far away. Nia Wentian and He Yao observed Jia Qi with sympathy, pondering how one could endure such a tormentor. Nia Wentian nudged He Yao with his elbow. What is this MOU, a young general? And a prince's cousin? What is his background? He Yao cast him a sidelong glance. Do you wish to know? Nia Wentian nodded obediently. He Yao huffed dismissively. Go ask him yourself. With that, He Yao departed, burdened with numerous matters to attend to, leaving no time for idle chatter. Hey, you little rascal, Nia Wentian gritted his teeth. Truly, one gets what one deserves in a master and a subordinate, utterly unlikable. However, upon reflecting on the silver he had earned today, his spirits lifted. 100,000 taels were already in hand, and with the subsequent rescue of 58 citizens, that amounted to 5,800 taels, he would return in high spirits to collect his dues. Having walked a short distance, Shen Jinyuan spotted Xie Zhou and Shen Qingshan approaching with a group of people. Upon seeing Shen Jinyuan, Shen Qingshan galloped over without allowing his horse to come to a halt, nearly stumbling. Warm. Shen Jinyuan felt a rush of concern for him. Father, what brings you here? Shen Qingshan, his face pale, examined her from head to toe, the fear in his eyes still palpable. Are you unhurt? I am fine, truly unhurt. Do not worry, father. At that moment, Xie Zhou approached as well. Miss Shun. Shen Jinyuan nodded slightly. Since General Xie is here, please assist in settling the citizens. Xie Zhou nodded in agreement, and led his subordinates to assess the situation. After walking a short distance, he suddenly realized why he was following the orders of a young girl. He chuckled to himself, best to focus on the task at hand. As he gazed upon the emaciated citizens who had been rescued, Xiezhou felt a tumult of emotions within him. After so many years, this matter had finally reached resolution. At that moment, Shen Qingshan seemed to finally notice Qi Mufeng, pointing at him with a look of incredulity. Did he recognize Qi Mufeng? Of course he did. Who in the entire capital was unaware of this formidable figure? Particularly, the scene from 3 years ago remained vividly etched in his memory. A young boy had lambasted nearly everyone in the court, causing even some of the older officials to faint from indignation. Such a display of prowess was indeed terrifying. Shen Qingshan quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Qi Mufeng, acknowledging him as the young general. Qi Mufeng cast a fearful glance at Shen Jinyuan, and upon seeing her merely smiling at him without any further reaction, he let out a silent sigh of relief and hurriedly helped Shen Qingshan to his feet. Uncle Shen, no need for such formalities. I am MOU, he stated plainly, revealing his identity to prevent any future repercussions. Shen Qingshan stared at him in disbelief. You are the young hero MOU? His incredulity led him to seek confirmation from his daughter. Shen Jinyuan smiled and explained. MOU is his identity in the martial world. Qi Mufeng is his true identity. For a moment, Shen Qingshan was at a loss for words. It appeared that his daughter had been privy to this information. Why had she not mentioned it before? Previously, Shen Qingshan had deemed MOU's identity as a wandering hero unsuitable for his daughter, but now, with the revelation of Qi Mufeng's noble lineage and high status, he felt even more that they were ill-matched. At that moment, Han Yue appeared with a horse-drawn carriage. Shen Jinyuan looked up at Shen Qingshan and asked, Father, will you accompany me back? Shen Qingshan nodded, understanding his daughter's expression without needing to inquire further. With the situation resolved, there was no point in his lingering. It was better to return early and ease his elderly father's worries. Let us go together then. Let us take the carriage, he agreed. When out in the world, there was no need for excessive formalities. Han Yue assisted Shen Jinyuan into the carriage, and Shen Qingshan followed closely behind. Just as Qi Mufeng also intended to board the carriage, he was halted by a large hand. Although Shen Qingshan was astonished by Qi Mufeng's identity, as a father, he held to certain principles. The young general should ride. Our daughter is still an unmarried lady. Qi Mufeng awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Ah, it seems Uncle Shen has thought this through. Shen Qingshan promptly lowered the carriage curtain, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Qi Mufeng rubbed his nose, pondering the defensiveness of this stance. Was he a thief? Shen Qingshan snorted in response. Isn't that precisely what you are? With a whistle, Qi Mufeng summoned his horse, a splendid steed known as Chasing Wind. No need to worry, Uncle Shen, I have my own horse. Han Yue, who was driving the carriage, involuntarily twitched her lips. This young master MOU certainly knew how to forge connections, and she was certain that the Shun family patriarch would be concerned for him. Qi Mufeng rode closely behind the carriage, a broad smile plastered across his face, almost stretching from ear to ear. Han Yue, do drive steadily. The mountain roads are bumpy. Let's not jostle Uncle Shen, as he isn't versed in martial arts. Inside the carriage, Shen Qingshan's eyelids twitched upon hearing the boy's words. He realized that this lad possessed an extraordinary audacity, one that was not commonplace. He cast a worried glance at his daughter, fearing that the spirited girl might indeed be led astray by this insufferable youth. Shen Jinyuan, with a smile gracing her features, found her father's flustered demeanor rather endearing. Life, it seemed, was not as dull as she had once imagined. Chapter 92. These two women are inviting trouble into their home. Upon returning to the governor's residence, Shen Jinyuan and her companions discovered that, aside from the child Shen Huayan, the rest of the household appeared to have spent a sleepless night, anxiously awaiting their return. Shen Yan's servant, upon seeing them, hurried back to report to his master. The commotion created by Xiezhou the previous night had stirred enough intrigue, and although Lin and the others were unaware of the specifics, they could surmise that something significant had transpired. With Shen Qingshan in a rush to follow, and Shen Jinyuan absent from the residence, how could they possibly find rest? Shen Wei awaited them in the study, having already received news from the other side. In the living room, Lin, Li, Shen Yingying, Shen Shuero, and Shangguan Yuyo were all present. Upon learning of their return, Shangguan Yuyo was the first to rush over. Master Uncle, where have you been? You brought Sister Inue, but did not take me along. Bansha wouldn't tell me where you went. Her voice was filled with grievance. For back in Yunhaching, Master Uncle always included her and her sister in his ventures. Shun Jinyuan gently patted her hand. The matter was urgent. I did not have the time to call for you. I assure you, it won't happen again. Comforted by this promise, Shangwan Yuyo felt somewhat better, knowing Master Uncle had not intentionally left her behind. Oh, you are here too, plump girl? Upon hearing the familiar nickname and voice, Shangwan Yuyo's eyes widened in surprise. As she gazed at Qi Mufeng, "Mo, why are you here?" Qi Mufeng clicked his tongue. How rude. Are you addressing me so familiarly? Though young, he shared the same generation as Shun Jinyuan, as his master was a close friend of the Elder of Destiny. Shangwan Yuyo clung to Shun Jinyuan's arm, feeling possessive since this troublesome boy was vying for her master uncle's attention. In this regard, she was much like Shangwan Jiyan. Anyone who attempted to steal Master Uncle's affection was deemed an adversary, with Qi Mufeng undoubtedly at the forefront. She regarded Qi Mufeng with suspicion. What brings you here? With a slight smirk, Qi Mufeng exuded a youthful bravado. Yet, paired with his striking features, he presented an image of spirited nonchalance. I simply came because I wished to. If you, little chubby girl, can come, why should I not? Chubby. Shangwan Yuyo detested being labeled as such. With hands on her hips, she huffed. I am no longer chubby. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Mufeng replied, Is that so? Yet my gaze lingers on your round little face. The double chin may be gone, but the remnants remain. Ah, Mo. Shangwan Yuyo was on the verge of exasperation. Nearby, Shin Jinyuan cast an admonishing glance at Qi Mufeng. Do not bully her so. Qi Mufeng immediately toned down his teasing. At that moment, Lin and the others approached, calling out, Warmth. Shin Jinyuan promptly turned her attention to the hurriedly arriving figures. Mother, second aunt, Shin Shuero, and Shin Ingying simultaneously called out elder sister. At this moment, Shin Qingshan also spoke up, inquiring why everyone was waiting there. It was evident that none of them had rested the previous night. Lin, with red-rimmed eyes, glared at him, expressing her concern. You left without a word last night. How could I not worry? I had no idea what you two were up to. You didn't say a thing in the dead of night. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Shin Qingshan awkwardly cleared his throat and turned his head away in silence. Shin Jinyuan pressed her lips together and apologized. I'm sorry for making mother worry. Lin sighed, stating that she had not slept all night and suggested they return to wash up and rest, promising to discuss everything later. Shun Jinyuan nodded, yet before she could speak, Qi Mufeng approached them. Hello, auntie. Hello, second aunt. Lin then noticed Qi Mufeng, exchanging a bewildered glance with her sister-in-law. Both were puzzled about who this young man was. Although unfamiliar, they found him rather handsome. His brows were as dark as ink, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. His nose was straight and prominent, his profile sharply defined, lending a heroic air to his countenance. His lips were well-shaped, with a hint of a carefree curve, exuding a youthful charm tinged with mischief. Lin's eyes brightened at his good looks. Who is this? Without waiting for others to introduce him, Qi Mufeng eagerly spoke up. Annie, I am Mo. Mo? Lin immediately smiled, realizing who he was. Oh, it's you. I didn't recognize you without your mask. Please don't take offense. Qi Mufeng chuckled lightly, reassured her it was not a problem, attributing the oversight to himself for not greeting her sooner. Li, standing nearby, stepped forward joyfully, remarking that Mo was indeed quite handsome. I told you. Even with a mask, he exuded charm. With this visage, he must be exceptional. Qi Mufeng beamed, showing his teeth as he humorously acknowledged, Second aunt has a discerning eye. Ha ha ha, this child. Shin Qingshan observed the scene with a cold stare, contemplating the audacity of these two women. Qi Mufeng, with a compliant demeanor, addressed Lin and Li. I'm afraid I will be staying at the residence for a while. I hope Auntie and Second Aunt 1T find Mo bothersome. Lin's smile widened. How could we? You are Nwan's friend, making you a distinguished guest in our home. Stay as long as you wish. There's no question of annoyance. Indeed. Our household is not large. It often feels quite empty. Your lively nature is quite welcome, Mo. Li grew fonder of the boy, perhaps due to the dearth of male presence in the household. Shin Qingshan opened his mouth, uncertain how to voice his thoughts. These two women were inviting a wolf into their midst. At that moment, the steward approached, bowing to the group. Sir, the old master requests your presence, as well as that of the young hero Mo. Shin Jinyuan looked towards Mo, who smiled back, indicating his willingness to go. Lin, noticing this, said, Very well. Mo, You go meet the old master first. I will have someone prepare your quarters, and the steward will lead you to rest. Should you need anything, just inform your aunt." At this juncture, Shun Jinyuan interjected, "Mother, let Banksia tidy up. You Haven Tea slept all night. It would be best for you to return and rest." She did not mention that Chi Mufeng was quite fastidious. Banksia, being more familiar with his habits, would arrange matters more appropriately. Lin did not insist, as it was preferable for Banksia, who handled affairs with prudence. Upon seeing Chi Mufeng still standing there foolishly, Shin Qingshan scoffed. Was this fellow reluctant to depart? Shin Qingshan's gaze was too conspicuous for Chi Mufeng to feign ignorance. He flashed a broad smile, displaying his white teeth, and addressed Shin Qingshan. "Uncle, shall we leave?" Shin Qingshan huffed lightly, hands clasped behind his back, striding ahead. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten Chi Mufeng's true identity. The earlier scene of reverently saluting the young general lingered in his mind. Yet now all he perceived was the mischief and ill intentions of this man. In the study, Shun Wei pondered with his eyes closed. A mere Yong'an County had attracted the visit of the young general from the Duke of the Nation's residence, alongside the fourth prince. Surely, these occurrences could not merely be coincidental? Was the young general the chivalrous figure, MOU? Was that also a coincidence? Chapter 93. I was a bit heavy-handed. MOU had met with Lord Shun. Chi Mufeng still referred to himself as MOU, intending to convey to Shun Wei that he was not merely the young general at that moment, but rather a longtime friend of Shin Jinyuan. However, how Shin Wei perceived this was beyond his control. Shin Wei stepped forward to offer a supportive gesture, indicating that the young general need not stand on ceremony. Chi Mufeng grinned, replying, "Please, call me MOU, for I am here on personal matters." Shin Qingshan, observing from the side, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. What personal matters? Wasn't it obviously concerning his daughter? Shin Wei chuckled as he stroked his beard. "Please, take a seat." Chi Mufeng, feeling at ease, boldly chose a chair to sit down. Shin Wei got straight to the point. "Does the emperor know of your presence here?" Chi Mufeng, still smiling nonchalantly, replied, "Of course, otherwise I could not have directed my father to go to Pingyang Pass on my behalf." Shin Wei appeared to sigh with relief. "Does the emperor truly know?" Chi Mufeng's expression turned serious. "Lord Shin need not worry. My uncle is aware of my long-standing friendship with a Yuan. Our bond is indeed exceptional. Now that the situation at Pingyang Pass is stable, after the signing of the agreement, unless the other party breaches the contract, I shall be free to go where I please without restriction." The situation at Pingyang Pass had yet to be disclosed to the public. Naturally, Shin Wei, far away in Yong'an County, was unaware. Upon hearing this news, both Shin Wei and Shin Qingshan expressed joy. Shin Wei spoke with a smile. "This is indeed good news. The young general is valiant and has managed to subdue the Shishu kingdom in just 3 short years." Chi Mufeng, remaining carefree, responded, "This credit does not solely belong to me. The old emperor of Shishu has passed, and the court is currently unstable, rendering them reluctant to establish a formidable rival. Signing a peace agreement was their only option." Shin Wei looked at the young man with appreciation, noting his noble status and the affection of his parents and the emperor. Despite his somewhat unruly nature, it did not detract from his outstanding capabilities. "The young general is quite humble," he remarked. Chi Mufeng was not one to blush at flattery. He waved his hand dismissively. "I shall be troubling you at the residence soon. As I had previously mentioned to you, I have known Yuan since childhood, and we are longtime friends. Before our journey to Pingyang Pass, we spent the majority of our time together." Shin Qingshan furrowed his brow. "General Xiao, Yuan is still an unmarried maiden. Your intentions are quite blatant." Shin Wei waved his hand, signaling his son to refrain from further comments. He then turned his serious gaze towards Chi Mufeng. "Does Yuan comprehend your feelings?" Such a direct approach surprised Chi Mufeng, yet it did not alter his stance, for he had never contemplated concealment. Meeting Shun Wei's earnest gaze, Chi Mufeng replied, "I do not know." Shin Wei frowned. "Then what is your plan?" "I have ample time to await her realization of my affections," Chi Mufeng assured. Shin Qingshan grew anxious. "What if Yuan understands your feelings, but remains indifferent?" Chi Mufeng looked at Shin Qingshan, seemingly vowing, "I will undoubtedly respect Yuan's wishes." Yet, how could his Yuan truly be indifferent towards him? He chuckled softly. She merely had yet to come to terms with her emotions, being somewhat slow to grasp matters of the heart. Having broached the subject, Shin Wei found no further inquiries necessary, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Should that day ever arrive, Qi Mufeng might indeed be the most suitable choice. In truth, Shen Wei pondered, finding it difficult to imagine anyone more admirable than him. Just then, the steward entered, leaning close to whisper something in Shen Wei's ear. Shen Qingshan could not hear, but Qi Mufeng, possessing profound inner strength, certainly did. Shen Wei regarded Qi Mufeng with suspicion, the fourth prince. How did he come to be here? Is he awake? Should I inquire with Lord Shen? Shen Wei shook his head, stating, he is still unconscious. Has the fourth prince been injured? Qi Mufeng raised an eyebrow, observing that he appeared to have endured some hardship, yet his cries were robust, suggesting no serious wounds. Shen Wei became even more perplexed. Then how could he be unconscious? Before he could finish, Qi Mufeng candidly admitted, I may have been a bit too forceful. But it is of no consequence. He will recover after a couple of days of rest. Shen Wei gazed at him with a complex expression, ultimately deciding it was not within his purview to manage. However, given that the situation was unfolding in his governor's residence, it seemed the household would soon grow lively. Lord Shen, Uncle Shen, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to rest. Only then did Shen Wei allow him to go, acknowledging that he had indeed not rested throughout the night. Qi Mufeng performed a respectful gesture towards the two before turning to exit the study. The steward awaited at the door, promptly guiding him away upon his emergence. Once he departed, Shen Qingshan could no longer remain still. Father. Shen Wei raised his hand. Do not interfere with Nuan affairs. Shen Qingshan widened his eyes. I am Nuan's father. Am I to simply watch? Shen Wei countered, what can you possibly do? For a moment, Shen Qingshan found himself at a loss. Yet he was her father. Was he not obligated to safeguard his daughter? Regardless, the general's status was too elevated. He was concerned that Nuan might face hardships if she were to marry him. Shen Wei was almost amused by his frustration. Do you truly believe Nuan would be the type to suffer? Shen Qingshan sighed, fully aware that his daughter was not that sort, yet it only intensified his reluctance. How could she possibly fancy such a lofty family? Let us not dwell on the matter of the general for the moment. It has been some time since Nuan returned home, and as a father, you ought to have noticed that she remains quite oblivious to matters of the heart. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Shen Qingshan, visibly agitated, expressed his disbelief at the notion of not worrying. With wolves at the gates, how could he possibly remain unconcerned? Moreover, regarding the general's residence, both the Grand Princess and General Qi are individuals of reason, should the day come when it is necessary. They would not allow Nuan to suffer any indignities. Shen Qingshan's expression was one of complexity. However, the general's estate is a prominent entity, and the emperor dotes on this nephew without restraint. What aspirations might the princes harbor? With so many enemies amassed, if Nuan were to truly pursue a relationship with him, would they ever enjoy a peaceful existence together? Shen Wei stroked his beard, acknowledging this as a valid concern. Yet, considering his granddaughter's remarkable abilities, perhaps she does not require the comforts of a tranquil life. This matter can be set aside for now. It is not yet at that juncture, and you need not fret excessively. For the time being, it would be prudent to focus your thoughts on official duties. I trust that your recent collaboration with County Magistrate Zhou has yielded significant insights. The abrupt shift in topic momentarily left Shen Qingshan taken aback. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded, affirming that he and Zhou Ziki had indeed formed a quick rapport, especially after spending considerable time together and observing his character. He found Zhou to be a man worthy of friendship. Indeed, Lord Zhou is a dedicated official, wholeheartedly devoted to the welfare of the people. Shen Wei nodded in agreement, noting that you have spent the better part of the past several decades in the capital. Even during your youth, when opportunities for travel arose, they were primarily to prosperous locales, often accompanied by guards. This time, however, you have truly grasped the essence of common folks' lives. Has this experience shifted your perspective on what it means to be a parental official? Chapter 94. The force seemed as though it might truly extinguish him. Shen Qingshan's demeanor was resolute. Indeed, his son had gained immeasurable benefits. Shen Wei nodded with satisfaction, choosing not to inquire further. It is essential for you to communicate more with the yin. Although he cannot venture out, he must still be informed. The son understands. At Haiding Courtyard, Shen Jinyuan awoke to find that it was already afternoon. Upon hearing movement, Ban Xia promptly came to attend to her. Miss, I have prepared a soothing lily and bird's nest porridge, along with a few side dishes. Will that suffice? Shen Jinyuan nodded, feeling disinclined to speak just after waking. Ban Xia smiled as she helped her dress, fully aware of her mistress's temperament. Shun Jinyuan noticed the pair of white embroidered shoes adorning her feet, particularly the exquisite pearls, which seemed unfamiliar to her. Did you have these made anew? Ban Xia chuckled. Oh, I lack such skill. It was Madam who instructed Granny Li to send them. There are also 2 sets of nightwear. Didn't you mention that you found the previous ones comfortable? So, Madam had 2 more made and sent over. Shen Jinyuan revealed no emotion on her face. My mother made these herself? Yes, that is what I heard from Granny Li. Shen Jinyuan fell silent, and after freshening up, she began her meal. As Ban Xia served her, she relayed some news. Wasn't Brother Yexiao dispatched recently to deliver goods? On his return, he fortuitously encountered Brother Zishuan's men, who were here to deliver items for you. Thus, Brother Yexiao brought everything along. Would you like to take a look at them? Shen Jinyuan frowned. How did they end up here? Zhang Zishuan, a shrewd businessman, manages all of Shun Jinyuan's enterprises with remarkable acumen, serving as her chief steward. The maid, unaware of the situation, speculated that perhaps something valuable had been acquired and was eager to present it to the young lady. Shen Jinyuan, however, simply replied, "Bring it to me when you have it." At that moment, Inue approached, saying, "Miss, Huang White has fled with his family." Fled? Shen Jinyuan exclaimed, surprised. Yes, our people are following them. They wish to know how you would like to proceed. Shen Jinyuan paused thoughtfully. Are they heading towards the southern province? Not at all. She replied with a light chuckle. It seems they truly are running away. Bring them back to be dealt with by my grandfather. Understood, came the response. Just then, He Yao entered, his expression dark, prompting even Ban Xia, who typically maintained a close rapport with him, to cast him a sidelong glance. Master, he greeted. Shen Jinyuan did not meet his gaze, instead sipping her porridge as she spoke. The officials are managing the iron mine. At least most of it has been preserved. The identities of those commoners are nearly confirmed, and once the officials have verified everything, they will be able to return home. Shen Jinyuan nodded, recognizing it as a relatively favorable outcome. Noticing that his mistress had no further inquiries, He Yao could not contain himself and spoke up. Those individuals are truly despicable. During my prior investigation, I discovered a mass grave on the back mountain, filled with countless bodies. To my astonishment, there were many more within the iron mine. I cannot fathom where they abducted so many innocent people from. The sight had deeply unsettled him, even as one accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. These were not fiends, but rather defenseless common folk who had suffered such unwarranted calamity. Moreover, Agua had lost his father, though thankfully his uncle, Ganggu, was still alive. I have heard, it is all the doing of that wretched Huang White's grandson, He Yao added. Shen Jinyuan then set down her bowl and turned to him, saying, You may return to rest now. He Yao pursed his lips, wishing to voice more, but was silenced by a glance from Inue. He could only bow respectfully before departing. Shen Jinyuan remained unperturbed. She was no savior, nor did she possess such grand abilities. All she could do in this world rife with injustice was her limited part. Noticing Shen Jinyuan's diminished appetite, Ban Xia cleared the table and arranged the items sent by Zhang Zishuan. Surely, upon seeing these fine possessions, your spirits will lift? Shen Jinyuan gazed at the numerous boxes in the courtyard, filled with fabrics, jewelry, stationery, and even tea, alongside gold and silver. She frowned slightly, recognizing that there were indeed several commendable items, yet it seemed excessive for such a delivery. Inue, however, had an epiphany. Miss, it appears you have not sent anything to your family since returning home, have you? Shen Jinyuan looked at her, bewildered. Sent gifts? Upon reflection, it seemed true. Other than the 5,000 taels of silver notes given to the Lin family previously, she had not offered them anything. Yet, in the past, her elders would always ask for what they needed. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Inue smiled. In these days, the arrangements for our household's needs have been quite satisfactory, thanks to the lady's efforts. Although many things differ significantly from what Shen Jinyuan personally uses, the intention behind them is sincere. I have heard that the young lady's monthly allowance is the same as that of the eldest young master, and the lady has also discreetly supplemented her share, as has the master, for the past few months. The eldest young master and those from the second household frequently send items over as well. Shen Jinyuan looked at her in confusion. Is this true? Banxia smiled in response. Indeed, the young lady, not needing silver regularly, might be unaware, as it is always the maid who collects the monthly allowance. Moreover, the lady often sends clothes, though the young lady seldom wears them. Eventually, they switch to sending fabric, perhaps believing that the young lady did not fancy the style she had sent before. Shen Jinyuan pondered this and realized there might be some truth to it. However, it was not that she disliked them, but rather that the fabric was not what she was accustomed to wearing, hence her reluctance to don them. Yet, as you mentioned last time, the nightgowns were comfortable. The lady has sent 2 more over. Banksia had to admit that the Shun household truly cared for their young lady. After some consideration, Shen Jinyuan looked at the items in the courtyard and decided to distribute them among the various households. Banksia, with a beaming smile, agreed enthusiastically. It seemed that the head steward had intended just that, as the items were prepared quite appropriately. In the Songtao courtyard, where Qi Mufeng resided, he was currently dining. Initially, he intended to share a meal with Yuan, but an inconsiderate cousin approached him. "Cousin, you have gone too far. Feel my head. I have a huge bump, clearly from hitting the ground. You were too rough with me. I shall certainly inform father upon returning to the palace. I have endured so much suffering there. And you still dare to lay hands on me. It is utterly heartless." Xian Yuanhao, merely 18 and a year younger than Qi Mufeng, possessed a cherubic visage that made him appear only 16. Since entering the courtyard, he had been incessantly chattering. Meanwhile, Qi Mufeng remained focused on his meal, completely ignoring him. At this moment, having finished his meal, he elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I say, cousin." Suddenly, his voice was cut short as he stared in disbelief. For Qi Mufeng had seized his neck with a grip that felt as though it could truly choke the life out of him. Qi Mufeng's gaze was frosty as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 95. What affliction ails you? Xian Yuanhao struggled to pry Qi Mufeng's hand off his throat, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. His face flushed. He felt as though he might pass out. "I mean no harm, cousin, believe me." Noticing that his cousin was genuinely on the brink of losing consciousness, Qi Mufeng loosened his grip, yet still held firmly to his neck. "What brings you to this place?" Xian Yuanhao gasped for breath, seeking someone. "Who?" "The ghost doctor." Qi Mufeng raised an eyebrow. "What business do you have with the ghost doctor?" Seeing that Qi Mufeng seemed to relent, Xian Yuanhao cautiously attempted to pry his cousin's hand away, only to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "I seek the ghost doctor, naturally for medical assistance. What other reason could there be?" His expression bore a hint of grievance, and his trembling hand still clutched his neck. Qi Mufeng scrutinized the person before him, noting that they appeared well, albeit a tad thinner than before. "What affliction do you suffer from?" he inquired. Xian Yuanhao, brimming with indignation, retorted, "It is not I, but another." "Who might that be?" Qi Mufeng pressed. After a moment of hesitation, Xian Yuanhao conceded, "My aunt." Qi Mufeng was taken aback. "You have an aunt?" The mother of the 4th prince was a woman of unknown origins brought back by the emperor's uncle, who passed away during childbirth, and it was not known if she had any siblings. Sensing Qi Mufeng's skepticism, Xian Yuanhao continued, "The emperor is aware of this. If you doubt me, you may inquire upon our return to the capital." With a cold snort, Qi Mufeng replied, "I shall indeed inquire." Xian Yuanhao pouted. "I know you hold me in disdain. Among the 4 of us brothers, you only favor the crown prince. Yet, I am your cousin. Are you so heartless as to treat me thus?" Qi Mufeng observed him with a detached gaze, unaffected by his feigned sorrow. He was adept at this ruse, particularly with his innocent, non-threatening visage, managing to deceive others consistently, except for Qi Mufeng, of course. "How did you learn that the ghost doctor is here?" Xian Yuanhao, feeling both wronged and resigned, thought to himself, "Am I not a prince? What is wrong with having my own people?" He explained, "I received word that the ghost doctor had previously appeared in the capital, treating the 2nd son of the Wei Yuan Marquis. After some investigation, I discovered he was in this vicinity. Just days after arriving, I was abducted to that mountain and forced to labor for 2 days. What Xian Yuanhao withheld was that his personal guard had detected the danger immediately. Yet his curiosity about the secrets hidden within Yong'an County led him to take the risk without alerting his guard." Qi Mufeng scoffed, "You speak of this prince?" At that moment, Banxia entered, saying, "Young master, the miss requests your presence." "Oh, what is happening here?" Banxia remarked with surprise. Qi Mufeng, observing the astonished expression on Banxia's face, immediately shifted his demeanor. "4th brother, what is this? At your age, you still trip? Get up quickly." He extended his hand in a friendly gesture to help Xian Yuanhao rise. Xian Yuanhao, with a look as if he had seen a ghost, hurriedly shook his head. "I can rise on my own. Thank you, cousin." Once Xian Yuanhao stood, Qi Mufeng kindly adjusted his clothing and gently patted his cheek, speaking in a notably gentle tone. Be more cautious while walking in the future. Xian Yuanhao gritted his teeth in frustration, replying, understood. Thank you for your concern, cousin. Only then did Qi Mufeng break into a smile, saying, all right, hurry back and rest. You have endured much these past days. With that, he ignored Xian Yuanhao and followed the curious Ban Xiao away. Once Qi Mufeng departed, Xian Yuanhao's previously innocuous expression morphed into one of contemplation as he gazed after the retreating figure, his hand unconsciously brushing against his neck. Did he truly wish to kill me just now? Upon reaching the entrance of Haitang Courtyard, Qi Mufeng spotted Niao Wentian, grinning widely as he basked in the sunlight, gaping at the silver note in his hand with an utterly foolish expression. Seizing the moment, Qi Mufeng swiftly snatched the silver note from his grasp. Niao Wentian's expression shifted dramatically as he swung his fist towards Qi Mufeng's face. With agility, Qi Mufeng deftly evaded the attack and flashed a radiant smile. Oh, Sir Nia, what a substantial amount of silver notes you possess. Upon recognizing Qi Mufeng, Niao Wentian retracted his fist and retorted, return it to me. It seemed that Qi Mufeng relished teasing Niao Wentian each time they met, despite the latter's inability to withstand such jests. Whitey, where did you acquire such a fortune in silver notes? Niao Wentian puffed out his chest, declaring, of course, I earned it myself. Qi Mufeng regarded him with disdain. You? Really? This prompted Niao Wentian to clench his fist again and forcefully snatch the silver notes from Qi Mufeng's grasp. Yes, it's mine. What of it? If you want some, earn it yourself. He then tenderly patted the notes, meticulously inspecting them for any damage caused by the mischievous Qi Mufeng. Look at your avaricious expression, Qi Mufeng said. Arms crossed. I meant to ask you yesterday, after ensuring the safe passage of someone to Yong'an County, why are you still lingering here? Niao Wentian rolled his eyes. What do you mean I'm lingering? It was they who invited me to stay and assist. If you don't believe me, ask Bansha. She can confirm that their master paid silver to keep me here. Bansha covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned to Qi Mufeng to explain. Indeed, it was the young lady who insisted on retaining Sir Nia, as his martial prowess is extraordinary and immensely valuable. That's why she offered a handsome reward. Upon hearing this, Niao Wentian's head lifted even higher, his smile beaming uncontrollably. Qi Mufeng raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Quite impressive indeed. This works out well. He has been cast out by his master and truly has nowhere to go. Niao Wentian's eyes widened. Who said I have nowhere to go? Who said my master cast me out? I simply chose to step down from the position of deputy leader. Who would want such a troublesome role? MOU. Don't think that just because I cannot defeat you, I won't dare to take action. Keep talking nonsense, and I might just skin you alive. Instantly, Qi Mufeng donned a cheeky expression, even playfully patting his chest. Oh dear, I'm so frightened. You are quite fierce, as if you wish to devour a person. You've scared my heart. Oh dear, I'm feeling dizzy. Whitey, you must support me. Niao Wentian ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could slap him twice. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards them. Both Qi Mufeng and Niao Wentian swiftly evaded the attack, their gazes fixed in unison upon a looming shadow in the air. A figure emerged, its brows sharp as a cold sword, eyes like deep stars concealing their brilliance. The bridge of the nose was as steep as a green peak, and the lips were thin, resembling the edge of a swift blade, adorned with a silver crown intricately engraved with dark patterns of a dragon. Two loose strands of ink-black hair cascaded down the sides of the neck. The dark velvet cloak billowed in the wind, revealing a dark blue outfit embroidered with intricate silver patterns of clouds and thunder. A dark belt cinched at the waist bore an ancient bronze token, seemingly a symbol of status. Chapter 96. Her warmth is truly heartwarming. Li Hanting, senior brother. It was none other than the renowned hero of the martial world, Li Hanting, the current leader of the Martial Alliance and Niao Wentian's senior brother. With icy eyes, Li Hanting directed another palm strike towards Qi Mufeng. In an instant, Qi Mufeng vanished from sight. Behind him, a small artificial hill was instantly shattered. The approaching members of the Lin family were struck with terror at the sight, their faces turning pale. The previously smug Qi Mufeng's expression changed immediately, and even the usually stoic Li Hanting displayed a hint of alteration in his demeanor. Within the Haitang courtyard, a figure with a cold demeanor emerged, casting a detached gaze towards Li Hanting, suspended in midair. The fleeting glimmer of murderous intent did not escape Li Hanting's keen observation. Niao Wentian swiftly soared forward, bringing his senior brother down, then apologetically addressed the Lin family. Ladies, my apologies. This is my senior brother, here to find me, and it appears he has startled you all. Noticing the continued pallor of their faces, Qi Mufeng chuckled, placing an arm around Li Hanting's shoulder. "Aunt, this person is also my friend. He was merely jesting with us. I apologize for the commotion. I shall take him away immediately." Seemingly aware of Yuan's displeasure, he promptly whisked Li Hanting away. The trio vanished from the governor's residence in an instant. Shun Jinyuan glanced at the damaged hill and simply stated, "Request compensation from Niao Wentian." Banksia chuckled at this, already envisioning the pained expression on Niao Wentian's face. It was only then that the Lin and Li families approached slowly, their eyes filled with astonishment. Particularly Lin Shi, who wished to inquire but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Shun Yingying, with a look of wonder, who asked, "Sister, was that person just now a chivalrous hero from the martial world? He appeared so formidable." Banksia kindly explained to Shun Yingying, "Third miss. That individual was none other than Li Hanting, the leader of the martial alliance. Indeed, a remarkable hero of the realm." Shun Yingying's eyes widened in awe. "Oh, so that is what a hero looks like." Previously, she had known Niao Wentian was also a figure of the martial world, and while her curiosity was piqued initially, her interest waned upon witnessing his greedy demeanor when Banksia had given him money. However, seeing Li Hanting had reignited her excitement. Now that was what a true hero embodied. How impressive and dignified he was. Lin Shi finally felt at ease, thinking perhaps such chivalrous figures were all unconcerned with trivial matters. With a smile, she turned to Shin Jinyuan. "Warm, what did you summon us for?" This was the first time Shin Jinyuan had actively invited them over, surprising both Lin Shi and Li Shi. Shin Jinyuan pressed her lips together. Having initially intended for Banksia to distribute the items sent by Zhang Zishuan to the various courtyards directly. However, as Banksia was not entirely aware of everyone's preferences, she thought it best to allow them to choose for themselves, not anticipating the ensuing commotion. Lin Shi took Shin Jinyuan's hand, and the mother-daughter duo walked into the courtyard together. Finally, Shin Jinyuan spoke, "Some items have been sent by the staff, and I thought you might appreciate them." Lin Shi's gaze softened, her heart brimming with maternal affection. "Warm, you are so thoughtful." When everyone laid eyes upon the open boxes in the courtyard, shock swept over them. Shin Yingying's mouth fell agape in astonishment, uttering nothing but an exclamation of wow. Shun Shuoro blinked her large eyes, equally filled with curiosity. Only a small figure of Shun Huayan was seen sitting on a box, playing with a tiny object in his hand. Beside him, Shangguan Yuyao sat attentively. Both of them engrossed in the little trinket, their concentration evident. Scattered on the ground nearby were several items, seemingly favored by Shun Huayan, most of which were intricately crafted mechanical gadgets. Lin Shi licked her lips, casting a difficult glance at Shin Jinyuan. Upon noticing, Shin Jinyuan spoke, explaining that he had some properties under his management, accounting for the origins of these peculiar items. Li Shi, being of merchant origin, possessed a keen eye for value. Not to mention the gold and silver ornaments, even the fabric piled in the corner, floating light brocade, cloud silk, soft smoke gauze, were treasures that could hardly be acquired even in the capital. The Shin family once possessed 2 pieces of floating light brocade, part of the late matriarch's dowry, rumored to be a gift from the palace. Was this niece truly so brazen as to leave such treasures in the corner of the courtyard? Lin Shi took a deep breath, slowly beginning to comprehend what her husband had mentioned. This girl was indeed extraordinary. No, she was more than extraordinary. She was formidable. Seeing that everyone hesitated to move, Banksia, well aware of her young mistress's temperament, smiled as she took Shin Shuoro and Shun Yingying to select items first. "Second miss, this fabric complements your complexion beautifully. It's perfect for making 2 dresses," she remarked, pulling out 2 pieces of fabric and setting them aside. "Third miss, this color suits you even better, vibrant and lively." Shin Yingying nodded in bewilderment. "Yes, it looks lovely." Banksia smiled as she continued to choose fabrics. "And this set of headpieces, wow. It is undoubtedly tailored for the second miss. It suits you perfectly." Shin Shuoro was swept up by Banksia's enthusiasm. "Really?" Shin Yingying leaned in too. "Yes, second sister. This set is perfect for you. It conveys a particularly elegant and noble aura." Banksia then picked up a hairpin and placed it in Shun Shuoro's hair, proudly showcasing it to Shun Yingying. "Third miss, do you see? Isn't it beautiful?" Shin Yingying was astonished. "It's stunning." "Banksia, your taste is impeccable. You must help me choose as well." Banksia's smile widened, clearly pleased with the reaction. Lin Shi and Li Shi exchanged a glance, shaking their heads helplessly. These two children were still too naive. Lin Shi's gaze turned to the ever-calm Xinjin Yuan. Her warmth was indeed heartening. Outside the city, behind a desolate mountain, Niao Wentian hid behind a large tree, his gaze intensely fixed on the two figures engaged in a fierce duel not far away. Rarely did he witness such an exhilarating contest. How could he not be thrilled? On the mountaintop, the wild wind swirled fallen leaves as two figures, one black and one white, intertwined with each other, their speed dazzling to behold. In an instant, the flash of swords erupted. The swordsman in white moved like lightning, his blade slicing through the air, aiming directly for the throat. The black-clad swordsman let out a wild laugh, sweeping his long knife across, crimson light flashing like blood, clashing fiercely against the sword's edge. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the heavens, a shockwave that caused ancient trees to shed their leaves. The figures of the two combatants intertwined, their blades casting fleeting shadows as they moved with such swiftness that only afterimages remained. The swordsman altered his stance abruptly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing throughout the valley, his strike aimed directly at the heart, as the warrior, with a fierce shout, swung his broadsword to cleave mountains, boldly meeting the challenge. With a thunderous explosion, the air surged, and the two retreated several paces, restoring silence to the mountaintop. Chapter 97. The generous and affluent Miss Shun. Alas! Oh dear! The dust swirled in the air, making it nearly impossible for Niao Wentian to open his eyes. Brother? He rubbed his eyes as he cautiously approached the center of the fray, pondering whether the two had perished in their duel. He advanced with great care, fearful of becoming an unintended casualty. Soon, he discerned the contrasting figures clad in black and white. One wielded a long sword, while the other grasped a curved blade. Positioned at opposite ends, they locked eyes, an unspoken tension palpable in the air. Niao Wentian gulped, believing that if mere glances could kill, they would have met their demise countless times over. Hey, is it over now? Did we reach a stalemate? Li Hanting was the first to react,